Chapter 1 Happy Little New Year. A warm family in Huaxia, a cheap old-style rental house. Shaolin, come and eat. On the bed, a young man with a handsome face, black hair, and a height of about 175 centimeters was lying on the bed, playing with his mobile phone in boredom. BJ time 7:30. Looking at the time on the phone, it was exactly on time as expected. A familiar shout came from far away into the room. The young man's name is Lin Yixuan. He is 20 years old and a freshman studying at BJ University. He just came back to Guangxi from BJ province because he had just had a holiday not long ago. It happened that today was the Little New Year in the south, and his family members returned home without exception no matter what they were doing outside. Lin Yixuan, who was lying on the bed, listened to his mother's call and responded, then went straight to the living room in slippers. Lin Yixuan's home is very simple, with 3 bedrooms and a living room. When he opened the door of his room, he could see the delicious dishes on the table. Lin Yixuan walked slowly to his seat and sat down, waiting for the arrival of others. He also has a younger sister named Lin Qingya, who is 16 years old and studies at the #1 high school in Gui City, Guangxi province. Originally, she had no time to go home today, but because the school gave her a 1-day holiday to go home for the Little New Year, she had time to go home, but she had to deduct it from the weekend holiday. Beijing time 7:50. Brother, look at what good things I brought you. Lin Yixuan looked at the phone in his hand boredly, but then he heard his sister's voice beside him and looked at the other party. A girl with twin ponytails, a melon seed face, delicate features, and a height of 1.62 meters, held a cartoon character figurine in her hand and put it in Lin Yixuan's eyes. What's the matter? Guangsan's wife has a new figurine again? Lin Yixuan asked, as expected by Lin Qingya. Today happens to be your birthday, so I took the initiative to buy your favorite thing for you. Lin Qingya smiled stupidly after she finished speaking, and this cute look immediately warmed Lin Yixuan's heart. Thank you, Lin Yixuan thanked from the bottom of his heart. You're welcome. I'm glad you like it, Lin Qingya replied with a smile. Oh, you two little darlings are here so early. Outside the door, a middle-aged man in his 40s opened the door and saw the 2 people in the living room. He smiled and said, Dad, are you buying cigarettes again? Lin Yixuan's eyes were fixed on the middle-aged man's trouser pockets. When he found that they were bulging like usual, he knew that his father had secretly bought cigarettes again. Shh, son, don't tell your mother. I've quit smoking for several weeks. I'm exhausted every day, so I have to enjoy it. Don't you think so? The middle-aged man made a shushing gesture. From his words, it can be seen that he is an old smoker. Like most poor old fathers, his wife is strict at home and doesn't allow him to smoke or drink outside. He can only bring cigarettes back secretly and hide them. Looking at their father like this, Lin Yixuan and Lin Qingya are used to it. If their mother sees their father bringing these contraband back, they will definitely scold him. In serious cases, the living expenses will be directly deducted. Okay, sit down quickly. Mom is still busy in the kitchen. Hearing this, the middle-aged man took off his coat and came to his seat in slippers. Not long after, in Lin Yixuan's eyes, he saw a middle-aged woman with a kind face coming out of the kitchen and holding a pot of glutinous rice balls in her hand and put it in front of him. Shaolin and Xiaoya, it just so happens that we are celebrating the Little New Year in the south today, so we are eating glutinous rice balls tonight. The middle-aged woman sat down and said to Lin Yixuan and Lin Qingya in front of her. Well, I have no objection, Lin Yixuan said. Smelly boy, if you don't like eating glutinous rice balls, you can eat rice cakes. Lin Hu, who was sitting in the main seat, said to Lin Yixuan, who had been staring at the glutinous rice balls in the bowl. From his words, you can see what Lin Yixuan hates and likes. Actually, Lin Yixuan didn't really like eating tangyuan. When he saw his father handing him a plate of rice cakes, he picked one up and put it in his mouth. Sparasi, really good. Rice cakes are really delicious. Lin Yixuan swallowed the rice cake in his mouth and praised it. Seeing this, his sister Lin Qingya laughed directly, thinking that her brother was really not serious at all times. The scene of everyone talking and laughing around the table formed a family portrait that was the same as many families in different places at the same time. Such a warm family is hard to come by. After dinner, little Lin, Yixuan, who had already returned to his room and put the latest made Guangsan given to him by his sister in the collection cabinet, heard the call of his father Lin Hu. After tidying up the collection cabinet full of figures, Lin Yixuan followed the sound and came to his father and mother's room. "What are you doing? If you have something to say it now." Lin Yixuan came to his father's side and asked impatiently, "How did you talk to your father? You will know if you come over and take a look." Lin Hu responded in a mysterious tone, staring at the little gadget in his hand. There was nothing he could do. His father was so weird. He still liked to play this kind of childish game at such an old age. After complaining, Lin Yixuan also looked at the mysterious item in Lin Hu's hand. Ding, ding, ding! A special limited edition of Date Alive OVA. I tell you, little boy, this is your father's half-month salary to buy you a birthday gift. If you can't get it, I will kill you. After Lin Hu's weird behavior, the item in his hand also unveiled its mysterious veil. It turned out to be the latest version of Date Alive OVA that he had wanted for a long time, but he had never been willing to buy it because of the price. There was nothing he could do about it. His father was so generous to buy it for him as a birthday gift. "Thank you, Dad, but how do you know I like this?" Lin Yixuan asked doubtfully after taking the CD from Lin Hu. Although his father knew that his hobby was to collect some figurines and peripherals, he definitely didn't know that his favorite collection was the harem show battle. "Didn't Xiaoya tell me that you wanted this for a long time? Otherwise, why would I spend so much money to buy it for you?" Hearing this, Lin Yixuan's doubts were also answered. When he thought about it carefully, he realized that his sister was the one who knew him best besides himself. "Remember to keep it well for me. Of course, I will protect it more closely than my life. Smelly boy, get out quickly. Your mother will be in soon." Hearing this, Lin Yixuan didn't say much nonsense and left his father's room with the CD in his hand and returned to his own two-dimensional house. What troubled Lin Yixuan was that his CD collection cabinet was full, and there was no extra space for another CD. What should he do? Lin Yixuan, who was lost in thought, was suddenly hit on the head by something. He rubbed the place where he was hit with his hand and looked at who hit him. It turned out to be the CDs that were placed randomly before. That was fine. He picked up the CDs, Data Live Special, Mayuri's Judgment, and Data Live Extra, Kurumi Gaiden Chikuro Shinchi, that fell on the ground, wiped them with a tissue and put them away, and then continued to fall into thought. "Forget it, I'll put them in my sister's room. She has more clothes than I have, and she shouldn't be stingy, and not give her a little space. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth, so just do it." Just as Lin Yixuan was jogging towards his sister, he was suddenly knocked down by something on the ground, and his head fell vertically to the floor due to inertia. "I, who threw this banana peel." This was the last sentence that Lin Yixuan thought of before he lost consciousness. P.S. I'm starting a new book. If you like the old book Battle of Me and Guangsan's Daily Life, you can support it. Chapter 2, On the Eve of Crossing System. What is this? Ding! A suitable wild host was found, trying to bind. Binding successful. Loading the system, 20%. Ding! Loading the system, 90%. Ding! System loading completed. Binding to host completed. Ding! Checking host identity. Ding! The host's identity was detected as the chosen one, and the system service was automatically upgraded to the Supreme VIP level. In a dark space, a handsome boy was lying quietly on the ground with his eyes closed. Where am I? Not long after, the boy opened his eyes in a daze and felt very unfamiliar with the things around him. System? What is that? The boy suddenly heard the voice of the system binding himself in his mind while he was unconscious, which also made him very confused. The boy stood up and looked around, and found that there was nothing around except a vast and boundless space. Host, are you awake? Who are you? Just when the boy was feeling melancholy about the surrounding environment and things, a very ethereal voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and this voice made him unable to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Host, don't be afraid. This is the system space. I am your exclusive system. What do you mean? It means that you died before, and then I passed by and saved your life, and now you are my host. Hearing this, the The boy's head suddenly hurt, and combined with the words of the system, he then remembered what happened before. So, am I already dead? But dying because of stepping on a banana peel, this embarrassing way of dying is really ridiculous. The boy said in his heart with some frustration. Anyone would not feel good if they heard such words, including Lin Yixuan. System, what is your name? What functions do you have? Replying to the host, this system is called the Wanqian Anime Crossing System. As the name suggests, it can lead the host into many anime worlds. A word awakened the dreamer. The boy was stunned by the words of the system. When he pulled his face with his hands and found that there was obvious pain, he realized that he was not dreaming. He suddenly had a system? The system is very familiar to the boy who has read countless system articles. Those who have the system are all without exception. They all have billions of harems, unlimited wealth, and the strength of Long Aotian. In short, they soared to the hat, and listening to the introduction of the system, it seems that the function can cross into various anime worlds. Does that mean that he can see Kwang-san's wife? System, can I check my personal panel? Of course, I am happy to serve the host. I am opening your personal information panel for you. Age 20, gender male. Strength 12, normal person is 10. Agility 8, normal person is 5. Endurance 10, normal person is 10. Intelligence 17, normal person is 10. System points. Level personal identity, confidential. Overall evaluation. Weakling, hurry up and improve your strength, young man. When the system's words fell, a white panel appeared in front of Lin Yixuan's eyes, and it was written with his personal information and attributes. It turned out that his basic attributes were not bad. It seems that the previous hard training was not in vain, but why is my personal identity confidential? System, shouldn't I have some novice gift, package, or something like that? Lin Yixuan remembered that anyone who bound the golden finger system would generally have something like a novice gift package, so he also asked out loud. I'm really sorry, host. This is my negligence. I'm opening the novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining self-selected World Crossing Card X1 system points. Ding! Due to the host's low strength, the items in the gift pack cannot be fully opened. The remaining 80% can only be slowly opened after the host's level is increased. Hearing this, the boy was also a little surprised. Why does a novice gift pack need to be fully opened after the level is high? The self-selected World Crossing card is a good thing. It should be possible to choose the world you want to enter. What is this system points? So how do I upgrade my level? Answering the host, system points can be exchanged for everything in the system mall. There are many ways to upgrade the level, but currently it can only be upgraded by completing system tasks. Hearing this, the system's answer was similar to what Lin Yixuan thought in his mind. Sure enough, his previous system article was not in vain. Well, isn't it just to complete the task? Can this be difficult for me, Lin Gandhi? Open the system mall. Opening the system mall for you. Suddenly, the white face of Lin Yixuan disappeared, replaced by a light blue panel. Yo, cosplay, weapons, skills, elixirs, anime. There are quite a lot of things in this system mall. Shouldn't I only be able to open one first? No matter what, let's take a look at the cosplay category first. The boy slid the screen in front of him to the cosplay area, and then his eyes suddenly became excited. Items: Uchiha Madara, middle-aged. Personal items: Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, wood release primary. Uchiha Fan, Warring States armor, flowing black hair attributes. Increase the user's strength, agility, intelligence, 500 points of endurance, and an additional 5-element intermediate ninjutsu and shadow level chakra. Price, 10,000 points. Introduction: one of the big villains behind the scenes in the Naruto world, with extremely strong personal strength, known as the Ninja Shura by the world, and together with Senju Hashirama, known as the Sengoku Duo. Note: currently on sale, only 1,000 system points are needed to redeem. What are you waiting for, young man in front of the screen? Oh my goodness, isn't this Madara? Can you buy this? Lin Yixuan looked at the handsome figure on the screen, and the DNA in his heart was awakened immediately. The sentence, "Do you want to dance too?" It has been his catchphrase to this day. Discounted? Why is it not displayed here? Ding! In response to the host's words, The current products are all on sale, and the prices of all discounted products are uniformly displayed as the discounted prices. Soga? But should I change it? Looking at Lin Yixuan, who has at least dozens of figures of the characters on the screen placed in his room, he is now very entangled in whether to change it. Damn it, it's already discounted and I won't exchange it. Do I have to wait for it to go back to its original price? Action is worse than action. At worst, I can earn points slowly later. System, exchange for Banye's cosplay for me. Ding, exchanging for you, Uchiha Madara cosplay. Ding, exchange completed. Host, please check. Looking at the system points that were reset to 0 again, Lin Yixuan's heart was bleeding. But there is a saying, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb, and you can only gain if you sacrifice something. Suddenly, the boy had a set of clothes in his hand. He saw that it was the product he had just bought. The boy immediately took off his clothes excitedly and put on the armor he had long dreamed of. Ding! Detected that the host is wearing the product. Uchiha Madara cosplay, adding attributes for you. Name, Lin Yixuan. Age, gender, male. Strength, 1012, Adilizuan 8, Intelligence, 1000 or 117, Endurance, 5 and 10, Spiritual Power, 0. Items, Uchiha Madara Cosplay Suit X1, Kage Level Chakra X1, 5 Elements Intermediate Ninjutsu X1. It's really awesome. After putting it on, the whole person's temperament changed instantly, and the 10,000 points were not wasted. Madara is awesome. System, use Kage Level Chakra and 5 Elements Intermediate Ninjutsu. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Kage Level Chakra X1, automatically converted into 1000 Spiritual Power. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following skills. Fire Escape Intermediate X1, Water Escape Intermediate X1, Earth Escape Intermediate X1, Wind Escape Intermediate X1, Lightning Escape Intermediate X1. Having power without skills is no different from having money but no brains. It turns out that you still need ninjutsu to match the value of this body. It is good that the eternal Manjiki will not go blind. For example, a certain person who used his eyes too much became a blind man. Lin Yixuan does not want to become the person he said. But what is spiritual power? Ding! Answer the host. Spiritual power is equivalent to the blue bar. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan also understood roughly. Then, now it should be to choose the world. After sorting out his mood and personal equipment, Lin Yixuan said, use the self-selected world card. Ding! It is being used for you. Please host to choose the world. I want to choose Date Alive. Ding! The selection was successful, and the portal is opening for the host. Suddenly, a purple vortex gate appeared in Uchiha Lin Yixuan's eyes, and the whole person walked in without hesitation. I, Lin Yixuan, am here to challenge you, and my wife Kwang-san should wash herself and wait for me. P.S. Thank you for your collection and recommendation votes, and the next chapter will enter the text. This chapter is over. Chapter 3, New Year's Eve Special Busy and Happy People. China, Haishi City, a Yundingshan villa worth 10 billion RMB. I said Origami and Rokuko, stop playing games, can you come and help? Lin Yixuan held pots and pans in his hands and looked at Origami and Rokuko, who were playing the King of Fighters 97 PK. He couldn't help but say something. You guys can play PK, but you won't get tired of playing for 3 hours? At least come and help. Shidao and I are also very tired in the kitchen. Okay. The two people who were playing the game just perfunctorily replied that they would finish this game and then ignored Lin Yixuan. Rokuko, I am the best at playing Yagami. You, the second best Yagami. Just step aside. Origami looked at the big words, victory, on the screen and began to mock Rokuko. Humph, it's just that I made a lot of mistakes in these few games and you took advantage of me. The title of the best Yagami can only be mine. Rokuko also responded unwillingly. She thought that the reason she lost these few games was entirely due to mistakes. Neither of them was convinced, and the scene was obviously filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Then let's decide the winner in the next 3 games. That's what I meant. There was no way. The two people in front of Lin Yixuan's eyes had been deeply immersed in the world of the game and couldn't extricate themselves. He still had to find other people for help. After shaking his head slightly, Lin Yixuan came to a room on the 2nd floor that was locked by someone and knocked on the door gently. Are you ready, little cutie Miju? Yixuan-san, Girls need enough time before they are ready to do anything. Hearing this, Miju's answer was the same as what Lin Yixuan thought in his heart. It seems that he can only rely on himself and Shidao to take care of the whole scene. Back to the kitchen. Don't eat secretly, Toka. I just returned to the kitchen and wanted to talk to Shidao about what dishes to cook next, but suddenly found that there were a few dishes missing on the table. Then I saw a sneaky figure under the table. I squatted down and saw that Toka, the little girl, was stuffing something in her mouth. Hearing this, Toka scratched her well-behaved little head and replied embarrassedly, "Sorry, I think this thing looks so delicious that I can't help it." For Lin Yixuan, who has no resistance to cute things, Toka's current appearance made him feel angry. The part eaten by Toka can only be processed and driven out. It's okay. By the way, Toka, have you seen Shido? No, he just went out. Did Alan see him? No. Seeing this, Lin Yixuan had to leave the kitchen to look for Shido, who suddenly disappeared. How could this guy disappear without saying a word when I was out for a while? Shishino, it's safe. You can come out now. Not long after seeing Lin Yixuan leave the kitchen, Toka spoke to the place where she was hiding. Then she saw a cute little girl with blue hair wearing a green rabbit nun's uniform and holding a rabbit doll crawling out from under the table. "Toka, sister, isn't it a bad idea for us to do this?" She said this in a tactful and worried way, but she kept chewing the steamed bun in her hand. Seeing this, Toka said with relief, "Don't worry, isn't there Alan's sister?" "Why are you talking about me again?" Alan, who had been washing dishes and bowls in the kitchen and ignored everyone, said speechlessly when she heard that the topic of the two people was about herself again. Hearing this, the little girl Xishiang leaned on Alan and kept begging him to do a little favor. Okay, I'll help you." Unable to bear Xishiang's offensive, Alan could only agree to her small request unhappily. After hearing this, the latter happily pulled Shixinai, who was holding a steamed bun that Lin Yixuan had just made, out of the kitchen, leaving Alan alone here. Alas, what is this called? Washing vegetables, washing dishes, and cooking, is it easy for me? Alan couldn't help but complain, but there was no way. Who told him to agree to Shixiang's request just now? No matter how hard it is to say something, you have to finish it. For the strong woman, Alan, it is a must. Isn't it just washing vegetables and cooking? What's so difficult about this? Look, I'll show you my cooking skills today. In the bedroom on the second floor, wow! As expected, Kwang-san-chan looks the most Chinese when she is dressed like this. On the dressing table, Miju couldn't help but praise the masterpiece she had worked on for an hour. Kwang-san was now wearing a standard Chinese Hanfu costume, with 2 cherry balls tied on her head by Miju. She held a fan in her hand and put it at the corner of her mouth. Looking at herself in the mirror, Kwang-san couldn't believe it. Is this me? Looking at the gorgeous appearance she had never seen before in the mirror, Kwang-san asked in disbelief. Hey, Kwang-san-chan's foundation is good. Now she is cute and charming. What will Yixuan-kun react to seeing it? Miju lay down behind Kwang-san and looked at her masterpiece in the mirror and responded to the words of the lowly Kwang-san. Hearing this, Kwang-san's little face suddenly turned red. After seeing this, the wretched smile on Miju's face became more and more obvious. If it's compared to driving, then if Miku admits she's second, then no one dares to claim first place, and no one present dares to refute this. Well, it's time to go out. It's not good for your boyfriend to wait outside. Yeah, that's true. Back to Lin Yixuan. Shidao, why are you running to the bathroom with Kotori, Yui, and Yakuya? Lin Yixuan, who changed into a black dress, ran around and finally found the lost Shidao in the bathroom in the hall. At this moment, he and Kotori and the other 2 were in the bathroom, not knowing what they were doing. Shh! We're making dumplings. Kotori, wearing a white headband, handed the dumplings in her hand to the puzzled Lin Yixuan, which made the latter smile bitterly. Why is the shape of your dumplings so strange? Shidao is right. Dumplings are obviously not supposed to be made like this, so he should demonstrate it himself. Watch out. Making dumplings requires a calm mind. After a while, a dumpling of standard shape appeared in front of everyone, which stunned Kotori, Shidao, and Yui Yakuya. Sure enough, my husband is still the best. I agree, but that's not Yakuya's husband, it's Yui's. It's my husband. Deny, it's Yui's. Good fellow, I just made a dumpling for you to see, and this can make you quarrel? Although he was happy, he obviously shouldn't stay here now. While pulling Shidao back to the kitchen, Lin Yixuan was also thinking about what to do next. Alan, how many people are there with us now? Itsuka, Shido, Gokawa Kotori, Tobichi Origami, Hoshimiya Rokuko, Tokisaki Kurumi, Yatagami Toka, Yui Yakuya, Shinohana, Yui Mikutakamiya Mana, Honjo Nia and Yu. Where did Mana and Nia go? After listening to the number of people reported by Alan, Lin Yixuan remembered that Mana was also here, but he felt very strange that he had not seen her figure. Why did Shido disappear and you also disappeared? It's true that people from the same family don't get along well. I asked Mana to go out to buy things, and there are not enough ingredients for cooking. Nia locked herself in the house and said that she would only come out when she was inspired and she had to complete her inspiration. The persistence of cartoonist Nia is really... Hearing this, Lin Yixuan, who was confused, also got the answer from Alan, and then picked up the notes on the table and wrote down the next few recipes. Dongpo pork elbow rice cake dumpling hot pot, stir-fried bamboo shoots, bean, sprouts, shredded pork and braised crucian carp. That's about it, Shidao, help me. After Shidao and Lin Yixuan put on their chef uniforms, the three people in the kitchen started to work again. Alan was responsible for the ingredients, Shidao was responsible for the ingredients and plating, and Lin Yixuan was responsible for cooking. The three of them had a clear division of labor and were very efficient. At the same time, in the downtown area outside the villa, a girl with a blue ponytail, wearing the girls' school uniform of Lizen High School, was running around in the city with a list in her hand. Alan is really something. He doesn't know how to prepare the hot pot base when he is out of it, and he asked me to come out to buy it for him. Where can I buy it? The girl was Mana, who was buying the remaining ingredients outside. Now she has basically bought them all, but there is still one hot pot base left, and she doesn't know where to get it. I haven't been in China for long, and I'm unfamiliar with the place. Where can I get the hot pot base for you? Hot pot restaurant. Oh, can't I just go to the hot pot restaurant and get it? Mana suddenly had an idea and immediately ran to the nearest hot pot restaurant. Chapter 4, New Year's Special. The Arrival of Sonogami Rinne. I didn't expect buying something would be so troublesome. Outside the Golden Gate of Yundingshan Villa, a girl with a single ponytail and blue hair was panting and complaining. There were several stains on her body. It seemed that she must have had a bumpy journey back. What was the password? The girl scratched her head. She had forgotten the password that Lin Yixuan had given her before, which made her very upset that she couldn't get in now. Just when Mana was at a loss, Mana, can't you get in? Suddenly, behind Mana, a girl with short pink hair and pink eyes asked in confusion. Rinne, didn't you say you couldn't come because of something? Mana didn't answer Sonogami Rinne's question, but asked the other party in return, looking a little surprised. It's because he postponed his schedule. After all, today is a special holiday in his country. It's not easy to talk outside. Let's talk after the door is opened. After saying that, Rinne passed Mana and came to the password door and entered the password. 086 ding. The golden door opened. Mana, let's go in. Hearing this, Mana also reacted and remembered the password of the password door again. She made up her mind not to forget it next time. The kitchen door was pushed open. Mana, you're finally back. Thank God. The only thing missing is your hot pot base. Shido was chopping fish with a kitchen knife in his hand. When he saw the kitchen door was pushed open and Mana walked in, he said, "Don't ask me to go shopping next time." Mana said with a gloomy face and left the kitchen. This made Shido feel strange for a while, but then he put it out of his mind. After all, Mana's mission as a tool had been completed. We still don't know what happened when Mana went to buy hot pot base. Living room. The decisive battle between the short-haired, white-haired origami master and Hoshimiya Rokuko has entered a white-hot stage. 8 wine cups. Hit! Pull over and hit the 8 young girls. Ko! Origami put down the game console and looked at Rokuko with an extremely ugly expression on his face, as if to tell him that I am the #1 Yagami, and you have to admit it now. Rokuko felt very uncomfortable when he felt Origami's gaze. He had a very good control of the rhythm in the last game, but he still capsized in the gutter. That's it. It's just a game. After taking a deep breath, Rokuko stood up, but he didn't know who he bumped into. Sorry, Rokuko apologized quickly, but when he saw the face of the person who came, a happy smile appeared on his face again. Sister Rinny, why are you here? What's wrong, little girl? Are you unhappy to see me? Rinny gently touched Rokuko's head with her hand, spoke in a gentle tone, and then looked at Origami, who was standing beside her. Origami, you can't keep playing games. No matter how good you are at playing games, can it be better than reality? Origami knew she would be taught a lesson the first time she saw Sonogami Rinny. Although the other party was kind enough to remind her, this feeling was really uncomfortable. By the way, why is Sister Rinny here? Didn't you say you couldn't come because of something? I'm free now. Can't I come? Hearing this, Rokuko immediately shook her head cutely and denied it. This scene made Origami laugh. She was still talking sweetly when she was playing games with her just now. Why is she so well-behaved and sensible now that her sister is here? The strong contrast left an impression on Origami's heart. At this moment, she already had a bold idea in her heart, thinking about something very special. But what she didn't know was that her bold idea had a complete set of criminal laws in China. Huh? It seems that everyone is here. When Miku took Kwang-san's little hand and went down the stairs from the second floor, she saw the three people in the living room and then spoke softly. Wow, Sister Kwang-san is so beautiful. Rokuko couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw Kwang-san wearing a bun and Chinese clothes. Kwang-san received Rokuko's praise and just covered her mouth with a smile. This picture-like scene made Rokuko even more stunned. Hearing this, the other two also looked at Kwang-san beside Miku, and then they were also a little surprised. Miku had a full view of the performance of the three people. It would be a lie to say that she was not proud in her heart. After all, it is a good thing to get recognition from others for her masterpiece, right? Everyone, get ready. Let's prepare for dinner. At this time, Lin Yixuan's voice in the kitchen was heard from a long distance in the living room. Everyone came to the stools at the dining table and waited for dinner. In the kitchen, why do I always feel that something is missing? Lin Yixuan counted the lists several times in his hand, but he just felt that something was missing. This feeling was indescribable. Could it be Pig's head? Shidao, who was washing his hands after cutting the fish, heard Lin Yixuan's doubts and then expressed his opinion. Yes, Pig's head. Lin Yixuan suddenly realized and knocked his head. Pig's head is a must-eat in the south during the Chinese New Year. As a native of Guangxi, Lin Yixuan knows this very well. Look at my memory. I even forgot such a thing. It's definitely too late to buy pork now. What should I do? Alan, is there any pork in our freezer? Coincidentally, you are lucky. I was just about to throw it away. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan's eyes turned to the red plastic bag in Alan's hand. When he found that it contained the pork he was looking for, he immediately ran to Alan and took it back. Why throw it away for no reason? You didn't say you wanted to eat it, so you kept it to take up space. Well, it turns out that it's my problem. Well, since the last ingredient is ready, it's time to start. Shido, wash the meat. Psst, thank you for the votes from my QQ readers. I will not mention in detail which friend voted in the future. I can see your thoughts in the background. Thank you. Chapter 5 New Year Special, Part 2, Everyone's New Year's Eve Dinner. Okay, it's done. Now we just need to wait until the time is right. Looking at the Manhan banquet in front of him, Lin Yixuan said with a relaxed and proud look. Shido and Alan on the side rolled their eyes when they saw this. You were responsible for cooking, and we did all the other physical work. What the hell is this relaxed expression? Outside the living room, all the girls were sitting on the seats with their names engraved on them. Because they came so suddenly, they did not prepare a seat for Sonogami Rinne. But would this be difficult for her who has the angel, the paradise of misfortunes? If there is no stool, I can just create one myself. It's not a big deal. Let's play a game. Seeing that the time was almost up, Miku looked at everyone and said, What game? Mana was the first to ask in confusion. Have you heard of the fried fish pond? Miku said mysteriously, with a pair of beautiful eyes that made it impossible to guess what she wanted to do. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads in confusion, but except for Kwang-san, they understood what Miku was thinking. Well, since no one knows, I won't keep it a secret. I saw Miku took out a bunch of fireworks from somewhere and placed them on the table. Is this the fried fish pond you mentioned? Mana and Origami expressed their doubts again. Not yet, I was just about to explain. Hearing this, everyone was waiting for Miku's next explanation. Bombing the fish pond is a game played by children or teenagers in the north or south of China during the Spring Festival. Take some fireworks, such as the one I have in my hand, and blow up some small things. Miku took out a small square box from the pile of fireworks, which was marked with the standard of Monkey King. Some people like to blow up beef, and some people like to blow up fish tanks. Bombing fish ponds is the most common form of entertainment, so this game is also called bombing fish ponds. Hearing this, everyone roughly understood what Miku meant by bombing the fish pond. Origami, Rokuko, and Mana all showed excitement on their faces, and the three of them were eager to try. Of course, the most important thing is safety. Here's some general knowledge. When setting off fireworks, you must keep a distance of at least 5 meters. And you must not set them off at people. That would be murder. I'm talking about you, Origami. I still remember the last incident vividly, Miku said as she turned her eyes to Origami. Seeing this, the latter turned her head and whistled guiltily. She didn't do it on purpose, so she was not responsible for it. Don't worry, let's eat first. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Yixuan will take us to set off fireworks. Don't worry. Kwang-san, who had been watching and listening, suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, the three people who were still eager to try could only temporarily suppress their inner restlessness. What is coming will come. There is no rush. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Lin Yixuan and Shidao pushed open the kitchen door and pushed the long dining chairs to the people sitting at the dining table. It's time in 5 minutes. Let's eat. While Shidao and Lin Yixuan were putting the full banquet in the car on the dining table, Alan was in charge of opening the food inside. Everyone was drooling at the sight. The white fragrance hit the taste buds directly. Although Origami had a blank expression on her face, the saliva flowing from the corners of her mouth had betrayed her. Others were not in a good situation either. Except for Miku, Kurumi, and Sonogami Rinne, who could still hold their ground. If Alan hadn't warned them that they couldn't eat yet, Mana and the others would have really wanted to pounce on it immediately. In the face of the temptation of delicious food, all rules were meaningless, so a security guard was needed to guard the side. Poor Alan was both a chef and a security guard. The guests are almost here, Lin Yixuan, who had changed into a black tuxedo, said after looking at the time on his watch. Suddenly, the golden door was opened, and a young man with long golden hair, a polite appearance, and a white dress, and a girl with serious dark circles under her eyes and wearing glasses walked in. Oha! Minasan! It was Kanazuki Kyohei and Yumura Rain who came. They were carrying a pile of gifts behind them. It was really unexpected how they got them. Let's distribute the holiday gifts before dinner, Kanazuki said, and distributed the gifts to everyone from the pile of gifts beside. When everyone was curiously looking at the gifts in their hands, Kanazuki came to Lin Yixuan's side quietly without anyone noticing. I say, Yixuan-san, why do you want me to distribute them? Wouldn't it be better if you come in person? Kanazuki was very confused about Lin Yixuan's mysterious operation. It was obviously thoughtful to give gifts by yourself, so what was the point of asking me to do it? Just treat me as a hopeless person. In response to Kanazuki's question, Lin Yixuan just raised the corners of his mouth slightly and did not explain too much. Those who understand will naturally understand, and those who don't understand will not understand even if you tell them. Lin Yixuan didn't believe that Kanazuki couldn't understand such a simple truth. Everyone, here come the dumplings. Kotori and the other two, who had been staying in the restroom, came to the crowd with steaming dumplings in their hands. Kotori has a strong talent for learning. After just one look at Lin Yixuan's demonstration, she became proficient. The same is true for the Yamai sisters beside her. I think I understand your intention. Kanozuki looked at the scene in front of him. After presenting Kotori and Yamai's gifts, he realized Lin Yixuan's intention. 12 Beijing time. I'm starting X13. After doing the necessary etiquette before the meal, everyone turned around and immersed themselves in the delicious food in front of them. Mana, don't grab my fish nuggets. When Origami was about to use chopsticks to pick up the food in front of her, Mana beside her was a little faster than her and snatched the cooked duck away. This behavior made her very unhappy. What? Who can I blame for not being able to eat because I was too slow? Mana put the fish into her mouth and responded to Origami, who was a little angry. Eating is all about seeing who has the fastest hands. It's normal for the slow ones to not be able to eat. You forced me to do this. Come on, I'll keep you company. The meal turned into a competition of who eats more, and the others were speechless. Kyoko, have some of this, Lin Yixuan said after picking up a braised pork and putting it in Kyoko's small bowl. Thank you, Yixuan-kun. Kyoko thanked her with a smile, and Lin Yixuan's face turned red when he saw it. Sure enough, I'm still not completely immune to my wife's smile. I was careless. Come on, Yixuan-san, let's drink together, Kanazuki said to Lin Yixuan with a can of beer in her hand. But then she was kicked by Kotori, who suddenly changed into a black headband. Why are you drinking wine with a meal? Do you think it's your home? After kicking, Kotori added another sentence. The kicked Kanazuki looked at the former innocently, and Lin Yixuan didn't know what to say. It's okay, Kotori. It's a holiday. It's okay to drink a little wine, Lin Yixuan said to smooth things over. Although he didn't drink much, he wouldn't get drunk after drinking 1 or 2 bottles. As expected, Yixuan-san is very considerate. I'm so touched. Kanazuki hugged Lin Yixuan with snot and tears. This scene made Kotori unable to understand, so she simply buried her head in eating the dumplings she made. Shido-san, come too. Huh? Me? Oh, it's okay to drink a little. Hearing this, Shido was a little embarrassed to refuse, but the well character on the forehead of his sister Kotori next to him became more and more. Kanazuki Kyohei, I must kill you. By the way, where are Toka and Shino? At the same time in the toilet, 2 petite bodies were lying silently on the ground. Where is this? Chapter 6, New Year Special, Part 2, Gradually Attracted, by you. Then next, please allow our sister Miku to bring us the New Year song, Gradually Attracted by You. Kanatsuki said, after taking a look at the program list in his hand, while holding the microphone on the stage that had been prepared long ago, and then walked down, waiting for the arrival of the protagonist. Everyone in the audience looked at Meiju, who slowly walked towards the stage. Pojin Songstress! Meiju immediately changed into her own spiritual outfit, holding a modified microphone in her hand, and then continued, This song is a little special. The people who wrote the lyrics and composed the music are all very familiar to us. You can guess who it is. Hearing this, even a fool could guess who Meiju was referring to, and her eyes also looked at the yellow-haired man in a black tuxedo sitting at the back. There was no way. She couldn't keep a low profile now. Meiju suddenly made her feel confused. Then, please invite our accompaniment to the stage to perform. Lin Yixuan was forced to walk to the stage without any preparation and sat at the instrument to prepare to play the accompaniment. Please enjoy the song below, Gradually Attracted by You. As soon as she finished speaking, the accompaniment sounded. Gradually attracted by you, deeply attracted by your bright smile. Suddenly everyone fell into Meiju's heavenly voice and gradually got into the mood. When I met you, I couldn't help but recall those past memories. On this winding path with interlaced light and shadow, are you still infatuated with him? Although I occasionally recall the past, I will still fight with love, courage, and honor. Up to here, whether it is the singing Meiju or the people in the audience, they all recalled the time when they met Lin Yixuan. Those beautiful memories gradually attracted me to the climax. Even I find it incredible. Your inadvertent every move often touches my heart. Let's run to the other side of the sea together. After the voice fell, there was no sound in the audience. Suddenly, at the same time, a sensational applause suddenly rang out. Kwang-san was the first to stand up and applaud, and the others did the same. Our story is as wonderful as a song. I am gradually attracted to you, gradually become dependent on you, gradually fall in love with you, and gradually want to spend my whole life with you. To be honest, this song touched me deeply. I didn't expect Yixuan-jun to prepare such a gift for us. Meiju's beautiful eyes showed tears, and her words were full of excitement and disbelief. In fact, I wanted to dedicate this song to you a long time ago. Now I have the opportunity to perform during the festival. Lin Yixuan stood up and bowed 90 degrees. He was in the mood and said in a calm tone, "It started with a challenge and ended with a challenge. If you don't fail in the challenge, you will be with you until you grow old." Lin Yixuan's dream is very simple: to protect the people you love and cherish the people you love. Everyone is ordinary, and everyone has a sincere heart. As Yixuanjun said, our story is just like the lyrics. It started with Lin Yixuan and ended with Lin Yixuan. The applause from the audience became more and more intense. After Miku sang 2 more tear-jerking songs, the atmosphere slowly cooled down. But without exception, everyone present was still immersed in the song, gradually attracted by you, and couldn't extricate themselves. Chapter 7, New Year Special, End. Brilliant fireworks. Okay, let's move on to the last of our welcome programs tonight, the fireworks display. Kanatsuki once again announced the next program on the stage, and immediately Origami Shin, Rokuko, and the other 2 in the audience couldn't wait any longer. Can we finally try the fried fish pond that Miku mentioned? Ahem. Let me something to be careful of. After Shen Wuyue stepped down from the stage, Lin Yixuan came up with a microphone in his hand and said, "First, our fireworks are set off outside, not inside the house. Second, Yanjing should not throw the lit fireworks to other people. This is something that a certain short-haired, white-haired guy should pay special attention to. If there is any safety accident, he will be responsible for it. Third, it's still a safety issue. You must watch at least 5 meters away from the lit fireworks. Just understand this in your heart." After that, Lin Yixuan walked off the stage, and Shen Wuyue and Ling Yin distributed the fireworks in their hands to everyone. As for the short-haired, white-haired guy mentioned in the mouth, there was no one else present except Origami, so he was repeatedly warned not to mess around again. Origami was of course helpless. It was just an accident, and he had been talking about it until now. "Hey, I will do it again when you are not paying attention." What bad thoughts could Origami have in his mind? Of course, Origami's crazy and dangerous idea was quickly extinguished. In an empty space with no one, Kwang-san teleported everyone to the pre-prepared venue. "Everyone, I'm going to say a few words. This venue was bought by Yixuanjun at a high price, so don't destroy it for no reason. Also, don't get too far away from the main group. It will be difficult to deal with it if you lose it. At this time, don't bring up some insignificant little things. Do you understand?" "I understand." Everyone nodded to indicate that Kwang-san didn't waste any more words, and left here after speaking. "Hey, what are you holding, Rokuko? Are you talking about this? It seems to be a skyrocket, which needs to be lit and placed on the ground." Origami looked at Rokuko, holding a relatively large and square firework in his hand, and said in confusion, and the latter also answered half-knowledgeably, "Okay, I'll teach you how to play." Mana came over with a salute, and after hearing the 2 people's puzzled questions, he spoke. "First, you have to do this. Origami, run! Quickly." Origami squatted down and lit it with a lighter. Mana immediately spoke and saw the fireworks suddenly ejected, and the colorful fireworks in the sky filled the night sky. Not only their place, but also Kanazuki, Kotori, Shido, Reine, the Tokayami sisters, Sonogami Rinne, Alan, the 4 series Lin Yixuan, Kurumi, Miku, and the thousands of households in Kaishi City. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Kanazuki looked at the brilliant fireworks in the sky and said excitedly, "It would be more beautiful if you did less disgusting things." Kotori, who once again changed into a white headband, also looked at the fireworks in the sky and said, "Shido, this thing is so beautiful. Can I eat it?" "Idiot, of course I can't eat it, it's for viewing." "But Yixuan-san is really creative. He can come up with something like this." Shido envied Lin Yixuan's brain very much. Such an extremely romantic thing is not something that everyone can think of. "Just look at the fireworks and don't talk too much." "Yes, as you wish, Sister Kotori. By the way, let's set off this firework and see," Kotori said, holding a firework with the words Mary Pearl written on it. "Yuzuki, how about my fireworks?" Thinking, "Not bad, but not as good as Yuzuki's." "Humph, my fireworks are just prettier than Yuzuki's." "Deny it, it's obviously Yuzuki's that's prettier than Yakuya." In the eyes of Sonogami Rinin, the twin sisters Yuzuki and Yakuya quarreled about whose fireworks were prettier. Okay, the fireworks you set off are all beautiful. Really? Really, there is no difference between fireworks themselves. The most important thing is to see whether the fireworks are beautiful in the heart of the person setting them off. Sonogami Rine thought for a while and said, the simple-minded Yamai sisters did not doubt anything, so they let this question go. Sonogami's sister, Shiseno, is afraid. Shiseno said weakly while holding Shisena in her arms. Although she liked the scene in front of her very much, the noisy sound made her very scared. Shiseno is not afraid. Shiseno is the bravest. Sonogami Rine gently hugged the frightened Shiseno and said softly, don't mention it, it really worked. After hearing this, Shiseno's fear was reduced by half. Let's enjoy this beautiful fireworks together. At the end of the fireworks, there was an unmanned small lake. The sky was still showing off brilliant fireworks. 3 figures appeared in this deserted and silent place. Kwang-san, look carefully. This is a special gift I prepared for you. Lin Yixuan lit the special rocket in his hand and said after moving away. The fireworks exploded, and it was written on it, Tokiki Kwang-san loves you forever. The colorful confession deeply touched Kwang-san's heart at this moment. I saw a trace of transparent white beads on her makeup. Thank you, Yixuan. I like it very much. Kwang-san couldn't find a better reason to thank her, so she could only say it with a tearful tone and a happy smile on her face. Remember, no matter what time, I will always be behind you to accompany you. Lin Yixuan said from the bottom of his heart, and then opened his arms and hugged the petite Kwang-san. Under the moonlight, in this joyous atmosphere, another new couple was born. Well, I'll remember it. Kwang-san took the initiative to kiss Lin Yixuan on the mouth. The latter was stunned for a moment, but then responded to Kwang-san's action more enthusiastically. This scene, Meiju, who had been hiding in the dark and had not said a word, stared blankly. Without making a sound to disturb, the best secret love is to keep a proper distance. Holding back the urge to cry, after the two kissed goodbye, she smiled and greeted and walked over. Did you ignore me? Hey? Meiju, why are you here? Lin Yixuan asked in confusion. He was obviously sneaking here with Kwang-san. Could it be that he was followed? Can't I come? Ah, Meiju came at the right time. Let's set off fireworks together, Kwang-san said with a smile. Meiju heard the words and did not hide her inner thoughts at all. She came to the fireworks brought by Lin Yixuan and took out one of the rockets to light it. Meiju, Lin Yixuan will always be your fan. What is this? Oh, I wanted to find you myself, but you came to me. There's nothing I can do. Just make do with it. Lin Yixuan's voice suddenly rang out in front of Meiju's surprised eyes. So, was it prepared for me? At this moment, Meiju was moved as never before. She seemed to have made up her mind and smiled slightly. Thank you, fans, for the fireworks. Meiju likes them very much. Well, is this the best ending? Kwang-san looked at the two people in front of her, her little hand resting on her chin, and said thoughtfully. Then the 3 of them held the salutes in their hands, lit them, and fired them into the sky that was still roaring. Kyozo, you shot it off target. What? I clearly had the direction under control. Haha, does Kwangzo-chan also make mistakes? Don't laugh at me, Miku. You too shot it off target. It splashed next to me. Well, that's about it. Under the moonlight and the starry sky, the big words beginning with a challenge and ending with a challenge were blooming freely in the sky, and the beautiful night sky suddenly formed an unprecedented picture. At the end of the story, Origami, I didn't expect you to have some skills. Humph, don't underestimate me. Are there any more fireworks? They're about to burn out. I still have a box of Monkey King here. Come on, you still have the nerve to take out the Monkey King? Look at my Thunderbolt King. Let's go fry the fish. Pond. Okay. Toka, that's not edible. Put it down quickly. Shido, there are no more fireworks. Hurry up and bring some over. Sparasi, I, Kanazuki Kyohei, have no regrets in my life seeing this scene. Come on, you have nothing to do all day. Arn, what did you say? That's what I meant. What? Do you have any objections? No. Yukshin, your fireworks are beautiful. I agree, Yakuyas are also very good. Yeah, what do you think of the Shiseno? Very beautiful. Okay, you guys, just finish setting off the fireworks and go back. Okay, you see? Kurumi, what are you doing? What's wrong with Kon? Why are you like this too, Miku? Yixuan-kun, I just thought of something fun. Me too, Yixuan-san. Just bear with me. China has a complete set of these bold ideas of yours. Before he could finish his words, Lin Yixuan was tied to a rocket by Kwang-san and Miku and flew into the brilliant starry sky like a firework. The galaxy is scorching, and you are the fireworks on Earth. It started with a duel and ended with a duel. We will not part until we get old. In the 4th season of the duel, Sayuri is looking forward to your performance. P.S. The New Year chapter is over, and the daily updates will be tomorrow. This chapter is over. Chat. The mysterious new elf. Can we only say that the standard configuration of time travelers is indeed orphans without parents? Since he had died once before and was in the system space in the form of a soul, he did not have a human body. So Lin Yixuan traveled to a Japanese who looked similar to him, or even better. It was strange to say, I don't know if it was a rule that all travelers had to follow, but the parents of the original owner of this body had died in a serious traffic accident, and even the grandparents had passed away early. Lin Yixuan, who started as an orphan, didn't even know where he was or what he needed to do. System, help me locate where I am. Now? Listening to the language of the people around him, Lin Yixuan was very sure that he was in Japan, but he was troubled by not knowing which city he was in. Ding! Locating the host's location for free. Ding! In reply to the host is now in the newly built city of Japan, Tiangong City. It is predicted that the 1st season of the plot will start soon. Wow! My body hasn't even adapted yet, and you gave me the news that the plot is about to start? So this is Tiangong City. It is really the same as in the anime. It is better to see it from a distance than to hear it up close. Only when you are in it can you know the difference that this city brings to Lin Yixuan. According to the system, does it mean that Toka will appear soon? Wait, Toka's appearance seems to be... Just when Lin Yixuan was thinking about where Toka would appear, suddenly a large hole similar to a vortex was opened in the sky by a certain force, and then there was a bang. A girl with long black hair down to her knees and crystal-like eyes wrapped in purple armor and clothes like a princess dress. The seams, lining, and hem of the dress are made of non-material, incredible light film. The girl with a purple crystal headdress on her head landed less than 10 meters away from Lin Yixuan. The remaining power dissipated, and without giving Lin Yixuan time to react, a cannonball from nowhere in the sky was fired directly at his face. WCNM, I eat lemons. Looking at this cannonball, Lin Yixuan couldn't help but complain in his heart. I wanted to keep a low profile for a while, but now I have no choice but to show my strength. No dog head on it! Just when the shell was about to hit Lin Yixuan, he formed a seal with one hand. The whole process was so fast that he slapped the ground in less than half a second to form a defensive ninjutsu. The shell hit the... I thought both would be injured, but strangely, after the smoke dissipated, the was completely undamaged. Miraculously, there was no scar on it. Is this the reason for the law of smoke without injury? Obviously, this is not the reason. Humph, do you really think that Madara's ninjutsu is really a ninjutsu? A sea-level ninjutsu can be turned into a forbidden technique by you. It is no problem to resist a mere shell, Lin Yixuan said disdainfully in his heart. As we all know, Madara alone. 5 Kag, the entire ninja coalition. Although he only played the role of Madara in middle age, that was the second peak period of Madara, and his strength was equally strong and should not be underestimated. After resisting the unknown shells, Lin Yixuan strode to the unknown girl, Yatagami Toka, and stood 2 meters away. The latter pointed at the other party with the weapon in her hand, Aosha Gong, with a vigilant look on her face, and then asked, "Are you here to kill me too?" "No, I'm not here to kill you. I am also one of the elves being exterminated by humans like you. And you also saw that there was a shell fired by some little b-boy just now, and it was clearly aimed at me." Hearing this, the girl Toka's sense of vigilance was slightly reduced. Looking at the boy in front of her with a coquettish tone, she immediately developed a little affection, but she still did not dare to take it lightly, and then she asked again, "How can I believe what you say? Just with my eyes." Seeing this, the young girl Toka looked at the sincerity and determination in Lin Yixuan's eyes and she had already made her own judgment in her heart. Lin Yixuan did not use the Sharingan to control Toka's thoughts. He believed that the innocent are innocent, and his feelings for Toka were from the bottom of his heart, so he did what Toka said. "Are you really not here to kill me? Really? Really, really? Really, really? Really, really, really? Really, really, really?" The familiar scene was recalled in Lin Yixuan's mind, but now is not the time to waste time with Toka. There are two organizations outside the field, Ratatosker and AST, who are staring at the two of them covetously. He thought for a while and said to Shixiang, "You should leave here and return to the boundary immediately. It's not safe here. I will go to the boundary to find you when it's safe." Hearing this, the girl responded with a worried tone. For some reason, it might be because of sympathy in her heart that Shixiang now asked Lin Yixuan, who was wearing the armor of the Warring States period and had long black flowing hair, with some concern. "What about you? What are you going to do now?" The boy in Shixiang's eyes was full of determination at this moment, exuding a full masculinity. He just replied to the girl softly and rushed forward. "Now is the time to protect the most important person to you." Lin Yixuan turned his back to Shixiang and said something that a certain king in his previous life often said. It didn't feel out of place to use this sentence now. "So, I am very important in his heart." The words that were full of pressure, but in line with the current situation, deeply touched the cute heart of the girl Shixiang. She looked at the boy who had left and didn't know what to do for him except worry. She could only listen to Lin Yixuan's words and return to the critical point. Feeling that Shixiang's aura had completely disappeared, Lin Yixuan no longer had any worries in his heart. He was most afraid that someone in the AST would suddenly cut the back row while he was on the front line, but now there was no threat, which also meant that he was ready to start his personal debut. Time went back to a few minutes ago in the AST Self-Defense Force Tiangong City base. "Sergeant Tabichi Origami, I believe you also know the news that the new elves are about to descend on Tiangong City, so I won't say much nonsense. Take your equipment and go to conquer them." In front of Origami with white short hair, a woman with a high ponytail and long black hair, and a green military cap on her head said to Origami with a serious face. Her name is Kusakabe Ryoko, and she is affiliated with AST, the elf fighting force in Tiangong Garrison Base, with the rank of captain. She is the captain of the unit that Origami Tobichi belongs to, and is Origami Tobichi's highest direct superior. This mission is a good opportunity for our AST unit. We can only succeed and not fail. Kusakabe Ryoko said to Origami in a firm tone. The mission of AST is to destroy elves. This is like a belief in the hearts of all AST members. In order to protect humans from the disasters caused by elves and the destruction of their families, they must do this. Yes! Origami saluted in a standard military salute and followed Kusakabe Ryoko and her assistant to the weapons and equipment room. After putting on the rather revealing armor, they came to the area caused by the space shock. Yes, it is indeed more comfortable to write a cool article. This chapter is over. Chapter 9 System Rewards. Everyone who was abused. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main task, to capture the heart of Yatagami Toka. No time limit for completion. The system rewards will be distributed below. Ding! Due to the excellent completion of the task by the host, completion time 3 minutes, the reward is doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining system points plus 100, doubled plus 200, fighting proficiency, spiritual power plus 100, doubled plus 200, experience value 100. Ding! The host has been detected to have obtained enough experience points, and the system is automatically upgrading the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading. The current level is LV.1. Please continue to work hard to increase the level as soon as possible. Ding! Since the host has reached the unlocking conditions after the level increase, the side quests will be unlocked below. Not long after Lin Yixuan left the place where he and Shixiang had just stayed, several system voices suddenly rang in his mind. When he found out that it was the voice of the system reward, he smiled in his heart. You said that it is a good thing to receive more rewards, right? The system points increased by 200, which is not bad, and this fighting proficiency is a good thing. Although my ninjutsu is pretty good, I am still not as good as ordinary people in terms of fighting. This can be regarded as making up for a shortcoming as a human being. The level is still too low. If it weren't for Toka's good strategy, the mission might have taken a long time to complete. What is this side quest? Ding! In reply to the host, the side quest is a quest that is randomly triggered by the various scenes encountered by the host while the main quest is in progress. Currently, there are only 3 side quests that can be selected by the host. Wow, it seems that the conditions for triggering side quests are also quite harsh. It is indeed a long and arduous road to quickly increase the level. System, call up the personal panel. Host, Lin Yixuan, gender, male. Equipment, none. Costume, Uchiha Madara cosplay, middle-aged. Mission, main mission, 2, conquer the 4 elements. Side mission, none. Strength, 1112, normal person is 10. Agility, 1008, normal person is 5. Endurance, 510, normal person is 10. Intelligence, 1017, normal person is 10. Spiritual power, 1200 system points, 200 level, level point 1. Personal information, confidential. Overall evaluation, completely out of the scope of ordinary people, and has a certain self-protection ability in low-level planes, but its strength is still extremely weak. Please keep up the good work. Note, spiritual power is equivalent to the blue bar, strength is equivalent to attack power, agility is equivalent to speed, and endurance is equivalent to physical strength. As soon as the words fell, a white personal information panel that no one else could see suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yixuan, and then the whole person's eyes looked up. The attributes seemed to be pretty awesome, but this comprehensive evaluation is a bit hurtful. Oh, I should quickly complete the tasks to upgrade my level and strength. The second main task is to capture Shixino? This one is so simple. For Lin Yixuan, who knows Shixino very well, issuing such a task is undoubtedly like giving it away. But for now, he still has to solve the current situation. The perspective returns to Origami's side in the sky. The AST members wearing revealing devices, including Origami and Kusakabe Ryoko, all look at Lin Yixuan, who is still checking his personal panel. Sergeant Tobichi Origami, your actions just now were too reckless. What if you anger him? Can you bear the consequences? Kusakabe Ryoko looked at Lin Yixuan, who was attacked by Origami's artillery fire just now, but was unscathed, and said to the culprit next to him with a worried tone, "Keeping a certain distance and being alert to unknown things, enemies, is a basic element of combat." But Origami, who was eager for revenge, completely abandoned this rule when she saw the elf. Origami mistakenly thought that Lin Yixuan was an elf, so she fired at him immediately. Due to the smoke and perspective, when the ground cracked just now, Origami first saw Lin Yixuan outside the smoke instead of Toka herself, and immediately fired at Lin Yixuan, who had not yet reacted to what happened. The blind cat met a dead mouse, and the result of this accidental hit immediately made everyone a little confused. Kusakabe Ryoko thought that Lin Yixuan was an ordinary person, so when she noticed that Origami was about to fire, she hurriedly stopped him. Origami was also lucky enough to guess that she did not cause a serious mistake. Forget it, I should think about what to do next. Looking at Origami in front of him, his eyes were still fixed on Lin Yixuan on the ground, and he didn't care about him at all. Kusakabe Ryoko simply thought about what to do next. Whatever happens, just rush up and kill him. What are we afraid of with so many people? Origami had an absolute advantage in numbers. Origami thought that Lin Yixuan was lucky to have used some special means to resist the attack just now. When she saw the elf, she wanted to rush up immediately, regardless of the opponent's strength. Alas, looking at the impulsive Origami in front of her, Kusakabe Ryoko was also very tired. She was usually very obedient, but when she saw the elf, she became like a different person. If she hadn't stopped her many times before, how many serious mistakes would she have made? Forget it. There is no better way at the moment, so just listen to her once. Kusakabe Ryoko said helplessly in her heart. Just when Lin Yixuan had just finished checking, Origami and others' attacks followed. Origami took the lead in using artillery shells and fired another 3 shells when she was still 20 meters away from him. Then when the team members arrived at the designated position, they also fired countless shells at Lin Yixuan. Just now one wasn't enough, and now you're giving me so many? Can you guys handle this? Lin Yixuan complained speechlessly. It was impossible to dodge. There were shells coming at him from all directions, and there was no place to hide. In a hurry, he chose to use Water Escape to resist this attack. Water Escape, Water Break Wave. It is a powerful attack type of Water Escape ninjutsu. Its principle is to violently spray out a rapid ultra-high-pressure thin water column from the mouth to attack the enemy. The attack range will change according to the amount of chakra. It is extremely powerful and lethal, like a sharp blade. Although the Water Break Wave was only a B-level ninjutsu, it was clearly more than enough to deal with the current situation. After Lin Yixuan formed seals with his hands at the speed of light, he spat out dozens of small water columns from his mouth, which quickly flew towards the shells attacking him from all directions. The shells collided with the water columns, and the shells were instantly cut in half effortlessly, exploding in the sky in an instant. Unlike what was imagined, the water columns did not cancel each other out with the shells, but continued to fly in a specific direction. From this point, we can see how amazing its power is. You must know that this is only a B-level ninjutsu. Lin Yixuan only injected 5% of the chakra in this attack. In this way, Lin Yixuan easily disintegrated the first round of offensive by Origami and others, and it can even be said that it was effortless. Seeing this scene, the AST team members were also afraid. If the attack just now fell on them, wouldn't the end be the same as the shells? You know, the AST members are just ordinary people. If they leave the display device, they are just ordinary people who are a little stronger. Their bodies are not as hard as shells. If they were hit by that shot just now, Kusakabe Ryoko's eyes became more and more serious. She even had the idea of retreating in her heart. She thought about the attack just now and found that she could never avoid it. After all, the speed was too fast. Come on, can you still dance? Keep trying to please me boldly. Lin Yixuan laughed loudly at the AST members in the sky. Since he is now playing the role of Madara, his personal style is very similar to that of Madara. The attack just now made him excited for a while. This kind of easy disintegration of others' attacks and making them desperate is something that makes him feel particularly happy now. Hearing this, Kusakabe Ryoko and Origami looked at each other, and then looked at the members behind them. When she found that most people were so scared that they couldn't hold their weapons steadily, Kusakabe Ryoko had completely lost her fighting spirit and was ready to order a retreat. What's wrong? Since you can't continue dancing, I have no choice but to give you a farewell gift. Just as Kusakabe Ryoko was about to give the order to retreat, Lin Yixuan's words came one after another. What does that mean? Does he want to? As Kusakabe Ryoko expected, Lin Yixuan made a seal with his hands at the speed of light that he couldn't understand at all, and then he said the words of the god of death. Fire escape, great fire extinguishment. Origami's reaction was faster than Kusakabe Ryoko's. When Lin Yixuan said that, she immediately ordered the activation of the random field to resist. Heh! It's all useless work. Wouldn't it be better if the ants just died? After the seal was completed, a huge flame with a width of 20 meters suddenly shot out from his mouth and rushed towards the crowd in the air, forming a strong fire scene around them, locking all the people inside in 360 without blind spots. Fortunately, the AST team members all reacted in time to Origami's words and protected themselves with the random field. What is the most painful part of the fire? It is nothing more than the unbearable high temperature and heart-wrenching burning, especially in a closed environment. While enduring the above conditions, they also have to face the test of hypoxia. At this moment, the AST team members are facing the test of high-temperature burning and hypoxia at the same time. Looking at the AST team members who were wrapped in 360 flames without blind spots, Lin Yixuan was very curious about how long they could hold on. Lin Yixuan believes that he is not a bad person, but he is not a good person either, and he is not a saint. He must be ruthless to his enemies. A certain philosopher said it right. Being kind to the enemy is hurting yourself, and you must not be soft-hearted at any time. Due to different positions, the AST team members were forced to fight with many different elves, but there was no doubt that people would die during this period. Although they had already prepared for this, who would be truly not afraid of death? Origami was stunned when she saw the flames, which reminded her of the unforgettable scene 5 years ago, so much so that she forgot to use the random field to protect herself. Fortunately, this scene was noticed by Kusakabe Ryoko, who was standing by. When the flame was about to touch the dazed Origami, she pulled her into her arms and opened the random field to wrap the two of them. It was a familiar scene, familiar things and familiar feelings. Origami was stunned. She even forgot her original intention at this moment. Everyone is afraid of the threat of death, and she is no exception. She is afraid that she will die and not be able to avenge her parents. Save me. Countless similar words sounded at the 5th minute. It was obvious that 5 minutes was their limit. Some people had already lost consciousness due to excessive lack of oxygen. Forget it. This time, I will just teach them a lesson. Helpless, although my principle is to be ruthless to the enemy, it hurts my conscience to destroy so many flowers at once. After all, the AST members, including Origami and Kusakabe Ryoko, lost consciousness due to lack of oxygen, Lin Yixuan retracted the flames that were still destroying everyone. Since the display device was no longer controlled by humans, all the AST members fell down without exception. Fortunately, the random field protected them for the last time when they fell and hit the ground, and it was completely broken. P.S. It is very simple to stop releasing ordinary ninjutsu, just stop the supply of chakra. Huh! I have so many troubles on my first day here. How can I survive in the future? Looking at the buildings and environment around him and the ASTs, which were destroyed by him and the ASTs, Lin Yixuan did not want to stay in this place of right and wrong. After confirming that there was no one else around, he left. At an inconspicuous street corner, not long after Lin Yixuan left, a boy with short blue hair, who looked only 16 years old, looked at the scene in front of him and was shocked. What kind of battle had just happened to destroy the surroundings into such a ghostly state? Kotori, what should I do now? The boy put his hand on the earphone beside his ear and asked in a puzzled tone. His previous goal was to contact the princess when she descended, but he was messed up by another unknown elf. This wave of operations made him unable to do it. P.S. Thank you, my wife Nancheng, for your recommendation. Chapter 10, Codename Element Envoy, DM Society Japan Branch Sparasi. I didn't expect this time to bring unexpected gains. In the chairman's office, Iki was sitting in an office chair with a virtual screen in his hand, watching the replay of the video of Lin Yixuan's first battle against the AST players. After watching it, he was immediately excited. Alan, is the analysis report out? After watching the replay, Ike turned his eyes to Alan, who was processing the data, and then asked, "The preliminary analysis results are out." Alan replied, "Read it to me." Gender, male, age unknown, personality and hobbies, unknown, elf identification code, element make, preliminary estimation of danger level, S-class. Upon hearing this, Alan's report was just as Ike expected. Apart from the danger level, he knew nothing else. What do you think, Alan? Is the strength of this elf what you want? Ike looked at Alan in front of him with a smile and asked, "It's hard to say. After all, I don't fully understand what the other party's ability is now, and I don't think I can definitely deal with an S-class elf." A well-reasoned analysis came out of Alan's mouth. At present, DM only knows that Lin Yixuan can use the power of elements, so the elf codename is given as an elementalist, but other personal information is unknown. The less you know about the unknown enemy, the less chance you have of winning. Alan knew this very well, so he responded to Ike's question in a casual tone. Seeing this, Ike turned his back to Alan, looking at the playback in his hand, which was paused on the scene where Lin Yixuan used the 3 elements. Ike's curiosity became stronger and stronger. Earth can defend, fire and water can attack, and I have never seen an elf that can master the 5 elements. I must see it carefully when I have the chance. So what do you think of the princess? Ike asked again. Combined with the analysis of the results last time, the final judgment result is A level, which is not a big threat. I don't think it's necessary to do it myself. Alan held Toka's information in his left hand and Lin Yixuan's information in his right hand, and answered Ike's words in unison. Indeed, as the strongest magician in the human race, you don't have to do it yourself. Let me guess that the elementalist should be there next time the princess appears. Why don't you go and find out? Hearing this, Alan felt a little strange. Why was Ike so sure that the two would appear in the same place next time? Perhaps sensing Alan's doubts, Ike took the playback in his hand and turned the video to the few minutes when Lin Yixuan and Xixiang were together and played it to Alan, who was confused. So that's how it is. It seems that there is some connection between the two. After watching the video, Alan completely believed what Ike said in his heart. For the man in front of him who was so good at grasping the details, Alan had nothing to say. He just agreed and left the office. Mysterious elementalist, please unveil your veil. In the room, Ike was talking to himself in a strange way. No one except himself could guess what he was thinking about at the moment. Chapter 11. A dazzling array of goods. In a 20-square-meter single-person rental house at night. I finally have a place to live. I don't have to wander the streets today. Lin Yixuan, who was lying on the bed, said comfortably. Not long after leaving the crime scene, he went to do some odd jobs to earn some money to rent a house. System. Open the system mall. Last time, I bought Madara's cosplay suit and used up all of Lin Yixuan's points. This time, I only have 200 points. Let's see what I can buy. Maybe I can find a bargain. I went to the anime area. The goods here are more exquisite and affordable. Lin Yixuan wanted to run to complete the main task immediately. Product. Saiyans, Super Saiyan transformation. Attributes. Increase the user's strength, endurance, and agility by 100,000 during combat. When using skills, the power will be doubled, but the same amount of spiritual power will be consumed exponentially. Side effects. After use, the body will become weaker over time. After all, anything that quickly increases combat power will have corresponding side effects. You know this, but if you are strong enough, you can completely ignore it. Unlocking conditions. Reach level 50. And must have Saiyan bloodline. Unlocked product after purchase. Super Saiyan transformation, price 50,000 system points. Note, it is a must-have for Saiyans in the Dragon Ball universe. Using it will make your strength soar. Do you want to become a handsome man like Sun Wukong? It's better to act than to be moved. Hurry up and place an order to buy it. Unlocked, Super Saiyan transformation, 2, 3, 4. WC, isn't this the Saiyan exclusive plugin in Dragon Ball? It can be bought here? Looking at the product in front of him, Lin Yixuan admitted that he was greedy. Who has seen Dragon Ball doesn't want to have a dream of transforming into a handsome man with yellow hair? But the price is a bit conscious. It requires 50,000 points. How long will it take to buy one? There is also a Saiyan bloodline, which is also a good thing. It is half the reason why Saiyans become stronger when facing strong opponents, and my level is not high enough. It seems that what I need most at present is to earn points and level up. This kind of product is just for fun. Ultra Instinct. Attribute. Permanently increase the user's basic value of all aspects except intelligence by 9999999 points during combat. Side effects. Because this skill is too overbearing, it will cause permanent hidden diseases in the body after use and will paralyze the user for a period of time, according to the physical strength of the user. Even if Sun Wukong is not cheating, he can't open it several times in a row. Unlocking conditions. Possess Goddess level transformation. Unlock after purchase. Complete Ultra Instinct. Price 999999999 system points. Note, this move is the strongest skill in the Dragon Ball Super world. If you fully comprehend it, you will step into an absolute realm that even the God of Destruction cannot reach. It has the status and strength of an absolute overlord in the high-level plane, and the price is very affordable. Currently, you only need 999999999 system points to buy it. What are you waiting for, young man in front of the screen? Oh my goodness, this is the coolest thing, okay? Super Saiyan 1-4 is simply weak compared to this. What did Goku rely on to beat Jiren in Dragon Ball Super? The Ultra Instinct is divided into Mega and Ultimate Ultra Instinct, which are completely different. But no matter what, the two are absolutely strong and beautiful. Lin Yixuan is so excited that he doesn't know how to express it. In short, it's awesome. Let's take a look at other skills. Price 1,000 system points. Price 1,000 system points. Price 1,000 system points. It's pretty much what I thought. All the skills in the novel are here too. Other RMB note. 1 system point equals 100,000 RMB? Wow, I'm short of money right now and you're telling me I can exchange money here? Should I exchange it? Lin Yixuan looked at the goods in front of him and was immediately in a dilemma. You said you should exchange it, but I'm really short of money right now. But I don't have many system points to begin with. And now, but if I don't exchange it, I don't have money to eat. Okay, let's settle it. First, exchange it for 1 million. Set it as a small goal, and I'll definitely earn it back in the future. Enter the exchange amount of 100 system points and click OK. Where's the money? Sorry to bother you, host. You don't have a mobile phone yet. Our money will be automatically deposited into the mobile bank card. Lin Yixuan just remembered the tragic fact that he didn't have a mobile phone, but he didn't have the money to buy one now. Oh, there should be one in the system mall. As expected by Lin Yixuan, he really guessed it. Looking at the mobile phones in front of him that were all priced at 1 system point, Lin Yixuan felt that he was a bit like a local tycoon. After buying an EQ8 Plus, Lin Yixuan closed the system mall. You can't look at this thing for too long, or you will buy it. Forget it. I'd better go out and buy some vegetables. I just happen to have some change on me, and I'd bind my bank card on the way. So in less than half an hour, Lin Yixuan successfully spent all his system points, but this was a helpless move he had to do. Chapter 12. Encounter with Wanqian by chance? On the street at 8 p.m., the yellow-haired boy Lin Yixuan, wearing clothes purchased in the system mall, was walking aimlessly in the bustling downtown with his hands in his trouser pockets. What do I like to eat? Since I have money, I must be extravagant. This is no problem. The problem is that there are too many choices. It's a bit difficult. 1 million RMB is equivalent to 18,134,010 Japanese yen, which is enough for ordinary people to earn for a lifetime. As he was walking, he suddenly came to a dark corner. Lin Yixuan wanted to see if there was anything delicious ahead, so he walked into the corner without looking back. In the darkness, Lin Yixuan's eyes sensed that someone was following him. After stopping, he said, "Don't hide anymore. What do you want from me?" As a ninja, Lin Yixuan has a good grasp of perception. Any movement cannot escape the perception of his eternal kaleidoscope. In fact, he knew someone was following him when he went out, but he didn't want to cause trouble, so he ignored it. He didn't expect that person to follow him until now. Sir, your perception is so sharp." Behind Lin Yixuan, a girl wearing a red and black gothic rose outfit and a pair of ponytails of different lengths slowly emerged from the shadows under the moonlight. Hearing the familiar voice and combining it with her style of doing things, Lin Yixuan immediately knew who it was, but she actually found him, which was something Lin Yixuan had never expected. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Usually, when Wanqian takes the initiative to talk to others, she either has something to do or is looking for trouble. Lin Yixuan is very hungry now. The battle at noon consumed a lot of spiritual power and needs to eat to replenish it. Even if she is his goddess and wife, she can't disturb him to eat. "Well, I don't have anything to do. I just want to meet you. What's your name?" The girl smiled slightly while gently covering her mouth. The brief reason made Lin Yixuan feel that it shouldn't be a big problem, so he asked back. Before asking the other person's name, shouldn't you report your own name first? Hearing this, the girl's body trembled slightly, but then she returned to her original state. She pulled her skirt and bowed slightly at a 45-degree angle, and then responded, "Sir is indeed different from ordinary people. My name is Tokisaki Wanqian, and I am also an elf." As Lin Yixuan himself guessed, the girl in red and black gothic rose clothes behind him was Wanqian. "My name is Lin Yixuan, just an ordinary person." Lin Yixuan said half-truthfully to the girl Wanqian behind him. "Huh? Sir, are you Chinese? Any questions?" Hearing this, the girl was also amused. She was just a little surprised by Lin Yixuan's confession, but she didn't expect that he was actually an elf from the mysterious China. She had never met an elf from other countries before. Lin Yixuan was the first. No, then can I call you Yixuan-kun?" "I have no objection. You can call me whatever you like." Seeing this, Kwang San's smile became happier and happier. After seeing this, Lin Yixuan's heart was also warmed. Sure enough, the goddess's smile was absolutely irresistible. "What are you doing out so late?" "I'm hungry and going out to find food." I was a little hurried to find a rental house. On the way back, I actually forgot to buy vegetables. Moreover, the nearest convenience store was 8 blocks away from my home. I had no choice but to go out and eat dinner in the store. Man is iron and food is steel. If you don't eat a meal, you will be hungry. People can only have the strength to work when they are full. By the way, do you want to go together? Lin Yixuan blurted out his thoughts by mistake, and Kwang San was a little surprised after hearing it. But then she smiled and responded to Lin Yixuan's invitation. "Although it's not gentlemanly to do this so late, I just don't have dinner tonight." Although there was no good time, there was a good place and people. Lin Yixuan's seemingly brainless request was agreed by Kwang San without hesitation. The two walked out of the alley at the corner and came to the brightly lit street. Lin Yixuan looked at a restaurant called Bright Future Sushi Restaurant, and then asked Kwang San next to him if she wanted to eat sushi. After Kwang San nodded in response, Lin Yixuan took Kwang San to the sushi restaurant. "Boss, sushi doesn't have wasabi." After coming to the front desk and placing an order with the boss, the two found a good seat and sat down. Because it was late, there were only about 5 customers in the sushi restaurant, including Lin Yixuan and Kwang San. However, Lin Yixuan didn't like crowded places. A deserted environment was more suitable for her. "Miss Tokisaki, Kwang San, why did you come out wearing a spiritual outfit? Aren't you afraid that the guys from DM and AST would cause trouble for you?" Lin Yixuan expressed the thoughts that she had accumulated the moment she saw Kwang San, and the latter was a little stunned when she heard it. Kwang San thought that Lin Yixuan in front of her would ask some other questions, but she didn't expect that he would ask about her clothes. In response, Kwang San just smiled and said, "Ah, I prefer to wear this one, and it's late at night. Those guys have to rest, and besides, I didn't cause a space shock. Why do you want to trouble me?" But Yixuan-kun knows a lot, and he even knows all this. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan was also a little surprised, but he couldn't say that I watched the battle 3 times, and I know everything. In response to Kwang San's question, he just smiled mysteriously and left the topic aside. Indeed, what Kwang San said was not wrong. Generally, the targets of AST and M clubs are those elves who expose their spiritual power and are sensed or cause space shocks, but Kwang San is obviously not one of them. For an elf like Kwang San who has appeared in the world for a long time, space shocks can be caused at any time. Her own spiritual power is also the best among all elves. There is no reason for the AST guys to cause trouble for her. Just as Lin Yixuan continued to think, a voice suddenly interrupted his actions. "Dear guest, your sushi has arrived. Please enjoy it slowly." It turned out that the sushi ordered had arrived, so he should eat his fill first and think about the problem later. "I'm starting," Lin Yixuan said with his hands clasped together. He was not used to following this behavior before eating in Japan. There are not so many rules in China. Looking at Lin Yixuan, whose movements were obviously stiff, Kwang San held her chin with one hand and stared at him with a big wine-red eyes. "Aren't you going to eat?" Lin Yixuan asked after noticing Kwang San's malicious gaze. "How could I stare at someone when I was eating? It was so embarrassing. It would be better to eat together. Can I ask Yixuan-kun to feed me?" Kwang San suddenly said something that shocked Lin Yixuan for 100 years. He never thought that Kwang San would say such a thing. You know, the two of them had known each other for less than an hour. "Are you sure?" Lin Yixuan did not refuse directly, but just asked again. Maybe he said the wrong thing. But after seeing the girl in front of him nodded slightly, he realized the seriousness of the matter. "Oh, I've been wise all my life. In my previous life, I didn't even feed my own sister. Now my wife suddenly asks me to feed her. What should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent." Looking at Lin Yixuan, who had at least dozens of expressions on his face in 3 seconds, Kwang San asked with some confusion on her face. "What's wrong, Yixuan-kun? Is there anything you can't say?" No. Then I'll start." "Forget it. The boat will straighten out when it reaches the bridgehead. Experience is to start from now on." What's there to be shy about when I feed my wife? After stabilizing his mood, Lin Yixuan picked up one of the salmon sushi with chopsticks and prepared to feed it to Kwang San's little mouth. Seeing this, Kwang San gently closed her eyes and opened her cherry mouth, waiting for the arrival of food. This scene immediately made Lin Yixuan nervous. What should I do? The goddess is so cute, I can't help it. Lin Yixuan, who can be as steady as a mountain in the face of any sudden situation, is in trouble at this moment with a small feeding. You know, Kwang San is known as the worst elf. What if she shoots herself with a gun when she's unhappy? Although she can't die, it feels bad. Finally, the salmon sushi in Lin Yixuan's chopsticks reached Kwang San's mouth, and the latter tasted the delicious food with a happy face. Well, the taste of this sushi restaurant is quite good. Kwang San wiped her mouth with a tissue after eating and expressed her personal opinion. As long as you like it, Lin Yixuan responded with a smile. The goddess is so cute when eating. Kwang San is worthy of being a lady. Even though she has become an elf now, she has not forgotten the aristocratic etiquette she learned before. There is still a lot left and I can't finish it. Miss Tokisaki Kurumi, can you continue to help me share some? Lin Yixuan scratched his head a little embarrassedly and then asked, Sure, it's a small matter. Kurumi just covered her mouth and smiled in response. That's it. Although the two had only known each other for less than an hour, their actions were comparable to those of a couple. This scene was very sweet to others. After the meal, you have strength only when you are full. If a person does not eat, it is no different from being dead. Covering his slightly bulging belly, Lin Yixuan expressed his own life experience. This sentence directly made Kurumi beside him laugh. Yixuan-kun is so cute. Huh? Isn't it? Lin Yixuan felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said. Kurumi did not say anything else, but just looked at him straight. Miss Tokisaki, is there something on my face? No. Then why are you looking at me? Hey, I'm just curious. If you weren't my wife yet, I would have taken you home long ago. So Kwang San came to see me tonight just to have a meal and nothing else? Lin Yixuan still couldn't believe what happened tonight, but the result forced him to admit it. Under the moonlight, the two figures returned to the corner where they met. When they parted, Lin Yixuan took out 2 bags from somewhere and handed them to Kwang San. This is a little gift from me, not a respect, Lin Yixuan said a little proudly after handing it to Kwang San. After all, he had never given gifts to girls before, so it was reasonable for him to be a little shy. Kwang San, who had never received a gift from a boy, was also a little surprised. But after seeing what was in the bag, a smile suddenly appeared on her face, and she looked particularly beautiful and moving under the moonlight. Thank you, Yixuan. I like this gift very much. You? Just like it? Lin Yixuan, who dared not look directly into Kwang San's eyes, had to respond with his back to her. The latter did not mind at all, and his favorability towards her became stronger and stronger. Well, it's getting late now. Let's go home now. Lin Yixuan took out the mobile phone in his crotch and looked at the time to break the awkward atmosphere. He said. Kwang San looked at the sky. It seemed that she had not returned so late for a long time. She wanted to say more, but Lin Yixuan in front of her disappeared without a trace. She was the only one left in the place where there were 2 people just now. What a little fool! After saying that, the figure of the girl in red and black Gothic rose costume slowly disappeared into the ground under the witness of the moonlight, as if she had never been there. Today, I will give you 4 happy updates on New Year's Eve. I wish you all a happy New Year's Eve. In addition, thank you Duo and O Wang for your recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 13. A woman with a sense of oppression. In a rental house with a rent of less than 20 square meters and a monthly rent of 1,000 yuan, a young man was lying on the bed and said to himself, sure enough, dealing with that woman who comes with her own BGM is a technical job. This woman, Kwang San, comes with her own saxophone. Her portrait is highly recognizable. As the saying goes, you can hear her voice before you hear her person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the self-selected side quest. 3. Make Tokisaki Kurumi's favorability reach 50% and the system is issuing rewards. What the hell? When did I choose a side quest? Lin Yixuan was a little confused. He didn't remember choosing a side quest. He had forgotten it. Ding! To reply to the host, in order to prevent the occurrence of bugs caused by the host's lack of active selection, the system will automatically detect whether the host has completed the side quest intentionally or unintentionally. I see, but the difficulty of the side quest is also very high. The favorability with Wanqian was completely increased by accident. 50% should be a relationship like friends. Ding! The side quest rewards are automatically deposited into the host's backpack. Please check them. To reply to the host, 50% 70% favorability is friends, 80% is similar to besties, gay friends, 90% is CP, and 100% is undying. Once the favorability reaches 100, the woman will never betray the host. It's really a great mother opening the door for the great man. This favorability is definitely a good thing. It seems that I must brush it more in the future. Kwang-san's wife is now 50%. Don't worry, for now, let's capture Toka and Shiseno. Oh, and I haven't taken my reward yet. There are a few things in the system backpack that I haven't received before. It seems that they should be the task rewards. Ding! Due to the difficulty of some side quests exceeding the standard, the task rewards are automatically converted into main quest rewards. Ding! Due to the excellent completion of the side quest, 3. Make Tokisaki Kurumi's favorability reach 50%, takes 1 hour, the system reward is doubled. Personal items, 10 consecutive draws of Gashapon Machine, 10% discount coupon for anime products, Epic Level, X1, System Mall, Legendary. Product Experience Card X1. System Points, 3,000. Level LV.3. Why are there a few more things I don't recognize in the Gashapon Machine? It sounds like it's used for lottery. Those who know about discount coupons know about it, but this Legendary Item Experience Card is a good thing. The level and points given this time are quite a lot. It seems that the system task is still conscientious and knows to take care of me. System, tell me how to use the Gashapon Machine and what the last thing is. Ding! To reply to the host, the Gashapon Machine is a new gameplay that will be unlocked after the host completes the reward. As the name implies, it is a lottery activity. The Legendary Item Experience Card allows you to experience all legendary items without spending 1 system point. The time and number of times will be limited. Legendary items will be marked after the product introduction. The host can check carefully. Soga, does that mean that I can experience the fun of transforming into a Super Saiyan in advance? There is no doubt that bug-like items like Super Saiyan transformation are legendary items. Lin Yixuan plans to exchange them later. Then how do I use this Gashapon Machine? Ding! To reply to the host, just read the lottery silently in your mind in the system space. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan did it without hesitation. Sure enough, a Gashapon Machine appeared in front of him. 10 consecutive draws were guaranteed to win every time. I just don't know if there is such a disgusting thing as a system lottery with a guaranteed bottom line. Ding! The host can rest assured about this. This system's prize pool is absolutely good. There is no such thing as a guarantee. What items can be drawn depends on the host's luck. Lin Yixuan has already believed most of what the system said, but there is a saying, practice makes perfect. Whether it is credible or not, you have to draw it to know. Use 10 draw X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the following items. Iced Coca-Cola X1 Soft Girl RMB 186. Tokisaki Kurumi's Flintlock X1. Epic Product Experience Card X1. Epic Product Discount Coupon X1. Spiritual Power plus 500 Strength, 200 Stamina, plus 300 System Points, 1,000 none. Listening to the system's report, Lin Yixuan didn't know whether he had lost or gained. What made him speechless was why he could still draw time. I can tolerate you drawing something like Coke, but why did you bring my Kurumi's wife's pistol over here? Damn it, if I lower my favorability because of this, you will be held fully responsible. The rewards that I can get from 10 consecutive draws are just added attributes and points. I can't use discount coupons at the moment. You'd better come out and explain to me why this is happening. Ding! Host, don't be angry. The items in the system prize pool include all the mall items, so what the host will get is completely random. Because there is no guarantee mechanism, there is no upper or lower limit. You mean to say that Kwang-san's wife's weapons are also commodities? I'm not sure about this. What do you mean? This system is really unreliable. Forget it, I'll find a reason to return it to her next time. The first 10 consecutive draws made Lin Yixuan feel very disadvantaged, and the system points also reached 4,000 points. Afterwards, he went to the system mall to take a look and found that Super Saiyan 1 could indeed be exchanged, so he exchanged it without hesitation. Well, now I have another powerful trump card besides Madara's cosplay. Lin Yixuan is very arrogant now. He doesn't care about anyone. He is so arrogant with the cheats. At the same time, in an apartment building of a well-off family, Why is my gun gone? A girl with a bath towel on her body and a towel on her head sensed that her connection with the weapon was cut off. She tried to summon it but found that it was useless. No matter who you are, if you dare to take my Tokisaki Kurumi's things, I want you to die. At this moment, the most evil spirit Tokisaki Kurumi finally said angrily, "You are so brave to steal things when I am taking a bath." "Achoo, who said I am handsome?" Lin Yixuan sneezed and said narcissistically. "Forget it. Let's go take a shower first. I can't stand seeing you dirty. P.S. I was a little happy when I got the red envelope just now, so I'll give you 5 chapters today." End of this chapter. Chapter 4. The Eye of the Soul. A young man with his upper body naked and wrapped in a bath towel tapped the phone in his hand and dialed a number marked as future wife. "Hello? Miss Tokisaki Kurumi, are you free now? It's Yixuan-kun. What's the matter? If it's convenient, can I go find you now?" "Oh, what's the matter with coming to someone's house so late? This is not what a gentleman would say. I really have something urgent. Oh, well, I live in..." Lin Yixuan thought about it and felt that he had to return other people's personal belongings immediately. The unreliable system cannot be trusted. After dialing the number that was still hot less than 2 hours after adding it, he told the other party his purpose. "Do it yourself, and you will have enough food and clothing. The road is made by your own hands, and it is not advisable to rely on others blindly. The host's idea is good, and this system is very pleased with it." "Shut up! Don't you think about who hurt you. Xingfu Community Unit 3, Building 2, 306, Miss Tokisaki Kwangsan, are you at home?" After Lin Yixuan changed his clothes, he followed the address given by Kwangsan and came to this area where well-off families live. It must be said that Kwangsan is still a small rich woman. After all, it is not too much to kill so many people and take some property, right? "Yixuan-kun, you are here." The imagined sound of opening the door did not come. Behind Lin Yixuan, Kwangsan, who was wearing pajamas, came behind him at some point. "WC, Miss Tokisaki Kwangsan, please can you not be so scary?" I don't know if Kwangsan has a special hobby, always likes to take unusual roads, and the way she appears is really weird. I'm so sorry, I'll open the door now." After saying that, Kwangsan's body drilled into the ground again, and then the door in front of Lin Yixuan was gently turned open. "Please come in. Yixuan-kun?" Lin Yixuan was speechless. Why bother opening a door? Why not solve it as soon as possible, and do it manually? Entering the living room, the theme layout that gradually caught Lin Yixuan's eye was relatively simple. The basic living furniture was all there, and there were few other sundries. I wonder if Kwangsan arranged it this way because she likes the simple style. Miss Tokisaki, is this your thing?" After saying that, Lin Yixuan took out a medieval flintlock rifle from the system space behind him and handed it to Kwangsan in front of him. "Ah, how could Yixuan-kun have this thing?" Kwangsan looked at Lin Yixuan in front of him with a smile on her face. This appearance made the latter unable to guess whether Kwangsan in front of him was angry or indifferent. It's a long story. I saw it by chance on the road. Do you believe it? It is common sense that you cannot reveal that you have a golden finger to outsiders. As long as you are a time traveler, you know it, even if the other party is the closest person to you." Lin Yixuan thought about it and could only make up an excuse to get away with it. But would the smart Kwangsan buy into this? Is that really the case? Why don't I believe it? Kwangsan still looked at Lin Yixuan with a smile on her face and said, but this time it made Lin Yixuan feel more obvious. "There was no way. I didn't want to do this, but now I have to do it. Miss Tokisaki, look into my eyes." "Huh? This is..." In Kwangsan's surprised tone, her big burgundy eyes met the eyes of Lin Yixuan. who had now replaced the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Madara-sama doesn't have advanced illusions like Tsukuyomi, the ordinary illusions of the Mangekyo are enough to deal with Kwang-san in front of him. In the world of illusions, the facts are indeed as Lin Yixuan said, and Kwang-san, who has no idea about this, can only believe it. Well, then thank you very much, Mr. Yixuan, for bringing me personal belongings. Ding! Tokisaki Kwang-san was moved by the host's honesty, favorability. Sure enough, favorability is not so easy to increase, and it is even more difficult for a target like Kwang-san. This time, the system helped Lin Yixuan a little. Look, the host is going to open up. Don't say it. If it weren't for my wit, I really want to kick you to death. Lin Yixuan couldn't be happy from the bottom of his heart for the favorability gained by a not-so-kind deception. Yixuan-kun, what's wrong with your eyes? Although Kwang-san had fallen into an illusion when she met the latter's gaze, the strange feeling was unmistakable, so she asked aloud, My eyes may have a rough origin. What do you mean? The Mangekyo is also called the kaleidoscope. It is the eye of the soul that is opened at the cost of losing a loved one. It is the final advanced version of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. In order to open the Mangekyo, in addition to losing a loved one, you must also have the special blood of the Uchiha clan, such as the Wanba and Jiba blood. I can tell you about my past, Lin Yixuan said as he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, they suddenly changed from the kaleidoscope at the beginning to 3 Magatama, 2 Magatama, 1 Magatama, and finally the pupils of a normal person. This magical scene immediately aroused Kwang-san's curiosity. For the boy who was interested in her and had a story, Kwang-san was very curious about what the past was that Lin Yixuan was talking about. Once upon a time, there was a boy. The boy's name was Sasuke. He was born in a wealthy family. He spent his youth happily with his parents and family, until one day when the boy came back from school, the once prosperous streets were empty. The boy panicked and ran home quickly to check the situation. Then when he opened the door, a scene that the boy would never forget came into his eyes. After that incident, the boy angrily opened his special skill, which was the first stage of my eyes, 1 Magatama, Sharingan. After saying that, Lin Yixuan took a deep breath and looked at Kwang-san in front of him calmly. The story just now was purely made up by him, but if you want to say that the author is padding the word count, then I can't help it. However, it is such an outrageous thing that Kwang-san actually believed it. After listening to the story from Lin Yixuan's mouth, there were actually traces of tears in her eyes. WC, you also believe such an outrageous thing? Mr. Yixuan, I didn't expect that your past was so rough, Kwang-san said, and she tore a tissue to wipe the tears that were about to fall from the corners of her eyes. No, I didn't cry. Why are you crying? Lin Yixuan was speechless, as if 10,000 CNMs were running through his heart. Why would Tokisaki Kwang-san, who is usually insidious, smart, and scheming, believe this kind of trick to deceive children? Your parents won't? As you wish. After Lin Yixuan finished speaking, he pretended to sigh. So, as you think, I am not an ordinary human, but I am also not an elf in your cognition. If you want to know what I am, my eyes will tell you the answer. When you have strong strength, you often pay a price to match it. In Kwang-san's eyes, Lin Yixuan is like a strong child at this moment. He has gained supreme power but lost his loved ones because of it. Due to the host's excellent acting skills plus eloquence, the fabricated past made Tokisaki Kwang-san believe it, and the other party's favorability. Good guy, this is really your system. This is okay? If you want to know me more deeply, I welcome it. Finally, Lin Yixuan smiled and looked at Kwang-san. The 1 Magatama in his eyes slowly turned into 2 Magatama, 3 Magatama, kaleidoscope, eternal kaleidoscope. I'm sorry to bother you so late, I'm leaving now. In Kwang-san's surprised eyes, Lin Yixuan stood up calmly, walked slowly to the door, and then pushed open the door and left this land of ladies. The eye of the soul. Yixuan-kun, I am more and more curious about what kind of surprise you will bring me. After saying that, Kwang-san stroked the weapon, returned by Lin Yixuan, the flintlock rifle. It's getting late. Go to bed. The extra chapter has been updated. It will be updated once a day or every 2 days. Don't ask me the reason. If you ask, I'll be a salted fish. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. New Student. Lin Yixuan came to Zen High School the next day. Shidao was sleeping soundly on the table. The noisy sounds around him didn't seem to affect his sleepiness. Origami didn't come to school. Due to the fierce battle, he is still lying in the hospital to recover. Everyone be quiet. We have a new student. Teacher Xiaoju pushed open the door of the classroom and walked to the podium to say to the noisy crowd below. Hearing this, the noisy sounds below the stage slowly subsided, and some people became excited when they heard it. Most of these people are boys. In their minds, it would be even better if a beautiful girl transferred here. Do you think the new girl will be a beautiful girl? It's hard to say, but I guess it might be so. Two boys sitting at the back were discussing privately. The girls sitting next to them looked down on them. Boys only think about some obscene things. They are all creatures who think with their lower body. Just when the students in the audience were discussing fiercely whether the new student was a boy or a girl, the truth was revealed when the classroom door was pushed open again. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Yixuan, and I will be your classmate from today. Please take care of me. And I'm not a normal person. A handsome boy with short yellow hair pushed open the classroom door and walked straight to the podium to write his name with chalk. Wow, the new classmate is so handsome, right, Miko? Yes, he's my type. He's so handsome even when he introduces himself. I'm falling for him. What should I do? The girls kept saying this, and the boys were mostly disappointed. What? He's just a boy, although he's a little handsome. But what does it have to do with us? The girls didn't think so. They couldn't resist handsome guys, so much so that several girls were staring at Lin Yixuan on the stage with crazy eyes. Teacher, where should I sit? Lin Yixuan looked around and found that the seats were almost full, so he asked Teacher Xiaoju next to him, You can sit next to Gokawa Shidao. There are more empty seats there. Teacher Xiaoju took a look and found that there were still a few empty seats near Shidao, so she asked Lin Yixuan to sit over there. Okay, teacher. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan walked to the seat 2 meters away from Shidao and sat down. What? Such a chunibyo way of introducing yourself. Shido was still sleeping, but his best friend Hiroto Tenmachi was very surprised by Lin Yixuan's self-introduction. Shido, get up, there's a new classmate sitting next to you. Hiroto Tenmachi pushed Shido, who was still sleeping beside him, and the latter opened his eyes half awake. Huh? Where is the new classmate? Hey! Hiroto Tenmachi pointed to the right with his finger, and Shido looked over there. WC, isn't this the unknown elf elementalist who just appeared yesterday? How come he transferred here and became my classmate today in the blink of an eye? Hello, classmate. My name is Lin Yixuan. Hello, my name is Gokawa Shido, and this is my best friend called Hiroto Tenmachi. Lin Yixuan extended his right hand in a friendly manner and held Shido's right hand. At the same time, Ratatosk Flaxinus Kotori, what should I do now? Shido was overwhelmed and didn't know what to do now, so he asked Kotori on the other side through the headset. At this time, Kotori, who was wearing a black headband and a commander's uniform, saw Lin Yixuan in front of Shidao through the big screen, and her eyes were also a little surprised. Shidao, wait and see. It's good that the elementalist has not shown hostility to you at present, so you should not do anything to provoke him. Kotori thought about it and responded to Shidao's question. She didn't solve the princess yesterday, and now there is another elementalist, which makes her feel a little troublesome. If possible, you can try to have close contact. Huh? He is a man. Is it not okay for men? But what if this angers him? Hearing this, Kotori had to give up her previous idea and let Shidao act according to the first sentence. What is this? Shidao complained in distress. His eyes looked at Lin Yixuan, who had taken out the textbook in his hand again. Suddenly, a not-so-friendly voice sounded from the podium. The boy with short blue hair over there. Class is starting now. Where is your textbook? Seeing that the teacher was talking about him, Shidao was a little confused. When did the class start? Hey, Shidao, what happened to you just now? You didn't even answer me when I called you. Tonomachi Hiroto said in a low voice. He had just been reminding Shidao to take out his textbook quickly because class was about to start, but the other party just ignored him. Shidao immediately took out his textbook from the drawer in a panic. Fortunately, the class was not very long and the teacher didn't say much about it. A day passed quickly, and it was lunchtime in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main task. 3. Becoming a new classmate with Gokawa Shidao. The system is distributing rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following items. 5 Elements A-Level Ninjutsu Encyclopedia X1, Hits Flash Time Attack, 0.1 seconds, X1, System Point plus 2000, X. On the rooftop, Lin Yixuan, who was enjoying his homemade lunchbox, suddenly heard the system's reward sound in his mind. The reason why I entered school so suddenly was because the system issued a task while I was sleeping last night. Otherwise, why did I enter school so quietly today? The rewards issued by the system this time seem to be okay. A-level ninjutsu is definitely a killer. Hits flash attack, even if it is only the lowest level of 0.1 seconds, is enough to deal with many emergencies. Student Lin Yixuan, can I invite you to eat lunch with us? Just when Lin Yixuan was still checking the system rewards, a voice from the outside world brought him back to reality. It turned out to be the famous Ma Jixi pantyhose trio. Lin Yixuan recognized the 3 phantom gods in front of him at first sight. I am happy to serve you. Lin Yixuan replied to the other party in a gentlemanly manner, with a polite attitude. This appearance immediately embarrassed the yellow-haired Yamabuki-ai. She didn't expect the other party to agree so readily and so politely. Just like that, Lin Yixuan was pulled into the girl's arms to eat lunch in a daze. The previous update once a day or once every 2 days is invalid, and the update will be updated according to the circumstances in the future, which means that several chapters may be updated in a day, or 1 chapter may be updated every few days. Chapter 16. Toka reappears in the world. Just after lunch break, Flaxinus said, Shido, it has been detected that the space quake is about to start. The princess's spiritual power fluctuations have been detected in your school. Kotori looked at the location of the spiritual power fluctuations on the big screen on the command desk and informed Shido on the other side. Is it such a coincidence? Shido was a little surprised. How could this space quake appear in his own school? You have to seize the opportunity before the AST people get here. Looking at the red dot that was getting bigger and bigger, Kotori stared at the corresponding position. I understand. On the other side, in the AST Field Hospital, Sergeant Origami, I think our work has to start again. Ryoko Kusakabe struggled to get up with her body in great pain. Origami on the other side was also in a bad condition, with bandages all over her body. The two looked like mummies at the moment. News came from the base that the space quake has been triggered. It's time for us to prepare. Even though they were physically disabled, their mission was to destroy the elves when they appeared. Yes! In the hospital, countless AST members supported each other and went to the operations room to change equipment. In the afternoon, Origami and others came to the location where the space quake was triggered as they wished. The princess is currently in the school building. We can't go out easily. We can only wait for the opportunity. Ryoko Kusakabe had just received the information. Since Toka was staying in the school, the AST members couldn't rush in easily. They could only improvise. Shido said, the princess is currently in the 4th classroom on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. Go quickly. Kotori finally located Toka's location, so she immediately said, okay, I'll go there right away. Shido said as he ran to the destination. When he ran to the classroom, he was immediately dumbfounded to see a familiar figure sitting in front of Toka. Kotori, the elementalist is also here. What should I do? Shido hurriedly found a shelter and hid, asking through the headset about the next steps. It's troublesome. Kotori thought about it a lot, but didn't take Lin Yixuan into account. The current situation is very embarrassing. There's no way. You can only act according to circumstances. After saying this helplessly, Kotori could only continue to think of a solution. Seeing this, Shido could only hide aside and stick his head out to check the situation inside. However, as soon as he stuck his head out, he was immediately noticed by Toka. He saw her little hand waved, and a stream of air instantly rushed towards Shido, and bursts of smoke suddenly spread around. The smoke cleared, and the law of no harm in the smoke protected Shido. He hurriedly explained, don't get excited. I'm not a bad guy. Who are you? Toka once again raised her hand in front of her and would immediately split it in half if the boy in front of her said something wrong. I am. Wait a minute, Shidao. On the big screen in front of Kotori, she analyzed the 3 most reasonable explanations. Answer 1. My name is Gokawa Shidao, and I'm here to save you. 2. I'm a civilian passing by, stop and don't kill me. 3. Should I first tell my own name before asking someone else's name? It appeared, and everyone chose it. Without a doubt, 3 was chosen by most people present. Just when Kotori wanted to pass the message to Shidao, a voice suddenly came from an ignored figure. His name is Gokawa Shidao, my classmate. Hearing this, Toka turned her head and looked at Lin Yixuan in front of her, and then slowly put her hand down. To be honest, he should want to help you. Lin Yixuan sat in his seat with his chin on one hand, looking at the 2 people in front of him with a playful look. Help me? Can he do it except you? How do you know if you don't try? Lin Yixuan asked back. Hearing this, Shixiang trusted Lin Yixuan in front of her very much, but because of the spoiled plot, Shixiang had not met Shidao, so she had no good feelings for the boy lying on the ground in front of her. He told me that you wanted to help me, and you are one of the few humans who don't want to kill me. Is this true? Shixiang walked in front of Shidao, put his hand on the latter's brain and questioned. Of course it's true. In fact, not all humans want to kill you. Shidao replied hurriedly, but the latter was obviously a little angry about this. You're lying. All the humans I met wanted to kill me. No, that's not the case. Noticing that the tone of the girl in front of him was getting more and more gloomy, Shido hurriedly continued to deny. Then I ask you, why are you here? Toka still didn't believe that Shido in front of him was helping her, and stared at the latter waiting for his answer. At this time, the option on Kotori's side appeared again, but this time everyone's choice was rare and unified. Of course, it's to see you. To see me? Why? Toka's tone was a little unconvinced. There were many humans who wanted to see her, and he was not the only one. I came here to talk to you. Shido had no choice but to bite the bullet and say this sentence. No matter what others think, no matter what you think, I, Gokawa Shido, will never deny you. Hearing this, Toka was immediately surprised by Shido's words in front of him and said, Is this true? Will you really never deny me? Shido didn't know if this sentence was what he really wanted to say in his heart, but suddenly Lin Yixuan, who had been silent all the time, helped him answer this question. Of course it's true. Gokawa Shido has always recognized you. Is this really? Of course it's really true. Really? Really? Why does Shido need me to help answer the questions? But it's also good, at least I feel involved. Upon hearing this, Toka's gaze shifted to Shido again, and then she said sundarily, Who would be fooled by your words? Idiot? So although I don't know what your conspiracy is, you are the first human besides Brother Yixuan who wants to talk to me seriously. In order to get information about this world, I will reluctantly use you. Toka crossed her arms in front of her chest as she spoke. This tsundere and cute look immediately made Lin Yixuan feel very relieved. That's right. For the sake of information, Toka thought to herself, Gokawa Shido, brother can only help you up to this point. The rest is up to you. By the way, what's your name? Name? I don't have one. This answer immediately made Shido at a loss for words. It was the first time he saw an elf without a name. But if there is someone to talk to, it should be necessary. Toka thought thoughtfully, and then said, Brother Yixuan Shido, what do you want to call me? The person who took over the conversation shifted to Lin Yixuan and Shido, but the latter was obviously not good at this. Kotori and others were also distressed about this. Naming is the most troublesome thing. Why not call it Toka? Suddenly, Lin Yixuan suddenly said. Hearing this, a happy smile suddenly appeared on the girl's face. Toka, it sounds good. Is this my name? Then Lin Yixuan stood up and walked to the podium, wrote down Toka's full name with chalk, and asked the person to write Yatagami Toka again. Since Toka and I first met in October, I'll use Toka as the name. How about that? Not bad. Toka likes it. With the name, Toka immediately showed a happy smile on her face, and then ran to Lin Yixuan and hugged him. Thank you, Brother Yixuan, for giving me the name. I like it very much. Lin Yixuan was also very happy about this. Although the name was stolen, he just helped Shidao a little. Isn't it too much to charge some interest? Just as the two were hugging each other, the discordant people suddenly broke in and saw more than a dozen bullets pouring on the two. Chapter 17. The Strongest Magician of Humanity. Fortunately, the sudden attack was blocked by Toka's spiritual power shield, and the two were safe. Those bugs are here to bother us. Kusakabe Ryoko, Origami, and the others saw that there was no movement inside, so they didn't care much. They rushed up with their weapons and offered bullets as a friendly greeting. Shido, since Shido is an ordinary person and cannot be immune to bullets, Toka invited Shido to enter the protective shield that wrapped the two of them together. Hey Toka, what kind of existence are you? I don't know. I suddenly appeared there a long time ago. My memory is vague and incomplete, and I don't know what kind of existence I am. When I reacted, the group of mechanical groups opened fire on me. Mechanical group? It's the AEST group of guys, Lin Yixuan explained. Yes, it's them. Very annoying. After saying that, Toka looked at Origami and the others who were still sitting in the sky and doing nothing. The artillery fire was still pouring on the protective shield, but it was no different from tickling. Good job, Shido. Toka's favorability towards you has exceeded 70%. Kotori said happily as she looked at Toka's mood index on the big screen. Anyway, let's see if we can invite her out on a date. A date? I'll give it a try. Turning back, invited Toka in front of him. Toka, are you willing to go out on a date with me? Date? What's that? Toka had no idea about this modern term, so Lin Yixuan explained, a date is something very sweet. Sweet? Can you eat it? It stands to reason that there is food. Hearing this, Toka's face immediately showed an expectant expression. Sure enough, as soon as Toka heard about food, her IQ dropped to 0. Shido, is that true? It's just as Lin said. Great, let's go on a date tomorrow. Toka excitedly pulled Shido's hand. Shido, who had thought it would be difficult, was still a little bit unbelievable when he saw that it was so easy to complete. Captain, what should we do? Our attacks are completely ineffective. An AST member saw that his attack landed on the opponent's shield like a game and immediately felt unbalanced, so he asked aloud, We just received an order from our superiors that someone will come to take over our work. Let's retreat. Kusakabe Ryoko sighed slightly and helplessly ordered everyone to retreat. Why? Origami was very puzzled by this. Obviously, it would be no problem for us to solve it. Why did we have to change people? This is what the superiors want? Do you want to disobey? Origami was silent. As a soldier, of course, he had to obey orders. He put down the weapon in his hand helplessly. Everyone, retreat. Just as the three of them were talking and laughing, suddenly there was a bang, and the protective shield was instantly disintegrated, forming a strong wind that blew the two people except Lin Yixuan to the wall. Huh? You didn't die after receiving my fatal blow? I clearly hit your vital point just now. The man was wearing the same revealing display device, but the model was obviously better than that of the AST troops. He had a long, straight golden hair and a pair of purple pupils. Alan said in disbelief to Lin Yixuan, who had clearly received a fatal blow but was unscathed. It's okay for the AST people to do this, but why do you people from the DM company also like to greet each other in this way? Lin Yixuan did not answer Alan's doubts, but just said it with dissatisfaction. Alan's thunderous attack just now was aimed at his forehead. If he hadn't used the flash attack reaction in time to dodge the attack, there would have been another corpse on the ground. As expected of a mysterious elementalist, if you can be killed so easily by me, then this trip is really in vain. I am lucky enough to fight with the strongest magician in the world, so you won't attack irrelevant people, right? Knowing that Alan's target was himself and not Toka and Shido, Lin Yixuan planned to fight him 1v1. Of course, the premise is that you can beat me. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan asked Toka and Shido, who had come out of the wall, to leave this place first. Toka looked at the young man in front of her with worry on her face. She knew clearly that this level of battle was not something she could participate in, and she was obedient and took Shido's hand and left without saying a word. So, how do you want to play? Seeing that the two had left, Lin Yixuan's eyes returned to Alan in front of him. It's really interesting. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Without further ado, Alan launched a new round of attacks. Lin Yixuan calmly dodged Alan's attacks one by one with his body movements. What? You can't use the angel counterattack? No, I just want to test it. Lin Yixuan wanted to try out how flexible his body could be. After all, his body was designed according to Madara's standards, so it couldn't be weak. Alan's attacks kept missing, and seeing this, he continued to attack at a speed 100% faster than before. Finally, Lin Yixuan couldn't keep up. The full force of the strongest magician in the world really chopped Lin Yixuan's chest, forming a striking blood mark. Really good? Is this the strength of the strongest magician in the world? The latter's face was not distorted by the pain, but instead had an excited smile on his face. You. What are you laughing at? Alan looked at the young man who suddenly became strange in front of him. In his heart, he had already recognized the other party's strength. He was able to dodge his countless attacks without the help of angels, but relying on his body. The strength of the young man in front of him was worthy of the honor of S level. Next, let you see the power of the Uchiha clan god. What? Lin Yixuan made seals with both hands. In 3 seconds, he bought the plugin. Yang release Chakra and Wood release Advanced Ninjutsu Wood release Tree World Advent from the System Mall. The seal that Lin Yixuan made was the Tree World Advent. Although the system had rewarded Wood release before, the Tree World Advent was a top-level S-level ninjutsu. Without the Chakra of Hasi, Lama, it could not be used at all. Before his death, Madara also awakened the Wood release, fused the Yin-Yang Chakra, and awakened the Samsara Eye. In the Ninja World War, the Wood release Tree World Advent and the Flower Tree World Advent, he easily defeated the 5 Kage Alliance. The power of this move can be seen. Although this move is a bit of an exaggeration to use on you, I have to give it to you as a corresponding reward for cutting me. Although it is a ranged AoE damage, it is powerful in its binding ability. The bound object cannot break free without the strength of the Kaji level. Otherwise, why is this move called a ninjutsu to pacify the troubled times? As soon as the words fell, saplings grew wildly on the ground. They grew wildly with the chakra supply of Lin Yixuan. In an instant, towering trees grew within 100 meters. Alan wanted to dodge, but it was too late now. The whole person was entangled by the branches under his feet and could not move. How about it, Miss Alan? Is the power of this move to your liking? Lin Yixuan walked to the bound Alan with cold sweat on his face. After all, he was not like Hashirama, who had a bottomless pit of chakra. This move only used half of the power of Madara and was exhausted. You, how can you have such power? Alan could not hide the surprise on his face. He asked the boy in front of him with a panicked tone. He seemed to be very shocked by Lin Yixuan's powerful power. Hehe, mere mortals cannot understand the power of God. As a mere human, but you have pleased me. I, Lin Yixuan, can give you the title of the strongest here. How can this scene be so similar? After saying that, Lin Yixuan left this place that had been destroyed by trees and looked like a primitive jungle. Well, the school no longer exists. Does that mean that I don't have to go to school for a while? But he still underestimated the amazing recovery ability of the AST guys and was forced to return to school a few days after the holiday. The most fundamental reason why Lin Yixuan used this large-scale lethal ninjutsu was to eradicate the evil school. After the original owner left, without the blessing of chakra, the towering trees began to shrink, and the branches that bound Alan had fallen off. The person on his body had fallen into a coma due to the drain of physical strength, lying on the ground like a dead person. The strongest magician in the human race versus the power of Uchiha God, Uchiha wins. P.S. Thank you for your advice and comments. I will write better in the settings, character personalities, and article details in the future. Please be gentle with your mouth. Yuriko can't stand it. Chapter 18, Increased Danger Level. DM Society Base Hospital. Alan was lying quietly on the bed with his eyes closed, and a man with the same hair color as her was sitting beside her. Alan, are you awake? Seeing Alan slowly opening his eyes on the bed, Ike beside him asked excitedly, Am I in the hospital? I asked other people in the society to save you. Hearing this, Alan was relieved immediately. It would be the biggest irony for her to lose her life because of carelessness. I'm sorry, the mission failed. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Ike. It's okay. I care more about your health than the mission, and you are not a failure. At least we have collected more comprehensive information." In response, Alan closed his eyes again and smiled slightly. Yes, at least it's not a failure. This result may be the best. At present, the top management has unanimously agreed to raise the danger level of the Elementalist to S+ after discussion. If you meet him again next time, you can consider retreating directly. It is still too difficult for Alan to deal with Lin Yixuan, who ranks second in the danger level, alone. Of course, if the equipment is better, the chances of winning may be greater. For now, just stay in the hospital and have a good rest. We'll call you if there's anything. After talking, Ike stood up and left the ward. Alan's thoughts then returned to the scene of the original battle. Elementalist, I must defeat you. Alan set a goal for himself and worked hard for it. On the other side, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, defeating the strongest magician Alan in the human race. The system is issuing rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 10 consecutive draws of the Gashapon machine. Experience value 1,000, system points 2,000. After returning home, Lin Yixuan made himself a cup of tea, and then the system's rewards rang in his mind. The system is really something. There are always hidden tasks, and I don't know what to do to trigger it, and the rewards are also mysterious. System, can't I check the task rewards myself? Ding! Answer to the host. The rewards for system tasks are randomly selected from the system mall. The rewards obtained are different according to the difficulty of the task. There is no upper limit but also no lower limit for the rewards. According to the difficulty of the task, the host can check it by himself. Then, an email appeared in front of Lin Yixuan. After opening it, he could see the difficulty ranking of the tasks. Limited tasks, main tasks, special tasks, side tasks, daily tasks. Note, this table only represents the rewards for completing the tasks, and does not mean that the difficulty of completing the tasks is like this. Pay attention to the difference. So that's why Lin Yixuan feels that the system rewards are sometimes good and sometimes bad. It seems that it's still the level of the task. Sometimes the system doesn't remind me when the task is triggered, and I have to check it myself. Bad review. Ding! The host can turn on task notification management. Forget it, that's too troublesome, let it be. The system will give me 10 consecutive draws. Ding! Using the Gachapon machine for 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following items. Takanashi Rika's True Eye of the Evil King, X1. Chilled Sprite X1, RMB 300,000. System points 500. Tokisaki Kurumi's Flintlock, unusable. Hashirama's Senjutsu Chakra, spiritual power. Ban Yi's Uchiha Round Fan weapon. Woo Woo Ice Silk Underwear X1. King's New Clothes X1. Note, Senjutsu Chakra is considered a passive skill by default, but you can also choose to hide it instead of actively releasing it, keeping it as a backup. Senjutsu Chakra, pay attention to the difference. System, are you really sick? Are you addicted to my wife Kurumi's pistol? Seeing the familiar items he had drawn at first glance, Lin Yixuan couldn't help but say, "The first time wasn't enough, so you came for the second time." What? You want to come for the third time? Please calm down. If you don't like it, you can change it. Can I still change it? Yes, if you draw an unreasonable item, the host has the right to change it. This is your right. Then return my wife's gun and exchange it for an equal amount of points. Your system is a bit sensible. It knows that a hero does not suffer a loss in front of him. Ding! Detected the host's transformation item. Consumed items. Tokisaki Kurumi's Flintlock X1. Get system points plus 100. After this incident, when Lin Yixuan saw the other rewards, he continued to complain. You also drew something like the Evil King's True Eye for me? If Rika knew, she would beat you to death. I can't use this thing. By the way, you can consider giving it to Kurumi's wife. If Kurumi's wife also starts to act like a middle school student, Lin Yixuan didn't dare to think about it, so he could only continue to check other items. What kind of operation is this iced Sprite? I haven't drunk the previous Coke yet, and you're giving me another Sprite now, what? Do you want to collect the whole bucket of fat otaku happy water for me? However, Hashirama's Senjutsu Chakra and Bon's Round Fan are good. One increases the power of skills, and the other can be used as a weapon. It corresponds to my current situation. I don't want to talk about the others. Lin Yixuan doesn't even want to look at them. The things given by this system are really bad. By the way, system, why can't I draw attributes now? Ding! Answer to the host, because the host's personal physical fitness is too strong. The basic attribute value has reached the peak. The basic attribute value drawn or obtained in the future will be automatically converted into experience value. I see, so Alan's strength is not so embarrassing. He can actually hurt my body. Looking at the Warring States armor in his hand with a cut of at least 40 centimeters long, Lin Yixuan realized that Alan's strength is actually very terrifying, but he was defeated only when he met me. In the original work, Alan rarely failed. Basically, he never failed when he went on a mission, so the title of the strongest magician in the human race is well-deserved. System, can you help me repair the armor? How can I wear it like this? Ding! Checking the host's request, deducting 5 system points to repair the props for the host. The armor in Lin Yixuan's hand was restored to its original state under the illumination of a white light, and even its toughness was improved a little. System, check personal panel host, Lin gender, male age 20 items, iced coke and Sprex 1, ice silk underwear gat, Emperor's new clothes X1, equipment, Madara's Uchiha fan, Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Super Saiyan 1 experience card get 1 costume, Uchiha Madara cosplay, middle-aged, active skills, 5 elements B-level ninjutsu, 5 elements A-level ninjutsu, wood release elementary, wood release tree world advent, Susanoo, complete. Passive skills, Hashirama's Senjutsu Chakra, combat personal attributes, has reached the top of the low-level plane. Details can be found in the combat power description. Spiritual power has reached the top of the low-level plane. Details can be found in the spiritual power description. Level. Overall evaluation. Personal strength has reached the top of the low-level plane. System. How come my spiritual power has reached the top? Lin Yixuan didn't remember that he had obtained items that increased spiritual power, so he asked in confusion. Ding! In reply to the host, there are many ways to increase spiritual power, the most important of which is through upgrading and equipping items. Doesn't the host know that some equipment can increase spiritual power? Lin Yixuan didn't know this yet. The items he got were basically given by the system. Only by going to the system mall to buy some equipment and checking the properties can he know whether the spiritual power increased or decreased. It seems that this level upgrade directly maxed out the spiritual power, and the same should be true for personal attributes. The host is always careless, and the system sometimes automatically helps the host to sort out items that the host doesn't know about. That's really a private matter. Chapter 19, Kwang San's request. Knock, knock, knock. Who? A knock on the door suddenly interrupted Lin Yixuan's movements. He was annoyed by others disturbing him while he was eating. When he came to the door, he wanted to use the cat's eye to see who was outside the door, but Lin Yixuan turned 360 degrees and didn't see a shadow. Is this a prank by some naughty kid? Although he thought so in his heart, his doubts urged him to open the door quickly. However, after opening the door, he looked around, and there was indeed no one around, which made him more convinced that it was a prank by the naughty kid. After closing the door, when he turned around cursing, Lin Yixuan almost had a heart attack by the figure in front of him. Miss Tokisaki, why are you here? Lin Yixuan turned around and saw that it was Kwang San. At this moment she was wearing a spiritual outfit and looked at the former with a sick smile. I came to see Yixuan-kun for something. Did I scare Yixuan-kun? After saying this, Kwang San apologized embarrassedly, which made Lin Yixuan, who was angry, suddenly not know how to express himself. You said you wanted to find me, but who can stand your sudden scaring? Lin Yixuan felt more and more confused about Kwang San's unconventional behavior. Since we are friends, I will help you as long as it is within my power. After saying that, Lin Yixuan returned to the living room, and Kwang San followed closely. After getting up and pouring a cup of tea for Kwang San, Lin Yixuan asked the visitor what she wanted to talk to him about. Miss Kwang San, what do you want to talk to me about? Hearing this, Kwang San's face was slightly hesitant, but then she responded to Lin Yixuan's words. Do you know who the second elf is? It's very simple, Honjo Nia. As expected by Kwang San, the boy in front of her may know as much as she does, so things will be easier this way. Does Yixuan know that she is imprisoned? Except for those perverted guys in Dem Club, I can't think of anyone who would have the courage to kidnap an elf. Lin Yixuan took a sip of tea and spoke without thinking, and it was indeed the case. Here's the thing. We have recently discovered the place where Miss Nia is imprisoned. I wonder if Yixuan-kun can lend a hand? Seeing that Kwang-san finally told him the purpose of her visit, Lin Yixuan was wondering whether he should help. But then the system's task voice suddenly rang in his mind, and Lin Yixuan knew that it would be difficult not to help. No problem. As long as it's Miss Tokisaki's favor, I'm happy to serve. Great. Kan-kun, you're really reliable. Seeing that Lin Yixuan readily agreed to her request, Kwang-san said with a smile. There are only 3 reasons why Lin Yixuan would help Kwang-san. 1. The system has issued a task. 2. Take this opportunity to improve the favorability. And 3. Kwang-san will owe him a favor. Although the risks of this operation are unknown, Lin Yixuan is 100% sure that he can get out of it unscathed. But when the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages, then the bottom line and principles will lose their binding force. So, Miss Tokisaki should have a complete plan, right? Well, Yixuan-kun is really smart. The plan is like this. Kwang-san suddenly took out a map from the space under the shadow and pointed to the place marked with a red X in the map. It seems that it should be where area is. About 10 minutes later, this is the general process. Does Yixuan-kun have any questions? After Kwang-san finished her plan, she took a sip of tea and then asked Lin Yixuan in front of her if he had any questions about it. Lin Yixuan's face was slightly solemn, and he frowned slightly, apparently thinking about the loopholes in Kwang-san's plan. Kwang-san's plan was like this. After finding the location, Lin Yixuan was responsible for dealing with the guards outside and the strongest magician of mankind, Alan and others, while she was responsible for finding the specific location of area first, and then went outside to meet Lin Yixuan when her location was determined, and the two went together to rescue. Although the plan seemed to be fine, Lin Yixuan soon discovered some doubts. Why would the people from DM let Kwang-san know area's location? Could this be a trap? Kwang-san just said that she had been looking for area for a long time, but she only found area's location a few days ago. Could it be that the confidentiality measures of DEM were cracked by Kwang-san? Many doubts filled Lin Yixuan's mind, but he didn't care much. After all, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy would be useless. What he was really worried about was Kwang-san herself. Although it seemed that his task was more difficult, who knew the specific situation inside? Miss Kwang-san, for your safety, I have something here. Can you accept it? After thinking about it, Lin Yixuan decided to give Kwang-san a defensive item for self-defense for the sake of being conservative. Lin Yixuan took out a golden bell from his pocket and handed it to the confused Kwang-san. What is this? It's for self-defense. It can exert amazing power in critical moments. Lin Yixuan gave the defensive item that he had just exchanged from the system mall, the golden bell cover. Those who know about this thing will understand. Seeing this, Kwang-san did not say much and accepted it. After all, the other party was well-intentioned, and this was also to make the chances of success of the operation greater. Thank you for your generous help, Mr. Yixuan. Then I will take my leave first. After saying that, Kwang-san stood up and performed a standard princess's salute before slowly sinking into the ground. After seeing the visitor leave, Lin Yixuan was relieved. It turned out that Kwang-san must be up to no good when she came. Although he had already guessed that Kwang-san might come to him to ask him to help with something, he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Forget it, let's eat first. The dishes are cold. After heating the dishes and rice with fire escape, Lin Yixuan returned to his seat to eat again. My previous battle power was a little broken, and I will gradually improve it later. In addition, I may not write very well in terms of the system. After all, I have never written a system article before. This is the first time. I will also improve this part in many aspects. The details and optimization of this article will be better and better. P.S. Thank you all for voting. Your support is my motivation for updating. I love her 20 Dem Club's crazy plan. An uninhabited island on the coast of the Sea of Japan. 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared out of thin air on a flat ground on an uninhabited island. The man had short yellow hair and wore a green tights, while the girl wore a red and black gothic outfit with a pair of ponytails of different lengths. The two quickly found a safe shelter and squatted to confirm the route of action again. P.S. Here Lin Yixuan exchanged for Wukong's instant movement, so I won't write about it in the main text, otherwise it will seem like a waste of words. Yixuan-kun, it looks like everything is going according to the original plan. Kwang San leaned against a huge rock, took out a map and confirmed that the two were in the place marked with a red X. Lin Yixuan turned his head and suddenly a circular laboratory appeared in front of him, with more than a dozen guards patrolling at the door. It was worthy of the style of DEM that they would actually build a laboratory in such an unmanned, safe, and hidden place. Then, Miss Kwang San, pay attention to your own safety. I'll go first. Well, you should pay attention to your safety too. After saying that, Lin Yixuan, wearing the same tights as Qingchen, suddenly jumped up and landed 15 meters away from the door of the laboratory. Time goes back to the high-level meeting of the Japanese branch of DEM yesterday. Dear compatriots, I think the benefits of this plan are generally greater than the disadvantages. After the plan succeeds, we will eliminate the biggest hidden danger. Ike, wearing a suit, was persuading the high-level executives on the stage to agree to his crazy plan. Alan, wearing a secretary's uniform, stood not far from him with his hands behind his back and looked at each other quietly. Ike's plan was bold and crazy. He deliberately let Kwang San know where Arya was imprisoned, and then leaked Arya's spiritual power to let the other party confirm the authenticity of the news. After that, this crazy plan suddenly came into being. On the virtual screen, Ike's original plan was displayed in front of the eyes of the senior executives. Ike had long known that Kwang San had been looking for Arya's location, and took this opportunity to make a plan to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of his own. I believe you all know the harm of elves to us humans. Although the loss of this operation will be relatively large, it is not worth mentioning compared to the results. Hearing this, the senior executives were hesitating whether to agree to Ike's plan to drop an atomic bomb on an uninhabited island to achieve the goal of destroying Kwang San and Arya at the same time. Yes, you heard it right. It's an atomic bomb. The originator of nuclear weapons is a weapon of mass destruction that uses the light and heat radiation, shock waves, and induced radioactivity of nuclear reactions to cause killing and destruction, as well as causing large-scale radioactive pollution. The harm of elves is obvious to all. Before this, he had successfully persuaded the Japanese leaders to agree to his plan. Now it only needs the nods of the senior leaders to officially implement it. Ike is very confident. No matter what it is, even if you are an elf, everything will be blown up to nothing in front of nuclear weapons. But Kwang San is an exception. She can hide in her own space to avoid the power of the explosion. The original plan was to send the second combat force of Artemisia to the contaminated area after the nuclear bomb explosion to deploy a random field to protect her, find Kwang San and capture her and bring her back to Dem for research. However, I didn't expect that Kwang San would actually go to find the elementalist who defeated Alan and is currently the strongest elf and let the other party come together. This made Ike very happy, and the plan changed to Alan and Artemisia dealing with Lin Yixuan outside and Mana dealing with Kwang San. The plan of the nuclear bomb explosion remained unchanged. As for how the three of them could get out, Ike had his own way. Ike's ambition and madness frightened the senior executives. Finally, okay, we have agreed to your plan after discussion, but if it fails, don't worry, I will bear all the consequences. Ike smiled and assured the senior executives, and the excitement on his face could no longer be suppressed. 3 elves, 3 spirit crystals, what a wonderful power. Chapter 21, 5 Escapes versus Random Domain. The scene returns to the island Yoshi. Let you accompany me to bloom my youth, Lin Yixuan said in a middle school tone. He was wearing the same tights as the youth brother. He was fearless. In front of him, Alan and Artemisia, the 2 strongest fighters of the Dem Club, and a group of Dem Club members looked straight at him. Although he didn't know why the young man in front of him suddenly became so middle school, Alan knew the terrifying strength hidden under his appearance. Today I will avenge my previous shame. Alan clenched the blade in his hand and decided to challenge Lin Yixuan 1v1 again. Humph, haven't you learned the lesson from last time? Lin Yixuan made the classic opening move of Might Guy and said in a rather mocking tone. The venue automatically made way for an empty space. The wind blew quietly on the cheeks of the two people, accompanied by a green leaf falling to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Alan moved, activated the display device, and rushed straight to Lin Yixuan in front of him. The latter hurriedly dodged, and the former's attacks continued to fall. When the two were in the scene, an invisible afterimage suddenly formed. A flaw. Alan quickly elbowed Lin Yixuan, and the latter quickly reacted in the air. Fire escape great fireball jutsu. He formed a seal in the air at the speed of light and used the classic fire escape ninjutsu. Seeing this, Alan immediately opened the random field to protect himself. The smoke dissipated, and Alan opened his eyes, only to see that Lin Yixuan had already arrived in front of him and punched him. Bang! Alan was caught off guard by the blow and was knocked against the tree. Good, come again! Alan stood up and wrestled with Lin Yixuan again. The purpose of many days of practice was to defeat the opponent in front of him. Alan's goal was so firm. Water escape, water rush wave to distance himself again. Lin Yixuan took the opportunity to use water escape ninjutsu to change the terrain. Alan's speed could not keep up. If it was in the water, it would be beneficial to him. The scene was fought back and forth again, and the DEM members who were watching on the side wanted to applaud. This won't work. It's impossible to cause effective damage to him. Although faster than him, the opponent's reaction ability is not ordinary. Alan can't make an effective attack. He is thinking about what to do in his mind. What? It's no good? Seeing that the latter once again repelled him and returned to his original position, Lin Yixuan asked in confusion. He was responded with several shells. Seeing this, the latter calmly formed a sealed tsukushin. The earth flow wall is another classic earth escape defensive ninjutsu. The difference this time is that the two disappeared after the collision. Huh? It can actually break the earth flow wall. Lin Yixuan quickly got up and left, saying in surprise that it seems that the equipment of the DM club is more powerful and can actually break the earth flow wall. Without giving Lin Yixuan time to react, Alan increased the power of the display device and appeared in front of him in an instant. This blow, I will give it back to you. Swish! Lin Yixuan was hit by Alan's critical hit, and his body fell uncontrollably into the bushes below and disappeared. Seeing this, Alan's face was serious. This blow alone was not enough to defeat the boy in front of him, and then he quickly flew in the direction he flew out. It hurts. Lin Yixuan fell to the ground and complained in pain. Alan's blow just now hit his lower abdomen directly, and the food he had eaten yesterday was about to come out. Not long after he stood up, Alan's figure once again came into view, and Lin Yixuan hurriedly responded. Wind style, vacuum wave. After using wind style to blow away the person in front of him, Lin Yixuan stood up and went into the air and used fire style, great fireball technique again. A huge fireball hit Alan, who was blown away, and the latter quickly used the random field to resist. Another puff of smoke dissipated, and Lin Yixuan's attack could not escape the law of smoke without injury after all. Your tricks don't work on my random field. Give up! Fortunately, the random field equipped this time was strong enough to easily offset Lin Yixuan's great fireball. Is that really the case? The two came to the open space again and confronted each other. Lin Yixuan once again made a starting move, and Alan once again held the blade tightly in his hand. The scene fell into silence again. Bang! Suddenly, Alan adjusted the power of the display device to the maximum, and her body immediately formed a residual image and rushed towards Lin Yixuan. The blade in her hand was flat, showing that she would gather all her strength in the next attack, as if she wanted to decide the outcome with one strike. Seeing this, Lin Yixuan decided to use physical skills instead of ninjutsu to respond to the opponent's moves. Thunder escape, thunder torture. Lin Yixuan's hand gathered a stream of blue energy to form a tough but iron-cutting hand blade, and then her body also rushed towards Alan, who was flying at high speed. Bang! The violent collision between the hand blade and the blade immediately formed a sound with a loudness of nearly 300 decibels. Not bad. You can grow to such a level in such a short time, Alan. I want to praise you. Lin Yixuan was surprised by the power Alan exerted, and the latter looked at the other party calmly. Thank you for the compliment. Let this strike end the battle. After saying that, Alan adjusted the maximum code power of the display device to the limit, and the blade in her hand had the sign of suppressing Lin Yixuan. Unfortunately, she was ultimately no match for Lin Yixuan's super powerful attack. Thunder Escape has always been famous for its attack and speed, and this move is often used by the 4th Raikage, which shows how powerful it is. Zizi, 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 the fire from the collision between the weapon and the handblade is still emitting. Lin Yixuan no longer wants to waste time. Although he had a lot of fun fighting with Alan, he cannot bring unnecessary trouble to Kwang San. With a sudden turn of his hand, Lin Yixuan caught Alan off guard. Before the latter could react, the thunder strike from Lin Yixuan's other hand had already landed on her back. Bang! Alan was directly shocked by this blow, and even the display device was destroyed. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. The whole person lost consciousness due to the pain and fell into the bushes beside him, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Your strength is quite good, but it's a pity that you met me. After saying that, after dealing with Alan, Lin Yixuan jumped again and came to Artemisia and others. Without further ado, Lin Yixuan used the combination of ninjutsu wind-style vacuum Lianyu plus fire-style Haohuo extinguish. The violent attack went straight towards the people in front of him. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly used the random field to resist. But even with the random field's resistance, due to the excessive power of this move, even the random field could not resist, and a crack appeared. It was only a matter of time before it broke. Crack! 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 After 20 seconds, the sound of the random field breaking suddenly sounded one after another. The people who could not resist were blown into the sky and fell directly to the ground and fainted. Next, it was Kwang San's wife who took action. After doing all this, Lin Yixuan sat on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. P.S. The fighting in this chapter may not be written very well, and the combat power setting has also been initially determined. Just enjoy it. Chapter 22 Rescue. While Lin Yixuan's battle was in full swing, Kwang San had successfully sneaked into the inner space of the laboratory using her own ability. You don't know until you see it. There is something else inside. Although the overall structure doesn't look big on the surface, you will know the grandeur of this laboratory when you walk inside and enter the underground. Without time to appreciate it, Kwang San used her perception and clones to find Aria's location. Is it actually inside a secret door? 2 of Kwang San's clones were solved by unknown enemies inside a secret door, which allowed Kwang San to determine the approximate location of Aria. Then, she left here and went outside to proceed according to the plan. Lin Yixuan, who was sitting outside to rest, sensed Kwang San's approach. Not long after he opened his eyes, Kwang San walked out of the door. Have you found Aria's location? I have found it, but there are other people guarding inside, so it's not easy for me to rush in alone. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan got up and followed Kwang San to the place she had just come to. There are 3 roads here. Which road corresponds to the secret door you mentioned? As the 2 went deeper and deeper, 3 dark roads that could not be seen at a glance suddenly appeared in front of them. I'll ask the clone to check again. Good guy, the tool man is confirmed, Lin Yixuan complained in his heart. After saying that, 3 clones that looked exactly like her appeared under the feet of Kwang San's main body, walking in different directions. After about half a minute, the clones on the 2 roads were safe and sound, and only the clone in the middle suddenly lost contact with the main body, but this also made Kwang San determine where to go next. Go straight! After saying that, the 2 of them started to set off and walked straight on the road in front of them. About 1 minute later, a wide field gradually came into their eyes. There were also the iconic research specimens of the DEM Society on all sides. On the experimental table in the middle, a girl with her limbs tied was lying quietly. The girl was wearing a black nun's robe, with short gray hair and blue-green eyes, and a cross on her neck. Bang! Bang! Without saying a word, Kwang San directly used her flintlock to destroy the ring that bound the girl Aria. And then Lin, Yixuan used instant movement to carry away the unconscious area. "Ha! You are finally here." A voice came from the shadows in the ears of the two people. Looking in that direction, they saw that Mana and dozens of members of the Dem Club had appeared beside the two of them at some point and surrounded them. Blades and guns were pointed at the two people, and they would be annihilated immediately if they made any moves. "Tokisaki Kurumi, you should never, ever bring the elementalist into this. It will harm him." Mana walked straight to the front of Kurumi, who was 3 meters away, and said, "What do you mean?" Kurumi asked with a confused look on her face. "Now that things have come to this, I will not hide it from you." Mana paused and then explained, "An atomic bomb will be dropped on this island in 10 minutes. Are you sure you can survive then?" "What?" Kwang-san looked incredulous. She had never thought that the madman from DM would use nuclear bombs, which were banned by the United Nations, to deal with her. Was this a huge investment? "Will you also die as a result?" "Don't worry about us. Cherish your last 10 minutes. Lin Yixuan had been listening to the conversation between the two without saying anything, but faced with the current crisis, he had to speak. Jenna responded to Lin Yixuan's question nonchalantly. Since they dared to come, they must have taken all measures to protect their own safety, so they dared to speak without panic. "Yixuan-kun, I'm very sorry that I hurt you too." As Kwang-san spoke, tears suddenly flowed from her eyes. She sat limply on the ground, with Arya lying quietly on her body. It was really ridiculous. She actually died in such a cowardly way. Her revenge was not yet complete. How could she be willing? "Okay, we've almost said goodbye. To be on the safe side, let us deal with you." Hearing this, Kwang-san also cheered up a little. Don't give up until the last moment, otherwise she will have survived all these years in vain. At this moment, Lin Yixuan couldn't bear to see Kwang-san's decadent look and reminded her, "Miss Tokisaki, have you forgotten how I brought you here?" Kwang-san was stunned for a while after hearing this. Yes, doesn't Yixuan have special abilities? Thinking of this, Kwang-san changed her previous decadence, wiped the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes, and the whole person was glowing with a vibrant face, confronting Mana in front of her. "Yixuan, thank you for your reminder. You deal with the group of DM Club members, and we deal with Takami Amana. How about it?" "No problem. Just be careful, and I'll take care of Miss Nia." Lin Yixuan responded with a smile, and then his eyes came to the group of DM Club members. This group of people is different from the AST people. They are the purest evil people. There is no need to pity their humble lives, and there is no need to feel any guilt for killing them. Fire, escape, great fire extinction. Lin Yixuan made seals with both hands at the speed of light, intending to divide the battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a flame with a width of up to 10 meters spurting out of his mouth, which wrapped all the members of the DM Club, including him, 360 degrees without dead angles, forming a square cage. Its tightness is absolutely impossible to break through with the few people in front of him. "Humph, it's so troublesome to deal with you. It's really unpleasant." After saying that, he saw a group of DM Club members activating the display device and rushing up, while Lin Yixuan was holding Area in passive defense. On the other side, Kwang-san and Mana's eyes were still confronting each other. The two did not dare to act rashly. The two were old opponents and knew each other's fighting style very well, so whoever moved first would be passive. "Kekedi!" Kwang-san suddenly summoned her angel, and a huge clock suddenly appeared behind her, with the Roman numerals engraved on it, each number representing a different ability. "Miss Takami Amana, it's time for us to end things." Kwang-san pointed the flintlock in her hand at the other party, and said in a bad tone, "Humph, I know the current situation better than you do. You are just doing useless work. You can't escape death after all." Mana also didn't give Kwang-san face. In her eyes, Kwang-san was just struggling before death. It will take another 10 minutes to know. After saying that, Kwang-san rushed forward angrily. One bullet. She used a special bullet on the way and fired it at her forehead. The speed immediately formed an unclear afterimage. But Mana is powerful after all, and she has fought with Kwang-san for so long. How could she not understand the other party's ability? The next second, Kwang-san appeared behind Mana, but Mana had already predicted her position and turned around to chop horizontally. Seeing this, Kwang-san used the gun to block the attack, but was also pushed back 3 meters. As expected of Miss Mana, your ability to predict is better than others. Stop talking so much and prepare to die. After saying that, Mana rushed straight up, and the two figures immediately wrestled together, but Kwang-san was not suitable for fighting after all, and Mana had an absolute upper hand on the scene. After 10 rounds, a flaw of Kwang-san was seized by Mana. Go to hell! Mana's super strong attack hit Kwang-san's white back, and blood immediately flowed. The latter quickly moved away from the opponent and took the opportunity to use another special bullet, the 4th bullet. Kwang-san shot a bullet in her back and saw that the back that was bleeding just now was intact. Its powerful recovery ability even made Mana feel difficult. Sure enough, it's not easy to deal with your real body, Mana said. If the Kwang-san in front of her had a split body, then the previous attack would have killed her on the spot. But the real body is much more difficult to deal with than the split body. Thank you, Miss Mana, for the compliment, but I don't like being looked down upon by others. At this time, Kwang-san's nature is hard to change, and she said with a rather strange tone. At this moment, both of them knew in their hearts that either Kwang-san would run out of spiritual power first and lose, or Mana would run out of physical strength first. But no matter which situation, both of them would go all out. Bang! Mana and Kwang-san collided again, and then the sky, the ground, all around were flashing traces of the two people's battle. The two sides countered each other's moves, and the scene was once again indistinguishable. Don't ask why Kwang-san didn't use a split body. Using a split body consumes a lot of spiritual power. It is no less stupid to use it against an opponent like Mana who fights a war of attrition. About 3 minutes later, the figures of the two collided for the last time. Swish! The two of them each retreated 5 meters, panting at the same time. This scene made it difficult to judge who had the upper hand in the previous battle. But anyone with a discerning eye knew that when it came to consumption, Kwang-san was definitely good. At this moment, her remaining spiritual power could still fire another special bullet, while Mana's physical strength had been exhausted. It's almost time, Tokisaki Kwang-san. You didn't expect me to have a backup plan, did you? What did you say? Kwang-san immediately felt bad. Mana laughed crazily, and then she took out a button from somewhere and pressed it without hesitation. Then the place where Kwang-san was suddenly exploded, forming a 4-meter-wide huge pit in an instant. Tokisaki Kwang-san, you are still too naive after all. You actually let me succeed so easily. When Mana and Kwang-san fought just now, the former did not use her brain. She knew that she could never beat Kwang-san in a war of attrition. So after seizing the opportunity to injure Kwang-san again, she threw an invisible bomb on the latter. After the residual power faded, Mana looked at the huge pit quietly, but within 3 seconds, her eyes were full of disbelief. How could it be? In Mana's eyes, on the huge pit, Kwang-san's body was covered by a golden halo, which seemed to protect Kwang-san from danger. It seems that the things sent by Yixuan-kun have worked. Mana's sudden lack of martial ethics just now made Kwang-san unable to react at all. She thought she would die, but unexpectedly, the golden bell sent by Lin Yixuan saved Kwang-san's life at the critical moment. P.S. The author is also a reader. Sometimes it is normal to make a mistake in typing 1 or 2 words. Dear readers, please point them out so that they can be corrected. Chapter 23, Nuclear Bomb Explosion. Super Saiyan 1 appears. Miss Mana, you are so despicable. Kwang-san's tone was full of anger, and she was obviously very angry about Mana's lack of martial ethics. Seeing that her trump card had been cracked, Mana seemed to accept her fate and closed her eyes, waiting for Kwang-san's punishment. Bang! Kwang-san did not hesitate and directly fired a bullet at Mana, who was hit and fell down. After dealing with Mana, Kwang-san looked at Lin Yixuan. When she saw dozens of corpses lying on the ground, she had already guessed the result. At this moment, the alarm sounded in the sky outside. A transport plane quietly stopped 200 meters above the laboratory. As soon as the time came, it would immediately drop an atomic bomb. Miss Tokisaki, it seems that the nuclear bomb is about to be dropped. You should leave quickly. After the former said this, He handed the girl in his arms to Kwang San. Well, Kwang San did not hesitate. While taking over area, she waited for Lin Yixuan's next move. As she wished, after a dazzling moment, San returned to her home, but the familiar figure did not appear next to her. Where is Yixuan-kun? Could it be? Kwang San had obviously guessed the result, and tears suddenly appeared in the corners of her cute and charming little face. It was ridiculous. How could a powerful ability not have side effects? Lin Yixuan did not tell Kwang San that using instant teleportation consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Even he could only use it 3 times a day at most. He had already used up the number when rescuing Arya just now. When he overdrawn his physical strength to force Kwang San and Arya to be teleported back, he sat on the ground exhausted. It's really troublesome. Thinking back to everything he had experienced today, Lin Yixuan smiled as if he was relieved. The alarm sounded more and more intense, and Lin Yixuan looked at Mana, who was lying on the ground not far away. Forget it. I'll be a good person again. Lin Yixuan dared to stay in this place, not without his own plan. He knew that once he escaped, Mana and Alan and others outside would definitely not be able to escape this disaster. He took out a card from his personal belongings, which read, Super Saiyan 1 experience card 1 day. It depends on you whether I live or die today. Lin Yixuan firmly believed that even a weapon of mass destruction like an atomic bomb could not cause effective damage to Super Saiyan 1, so he made this choice. System, use Super Saiyan 1 experience card. Suddenly, Lin Yixuan's momentum soared, and the sky was dim at this moment. At this time, Lin Yixuan was surrounded by golden energy, and his hair stood up and turned golden. The whole person's energy was much stronger than before. Is this a Super Saiyan? It's really as powerful as the legend says. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The whole body was wrapped in a powerful golden airflow. Lin Yixuan didn't have time to appreciate this body. He immediately flashed outside and found the figures of Alan and Artemisia and others. When he finished doing this, he sensed that the nuclear bomb had fallen, and he pressed the 3 people's bodies together, then opened his hands and shouted loudly, Ha! He opened a golden energy barrier with both hands, apparently intending to use it to resist the explosion caused by the atomic bomb. 3 seconds later, the atomic bomb fell to the ground, and a huge mushroom cloud suddenly formed in the sky. A violent gust of wind formed on the island, reaching the level of level 10, and everything around was swallowed up by a white light and turned into nothingness. In the field, Lin Yixuan was still struggling to resist the impact of the explosion. His hands had long been numb and powerless, but he couldn't let go. Once he let go, it would be all over. Everything was supported by willpower. Sure enough, it's still a bit reluctant. Even Super Saiyans can't resist nuclear weapons? There is no doubt that the body of a Super Saiyan can definitely withstand nuclear weapons. In order to fit into this article, I weakened the Super Saiyan appropriately. Otherwise, it would be too abnormal to be a direct long Wanqian. Back to the main text. 30 seconds have passed. The boy who had short golden hair and was wrapped in golden airflow has turned into black hair. The airflow has disappeared. There is still blood at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly fell to the ground. Lin Yixuan finally lost consciousness due to exhaustion, but he smiled slightly at the last moment. No one knows what he was thinking in his heart. At least he tried his best at the last moment. Chapter 24. Favorability exceeds 80. With a mortal body, he resisted the nuclear bomb. Yes, he did it and successfully saved everyone's life. But he also lost consciousness and didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Where is this? Alan, who fell to the ground, woke up first and looked around. In addition to the devastation, there were only 3 people who were still unconscious next to him. When his eyes saw Lin Yixuan, Alan was stunned. Combining the scenes around her, she immediately understood what happened and looked at him with complicated emotions in her eyes. After a long time, Alan stood up and came to Mana's side to heal her. Hey Alan, can you hear me? After Alan finished the treatment and gently put Mana down, Ike's voice suddenly rang in the earphone beside his ear. I can hear you. It's great that you're okay. How's the situation over there? Did you see Nightmare, the nun, and the Elementalist? Hearing this, Alan looked around and found that there was nothing but a fly except for the burned trees and the green nuclear radiation. I didn't see them, but the nuclear radiation is about to spread to the whole island. Alan lied to Ike and didn't tell the truth. This was also a reward for Lin Yixuan saving the 3 people. Okay, then, you come back first. After looking at Lin Yixuan, who was lying on the ground again, Alan found the spare energy in his pocket, replaced Mana's display device, and took Artemisia and Mana away quickly. Ding! Due to the host's various behaviors today, Tokisaki Kurumi's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Since she is the first person to break through 80 favorability, the host is hereby rewarded with 10 consecutive draws from the gachapon machine. Ding! The personal information panel of the harem characters is open, and the host can view it by himself. After a long time, about half an hour later, cough cough, Lin Yixuan was awakened by the unpleasant smell of nuclear radiation. Without thinking too much, he immediately bought a detoxification pill and a gas mask from the system mall. The most harmful thing after a nuclear bomb explosion is nuclear radiation, which can destroy the DNA of humans and animals. If you inhale it, you will be disabled if you don't die. I'm so glad that I'm not dead. He wanted to stretch his muscles happily, but the pain caused by exhaustion made him unable to use any strength, and he still lay on the ground helplessly. After a long time, Lin Yixuan stood up with difficulty. Really? Is Alan really gone? Finding that there was no trace of the 3 people he saved, Lin Yixuan was sure that the other party had left here. It was not suitable to stay here for long. After getting another energy pill from the system mall, Lin Yixuan used teleportation to return home. Hiss, it hurts. The body that had just recovered was in unbearable pain again. It was not a wise move to force the body to overdraw multiple times. Lying on the bed, Lin Yixuan recalled the words of the system in his mind. It seemed that this trip was not in vain. The favorability of Guangsan's wife had exceeded 80. It was only a matter of time before it broke 90 or even 100. System used 10 consecutive draws. Lin Yixuan thought that it would be great if he could draw some recovery items or something like that. This would undoubtedly be a timely help. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the following items. Senzu Beans 3 system points plus 300 experience points plus 200 Tsukiyomis, 1 air dance, 1 Fanta, 1 already chilled. Luck value plus 1 nothing. What? Senzu Beans. This is a good thing. As long as you eat it, no matter how much physical strength you have consumed or you are on the verge of death, it can immediately restore you. It is the most bug-like recovery item in the Dragon Ball world. Without saying anything, Lin Yixuan picked up one and threw it into his mouth, and then he felt the power overflowing. Tsukuyomi and aerial dance have their own advantages. One can enhance the illusion of the mangekyou, and the other can fly in the sky. This can make up for the shortcoming of not being able to fight in the air in the battle with AST and DM. Too lazy to look at the messy things he got later, Lin Yixuan checked his personal attributes. In the fashion line, he saw that there were 22 hours of experience time left for Super Saiyan 1, and he was relieved immediately. He is stupid if he resists the nuclear bomb again next time. If you have not experienced that kind of situation, you don't know how critical it was at that time. If you make a mistake, it will lead to the annihilation of the whole army. Have a good rest. You are tired enough today. Chapter 25. Guangsan's first kiss 20 Japan time. Dong, dong, dong. The knocks on the door woke up Lin Yixuan, who was sleeping soundly. The knocks lasted for 2 minutes. He was very disgusted by people disturbing him while he was sleeping. He couldn't stand it. Just when he wanted to get up to see who was knocking on the door, a girl wearing a red and black Gothic rose outfit suddenly appeared in front of him. Miss Tokisaki, why are you here? You can just call me by my name in the future. You don't have to be so polite. The girl in front of Lin Yixuan was Guangsan. The latter did not explain why she was here, but looked at the other person tenderly with a pair of beautiful eyes. Why are you so stupid? Is it worth it? Guangsan hugged the confused Lin Yixuan. He didn't know what happened. What's wrong, Guangsan? Why did you stay in such a dangerous place by yourself? What do you mean by disregarding your own safety? Kwang-san became more and more excited as she spoke, and her arms around Lin Yixuan became tighter and tighter, making it difficult for Lin Yixuan to breathe. Of course it's for you. Faced with this situation, even the slowest person should understand what happened. Lin Yixuan responded to Kwang-san's words without thinking too much. In his heart, other people, or more precisely, the people he likes, will put their lives and safety first, especially Kwang-san in front of him. Lin Yixuan would rather die than see the other person get hurt. But, you knew this would happen. Why did you lie to me? Kwang-san wiped the tears from her eyes and looked at him again. If Lin Yixuan didn't have the system, or if he didn't have a life-saving trump card, would he be able to survive in that situation? The answer is no. Any creature will pale in comparison to a weapon like a nuclear bomb, even elves. Isn't everything okay now? Idiot, why are you being so nice to me? Kwang-san became more and more excited, and her tone became completely different from before. Lin Yixuan knew that she was really worried about him, so she stroked the latter's well-behaved head and said, "Because you're the only one," Lin Yixuan said from the bottom of his heart. "I?" Kwang-san was stunned for a moment. "Let me give you a poem. Bad luck and misfortune. The rugged road is difficult to walk. The wild singing and dancing make people drunk. I am lucky to meet you." This is a poem that Lin Yixuan wanted to confess to Kwang-san a long time ago. Now that he has a rare opportunity, he wants to see how the other party will react. Kwang-san is very smart. He immediately thought that this is a hidden poem about himself, and a happy smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Silly, don't do this in the future." Ding! Tokisaki Kwang-san's favorability towards the host +10. Currently in a romantic relationship. Do you want to bind the relationship? Yes? No? Wow? A poem directly adds 10 favorability? It feels like I risked my life, and in the end it was not as fast as a poem? Without giving Lin Yixuan time to continue complaining, the system's words followed one after another. "What the hell do you choose?" Or "No, don't hesitate." What? How come this system suddenly changed from being timid at the beginning to being so irritable now? Is this the nature of the system? Without any extra hesitation, Lin Yixuan clicked yes without hesitation. A red heart symbol suddenly appeared above Kwang-san's head, with her mood, favorability, and personal information next to it. Is this the benefit of having a high favorability? The real Kwang-san was stunned for a moment. Then she came back to her senses and looked at Lin Yixuan with a look full of tenderness. "If Yixuan-kun wants to be a couple with me, I can consider it," Kwang-san said with sudden enlightenment. Her face was already covered with blush, and she shyly covered her cheeks. Looking at this scene, Lin Yixuan smiled evilly. No matter how cold a goddess is, she will still fall when she encounters my tear-jerking offensive. "Can I call you that, San-san?" "Well, it's okay. You can call me whatever you want, Yixuan-kun." Kwang-san was like a well-behaved child at this moment and obeyed Lin Yixuan's request. "Don't do this next time." "Okay." Lin Yixuan immediately raised his hands and agreed to Kwang-san with a firm face. Upon hearing this, the latter's face showed his most primitive appearance again, and he raised the corners of his mouth evilly and said, "Do you dare to do it next time?" Looking at the suddenly terrifying Kwang-san, Lin Yixuan was directly scared. It turned out that no matter how invincible a man is, there will be a soft spot in his heart that many people have. Without any sign, Kwang-san suddenly kissed Lin Yixuan's mouth. This is my first kiss. You have to be responsible for me." After the kiss, Kwang-san covered her face and said shyly, which directly broke Lin Yixuan's defense. "Good guy, my first kiss is gone? You suddenly took advantage of me and dared to let me be responsible. Okay, then how about marrying me?" Lin Yixuan laughed evilly. Kwang-san's cherry lips came too suddenly, and there was no time to enjoy and taste them properly. What do you want to do?" Kwang-san looked at Lin Yixuan, who was getting closer and closer to her, and said in an uneasy tone, "You just took advantage of me. Is there any problem if I take advantage of you again?" After saying that, in front of Kwang-san's surprised expression, Lin Yixuan domineeringly kissed the latter's cherry lips. After a long time, Lin Yixuan reluctantly separated. Hate, so sudden. Kwang-san's face was as red as an apple, and she turned around proudly and no longer looked at Lin Yixuan. Okay, let's go see how Miss Area is doing." Thinking of a clever idea, Lin Yixuan quickly found an excuse to change the subject. "Oh yes, it just so happens that Miss Area has something to ask you." Guangsan suddenly remembered why she came here. "What are you waiting for? Let's go!" So Lin Yixuan once again used instant teleportation to Guangsan's home, but this time he learned his lesson and knew to eat the senzu beans before teleporting. Chapter 26. In Guangsan's home, a girl wearing a black nun's uniform with short gray hair and blue-green eyes sat beside Guangsan's bed, seeming to be worried about something. "Miss Tokisaki, you're back!" Seeing the newcomer walk into the bedroom, Arya said happily. "Well, I also brought the person you wanted to see." Hearing this, Arya's eyes immediately looked at the young man behind Guangsan and then stood up and walked in front of him. "Thank you and Miss Tokisaki for saving Arya's life." Gratitude suddenly poured out, and Arya directly held Lin Yixuan's hands. "It's okay. It's a small matter, but Miss Arya should not be abducted by the people from DEM again." Lin Yixuan really couldn't understand why Arya was captured by the people from DEM when angels obviously had the ability to predict the future. "It's a shame to say this. 5 years ago, I was concentrating on my creation and didn't pay attention to my defense. Suddenly, I was knocked unconscious by Alan and taken away." Lin Yixuan suddenly forgot that the area in front of him could read people's inner thoughts. Otherwise, the other party would not answer his inner questions. Extra character description. The second point A, translated as wisdom, in the Kabbalah Tree of Life. The number is 2, the color is gray, and the gem is symbolized by turquoise. The planet is represented by Uranus, which is called the Supreme Father and symbolizes the male principle. The name of God is Yod. The guardian angel is Ratziel. About 28 years ago, she became an elf, the second confirmed elf in the world, and knew the existence of the original elves. The identification name is Sister. She debuted 10 years ago under the pen name of Honjo Soji and is the author of a best-selling comic. She claims to only love the second dimension. 5 years ago, she was captured by Alan and imprisoned in the DEM company for a long time and suffered inhuman abuse. In the 13th volume of the original work, she recalled the 5 years of abuse memory due to Westcott's control, which led to the reversal of the spirit crystal, and the spirit outfit became a black nun's uniform mixed with blood and spirit power. The Demon King Divine Eclipse volume was taken away by Westcott, but because there were residual spirit crystals in her body and Shidao replenished his spirit power in time, she was able to save her life. After waking up, she told everyone that all elves were actually transformed from humans. Main text. Arya doesn't know your name yet. Can you tell me? My name is Lin Yixuan. Arya, can I call you Xiao Xuan? Arya likes to change other people's names to words with similar pronunciations. Generally speaking, they are nicknames. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan thought for a while and felt that there was no big problem. It was just a way of calling, not a name change. No problem. Sure enough, Arya used the Whispering Chapter to detect a strong spiritual power fluctuation in Xiao Xuan's body, but this power does not belong to any spiritual crystal. Arya was very confused about the boy in front of her. Although her angel could not fully exert its original ability for the time being, it was still easy for her to see through the spiritual crystals obtained by all the elves, but she had no idea what Lin Yixuan's spiritual crystal was. I'm not an elf. Didn't San tell you? Lin Yixuan shook his head and denied Arya's words. Eh? Let's put it this way. I'm just a human with power similar to that of a spirit crystal. Is that understandable? Hearing this, Arya suddenly understood. She wanted to continue asking questions, but everyone has their own secrets and it's not easy to ask. After getting a rough answer, she let go of this topic. By the way, Miss Arya, can I ask you a few questions? Little Kwang Kwang, you ask? Little Kwang Kwang? That's just a question of pronunciation. Seeing this, Kwang San's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but she didn't care much. Compared to this, her own problems were more important. Let's not talk about this for now. Miss Arya, can your angel ability know a lot of things? Kwang San asked doubtfully. In theory, it should be like this, but because a lot of spiritual power has been taken away, now you can only know part of it. Arya said a little frustrated. If she hadn't been caught before, she would still be creating in her own comics house. In response, Kwang-san shook her head and said that it was not a big problem, as long as her question could be answered. Does Miss Nia know the origin spirit? Yes, the first spirit, Takamio's mother. Sure enough, the Nia in front of her could answer many of her doubts, and it seemed that her previous efforts were not in vain. But when Nia heard Kwang-san's question, she frowned, obviously feeling a little surprised. Please tell me all the information you know about the origin spirit, including how she appeared, her weaknesses and abilities, and how to kill her. After hearing this, Nia fell into thought for a while. I can only tell you the reason why she appeared. Other little Kwang doesn't need to know. Nia thought for a while and said, she naturally had her reasons and difficulties for saying this. That's troublesome. P.S. I saw 12 recommendation votes early in the morning, which scared Sayuri. I will add more today. Chapter 27. The First Spirit, Takamiya Mio. Lin Yixuan brought a stool for Arya to sit on so that he could relax a little. Alan Mira Mathers, Isaac Ray Barham Westcott, Elliot Baldwin Woodman. P.S. I don't know if Karen is involved here. Please let me know if you know. After Arya finished speaking, the anger on his face could not be suppressed, and it was obvious that he was resentful of the three people. These three people are the source of everything. Seeing this, Kwang-san sincerely thanked and said, Thank you, Miss Arya. These are enough. Little Kwang, the reason why I didn't tell you the rest is because. Arya paused and then said, If you want to get information from me and then go to the origin spirit to fight, then I advise you to give up. Your strength is not enough to defeat, let alone kill. All elves are transformed from humans, but I think you know that the person who gave the spirit crystal has a very terrifying power. That's why I don't want to tell you. Hearing this, Kwang-san was a little distressed. Things seem to be a little troublesome. When I think about how hard I have worked to find Arya and rescue her, and how I have obtained information about the origin spirit, now I am told that I am not strong enough. Is this a child beating an adult? Kwang-san couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Seeing this, Lin Yixuan, who was standing by, immediately spoke to comfort her. It's okay, San-san, I'm still here. Hearing this, Kwang-san's face immediately looked better, but it was obvious that she still couldn't accept this result. Miss Arya, you must be tired after talking so much. Let me say the next thing. After Lin Yixuan calmed Kwang-san's emotions, he poured a glass of water from outside and handed it to Arya, who didn't refuse and drank it directly. I also know some information about Takamiya Mio that Miss Arya doesn't know. What? Xiao Xuanchuan actually knows? The disbelief on Arya's face has been transformed into words. The same is true for Kwang-san, who obviously can't believe what Lin Yixuan said. That's right. I not only know her weaknesses, but I also know why she does this. Lin Yixuan didn't keep them in suspense. He looked at the two of them and continued to speak. Her weakness is Shinji Takamiya. You may not be familiar with this person, but you must know Gokawa Shido, right? Yes, I know, but what does this have to do with him? Kwang-san and Nia nodded in tacit understanding, but then asked in confusion, because the three sinners created Takamiya Mio, they intended to master the power of destroying the world, but they didn't expect that she would actually give birth to her own emotions until she met the person I just mentioned. That is, Gokawa Shido's previous life. Lin Yixuan calmly told all the plots of Mio's mother in the original work, but he did not tell the deeds of Kwang-san and others. Keeping it mysterious is in line with his identity. San-san, your angel ability is not suitable for fighting, but it is quite good for assisting. He thinks that Kwang-san's angel is really good for assisting. When fighting, use time-stop taunt. The damage is not high, but the insult is very strong, and it can attack the opponent's mentality mentally. After speaking, Lin Yixuan's eyes turned to Kwang-san, whose face was still immersed in what the former said just now. Xiao Xuanchuan is so mysterious. She knows things that even I don't know. What is Xiao Xuanchuan's identity? Me? I'm just an ordinary person who knows more. It was the same as saying nothing. Arya and Kwang-san could see that Lin Yixuan didn't seem to want to answer this question, so they gave up. So Yixuan-kun means that I need more time? Kwang-san said. Although she is indeed not suitable for fighting, she can use her strongest trump card, 12 bullets, to go back 30 years to kill Mio's mother. In response, Lin Yixuan smiled indifferently and remained silent about Kwangsan's words. Obviously, she has her own little worries. Wouldn't you do the same in the future? Killing is okay, but only bad people can be killed. Good people can't be killed. Otherwise, I will be angry. Kwangsan was originally famous for killing people. If she was asked to change this method and find another way to gain time, she would just say that she didn't. I know. Thank you, Miss Arya and Mr. Yixuan, for your generosity. It's getting late. It's time to rest. Hearing this, Arya was also excited. She hadn't touched a pen and paper for a long time. She wanted to go back to her comic book house and immerse herself in creation. Miss Arya, who are you going to live with? Lin Yixuan suddenly asked a question that caught Arya off guard. She had never thought about it. Then, can Arya live with Xiao Xuan? Arya immediately rubbed her body against Lin Yixuan, which made Kwangsan's head feel awkward. Oh, this won't work, Miss Arya. You should live with others. What could happen if a man and a woman lived together? Kwangsan said to Lin Yixuan and the frightened Arya with a very gloomy smile on her face. San, let her live with me. I can protect her. Lin Yixuan didn't think much about it. His heart was only with Kwangsan. He only protected Arya out of his heart. He didn't have any other thoughts. Seeing the sincerity in the boy's eyes, Kwangsan stopped throwing a tantrum and had to agree with him. Chapter 28, Arya's new residence. Back to his home, and the difference from the rental house he lived in before, Lin Yixuan had moved as early as when he exchanged 1 million RMB. Now he lives in a villa in the rich area. Miss Arya, move into any room you like. No need to ask me. Lin Yixuan was generous for once. When she was penniless before, she would eat every grain of rice. Now she is rich and willful. Hearing this, Arya couldn't hold back her excitement, so she ran into a larger room and said to Lin Yixuan, Xiao Xuan, Arya wants to live here. No problem. Do you need anything? Because it was a new house and because Lin Yixuan was the only one living there, it won't be that soon. Many rooms and the living room outside were empty, which was uncomfortable to look at. Lin Yixuan thought that he would buy some furniture when he had time, which would make his life more fulfilling. Let's get some brushes, paints, paper, and a drawing board for Arya. As expected, Arya's needs were exactly what he expected, so he exchanged them for the items Arya needed from the system mall without saying anything. After getting the painting tools he had always dreamed of, Arya excitedly started painting. Lin Yixuan did not disturb him, and then left 1 million yen on the stool and left the room. On the other side, in the office of the chairman of the Japanese branch of DEM, Ike was looking at Alan excitedly, his tone full of disbelief. This is impossible, Alan. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? I have emphasized many times that there are no traces of the 3 elves there. Then how did you survive? Alan in front of him was unwilling to answer this question, so Ike had to give up. Alan's original words were, I was defeated in the battle with the elementalist and fell to the ground unconscious. When I woke up, I saw Takamiya, Mana, and Artemisia unconscious beside me. But Ike would never believe such an outrageous thing, so he asked the truth again. After calming down his furious emotions for a while, Ike slowly sat down and thought about the ins and outs of the problem. There are only 2 possibilities for finding Lin Yixuan and others. First, survived the nuclear bomb explosion and escaped. Second, turned into ashes together with the spirit crystal. But no matter which result, Ike cannot accept. Due to the failure of the plan, he is now facing impeachment from the top leaders. Although he didn't care about the position of chairman, he couldn't allow such a perfect plan to fail. This was a big blow to him. Alan looked calmly at Ike, who was clutching his hair and looking ferocious. He felt a little sorry for him, but there was no better way to solve the current situation. Alan was not a pure villain. On the contrary, she was forced to play this role due to different positions. She knew how to repay kindness and didn't take the opportunity to kill the unconscious Lin Yixuan. Forget it. Leave me alone. Alan, you go out first. Hearing this, Alan didn't say much. He looked at Ike with complicated eyes and left the chairman's office. Chapter 29, Arya's Favorability, 7:05 p.m. Japan time. Ding! Because the host saved the simple Honjo Nia and provided her with food and shelter, Honjo Nia's favorability towards the host increased by 80. The current favorability is 80. Please keep up the good work. Masaka, Lin Yixuan, who was preparing dinner, suddenly heard the reward from the system in his head. This fucking Nia is too easy to get favorability. It's plus 80 right away. Isn't it just around the corner to get 100? Authors whisper, he will regret bringing Nia back in the future, believe me. Lin Yixuan couldn't hide the lewd smile on his face because he was so happy that he said to Nia and went out to buy groceries and left home. On an unknown street in Tiangong City, oh no, I forgot to ask Nia what she likes to eat. Lin Yixuan felt that he had forgotten something when he went out, and he didn't realize it until he heard a passerby say, "Baby, what do you like to eat?" It was too wasteful to use instant teleportation to ask, so he tried it out. Nia should like spicy food more? So at the vegetable market, "Auntie, give me 5 yuan for cabbage. I don't want the kind that's dead." "Okay, young man." After buying vegetables, the next thing is meat. "Uncle, how much is the pork?" 15 yuan per catty, no bargaining." "What? 15 yuan per catty? Are you trying to steal?" "No." "Auntie, how much is the pepper?" "Young man, you look pretty, so I'll sell it to you at a special price of 3 yuan per catty." "Thank you, Auntie. Then give me 10 yuan. P.S. Since the author doesn't know what the prices are in Japan, he just refers to the prices in China. At the entrance of the vegetable market, a boy with short blonde hair and casual clothes carried a large and small bag of vegetables and meat worth a total of 150 RMB and strode back home. Now, I can show off my skills. Lin Yixuan often cooked in his previous life, and he was quite confident in his cooking skills. Now he can show off in front of Arya. At the very least, don't forget the omnipotent system. What does the host want to do? Your idea makes this system feel very dangerous. It's none of your business. Go away. Back home. Destination. Kitchen. After soaking and washing the vegetables and meat, Lin Yixuan began his personal show. Dish, Northeast Chinese cabbage. Production. Finished product, cabbage with pork. Seasoning, chili, can be added or not depending on personal preference, oil, salt, etc. Dictionary pork, sure. Production, finished product, braised pork. Seasoning, pork belly, ginger, green onion, salt, blanching, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, etc. Others include the Japanese's favorite fruit platter, which Lin Yixuan also made. The price of fruit here in Japan is really surprisingly expensive, and it is more than 10 yuan more expensive than meat. Sayuri's words, "I made all these dishes myself, not from the internet." After working for about half an hour, "Arya, come out to eat," Lin Yixuan called out after setting the dishes. "Okay, wait a minute, Xiao Xuan. I've been waiting for more than half an hour, and you still haven't come out. What are you busy with?" The daily I made has become cold. Sitting on the stool, Lin Yixuan, whose butt has become one with the stool, looks at the time on his phone and falls into deep thought. I can't stand it anymore, and I don't need to stand it anymore. Just when Lin Yixuan got up and wanted to see what Arya was doing, she suddenly opened the door and walked out. "Vadasi?" Looking at Arya, whose whole body was covered with colorful paint, Lin Yixuan asked in surprise and confusion. Xiao Xuan, do you have clothes for girls?" I should have. Wait a minute." Arya poked her little hand obediently, looking at Lin Yixuan with a pleading look. It turned out that Arya was in there because the paint splashed on her body when she was creating. Now she came out slowly with paint all over her body. Arya's current appearance almost made Lin Yixuan laugh, but once he laughed, he would bear the consequences, so he calmly exchanged a few sets of clothes commonly worn by Japanese women from the System Mall. JK uniform, sailor suit. Maid uniform, all clothes that only gentlemen can appreciate. There is nothing you can't buy in this shitty system. Lin Yixuan was once again amazed by the system's powerful storage capacity. Politeness. Are you a system? What? You still refute when I praise you? Okay, wear whichever one you like. As he said that, Lin Yixuan put all the 4 sets of clothes he just bought in the bathroom. Thank you, Xuan. You're welcome. Go take a shower and eat later. Okay. After that, Arya tiptoed to the bathroom with her little feet covered in paint, leaving a trail of footprints that were difficult to wash away. Oh my God, what did I do to you in my previous life? Torturing me like this? P.S. Now I remembered that I forgot to add Arya to the New Year chapter. I apologize for this negligence. I will arrange more plots in the main text in the future. P.S. Thank you all readers for your support and comments. I read and reply to every message of yours. Sayuri would like to ask you whether you prefer to watch long Aoshin or half long Aoshin so that I can determine the next writing direction. Chapter 30 Entertainment Editor? After a long time, Arya, wearing a JK girl uniform, slowly came into Lin Yixuan's sight. Miss Arya, you look so cute in it. This is not that Lin Yixuan lied. The short hair and small face of Arya in front of him with JK are really cute. Really? Thank you for the compliment, Xiaoshuanshuan. Arya responded to Lin Yixuan's compliment and then sat opposite him. Wait a minute, the food is a little cold. I'll heat it up. As he said that, Lin Yixuan made a simple seal and then blew out a flame of moderate temperature from his mouth towards the food in front of him. Fire escape, great fire extinguishment, low-profile version. Looking at the food that was steaming again, Lin Yixuan nodded with satisfaction. Arya, who was facing him, was a little surprised. Xiaoshuan is really amazing. He even has this ability. Thank you for the compliment. Let's eat it quickly. Although it was heated, it did not affect the taste. The rice was sweet and soft, and the dishes were sweet and delicious. Arya really liked spicy food as Lin Yixuan expected. Maybe it was because Lin Yixuan's food was so delicious, Arya kept eating it up. Slow down. No one is snatching it from you. Lin Yixuan felt happy and relieved. He treated Arya as his sister. If his sister was happy eating, the brother would be happy too. After a long time, Arya offered to clean up the dishes, and Lin Yixuan did not refuse. In Japan, women are supposed to wash dishes and cook, but Lin Yixuan just helped with one of the tasks. Back in his room, Lin Yixuan habitually wanted to open the game he played every day, but what bothered him was that due to the difference in the world, this game did not exist in the world of the battle. System. Is there any way to connect the cultures of the two worlds? Yes, and it can be bought in the System Mall, product name Cultural and Entertainment Modifier. Upon hearing this, Lin Yixuan immediately opened the System Mall to search for the item in the system's mouth. Item, Cultural and Entertainment Modifier. Only function. Without affecting the operation of the world, it can modify the culture, history, entertainment, etc. of one or two worlds. Price, 3,000 system points. After confirming with his eyes that it was a good thing and not very expensive, Lin Yixuan bought it, without thinking. Suddenly, there was a square Pandora's box in his hand, and Lin Yixuan looked at it curiously. Ding! Do you want to use the Cultural and Entertainment modifier? After clicking the red button in the middle, a text selection was projected above the box. Yes, Lin Yixuan clicked the Yes option without thinking too much. Please select the object to be modified. 1. Culture, 2. History, 3. Entertainment, 4. Correction. When Lin Yixuan suddenly saw the instruction manual next to it, he immediately checked it. After he was familiar with how to use it, he began to operate it. Finally, click to confirm again. A strong white light from the box blinded Lin Yixuan's titanium alloy dog eyes, and then nothing else. He picked up his phone and searched for the game in the mall with trepidation. As expected, he found it. After downloading and installing it immediately, Lin Yixuan couldn't wait to open Naruto and start it. P.S. Thank you very much for Gusu Jiling's suggestion. From now on, this book will use the outline of Banlong Aoqian. In addition, this book has been over 10 days, and the number of words is relatively not too much or too little. If the daily recommendation votes and collections are stable, it will be updated steadily every day. Readers who like it, please click the lucky hand to vote and collect it. Chapter 31. If you don't know how to play Eagle Zo, you don't have to play it. Let me teach you. In the previous life, Naruto was a domestically produced, conscientious game that was more popular among the general public. It was one of the casual games that Lin Yixuan liked to play. Choose Penguin to log in. Well, this entertainment modifier is really powerful. It really moved it over without any difference. Looking at the full-level account that he had guarded in the Pado village for 3 years, Lin Yixuan couldn't help but sigh at the power of the entertainment modifier. Clicking on the duel field, because he hadn't played for a long time, his rank had dropped to Anbu 1. If he wanted to reach Super Shadow at the beginning of the month, it would be extremely difficult, so he might as well go to Shadow first. In the character selection interface, Lin Yixuan decisively chose Eagle Zhou as the first player, and the Impure World second generation and the Impure World class, these Shikamaru ninjas with extremely high-pressure ability as the back players. Loading interface. Why does the opponent's name look so familiar? At the same time, a young man in the original world, wearing glasses, a white short-sleeved t-shirt and blue short jeans, stared at his opponent's ID on his phone and was inevitably surprised. He is a game anchor on a small broken website and a member of the Naruto Combo Research Society, Fire Research Society. His game ID is Fire Research Society's Tuo Gengyun. The small broken website ID has the same game name as Koizuoshi. Isn't this the national server Eagle Zuo? Isn't it the classic 3-stage starter? Looking at the familiar ID and familiar characters in front of him, Tone was inevitably surprised. Lin Yixuan's Eagle Zuo is well known in the high-end games. Other White Masks and the second-generation Minato are played very well. Every season, the national server White Mask and the Edo World Minato are the national servers. They are very strong. They once won 40 games in a row with a 100% win rate and became popular. But he has a problem that he always likes to play Eagle Zhou as the first player, and he plays it very well. He always uses the classic 3-stage start and hidden general attack when playing Eagle Zhou, so much so that he is often called National Eagle Zhou in his own Broken Station videos. The game started just as Tuo Gengyun expected. Lin Yixuan's Eagle Zhou directly started with the classic 3-stage displacement, which directly angered the opponent. As a loyal Eagle Zhou player, Tuo Gengyun would never allow anyone to tinker with the 3-stage start and use hidden general attacks in front of him. WC, Kuangyue Zuoshi, you are really a talent, and you are still spraying your broken bonfire? The game ended. Although Eagle Zhou's scout was gone, Lin Yixuan's next Impure World Reincarnation 2 directly showed off to Tuo Gengyun 3 times. In the end, Tuo Gengyun helplessly sent a head-patting emoji to show his respect. Unable to swallow this insult, Tuo Gengyun spent half an hour filming after the live broadcast, and then released a 1-minute video titled Tuo Gengyun's Eagle Zuo Teaching. The video begins with Tuo Gengyun holding the same weapon as Eagle Zuo and pointing directly at the camera and saying, Kyue Zuoshi, if you don't know how to play Eagle Zuo, you don't have to play it. Why bother fiddling with your 3-stage start? After the opening remarks, the teaching session began. Author's words: the following content requires full recitation. If you don't know how to play, I'll teach you. Watch carefully. Eagle Zuo 1, 2, 3, 4, 4A, do you understand? Then turn around. I won't turn around, I won't turn around. I'll get the invincibility frame at the back. Then, poke again. Poke someone, stab the ground, stab a knife. See? I stab a knife, I'll just move out in 3 stages, and then I'll just use a Chidori sharp lance, and I'll chop at the opponent. The opponent is already low on health. Don't blame me for not teaching you well. What do you do after you chop at the opponent? I'm going to spray your broken fire. At this point, Tuo Gengyun began to prepare the next teaching tool. Watch carefully. Psychic. Psychic will release 2 tails. Psychic will release 2 tails and throw them directly on him, and then grab his green face madly, and then I'll do another one. I want to eat chicken. Eagle Zou's ultimate move. Grabs damage in 3 stages, takes all of it, completes the forced kill. Yumabi, you know nothing. Just play Eagle Zou, I'll kill you. Not long after the video was uploaded to the small broken station, it was immediately forwarded and commented on by a group of gamers. Video comments. He really understands Eagle Zou too well. I used his style of play to go directly from Shadow to Jonin. I recommend that everyone consider using this style of play. Ha ha ha, this made me laugh to death. The Chinese server Eagle Zou's old habit just won't change. He always likes to start with 3 stages. Stop spraying your broken bonfire. If you don't know how to play Eagle Zou, you don't have to play it. Let me teach you. Dad Yun is really angry this time. I was there during the live broadcast. Dad Yun directly broke the defense. Manually tagged, Yuezuoshi let him come and see Eagle Zou's personal teaching. Feel the anger of Eagle Zou himself. Back here, Lin Yixuan didn't know what happened. After downloading the small broken station, he found that many people at him a video. So out of curiosity, he clicked in to see what it was. P.S. The original video here can be seen on Bilibili. It's quite funny. I thought about it. Readers who voted in the future should write down their thanks. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. I want to build a book club where we can discuss the next plot of the book. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, One Leaf Knows Autumn, Pure Land of Bliss. M. After a long time, Lin Yixuan looked at the strange behavior of the man in front of him and fell into deep thought. Is my Eagle Zuo really that bad? I've decided in the future, if my Eagle Zuo keeps tinkering with the 3-stage start and spraying that broken bonfire, I'm stupid. Thank you for the teaching of Dad Yun. I won't do this when playing Eagle Zuo in the future. Just like that, with the efforts of Tuo Gengyun and a group of netizens, Lin Yixuan's Eagle Zuo changed his previous behavior and began to slowly become stronger. He changed his game name and the ID of the small broken station to One Leaf Knows Autumn, which means to change his previous practices and become a new self. P.S. I would like to thank Brother Yechiu for his support and comments. I'm glad you don't mind. I'm finally on the shadow. It's not easy. The opponents at the beginning of the month are really some cows and horses and gods. Looking at the rank promotion on the mobile phone screen, Lin Yixuan sighed after letting out a comfortable breath. Except for the one where he dragged the cultivation, the opponents he encountered were either power-ups or opponents with special skills. Patting the head and 1,000 hands, which was very strenuous, but fortunately he didn't lose in the end and went from Dark 1 to Shadow 1. Then he looked at the time out of boredom and found that it was time for the Japanese to go to bed. So he turned off the lights and started to watch the videos on the small broken station. By the way, I haven't done the daily must-watch yet. Suddenly realizing it, Lin Yixuan quickly searched for the 4 big characters, Elysium Pure Land. This was a video that once slaughtered the dance area of the small broken station in 2016. Although it has been 5 years now, the popularity of this dance and song is still unabated. P.S. The author danced this dance during the art performance. Ding 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 ding, when the moon rises. A familiar trio, an infectious song, a graceful figure. Yes, this familiar dance music. One day I must let Miku, Kwang-san, and Nia dance for me. Lin Yixuan looked at the video in his hand and secretly set a small goal in his heart. At that time, he watched this dance video because someone recommended it to him. He was not interested in it at first, but he was gradually attracted by the music and dance. In the end, it became a poison that he could not extricate himself from. He had to watch it several times a day. Pure Land is the best. System, there is no such thing in the battle? Lin Yixuan was very curious whether there were things in the battle world that were in the earth where he lived in his previous life. Yes, there is nothing, not even a hair. That is to say, things like Naruto and Xiaopo Station are not in the battle world? Is this system not expressed well enough, or your brain is too stupid? Yoshi, it just so happens that the Tianyang Festival will be here soon, and my wish should be realized soon. Lin Yixuan suddenly thought of a very bold but feasible way to make money, although he was not short of money. There are many ways to entertain, the most important of which are listening to music, dancing, watching videos, and playing games. Here comes the point. What time is it every midnight? At this time, as long as you open the online music, the comments under any sad song will definitely refresh your worldview. The most important thing is that the system said that the world of dating does not have these software. Does that mean that if I get them and say they are my own inventions and patents, wouldn't I be able to make a fortune? Theory exists, practice begins. The first step is the problem. He doesn't know how to develop software. System. Is there anything that can replace me to develop some high-tech software? Yes, the system recommends you to buy the product. Level 1 Cosmic Civilization High-Tech Robot. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan's thoughts turned to the items mentioned by the system. Product, Level 1 Cosmic High-Tech Robot. Introduction. This is the most common intelligent robot in the first-level universe. With complete functions and an IQ of up to 300, it can completely replace human power to achieve true artificial intelligence. Price, 1,000 system points. Oh my god, this thing is awesome. You know, the level of civilization in the universe we are in is not even level 1. How can you buy this kind of thing in the system? He secretly gave the system a thumbs up, and Lin Yixuan bought it without hesitation. Suddenly, a white light flashed in his eyes, and then a short robot appeared out of thin air with a manual next to it. About half an hour later, "Okay, everything is ready. Start working." He bought a computer necessary for programming from the system mall. The top configuration cost about 20,000 RMB, and then set up the function execution of Xiaobai, the name of the robot. Ding! The system is activating at 10%, 35%, 84%, 100%. Starting to execute. Xiaobai walked stiffly to the computer and sat down. After sitting down, he started his own operation. Lin Yixuan stood by and watched intently, fearing that he would make a mistake in the slightest detail. Plus, this article starts to introduce some daily life, but the main plot will still be written. Don't worry about this. The daily chapters are 1,500, 2,000 words per chapter. Just transition. In addition, has anyone seen this dance video? If you haven't seen it, I recommend you to watch it. It was really popular back then. Thanks to Yejichu and Colorit for their recommendations. Thank you. Chapter 33, Weird Area. Do you also want to seize the future? As expected of an intelligent robot with an IQ of 300, it is very efficient. Looking at the little white in front of him who made the prototype of a music software in less than 10 minutes, Lin Yixuan couldn't help but sigh. After that, he left his room and walked to the living room to see how Arya was cleaning up. Huh? What is Arya doing? Lin Yixuan strode to Arya's side. Looking at Arya's frightened face, the former was suddenly curious. "Miss Arya, what's wrong?" There are cockroaches." "Xiaoqiang?" Lin Yixuan was speaking in disbelief, and Arya raised her little hand tremblingly and pointed at the Xiaoqiang in front of. Then Lin Yixuan looked at that place and burned the cockroach directly with fire escape. "What a small matter, why are you so scared? How old are you? Are you still afraid of cockroaches?" "It's my nature to be afraid of cockroaches. Damn, I almost forgot that Arya can find out other people's inner thoughts. He actually used the most awesome skills, but did the most outrageous things. What Lin Yixuan wanted to complain about was that the strongest talent was used on the weakest person. Is this a kind of sadness? Okay, there are no cockroaches now, right? Well, Lin Yixuan looked at the Hanzhou area in front of him. Although he was actually over 40 years old, he looked only 17 years old. The key point was that he had white hair, jokes, and was easy to push down. In general, he was to his liking. "Arnold, can Xiaoxuan sleep with Arya tonight?" Arya thought about it and said to Lin Yixuan, "Why? I'm afraid. There will be cockroaches." Hearing this, Lin Yixuan almost laughed out loud. It was really unheard of to use such a weird reason. "Okay, but I'm gonna take a shower now. Wait a minute. I've been busy for a long time today and haven't had time to take a shower yet. Although the smell on my body is not very obvious, Lin Yixuan, who has a mysophobia, absolutely can't stand it. Okay, Xuan, hurry up." Lin Yixuan was taking off his clothes in the bathroom at this time, gradually revealing his 8-pack abs and that powerful body. However, I don't know if it's because of the oversensing problem, he always feels that someone is peeping at him. He looks outside the door, but there is nothing. Could it be that menopause has arrived? Forget it. I'd better take a good shower and stop being so suspicious. What Lin Yixuan didn't know was that the one who had been peeping at him was Arya, the old driver, Auntie. She used her angel ability to perfectly predict Lin Yixuan's gaze. Using the most awesome skills to do the most sexy things, there is no one else except her, Arya. Fuck, I can't see Xiaoxuan's figure from this position. So annoying. Because of the door and the water mist, Arya, who was hiding at the door, could only see the outline of the figure. He didn't know where to start with the brush in his hand. Forget it. Let's wait until Xiaoxuan comes out before painting. At this moment, Arya's heart was very sad. His behavior just now was obviously unnecessary. Sure enough, nothing is more comfortable than taking a hot bath. Lin Yixuan, wrapped in shorts and naked, walked out of the bathroom and said his own life experience. "Yes, it's like this. It's really unique." Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw Arya hiding in a corner with a brush and drawing paper, working on himself. "Well, what are you doing, Miss Arya?" Arya is collecting materials for her new novel." "Collecting materials? Yeah, Arya answered seriously, obviously not caring about the silence on Lin Yixuan's face. After finishing the painting, she was very satisfied with her masterpiece and returned to the room to turn off the lights. "Miss Arya, aren't you going to sleep yet?" Lin Yixuan was bored and browsing the small broken station. There was a little face next to him that made it impossible to watch the video. "Wow, who is this Xiao Xuanxuan? He looks so good." Arya was obviously very interested in the content of the video she was browsing, so she asked out loud, "This? A character you don't know? Hey, Xiao Xuanxuan also likes the second dimension?" "Just kidding. I've been a second dimension fan for 6 years, and now I have 3,000 beauties in my harem." After saying that, Lin Yixuan couldn't hide the pride on his face and said to Arya. The latter's face was very excited about Lin Yixuan's words. There is a saying, it's rare to find a soulmate in life. Seeing that the other party's hobbies are the same as his own, Arya is even happier at this moment. "Xiao Xuanxuan, can you introduce the characters on the screen to Arya?" "Are you talking about this?" "Yes, those 3 pretty girls." Arya pointed at the beautiful girls on the phone, obviously very interested. In this regard, Lin Yixuan was also happy to introduce it. It was not bad to be a popular science master to the old second-dimensional Arya who had never seen the world. After all, she had never seen the anime characters in that world. "This is the one with short blue hair and a tail called Setsuna. The one with long pink hair is Freya, and the one with short pink hair is Norn. Strange painting style, pink subtitles, weird behavior, huge breasts." That's right, Lin Yixuan was leisurely introducing to Arya the heroine in a very famous anime in his previous life, The Rising of the Stick Heroes. It was really funny for an old driver to drive another old driver, but the two didn't mind, at all, and even enjoyed it. At this moment, the last episode of the plot was playing on his mobile phone, but those gentlemanly pictures could not be seen by Arya, otherwise his gentlemanly image would collapse instantly. So cute! Arya has found new creative inspiration. "Xiao Xuanxuan, where did you get these things? Can you share more with Arya?" Fortunately, as an old driver, Arya did not find anything unusual and asked with a pleading look on her face, "No problem, but this is my secret. I'm sorry I can't tell, Miss Arya." "Is that so?" Arya's face was a little disappointed when she heard it, but then she cheered up and suddenly became full of energy. Xiao Xuanxuan, can you send their pictures to Arya?" "Why do you want their pictures?" "Of course, it's for creation." Hearing this, the other party's answer was indeed expected. Arya would find an excuse to say that it was for creation no matter what adults did. There was no way, who asked Lin Yixuan to spoil his sister? Although Arya in front of him was older than himself and was a complete old driver, it did not affect him treating her as a sister at all. "Okay, I sent it. Did you receive it, Arya?" "Yes, I received it. Thank you, Xiao Xuanxuan." After thanking her, Arya turned around and didn't know what to do. Lin Yixuan didn't pay any attention to her anymore. His eyes returned to the picture on his phone, immersed in it. "Hey, so cute." Arya turned around and looked at the photo on his phone with an expression of an old subway pervert. This action can't be done without much practice. Even Kwang-san and Miju can't do it. After watching the whole show, in addition to being moved by the hard and inspirational story of the male protagonist, Lin Yixuan was most impressed by the line, "Do you want to grasp the future too?" It was this classic line, "The future, do you want to grasp it too?" Chapter 34, 2 New Classmates. I shouldn't have stayed up late yesterday, but there's nothing I can do about it. There are several new animes from another world. Adhering to the philosophy of accepting everyone, Lin Yixuan tried a few animes last night and couldn't help himself until now. Arya was also having a hard time. Curiosity drove her to watch them together. Unexpectedly, she became more and more addicted to them. Now she is lying on the bed, as quiet as a dead dog. Looking at Arya, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, Lin Yixuan smiled helplessly. "Mad. How come those magicians recovered so quickly? I didn't have much time to rest." In the early morning, before dawn, teacher Xiaoju called to say that she had to go back to school for class today and asked me not to be late. "What's going on?" "There's nothing I can do. I still have to study and go to school." After simply putting on my school uniform, I went out and walked to school without eating breakfast. Lin Yixuan didn't have this habit. In the classroom, "No, I'm so sleepy. It should be okay to take a nap, right?" Unable to bear it, Lin Yixuan stretched and then lay on the pillow given by someone else and fell asleep peacefully. Didn't Lin have a good rest last night? I think he doesn't seem to have any energy at all. It seems like that. Let's not disturb him today. It will be a waste if he is disliked. But Lin looks so handsome when he sleeps. I really want to be his girlfriend, +1. All around, the girls' little talk came out one after another, which made all the boys, except Shidao, envious and jealous. They wanted to drown the sleeping Lin with a handful of spit. They were obviously not bad, right? Why did the girls look down on them? Is there something wrong with their aesthetics? They were puzzled, and this question had been bothering the boys. Ding-ling-ling, the long-awaited bell rang again, and the students returned to their seats one after another, quietly waiting for the teacher to come up. Not long after, teacher Xiaoju opened the door and walked to the podium to announce something. Students, I have good news to tell you. 2 new students have transferred to our class today. Everyone, please be more enthusiastic. After saying that, teacher Xiaoju walked to the steps on the right, waiting for the protagonist to appear. Hey, do you think the new classmate this time is a boy or a girl? I don't know, but I feel the probability of it being a girl is higher. I hope so. If it's a boy, he just shouldn't be as handsome as Lin Yixuan. I met a fortune teller yesterday, and he said that I would have good luck in love when I turn 16. Today is my 16th day, and I don't know when my luck will start. Amid the noisy discussions in the audience, the door outside the classroom was pushed open, and today's first protagonist slowly walked to the podium. Chapter 35, Toka and Kurumi. Yatogami Toka. The girl picked up the chalk and wrote her name on the blackboard, then smiled and said to the audience, "Hello everyone. My name is Yatogami Toka. Nice to meet you." Gradually coming into everyone's sight was a girl with long purple hair and beautiful contact lenses of the same color. She was about 155 centimeters tall. The first impression she gave to most people was that she was well-behaved and cute and someone they wanted to protect. Wow, so cute! I declare that she is my goddess from today. Don't compete with me for her position. Tsk, you look like you have never seen the world. You need to have a big vision, understand? Brother Dong above, it seems that you know a lot. What do you think? Just kidding, I know a lot, okay? I'm just guessing that the next one will be even more amazing. Then wait and see. A group of boys were chattering and discussing, each with their own opinions. This scene made a group of girls despise them, thinking that these boys were really useless. Teacher, can I choose my own seat? After saying hello, Toka looked at teacher Xiaoju and asked for her consent. No problem. There are empty seats in the back. You can sit in the back. Okay, thank you, teacher. Seeing that her goal was achieved, Toka went straight to the ideal position in her heart. Shidao, from today on, we are classmates. So happy. Toka, why did you come here? Shidao was confused by Toka's operation in front of him. Why did she suddenly do this when she was fine yesterday? Of course I want to see Shidao. Shidao is not happy. No, I'm very happy, Toka. Don't think too much. Hearing this, Shidao waved his hand to deny it, and after tacitly accepting Toka's nonsense, he fixed his eyes on the next person to appear. Suddenly, a saxophone engraved in DNA suddenly sounded. Huh? Lin Yixuan was awakened by the familiar saxophone melody in his sleep. After comparing it in his mind, he found that this TM was not the necessary BGM for Kwang-san's appearance. How could it suddenly sound? Just when Lin Yixuan was confused, the door of the classroom was pushed open again. Then another girl walked in. She had long black hair and her right eye was a standard burgundy caraslan. The most attractive thing was the decoration wrapped around the girl's calf. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the girl came to the podium and wrote her name. Tokisaki Kurumi. Hello everyone, my name is Tokisaki Kurumi. I'm an elf. After introducing her name in a normal way, Kurumi revealed her identity, but the students and teacher Xiaoju in the audience regarded this as a joke and didn't care. But Shidao and Kotori on the other side didn't think so. You see, I told you to have a big picture. WC, this is a real goddess. I can play with these legs for the rest of my life. Your picture is not big enough. If I say that only children make choices, don't I want both of them? Brother above, aren't you afraid of kidney deficiency because of this? Are you kidding? Do you think the kidney tablets are taken for nothing? The Kurumi in front of them really surprised all the boys, so they chattered tacitly in the audience, and this scene successfully raised the girls' disgust value to a new height. Then teacher, can I sit next to Lin? Ah, but there's already someone sitting next to Lin. Ignoring what teacher Xiaoju said, Kwang-san walked straight to her seat and asked the girl next to Lin Yixuan with a smile. Classmate, can you give up your seat to Kwang-san? Okay, no problem. The girl agreed very readily, so there was no unpleasantness. Seeing this, teacher Xiaoju could only acquiesce to Kwang-san's behavior. Yixuan-kun, is my surprise today enough? The smile on Kwang-san's face did not diminish even after she sat down. She asked Lin Yixuan, whose face was full of surprise. Ahem, I have to say that San-san, you are really good at playing. Ah, I did this so that I can be with Yixuan-kun during the day. What you said makes sense. I can't find a reason to refute. Heh! Looking at Kwang-san, who was smiling with her hands covering her mouth and looked well-behaved but was sick inside, Lin Yixuan really didn't know what to say and his face was still twitching slightly. Tokisaki Kurumi, I, Lin Yixuan, consider myself second to none in your mysterious operation, and no one dares to claim first place. Even Jesus can't do that. P.S. Thank you Zhang Shifei, and Jun for your recommendations. I have updated 6 chapters today. Even gods will suffer from kidney deficiency. I can't stand it any longer. I will continue updating after I wake up. Chapter 36, Dog Food Time on the Rooftop. Sometimes when you think it's slow, it's very slow. When you think it's fast, it's also very fast. It's so strange. In the blink of an eye, it's lunch break time. The bell for the end of class rang on time at 11:50 noon. The evil teacher rarely stayed after class. The students took their good friends to have lunch together. On the rooftop, hey San-san, do you like spicy food? Spicy food? Kurumi thought for a while. Even she herself couldn't make up her mind about this question. She just smiled and replied to Lin Yixuan. Ah, as long as it's the food made by Yixuan-kun, Kwang-san likes to eat it. Hearing this, the sudden praise made Lin Yixuan blush for a while, then he coughed pretending to be calm and looked at Kwang-san next to him again. San-san is so sweet, come and try the bento I made. Although he didn't like breakfast, he didn't say he didn't like lunch. During the break, Lin Yixuan used instant teleportation to return home and prepared lunch in a short time. Looking at the still steaming and fragrant bento in front of him, Kwang-san's face suddenly overflowed with a happy smile, and this scene stunned Lin Yixuan and the passers-by around him. Damn it! Why is the goddess so close to this guy Lin Yixuan? It's not fair! Come on, what if they are already in a relationship? Why are you worrying about it? Look at what conditions you have and what conditions they have. Isn't it better to live in a dream? But I finally believed in love once, but you made me lose so thoroughly. Okay, at least we can still have paper wives to accompany us. Don't you think so, brother? Yes, brother, what you said makes a lot of sense. As he said that, Lin Yixuan picked up a piece of braised pork, with a temperature that was neither too high nor too low with chopsticks, and gently put it into Kwang-san's open mouth. After finishing, the former was prepared to listen to Kwang-san's next comments with trepidation. Well, it's delicious. Yixuan-kun's cooking skills are really good. Kwang-san praised after swallowing the meat in his mouth, with a little aftertaste still left on his face. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan was relieved in his heart. He thought that his cooking skills were not good enough. Now it seems that he was too worried. Yixuan-kun, come and try the lunchbox made by others. As she said that, Kwang-san took out her pink kawaii lunchbox and opened it to see the dazzling array of things inside. Kwang-san prefers to eat some vegetarian food. Maybe it is because she wants to keep in shape. She is not keen on some high-calorie and high-fat foods. Yixuan-kun, open your mouth. Ah! Kwang-san picked up an octopus ball from the lunchbox with chopsticks and put it in front of Lin Yixuan to prepare for the next feeding. The simple Lin Yixuan did not hesitate and immediately obeyed Kwang-san's words. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth to wait for the other party to feed him. The first feeling was not the touch of the food, but this feeling. He opened his eyes and didn't expect that Kwang-san in front of him would actually print her cherry lips on his mouth, bite the food and pass it to him. Lin Yixuan was shocked on the spot. It's you, Tokisaki Kwang-san. When it comes to playing, you think you are second. and no one will think you are first." After a long time, their lips reluctantly parted. "How is it? How does Yixuanjun's food taste?" After saying that, with a slight blush on her face, she looked at the boy in front of her expectantly, waiting for his reply. "The food made by San is the most delicious in the world, no doubt about it. I, Lin Yixuan, swear to the sky, if I lie, curse me to be 1 centimeter shorter." As he said that, Lin Yixuan raised his 2 fingers and swore to the sky that there was no falsehood in what he said just now. At the same time, his thoughts were still recalling the scene just now, and he even felt a little excited in his heart. Seeing this, Wanqian smiled and put down the 2 fingers that the former swore with her little hand, and then continued, "As long as Yixuanjun likes it, I can feed him in this way every day. San, is this true?" The excitement and happiness on Lin Yixuan's face were completely revealed when Wanqian said that, and his eyes were full of expectations for the future. "Oh, of course, aren't we a couple? That's right, San is still good to me, I want to have another one," Lin Yixuan said to Wanqian coquettishly. He wanted to feel the wonderful taste just now again. "No today, tomorrow. Okay?" Hearing this, Lin Yixuan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but then he picked up the energy again. There will be a first time, there will be a second time, a third time. The 8th time, there is no need to rush at the moment. The intimate scene between the two on the rooftop had already been photographed by passers-by and posted online, and suddenly many people's glass hearts were broken without warning. I can't accept it. I just believed in love. The one above, listen to my advice. What's yours will eventually be yours. If it's not yours, you should pursue it in your dreams. I can only say that you all have too small a vision. Don't you think that Lin and Tokisaki Kurumi are a good match? What do you mean by a good match? How am I inferior to him? If you ask me, you have nothing but this mouth. It's strange that any girl would like you. I envy their love so much. When will they meet their true love? The lady above, please consider me. I only have a sincere heart. The one above is still dreaming. You have nothing, and yet you dare to find a partner here? I have a car, a house, and money. What did I say? I have to admire the weird imagination of the majority of netizens. A daily dog food makes most people break their defense directly, but fortunately, some CP fans come forward to defend. At the same time, Fraxinus said, "Things are troublesome." Kotori also browsed the website, and the result was obviously unacceptable. Why can 2 people who had no connection with each other suddenly become lovers? What's wrong with this world? Kanazuki, standing behind her, didn't have any other ideas about this. "Commander, if it doesn't work, you can also consider it." "Get out!" Without giving Kanazuki a chance to finish his words, Kotori jumped up and kicked him out of the command room with a flying kick. "Ah, Commander, be gentle next time." As the latter flew out, he still had a happy and obscene smile on his face. Kotori was getting more and more confused. Why would such a handsome person be a masochist G-guy in his heart? Covering her aching forehead, Kotori left the command room without looking back. P.S. Thanks to the recommendation votes of Blood and Flesh Bitter Sea Mechanical Ascension and Book Friends 2019, 236. Currently 7 chapters updated. Today's goal is 10 chapters. Chapter 37, Shidao and Kurumi's First Contact. Yixuan-kun, sorry to be away for a while. What's wrong? I suddenly have something to do. Hearing this, Kurumi left the rooftop in the euphemistic words, and Lin Yixuan could probably guess where she was going. No matter how the plot changes, will you still find Gokawa Shidao? Kurumi's life is pitiful and sad. Everyone present knows this, and Lin Yixuan also thinks so, but she respects Kurumi's own choice and will help when necessary. Looking at the former's hurried back, Lin Yixuan's heart seemed to be stabbed by something, and the rice in his hand didn't taste good anymore. In the classroom, after Kurumi came down from the rooftop, she directly found Shidao sitting in the classroom, and there was also Toka beside him. "Oh, sorry to bother you. I'm not familiar with this school. Could you please show me around, Shidao?" Tour guide, from the hidden rooms to the corners of the school, I will 100% show you the charm of this school. The speaker was a young man with a spiky, oily hair. His name was Hiroto Tenmachi, and he was Shidao's best friend. Come on, didn't the goddess say to let Shido take care of it? I don't know what kind of shit luck he has had recently. One time it was Tobichi Origami, the next time it was Yatagami Toka, and finally Tokisaki Kurumi. Is this guy so lucky in love? Rem Flaxenus. Shido, the Tokisaki Kurumi in front of you is indeed an elf with the identification code of Nightmare and the title of Evil Elf. She is famous for having killed more than 10,000 people. It's up to you whether you want to agree or not. What? Is it so scary? That's the truth. You have to be careful. Kotori found all the personal information about Kurumi in the hidden folder and said to Shido on the other side of the headset. Kotori couldn't keep her attention for a while for Kurumi's sudden request, so she could only let Shido choose for himself. On the other side, Shido listened to Kotori's report and fell into a brief contemplation. Then he mustered up the courage to respond to Kurumi. Okay, I promise you. Huh? Didn't Shido want to be with Toka? Why did you suddenly regret it? At this moment, Toka on the side suddenly spoke up. When she heard the former's words, her face suddenly became a little depressed, and she looked at Shido with tears in the corners of her eyes. Toka, let's wait for next time. Now it's important to take Kurumi to familiarize herself with the campus environment. Don't be sad. I'll buy you some more soybean flour bread next time. If hard tactics don't work, you can only use soft tactics. Shido used the ultimate weapon, soybean flour bread, to seduce the other party, and the cute and innocent Toka stopped crying and making trouble when she heard that there was food. Ah! Shido is really good at handling interpersonal relationships. Seeing this, Kwang-san covered her mouth and smiled slightly. Kwang-san, I want to save you. Huh? Save me? Yes, you have gone astray, and you must wash away your sins. As the harem king, sure, I absolutely cannot stand it. As he said that, the firmness on Shido's face made Kwang-san stunned for a while, but then he continued with a smile. Then it depends on whether Shido can do this step. Definitely. Without paying any more attention, Kwang-san turned around and left the classroom, slowly disappearing from the sight of Shido and others. 9 more. 1 more to go. This chapter is over. Chapter 38, Monologue on the Rooftop. Back on the rooftop again, Kwang-san's face was obviously disappointed, and Lin Yixuan, who was watching not far away, could probably guess what was going on. Yixuan-kun, Kwang-san hesitated, obviously unable to say what she wanted to say to the boy in front of her. It's okay, San-san. I understand what you did. Everyone is like a bird that likes to fly in the sky. It will eventually leave the cage that binds it. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Yixuan was on the rooftop, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, and suddenly realized some life philosophy. But Yixuan-kun, don't you blame Kwang-san? There's nothing to blame. No matter what choice you make, I will support you. If anything happens, I, Lin Yixuan, will be behind you. If this still can't keep you, it proves that I am indeed not as good as that guy Gokawa Shido. It's a pity that there is no cigarette on me now. Otherwise, Lin Yixuan really wants to light one up immediately. Hearing this, Kwang-san's tears finally burst out. She opened her arms and hugged Lin Yixuan and moaned softly in his arms. Lin Yixuan looked at this scene, and his heart was also mixed. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel uncomfortable. Who else could bear to give his girlfriend to someone else? Kwang-san has been working hard for revenge for a long time. She cannot interfere with the other party's actions because of her selfishness. The original plan was for Kwang-san to eat Shido, but she suddenly broke into the girl's heart and made her feel a little embarrassed. About half a minute later, Kwang-san wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, looked at Lin Yixuan, who was 2 heads taller than her, and then said, "Thank you, Yixuan-kun. It is Kwang-san's honor to meet you." "Okay, San-san, don't be sad. If you cry again, you won't be cute." Although he felt very uncomfortable, he still had to do what he had to do. Lin Yixuan looked at Kwang-san in front of him and said something against his will. He wanted to say to her, "You are beautiful whether you are laughing, evil, crying, or sick, and you always fill my lonely heart. San-san, if you encounter something that you can't solve, you can come to me. I can ignore other things, but I must intervene appropriately in the matter of the origin spirits. This is also for your own good." Well, Kwang-san understands. The latter was not unreasonable. As the former said, she did need help with the matter of the origin spirits. At the end of the monologue, Lin Yixuan took out a few more gifts from his purse and gave them to Kwang-san in front of him. What is this? This is called rejuvenation powder, which can restore 10 years of youth. Kwang-san, you are quite old, so this is more suitable for you. But how does Yixuan know? I know a lot of things such as Yamadasa and this. Hearing the familiar name, Kwang-san's emotions couldn't help but collapse again. She squatted on the ground, covering her little face washed by tears and crying. After a long time, Kwang-san slowly stood up. Lin Yixuan handed her a few tissues without thinking. Thank you. Kwang-san took them and said a word of thanks, and then expressed her inner doubts. Why does Yixuan-kun know so much? Hearing this, Lin Yixuan wanted to avoid answering, but he didn't want to hide it from Kwang-san in front of him, so he could only respond helplessly. When the time is right, I will reveal my identity. Before that, San-san should hurry up and complete his revenge. And you also take this. This is called the Time Rewind Pill, which can allow the user to go back a few minutes ago. I think this is what you need. Where did Yixuan-jun get so many good things? If you give them all to Kwang-san, what will you do with yourself? It's a secret. Don't worry about me. As long as you are happy and safe, I will be satisfied. The yellow-haired boy in front of the girl answered her doubts in a mysterious tone. Lin Yixuan can give everything for the person he likes, even if it means giving his own life. On the rooftop, the short 10 minutes touched Kwang-san countless times. In the end, the latter left with light red tears on her face. What she didn't know was that Lin Yixuan couldn't help crying at that moment. I can only hope that I won't regret what I did today. P.S. 10 more chapters. Goal achieved. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. Origami meets Mana. Timeline goes back to yesterday at the AS Tiangong City Garrison Base. Origami, who had just been discharged from the hospital, received an urgent notice asking her to come to the conference room for a meeting. After running to the conference room without stopping, she opened the door and saw a strange figure among the familiar AS team members. Sergeant Tobiichi Origami, let me introduce you. This is called Takamiya Mana. His military rank is second lieutenant. He is a magician ranked in the top 5 in the world. He was coordinated to our AST unit last month and arrived today. Seeing the last absent person arrive here, Kusakabe Ryoko explained. Ignoring Kusakabe Ryoko, Origami kept staring at Mana as if she wanted to see through him. Are there any of you in the AST team who can beat me? As soon as this was said, all the AST members present were silent. The strength of the seemingly petite Mana in front of them scared them. Because her proficiency in display devices has reached the 3rd place in the world, she has been staying in the DM Club as the 3rd combat force. It happened that she was recently coordinated to the AST team and wanted to test the opponent's strength. What frightened the AST members the most was that Mana had killed an elf and persisted for more than 3 moves in the battle with the elementalist, which showed that her strength was not ordinary. But such a powerful person said something that the AST members who thought they were elites could not say. Is there anyone among you who can beat me? Even with such arrogant words, the people in front of him, except Origami, dared not fart. Boom! Another AST elite member was knocked out by Mana's blow and fell to the ground, knocked against the wall and passed out. Before this, 8 AST members had been defeated in the same way, and she was the 9th one. There is one last comrade with short white hair. Don't hide out. Mana, who was standing in the center of the display device martial arts stage, looked at the surrounding bunkers and spoke. At this time, Origami was hiding in a bush bunker not far from Mana, thinking about countermeasures. It's really strong. Although she thought so in her heart, she couldn't fall behind. Otherwise, how could she avenge her parents? Thinking of this, Origami activated the display device and flew into Mana's sight. Finally, you are willing to come out? Origami was not sure about her choice. She only had a lightsaber, a melee weapon, and no other equipment, such as shells. Origami estimated that the chance of winning against Mana, who was very powerful in melee combat, would not exceed 20%. However, she had no choice but to fight in close combat. Origami tightly grasped the lightsaber in her hand, leaning forward slightly, ready to go. Whoosh! 3 seconds later, Origami activated the display device, and her body suddenly formed an invisible figure and rushed straight towards Mana, who smiled slightly when she heard it. "Come on." At the same time, she also switched the weapon in her hand to the initial double-edged form, and the light blade in front of the shield met the opponent's attack. Suddenly, Origami's eyes were thinking about countermeasures quickly. She knew that she would never win by head-on confrontation and could only rely on opportunism. She thought about canceling her own random field when the opponent deployed the random field to resist. Using the flight thruster without display device protection to distract Mana's sight, he attacked from behind. "Not bad, you actually thought of defeating me in this way." Mana's smile was once again revealed, and then he easily split the flight thruster in front of, which was still flying forward due to inertia, in half. Although this was exactly what Origami had planned, Mana, who was confident in her absolute strength, had nothing to worry about. Just as Mana split the flight thruster, Origami's full-strength attack also landed on the display device behind her. Suddenly, a shallow scar appeared on Mana's display device, but Origami's light blade was unable to move. At the last moment, Mana protected herself with the random field, turned around and faced Origami and said, "Your plan is good, but unfortunately, your strength is not enough." As she spoke, Mana also aimed the lightsaber in her hand at the shoulder of Origami, who was lying on the ground. But at this moment, the alarm sounded in the venue, and the command room issued the results of the exercise. "The exercise is over, and the final winner is Lieutenant Takamiya Mana." Yes, I'm being urged to update right after I got up. I'm very happy about this. I originally wanted to cut this part out, but thinking that the subsequent plot is not easy to explain, I just gritted my teeth and wrote another chapter. The book club group seems to be only available on Penguin Reading. I'll also tell you the group number here, 81799811. This chapter is over. Chapter 40, Conversation Lounge. Origami left the martial arts field and returned to the lounge to sit on a stool. The drink in her hand was tightly squeezed. If she used more force, it would not be a problem to explode at a distance. Origami stared at the ceiling. Her thoughts went back to 10 minutes ago, and then she unwillingly squeezed the drink in her hand to pieces. She had already finished it. Takamiya Mana. She is indeed very strong. Thinking back to the precise strength of the other party's display device and the control over the random field, no matter which one, Origami could not catch up. Fortunately, the opponent is not an enemy. Otherwise, Origami would have lost her life in the battle just now. Mana is also a human, and now she has been transferred from DEM to the AST unit. That means that the unit she is in will be even more powerful, and it will be much easier to deal with elves. Since they all aim to defeat elves, Origami can't help but feel a lot more touched by Mana. No matter who you are, as long as you are not an elf and aim to defeat elves, you are my companion. Origami Tobichi. Just when Origami was still immersed in her own thoughts, a voice beside her interrupted her. Sergeant Origami's strength is also quite good. He can be ranked in the top 5 among the people Mana has met. It turned out that beside Origami, Mana had entered the lounge while she was still thinking, and came to her and said, "Although you only damaged my display device, for someone who hasn't hurt me in a long time, your strength is already very good." Hearing this, listening to Mana's evaluation of her own strength, Origami couldn't help but hold her hand tighter. Mana didn't expect that among the seemingly weak AST members there would be someone who could hurt her. This was really unexpected. "Tell me, how can Lieutenant Takamiya Mana become as strong as you?" Suddenly, Origami lowered her head, staring at Mana in front of her, waiting for her reply. "Even if you ask me this, I'm not sure. Strength should be something that depends on one's own growth. It can't be rushed." Mana thought for a while and gave Origami a standard answer. "I heard from those people that you fought with the Elementalist for 3 moves before you lost. Is that true?" Origami clearly remembered that Kusakabe Ryoko said that Mana in front of her could survive 3 rounds under Lin Yixuan. You have to know that she was ravaged and defeated when she fought with him. "That's just a rumor. I might not last more than a few seconds under his hands." After a pause, Mana also showed a helpless smile on his face and then showed the wound on his lower abdomen. "What is this?" "Gunshot wound. Who did it?" "The third elf, Nightmare." As he said this, The helplessness on Mana's face turned into powerlessness. Thinking of the situation at that time, he thought he would die, but he didn't expect to survive in the end. Although the elementalist fought for a long time with the strongest magician and the second strongest Artemisia, the other party didn't seem to use their full strength at all, according to Alan. What? Even people as strong as Alan were defeated? Yes, more than once. If you want to talk about the situation at that time, it can be said that it was quite easy. If I fight with the elementalist, it might be even worse. The reason why there are rumors that Mana can fight Lin Yixuan for 3 rounds is completely bullshit. If she had better equipment, there might be hope, but it is absolutely impossible at the moment. Mana felt the weakness of her own strength for the first time. At present, my main target is still Nightmare. I must defeat her. After suffering the loss of not having a plug-in last time, Mana strengthened her own practice after recovering her body and replaced the latest display device from Dem. She is now preparing to duel with Kurumi again. Nightmare? Is she very powerful? You can say that among the elves I know, her strength can be ranked second. If she is the first, you know her. Chapter 41. Sister, listening to everything that Mana said, Origami couldn't help but be surprised. It was the first time she heard that there was an elf who could defeat the strongest magician of mankind, Artemisia, the second strongest of DM, and Mana Takamiya, the third strongest. This was something she didn't dare to think about in the past. Take Alan, for example. After changing the display device, her own strength has reached the top of mankind. I have never seen any elf that can hurt her, let alone defeat her. Title of the strongest magician of mankind is not a gust of wind, but a real ability. Thinking of this, Origami felt the weight of her own goal again. The revolution has not been successful yet. Comrades still need to work hard. I've always wondered what the relationship was between Captain Takamiya and Gokawa Shido. Huh? Why are you asking that? Well, I was watching a video of your battle once, and when I saw Shido, I heard you say, brother. As Origami spoke, Mana suddenly squatted down in pain and covered her head. Brother, are you okay? Origami quickly stabilized Mana. I'm fine. At this time, Mana's face showed a ferocious look, but then it returned to normal. What happened just now? No, I just suddenly remembered something. Then Mana took out a pendant from her pocket. After opening it, she could see a yellowed photo inside. There is a man and a woman in the photo. With Origami's current knowledge, she can recognize that they are Shido and Mana when they were young. What is this, our childhood photo? Can you please tell me more about Shido? I'm sorry, I can't remember anything now. I just know that he is my brother. At this point, Mana sighed slightly, and the confusion in his eyes gradually entered Origami's eyes. She didn't ask too much about this. I lost my memory in an accident. I don't know anything about what happened before that year. Hearing this, Origami can be sure that Mana in front of her has obvious memory loss. Then Mana suddenly asked Origami, Sergeant Origami, do you know his brother? Can you tell me some information about his brother? I'm sorry. Even I don't know him very well. We are just classmates. As she said this, Origami's eyes met Mana, who obviously saw that the other party didn't seem to be lying. Then she smiled and changed the topic to another one. Let's not talk about this. The strongest in the entire AST are Sergeant Origami and Captain Kusakabe Ryoko. It's so sad. Now you have joined, haven't you? Origami retorted speechlessly, but in terms of stance, we are still enemies now. Mana asked back, I can tell you more about his personal information in the next contact with Shido. Origami immediately used the ultimate weapon, Shido's information, so the two became good friends. Shido was really confused at school and suddenly sneezed, thinking someone was saying he was handsome. P.S. Thank you to Blood and Flesh, Bitter Sea, Mechanical Ascension, Fanhua, Pine, Cypress, Bamboo Shadow, KO, and other readers for your recommendation votes. Chapter 42. The troublemaker Shina timeline returns to the present in the Spiritual Power Detection Observation Room of the AST base in Tiangong City. Do you think this kind of thing is possible? Captain Kusakabe Ryoko looked at the screen in front of her and said in disbelief, Although I don't really believe it, it is indeed the case. The AST member who was operating the instrument responded to Kusakabe Ryoko's doubts. Then he looked back at the display screen, which was a spiritual power detection of a certain person. Just now, a strong spiritual power fluctuation was captured at Raisin High School. The scanning data showed that it was an elf that had already appeared in the world. At present, Kusakabe Ryoko has asked Origami to rush over to confirm. Hello? Has Sergeant Origami confirmed it? Yes, the instrument shows that it is indeed an elf, and it just transferred to our school today. On the other side, Origami has changed into the school uniform of Raisin High School and walked in the corridor to follow Kurumi. She also just arrived not long ago, so she doesn't know what happened in the morning. After getting the base's consent to use the scanning device to confirm the identity of Kwang-san in front of her, Origami then found a corner to make a phone call to report the situation. Elves go to school? This is unbelievable. After Origami's operation, Kusakabe Ryoko was convinced that the girl Kwang-san on the screen was an elf. What made her feel the most unimaginable was that most elves would cause space shock when they appeared in the world, so why could she live quietly under the detection of her own organization? And it seems that she is an elf who understands the structure of human society and has mastered basic survival skills. This is difficult to deal with. Huh? Kusakabe Ryoko felt that someone was looking at her, and turned her head to see Mana standing behind her at some point. What's the matter, Lieutenant Takamiya Mana? Nightmare finally appeared again? Ignoring Kusakabe Ryoko's question, Mana talked to herself, staring at the girl on the screen. Nightmare? What is that? Ryoko Kusakabe didn't know the Pokemon ID of Kurumi, so she asked, Nightmare is the Pokemon ID on the screen. It's my most hated opponent, and it's also the most evil and powerful Pokemon. Every time Mana mentioned Kurumi, she couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? Ryoko Kusakabe didn't know how terrifying the person who could be defined as the most evil Pokemon by the powerful Mana in front of her was. You should ask Sergeant Origami for details. I can only tell you that she once caused the deaths of at least 10,000 people with her own hands, and her methods of committing crimes were extremely cruel. Is Nightmare so terrifying? Ryoko Kusakabe's tone was inevitably a little fearful. Killing at least 10,000 people, what kind of terrifying and evil existence is this? In her cognition, the maximum number of casualties was only 1,000, and the number of more than 10,000 was unprecedented, except for the Eurasian air disaster. This is impossible. How did she do it? Did she trigger a large-scale space quake? No, the scale of the space quake she triggered was always small and standard, and she killed people one by one with her own hands. Mana didn't want to answer Kusakabe Ryoko's questions anymore. Now she wanted to get rid of Kurumi immediately because she also saw the figure of her brother Shidao. Without much hesitation, Mana then asked Kusakabe Ryoko for the armed authority and set out to hunt the target. P.S. Thank you for the recommendation votes from readers such as Shokatun, Zero Shiki, and Yeji Yuko. The timeline was modified in the previous article. Otherwise, it would not match. This chapter is over. Chapter 43. Taking Kurumi to visit the school. Location switched to Raisin High School. Ding-ling-ling. After the last class in the morning. Students, the last class ends here. Hurry on the way back. There have been frequent cases of missing people in the city recently. Pay more attention to safety. Teacher Xiaoju said to the students who were packing their personal belongings in the audience with a cautious tone. People are missing? Shido sat in his seat and thought, what Teacher Xiaoju said was indeed right. When he was browsing his phone, he did see similar cases on the news. Well, I have to remind Kotori to pay attention to safety. Of course, if it was Kotori in the black and red headband commander mode, then Shido didn't say this. I understand, Teacher Xiaoju. A group of students responded, yes, the students are thoughtful. Teacher Xiaoju nodded and said with satisfaction, then picked up the teaching tools and left the classroom. When everyone left, Shido stayed in the classroom and took out the micro earphones from his crotch and put them on, and then began to communicate. Shido, it is 100% certain that the new student who came today is indeed an elf. After our investigation, she seems to have a certain relationship with the elemental. After Ratatosk's investigation, the conclusion has confirmed that Kurumi is an elf. Are you ready, Shido? Yes, no problem, Shido responded with a confident tone. But for some reason, he always had a bad premonition in his heart, as if something was going to happen. Just as Shidao was thinking, a light voice came into his ears, and then he felt his shoulder was patted. "Shidao-san, what are you doing? Huh?" Shidao was frightened, and when he turned around, he saw a girl with big burgundy eyes looking straight at him. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that the girl in front of him gave off a bad feeling. Tokisaki. "Oh, Shidao-san, just call me Kurumi." Okay, Kurumi." Seeing the boy in front of her calling her like that, Kurumi showed a satisfied smile on her face. "Kyusan-san, how do you know my name?" Shidao knew very clearly that in front of him had never heard of his name, which made him very confused. "Well, it's a secret." Kyusan thought for a moment and then responded, "Let's not talk about this for now. Shidao-san, are you free to show me around the school now?" He changed the subject and waited for Shido's response. "Yeah, okay." For some reason, Shidao felt his heartbeat suddenly speed up. This feeling was a rare one for him. Whether it was the stunning beauty of Kyo-san in front of him, the smile that encouraged the common people, or the noble temperament that emanated from her body, they were all things that ordinary people could not possess. The girl in front of him was like a rich lady. This was indeed the case. "Shidao, are you leaving now?" At this moment, the voice of a third person came out. Toka looked at the two people in front of her with confusion in her eyes, and she said without explanation, "Toka, you go back first. I promised you that I will never forget it." "Really? Really? Really, really? Really, really, really?" 10,000 words omitted below. After dealing with Toka, Shidao's thoughts returned to Kurumi. "Well, Kurumi, let's go." "Well, thank you, Shidao. P.S. Thank you for the recommendation votes from readers such as Fanhua Shengshi, Shiwei Yanyue, Shuwu Tianzun, etc. Chapter 44 Rooftop. Then where should Shidao start to introduce me?" Kurumi turned around and tilted her head to look at Shidao, who was following her steps and was a little breathless. "Well, let me think about it. Akido-san Shidao." At the same time, in the command room of Fraxinus, which was 10,000 meters above the ground, the system screened out 3 options: 1 health room, 2 grass on the playground, 3 rooftop. Kotori sat in the commander's seat, holding a gaebia lollipop in her mouth, and commanded everyone. "Yoshi, everyone start to choose." Less than 3 seconds after the voice fell, the choices of the members had already surfaced. Is 3 the highest vote? Looking at the highest voted option on the screen, Kotori said in surprise. She also voted for 3, and the rest of 1 and 2 ranked behind, with 3 votes and 5 votes respectively. "Commander, that's a must. The rooftop not only has a beautiful scenery, but also has a wide venue. It is the best choice to introduce the school." A male crew member who looked very old and wore glasses said. The other crew members who also voted for 3, including Kotori, nodded and approved of his explanation. At this moment, a discordant voice came out. "Rooftop? That won't do. Going to the rooftop might cause you trouble. Isn't that a waste of time? And the rooftop is so dangerous, who would go there?" When everyone agreed with option 3, a female crew member sitting on the other side of the building said with her chin up, "That makes sense." Kotori took out the lollipop in her mouth and carefully analyzed the opinions of the 2 people. "Commander, I think the rooftop is better." Just as Kotori was lost in thought, a weak voice came from behind her. She didn't need to guess who spoke. "It's Reina. Do you have any opinions?" Turning around, she saw that the person who spoke was the chief analyst Amamura Reine, whom she completely trusted. Kotori's curiosity was inevitably aroused. "That's right. I think the benefits of the rooftop are more than the 2 points mentioned above. It can also cultivate one's sentiments. The most important thing is that no one can make Shidao perform well. At this time, the human factor cannot be ruled out in the health room." Hearing this, Kotori's eyes lit up and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. It was obvious that she had already determined the option in her heart. "I see, then choose 3. Hey, Shidao, can you hear me? Take her to the rooftop." After pressing the button on the microphone next to her, Kotori responded. After returning here and getting the action instructions, Shidao responded to Kwang-san's question just now. "Kwang-san, let's go to the rooftop." "Rooftop?" Kwang-san suddenly lowered her head, looking a little depressed. "Commander, her mood index has dropped sharply and has fallen by several points." A crew member who was observing the favorability of the elves looked at the screen in front of him and suddenly said hurriedly, "What's the matter? Shido, stabilize her quickly." "Oh, okay. Kwang-san, do you have anything to say?" Shidao lowered his body to look at Kwang-san and asked, "Ah, I'm fine. Let's go to the rooftop." Kwang-san, who was still in a low voice just now, immediately raised her head and smiled and responded to Shidao. This also made the latter feel more curious. "Is there something on the rooftop?" After a few minutes, the two figures came to the rooftop. During this process, there were always some discordant sounds that reached Shidao's ears, making him feel a little irritated. "Look, is that Shidao Gokawa? How come I haven't seen him for a few days? Has he changed his girlfriend again? That can't be true. I just saw Tokisaki and Hayashi on the rooftop. They are on good terms. Maybe they know each other." "That's true, but he is really a scumbag. One time it was Tobichi Origami, and the next it was Yatagami Toka. Now he is unclear with another girl. It's really unbearable." Maji washes pantyhose. There were also some unfriendly eyes looking at him in Kwang-san, causing him to feel more and more lost. On the rooftop, Kwang-san's eyes were obviously lonely. Shido looked at her back and could tell that she had something on her mind that was hard to express. "Shido, what's going on? Her mood index is even lower. Find a way." "I'm not sure either. Hurry up and find some topics to skip this situation." "Oh, okay." Turning back, Shido looked at the lonely Kwang-san and said, "Kwang-san." "Wait a minute, Shido, the options are out again." At the same time, on the Fraxinus, Kotori interrupted Shido's next action by looking at the options that were selected again. 1. Is Kwang-san worried about something? 2. Which school did Kwang-san go to before? 3. What color is Kwang-san's underwear? Everyone chooses. With a command, the people in the audience began to vote for the 3 options in front of them. P.S. Thank you, readers, for the great book reviews. Chapter 45. Lonely Eyes. 1 and 2 are actually tied. Not long after, the voting results of the crowd were shown on the big screen. Kotori observed that 1 and 2 were actually tied. Who voted for 3? All attention was focused on the first 2 options, causing Kotori to ignore 3. What she didn't expect was that someone would actually choose this option. "Commander, it's me!" Kanazuki, who had been standing behind Kotori, raised his hand and admitted, "Although I really want to hit you now, I decided to give you a reason that can convince me." Hearing this, Kanazuki, who had thought he would be beaten again, suddenly had his eyes shining. Just as he was about to explain, "Forget it. What good reason can a person like you have? Someone come and drag him away." As soon as the former's order was issued, Kanazuki behind him felt someone pulling his hands. He saw that it was 2 strong men with fierce faces who dragged him out directly without saying a word. "Yamete!" The latter was dragged away and cried unwillingly. Alas, he was still restless after leaving. Kotori really loved and hated her deputy commander. Why did the system select option 3? It's really hard to understand. Adjusting her state, Kotori thought about the question of 3. Maybe the system thinks that the most unlikely option will have a miraculous effect. At this time, a male crew member said, "What color underwear is Kwang-san wearing today?" Only a fool would say such an option. Kotori was immediately angry and slapped the table with her hand, but then she felt that she had pressed something. "I seem to have accidentally pressed the microphone." On the other side, "What color underwear is Kwang-san wearing today?" On the other side, Shidao, who had no idea, foolishly took Kotori's complaints as options and said them out without missing a word. "Huh? Shido asked me what color panties I'm wearing today?" Suddenly, Kwang-san's face was full of surprise, and her tone was quite unbelievable. She didn't expect that Shido in front of her would ask such a question. Kwang-san's favorability 5. It seems so. It was not until then that Shido realized how funny and ridiculous his words were. "Akido ma daddy, I just said something wrong. The right thing is this." Shido hurriedly shook his hand to deny it. He realized how this answer could be the answer. "Hey, stupid Shido, what are you talking about? How could the answer be what I said just now? It was a slip of the tongue. Why didn't you say it earlier? There's no point in arguing about this now. I feel like finding a topic to fool around." "Oh, okay. Really, it was obviously you who didn't explain clearly, and then I had to clean up the mess later." Shido then turned to Kwang-san, Kwang-san classmate. As soon as he turned around, he saw that the expression on Kwang-san's face and the movements of her hands were all full of temptation, and her face was as red as a little apple. You are not really going to show it to me, are you? Shidao, do you really want to know? What? No, I just said the wrong thing just now. Although he thought so in his heart, how could Shidao say such a thing that would destroy his character? However, how could Kwang-san miss this opportunity to tease Shidao? Just when Shidao was hesitating and didn't know what to say, in his eyes, Kwang-san's little hand slowly lifted the skirt underneath. When the area above the calf wrapped in black silk slowly lifted up and gradually entered Shidao's eyes, Shidao was so surprised that he didn't know what to do at all. Enough! San-san? At this moment, a voice with an obviously angry tone sounded not far away. Shidao's eyes immediately looked at the place where the voice came from, and Kwang-san stopped the movement in her hands when she heard it. Whose voice is this? Yixuan-kun. In Kwang-san's eyes, Lin Yixuan's figure leaned against the wall, and his eyes were full of loneliness when he looked at the two people. Thank you Kagura Kwang-san, Crayon Shin-chan, Qianduan, Lengsha Toothpick, and other readers for your recommendation votes. Chapter 46, Monologue in the Moon Reading World. That. Yixuan-kun. Stop! I know what you want to say, but let's stop here now. Kwang-san was about to say something when she was stopped by Lin Yixuan's hand, and then she came to Shidao and said to him, Gokawa Shidao, thank you for showing her around the school. You can go back now. Huh? Shidao felt a little confused. What was going on between the two people in front of him? Shidao, listen to him. Don't make enemies with the elementalist. Oh, okay. After receiving the action order, Shidao hurriedly left the place. Turning back, Lin Yixuan's eyes returned to Kwang-san in front of him, and then he sighed helplessly and said, San-san, although I don't want to interfere too much with your choice, your approach is a bit too extreme. But this is part of their plan. No, San-san, I'm sure you will fail in the end. Why? Seeing this, Kwang-san's face was obviously surprised, and Lin Yixuan also explained it. Look into my eyes. Lin Yixuan's eyes have been transformed into the eternal Manjikyo and launched a super illusion Tsukuyomi to bring Kwang-san's consciousness into it. Where is this? Kwang-san, who had just entered the Tsukuyomi space, felt very unfamiliar with the things around her. The world inside Tsukuyomi. Here you can get the answers you want? When Kwang-san was hesitant about the world around her, Lin Yixuan's consciousness also entered it and explained. He opened his hands, and the world instantly transformed into the appearance of Tiangong City 30 years ago. Is this scene familiar? On the screen, it was Kwang-san sitting in the classroom with her best friends Yamada-sa and Sahe. Why is this? Who is Yixuan-kun? Just as you guessed before, I am not from your world. Lin Yixuan finally revealed his identity. Hearing this, Kwang-san was shocked and had mixed feelings in her heart. It was obvious that she found this news unbelievable. San-san, I shouldn't interfere with your choice, but I'll let you know your ending in advance. As he said this, the scene in front of him instantly changed. You killed the monsters you thought were actually humans with your own hands. I think you know this too. When the scene came to Kwang-san killing the girls who were forced to become elves one by one, Kwang-san's guilt became stronger and stronger. Kwang-san saw her best friend die tragically in front of her again, and couldn't help but kneel down and cry. Lin Yixuan beside her was heartbroken, but this was necessary. Kwang-san had been paralyzed in guilt and couldn't get out. At present, only she could help her. If you had to choose between love and revenge, what would you choose? Kwang-san was in a dilemma. Choosing love does not mean giving up revenge, but choosing revenge will definitely mean giving up love. Lin Yixuan had sent out more than one signal that he could help her, but the stubborn Kwang-san wanted to solve everything with her own hands, and this character also doomed her to failure. I can't empathize with you, but I can be your best listener. You stick to your passion, and I will protect you and your passion. Lin Yixuan's choice before was to stand by and watch, but then he found that it was meaningless to do so, so the current incident happened. In the original world, San-san, your end was very miserable. Slowly approaching Kwang-san, whose heart had collapsed, Lin Yixuan said something extremely painful. Why are you unwilling to accept my help, San-san? I just want to rely on myself. But as you saw, the power of the origin spirit is not something you can deal with. You must know that your power comes from her. After a pause, he continued, you want to rely on accumulating powerful spiritual power to go back 30 years ago to kill her. This idea is good, but won't you think of doing this in the future? There is no doubt that Kwang-san's life is tragic. Her biggest shortcoming is that she is too conceited and puts all the responsibility on herself. At that time, Sawa had said that it was not her problem, but in the end she still blamed herself. Then all the people who were killed later had this kind of thinking, and they have been living in sin and self-blame. Yixuan-jun, can I really be saved? Kwang-san, who was kneeling on the ground and crying just now, has stood up and turned to face Lin Yixuan with a hint of expectation in her tone. It seems that he has figured it out. I can't guarantee that I can do it, but I can guarantee that I will try my best, even if it means sacrificing my life. Lin Yixuan is not a person who likes to brag. He has a full understanding of his own strength. People can only do things within their own capabilities. It is very difficult to say anything beyond that. Thank you, Yixuan-kun. Kwang-san has figured it out. San-san, remember the same words. No matter when, I, Lin Yixuan, will always be behind you to support you. No matter what you do, no matter what evil things you do, I will always love you like this. It's not good to give up halfway. I will always be with you like this. As he said this, Lin Yixuan opened his arms and hugged the petite Kwang-san. At this moment, the shackles deep in Kwang-san's heart were instantly broken by this warm hug. In this world that has already made me desperate, your appearance is the first light of my new life. Thank you for the recommendation votes from Fanhua Shengshi and Book Friends, 20 to 970, Chapter 47. Aria's Little Thoughts. The scene ends, and the two return to reality in the embrace. The two are also hugging each other, driven by the depths of their souls. Yoan, thank you for your guidance. Kwang-san already knows what to do in the future. After hugging each other, Kwang-san wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said to Lin Yixuan in front of her with a firm tone, well, I am also very happy to see San-san like this. Remember to come to me if you encounter anything you can't solve. Don't bear it alone. After saying that, Lin Yixuan put his index finger and ring finger on his forehead and used instant teleportation to leave here and return home, because Aria, the little girl, was waiting for him to go back home to cook. On the rooftop, the breeze blew across the cheeks of the black silk girl. It's great to have you. Kwang-san looked into the distance and spoke frankly, and then his figure slowly sank into the shadow. There is no such thing as a long-lasting love, and Gunyanshu is still at the end. Kwang-san was very lucky to have a ray of redemption to guide her in the darkest moment of her life. It seemed that everything was destined. Inside the villa, I'm back. After Lin Yixuan arrived at the door, he said something that Japanese people must say when they return home, then took out the key from his trouser pocket to open the door, entered the entrance hall and took off his shoes. There is no way. Although it is troublesome, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Walking into the living room, there is no area bedroom, no area bathroom, no area comics house, no area. This is strange. Where did this little girl Aria go? Lin Yixuan, who couldn't find Aria after looking everywhere, simply gave up and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for today. Click! Suddenly a small sound of opening the door came into Lin Yixuan's ears. Although the sound was very small, it was still captured by Lin Yixuan, who was a ninja. Then Aria, wearing a JK uniform, put an unknown item in her hand on the table. Miss Aria, where have you been? Seeing the newcomer, Lin Yixuan, who was wearing a pink apron, a standard for macho men, asked. She didn't look like she was going out to buy groceries or something, so Aria must have done something outside. Don't you know Xiao Xuan? What the hell? Lin Yixuan was even more confused. Did he really forget something because he was so sleepy last night? Or was Aria pretending to be mysterious to stimulate his curiosity? But no matter what, he still had to find out what the other party was doing outside. Look at the calendar on your phone and see how long it will take until the special holiday. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan put down the spatula in his hand, took out his phone from his apron, and checked it. Today is February 10th, and there are still 5 days left. What the hell? Hey, that's it. Seeing the surprised expression on the boy's face in front of him, Arya suddenly smiled happily. But what does this have to do with you? Putting down the phone, Lin Yixuan asked again with his hands on his hips. He didn't remember Arya having a boyfriend or anything like that. However, looking at Arya in front of him with a smile on her face, Lin Yixuan suddenly felt uneasy. Sure enough, this old lady didn't have any good intentions in her heart. So Xiao Xuanxuan, can you go play with Arya on that day? It turned out that Arya in front of him was thinking about this in his heart. Lin Yixuan suddenly felt speechless. How old are you and still want to eat young grass? Besides, I still have Kuang San's wife to accompany me. Even if I agree to you, will San agree? Moreover, based on your inner thoughts, you will definitely have some evil thoughts about me, a little virgin, and I must not agree. Thinking of this, Lin Yixuan pretended to be calm and said, Well, Miss Arya, I have something to do that day and cannot agree to it, but I have a suitable candidate here. Huh? Seeing the obvious interest on Arya's face, Lin Yixuan did not intend to hide it. He took out a photo from somewhere. The person in the photo had short blue hair and was about 15 years old. The features obviously suited the appetite of Arya, an old lady. If there was another person present who knew the person in the photo, he would definitely blurt out, Isn't this guy Shido Gokawa? Who is this guy? Sure enough, Arya, who was simple at heart, was immediately deceived. Then Lin Yixuan said with embarrassment, This is the opportunity I asked for. Miss Arya doesn't plan to. Before she finished speaking, Arya hurriedly interrupted. Okay, Arya's few private comics will be given to Xiao Xuan in exchange. Now can you tell me who he is? Seeing that his goal was achieved, Lin Yixuan put away the photo in his hand and explained, This guy is Gokawa Shido, my classmate. When the time comes, I will push him to you, and it's none of my business what happens next. This set of empty-handed tricks was used by Lin Yixuan to perfection, and Arya agreed without thinking. Poor our classmate Shido, now he doesn't know that he will be suddenly sold in 5 days. After the episode, Lin Yixuan smelled a pungent burnt smell. Oh no, my pot! Turning his head, he saw a thick black mist instantly covering his face. Damn, he was so busy talking to Arya that he completely forgot that he was still cooking. For a long time, Lin Yixuan looked at the black mass in front of him and fell into deep thought. He poured it into the trash can without hesitation and took out a few more ingredients from the refrigerator. Fortunately, there is enough food in the refrigerator to squander once. After surviving the disaster, Lin Yixuan swore that he would never be busy with other things while cooking in the future, definitely. P.S. Some unreasonable settings in the previous text will be reasonably explained and arranged accordingly in the following text. Chapter 48, Confrontation Under the Setting Sun. On the other side, Lin Yixuan had just arrived home not long ago. At 5:10 p.m., Kuang San was leisurely strolling on the street under the setting sun. Oh my, I'm so sorry. Suddenly, she was hit by a gangster at a corner without any defense. Hey miss, please stay? The gangster cursed arrogantly, as if it was not his problem. Then 2 other gangsters appeared behind him. How can it end like this after hitting someone? Hey, you look pretty good. The gangster looked at Kuang San with a strange tone and said. The figures of the 3 people slowly approached. This action made Kuang San have the idea of killing them in her heart. What's your name, miss? Let's get along well. The gangster on the left had a look of blasphemy against Kuang San. At this moment, Kuang San had already suppressed the anger in his heart and responded to the 3 people in front of him. Ah! Do you guys want to play squat dueling with me? The evil Kuang San covered her mouth and responded slightly. This sentence directly excited the 3 gangsters. Squatting with a Dua man? Oh, so explicit. Not bad, so sensible. Do you like to do this too? The 3 people's words were full of desire for the enchanting girl in front of them. Well, forget it. We will be seen here by others. Please follow me. After saying that, Kuang San walked into the alley. The 3 people on the other side looked at each other and followed him impatiently. The 3 men had seen countless girls, but for a girl like Kuang San who was enchanting and experienced, they might only see her once in their lives. This was also the last peak moment of their lives. You are really positive, young lady? Not long after, several screams were heard. Help! Help! Someone save me! Monster! Monster! However, no matter how loud they shouted, they could not change their current fate. In the eyes of a gangster, the girl who was originally in uniform suddenly changed into a red and black gothic outfit, and a medieval flintlock slowly emerged from the shadow. Then, many white hands emerged from the shadow and tied up the three people who wanted to escape in front of them. It was not until then that the gangsters realized how terrifying they had provoked. Whether they lived or died was in the hands of the girl in front of them. I thought I would have no dinner today, but now someone has delivered it to my door, so I won't be polite. As she said that, Kwang-san's lips curved into a crescent shape, and she looked at the three hooligans who were slowly dragged into the shadow by Bai Shou and still begged for help. I'm starting. Kwang-san put her hands together, and at this moment, the screams for help had already become silent, indicating the end of the lives of the three people. The blood-stained wall on the scene was the proof that they had existed. Thank you for the hospitality. Kwang-san's evil face licked the corner of her mouth with her tongue. Suddenly a strange feeling as if a 1,000-pound stone was pressing on her body swept over Kwang-san's body. Then a blue-green light circle instantly enveloped her. Is this feeling a random field? Kwang-san thought so in her heart. And then she saw a girl with long blue hair, wearing a yellow hooded jacket and a culotte slowly appear in front of her. I'm late after all, Nightmare. You're eating people again. Oh my, isn't this Miss Mana? Seeing the newcomer, Kwang-san's smile remained unchanged, and she asked calmly, It seems that you've had another good meal. As she spoke, Mana put on a display device and pointed the blade in her hand at the girl in front of her. Don't call my name, it makes me feel sick. After saying that, she waved the blade in her hand and rushed towards Kwang-san in front of her. The seriousness on the latter's face also reflected the seriousness of the matter. A few minutes later, on the ground, the girl in red and black gothic clothes was lying on the ground with blood all over her body, and the whole person was only left with her last breath. In front of her, the disdain in Mana's eyes was imprinted in her eyes. Just when Mana wanted to kill the girl in front of her with a knife, a male voice suddenly came from behind her. I woke up and saw many readers voted. I was very excited, thankful. Some old readers Yuriko knows. New readers who like this book can click on the collection in the upper right corner to support it. Chapter 49, How About Letting Her Go? Miss, how about letting her go? Hearing this, Mana reacted quickly and turned around, and then saw a handsome yellow-haired boy wearing the men's school uniform of Lizen High School appeared behind him. Elemental? How come you are here? Mana's first feeling was that this person was extraordinary because he could appear behind her quietly. She didn't expect that he was the famous strongest elf, Elemental. Facing the man in front of her, Mana didn't have any thoughts of fighting him. She clearly recognized the difference in strength between the two sides. The idea that if you don't be a tough guy, you won't get into trouble is deeply imprinted in her mind. But she didn't want to give up the opportunity to kill the girl lying on the ground. Miss, how about letting her go? Seeing that Mana didn't respond to him, Lin Yixuan raised his voice and repeated it again. As for why he appeared here, it was because he remembered the plot that would happen this afternoon. He rushed to save people without having a full meal at home. Although the Kwang-san in front of him was just a clone, the clone was also a person, with flesh and blood and emotions. Lin Yixuan would never allow his wife to die in front of him. Miss Takamiya Mana, I say it again, let her go. This time, unlike the previous two times, there was a hint of impatience in his tone. Humph, I'll let you go this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. After saying that, Mana reluctantly withdrew from the random domain and flew away. After seeing Mana leave, Lin Yixuan hurriedly ran to the clone lying on the ground and dying, and exchanged a green healing pill from the system mall. Thank you, Yixuan-kun. After taking the recovery pill, Kwang-san's complexion on her face was obviously much better, but she was still very weak. Seeing this, Lin Yixuan took her back to his home to rest. If he had wasted a little more time with Mana, Kwang-san on the ground might have died, so thinking of this, Lin Yixuan did not conflict with the opponent. Whoosh! The two disappeared instantly. This incredible move shocked Origami, who had been hiding in the dark the whole time. Is this the power of an elementalist? It's really powerful. After sighing, Origami left the scene of the murder. 3 minutes later, a passerby turned around and saw the blood in the alley. He was so scared that he dropped everything in his hand and hurriedly took out his phone to call the police. Ding dong ding dong. Not long after, police cars came running. Several policemen immediately blocked the scene and drove away the crowd of onlookers who came after hearing the noise. About 2 minutes later, the last police car arrived late and opened the door to see a female police officer with a high ponytail coming to the scene of the murder. Huh? Is this the random field and the spiritual power of the elves? She took out the detector to detect and came to such an astonishing conclusion. This is no longer just a murder case, but the traces left by the fight between humans and elves. As for where the people went, we still need to continue to explore. Officer Liaozi, we found this at the scene. A male police officer came to Liaozi with a wrapped object in his hand. Perhaps someone would ask at this time, isn't Liaozi the captain of the AST? Why did he come to be a policeman? In fact, Liaozi has other identities besides the captain of the AST in his daily life, and the police captain is just one of them. What is this? The object in the officer's hand was a short white hair, which seemed to be left by relevant personnel. Take it back and study it. Yes! After saying that, Kusakabe Liaozi followed the officer back to the police station. Chapter 50, I Talk to I. Back home, Lin Yixuan half knelt and gently put the girl in his arms on the bed, covering her petite body with a quilt. Miss Arya, is the hot water ready? Don't worry, Xiaoshuanshuan, I'll be there soon. As soon as the voice fell, Arya walked into the room with a wooden barrel with steam rising from the air. Is Kwang Kwang okay? After finishing the work in his hands, Arya looked at the weak-looking Kwang-san on the bed and said with some worry in his tone that Lin Yixuan hurriedly asked him to prepare hot water when he came back, which made Arya wonder what happened between the two. It's okay. I have already treated the injury when I came back. Now I just need to rest for a while. Then, Lin Yixuan took out a towel from the bucket, wrung out the water, folded it into a block, and gently placed it on Kwang-san's forehead. After doing this, Lin Yixuan sighed slightly, and his tense heart slowly calmed down. Kwang-san's real body didn't know where it went, leaving a clone wandering outside. Now it's good that it's targeted by mana again. If I hadn't come in time, I'm afraid this clone would have been gone. Although it's just a clone, it is also an inseparable part of Lin Yixuan, the god of pure love. If anyone dares to touch her, I will be angry. Let's go eat first. After saying that, Lin Yixuan took Arya's hand and gently closed the door, then came to the dining table to prepare for the second meal. In the room, even I haven't received any special treatment from Yixuan-kun. I'm really lucky. At some point, another Kwang-san in red and black gothic clothes sat on the Kwang-san lying on the bed and said with a jealous tone. It was Kwang-san's real body. She had been observing Lin Yixuan's every move towards her clone in the dark, and she couldn't wait to show up when the latter left the room. Well, this should be thanked to me. Kwang-san on the bed had opened her eyes and regained consciousness at this time, and said to her real body, "How did you complete the task assigned to me today?" For nothing else, the real Kwang-san came here to obtain information. Otherwise, she would not have sent her clone to contact Shidao. Before asking these questions, isn't I afraid of being noticed by Yixuan-kun? Hearing this, although the original body Kwang-san thought about this question, she then raised the corner of her mouth slightly and said, "Well, how could Yixuan-kun be willing to say I?" Seeing this, the clone Kwang-san smiled helplessly, and then told the information she had learned. There is a spirit protecting Gokawa Shido, and Miss Takamiya Mana seems to be his sister? During the battle between the clone and Mana, the clone accidentally heard the other party say something like, "Stay away from his brother." Although she was not 100% sure, the clone Kwang-san still decided to tell the original body this news. After hearing this, the original body also compared it with the information she had learned so far and confirmed the authenticity of the clone's information. So what are my plans next? Hearing this, the original body, Kwang-san immediately held her chin with one hand and fell into thought. Her original plan must be changed, but it will not remain the same. However, the plan for Shido must not be the same as before. Well, do I have any good ideas? The main body was helpless and couldn't think of what to do next, so he asked the clone what he thought. Really, what's the point of asking yourself? Nesting dolls? Sometimes some scenes of the battle are very funny and interesting. Ah, I'm a patient now and need to rest well. Did I forget what Yixuan said? After saying that, the clone Kwang-san closed his eyes again and stopped looking at his main body. The relationship between the main body and some clones is essentially not a master-servant relationship, but a cooperative relationship. Therefore, the clone on the bed does not need to do anything extra. In this case, the main body can't say anything and can only watch the clone on the bed slowly sink into the shadow. Chapter 51. Return to the old business. Of course, what happened in the room was unknown to the two people outside. After dinner, Arya cleaned up the dishes as usual, while Lin Yixuan had something very important to do. System, do you understand what I mean? What do you mean? This is embarrassing. I thought the system could read the host's thoughts, but it seems that my system can't. Ding! In view of the host's special identity, this system has no right to view the host's thoughts. The system keeps saying that my identity is special, and then always keeps people in suspense without telling the reason. Forget it, this kind of problem can't be solved in a hurry. There is a saying that goes, when the time comes, all the truth will naturally surface. Back to the main business, Lin Yixuan found an empty room in his home as his work area. He didn't do a special job. In his previous life, it was a popular position, game anchor. That's right, in his previous life, Lin Yixuan was doing live broadcasts at home as a side job, and his main job was still studying. The live broadcast platform was Longya, and the game content was mainly popular games such as Naruto and Minecraft. Just now, what Lin Yixuan wanted the system to do was to help him buy some live broadcast equipment. It's impossible that it can't even do this, right? As expected by Lin Yixuan, after asking the system to help, many live broadcast equipment, cameras, keyboards, computers, gaming chairs, etc., suddenly appeared in front of him. The next step is to come up with a theme. After debugging the live broadcast equipment, Lin Yixuan was about to change the theme of the surrounding walls. White ones don't look good. System, do you understand what I mean this time? Understand. Suddenly, Lin Yixuan had many more posters in his hands, some of which were Naruto, some were Dragon Ball, and some were pirates. Of course, there must be two-dimensional ones. About 10 minutes later, 8 p.m., Japan time. I finally got it done. It's really exhausting. Wiping the sweat from his head due to labor, Lin Yixuan looked at the surroundings with satisfaction. At this time, Arya pushed open the door and walked in, holding a pen and a book in his hand. Hey, Xiaoshuan, what are these? Arya's eyes were all things that he had never seen before, and he couldn't help but feel a little curious about them. These are all what I brought back from my hometown. Lin Yixuan's words were half true and half false, but it was more than enough to deal with the situation in front of him. Some things are really beyond one's ability to explain clearly, so one can only go as far as one can. Xiaoshuan, is it okay for Arya to sit next to you and create? No problem, as long as it doesn't disturb me. As he said that, Lin Yixuan sat on the esports chair he had not seen for a long time. The game system on the computer had been carefully downloaded for him, and the live broadcast equipment was all top of the line, so there was no need to worry about problems such as lag. Log into the live broadcast platform and select the live broadcast type Naruto to confirm. Arya took a small stool and sat next to Lin Yixuan, looking at each other quietly, and then picked up the pen in his hand and began to create his own works. P.S. In order to reach 1 million words in this book, the subsequent articles will be daily entertainment plus main line, and will travel to other anime worlds. I look forward to following Sayuri's footsteps to witness this moment together. Daily thanks for the recommendation ticket link. Chidian, Reading, Voiddausen, Extreme Bliss, Kwang-san, myself, Blood and Flesh, Sea Mechanical Ascension, Tiduan Penguin. Reading I Am the God of Pure Love, Yejichu, Centrifugal Breaking the Sky, Flowing No Return, Kagura Kwang-san, Flourishing Flowers. Yozoshu, I Xiongxiong, Colerid Leo, Book Friends 2019, 5236. Thank you for your support. The following plots will become more and more exciting, and the writing will be even better. Chapter 52, Oxen and Horses. Impure Earth Weasel, 8:30 p.m. in Japan. In the live broadcast room at Little Dragon Teeth. Hey, didn't this guy delay our visit for a few days? How come the surroundings have changed after not seeing you for a few days? Indeed, didn't you notice that the host has become more handsome? Don't talk about those useless things. The host should still play Naruto today, right? Impure Earth Weasel has been released. Hurry up and draw 200 seconds. There is no way. Some fans are so enthusiastic. Many hosts are also happy to do something at the request of the audience. As soon as the live broadcast starts, the live broadcast room is thriving. Huh? Is Impure Earth Weasel released? Yesterday, Lin Yixuan saw the announcement that it would be released the day after tomorrow. How come it is released today? Adrensui, the planner temporarily updated it earlier. It doesn't have any impact. It doesn't matter if it's a day earlier or later. That's right. Why think about these useless things? Just play your own game. After logging into his account, he immediately entered the ninja recruitment interface. Sure enough, he saw the man who used Rejoice to wash his hair. How many draws did you spend when you drew? At this time, he had to absorb some of the luck of the European emperors. Lin Yixuan was very afraid of his African ancestry. He always drew the guaranteed prize every time, and he was used to it. There is a saying that it is healthier to absorb the luck of the European emperors. I drew 100 times and got 68 pieces in total, which is okay. I drew 200 times. The guaranteed prize plus the down payment has been paid. I am a commoner, and I am still accumulating coupons, so I didn't draw. There are other netizens who posted their guaranteed experience on the public screen. Although most of them are non-Africans, there are always a few European emperors. 100 draws without down payment, 54 pieces. These people really use their lifespans to draw. In this regard, Lin Yixuan likes to absorb their luck to increase his own luck, although it may be useless. Watch it. 100 draws will definitely produce more than 50 pieces. If not, I will randomly draw and give away the shadow. After buying the high-level skills roll, Lin Yixuan made a solemn promise to the fans because he had already exchanged the yellow Lucky Charm from the System Mall and used it. Product, Lucky Charm. Introduction. Increase the user's luck value by 5 points within an hour. Price, 10 system points. Look down on these 5 points of luck. No matter how small an ant is, it is still meat. Sometimes just a little bit can always bring people a different experience. At this time, At on the public screen said, "Stop bragging, Anchor. Don't we know how lucky you are? Last time, you had to draw the guaranteed prize for 300 times to get the second generation of The Dirty World." I clearly remember the Anchor's anger, deleting the game and smashing the keyboard. I want to laugh when I think about it now. I sell beef downstairs from the Anchor's house. Now I have a house in Shanghai, a luxury car, and a beautiful woman. So you don't believe me, right? Looking at these barrages that were all questioning him, Lin Yixuan retorted unconvincedly. Although his face was a little darker before, how could he be so African now with the plug-in in hand? However, this sentence was purely a show of strength in the eyes of the netizens. There was even a netizen who swindled for food and drink and swore that if Lin Yixuan could really draw 50 pieces out of 100, he would eat 3 pounds of aoli and record a video. Let me show you what a lucky guy is. As he said that, Lin Yixuan clicked on the first 10 consecutive draws. Matsulik 3 Ninja Ball, plus 200 red copper coins, 1086, Naruto, Next Generations, Black Earth Fragmentary, Nara Shikamaru Fragment, X1, Copper Coin plus 2598, Immortal Earth Reincarnation Itachi Hernosa Gunman 3, Ninja Ball plus 100, wow. 4 pieces in the first draw, a good start, brothers. This lucky charm is really a good thing. He got 4 pieces in the first 10 consecutive draws. If it were in the past, Lin Yixuan would never have dared to think about it. WC, did the Anchor step on dog shit luck today? A good start in the first draw? Don't worry, it's just good luck. It's hard to say what the result will be later. let's wait and see. When the other fans saw this barrage, they immediately focused on Lin Yixuan's next 9 draws. Second batch of Impure Earth Weasel Fragments X8, third batch of Impure Earth Weasel Fragments X14, fourth batch of Impure Earth Weasel Fragments X19, fifth batch of Impure Earth Weasel Fragments X25, sixth batch of Impure Earth Weasel Fragments X31, seventh batch of Impure Earth Weasel Fragments X38, eighth batch of Impure Earth Weasel Fragments X43, ninth batch of Impure Earth Weasel Fragments X50. No more, no less. Just 50 pieces. Only 50 pieces, just a little bit. Looking at the result of his 100 draws, Lin Yixuan said arrogantly. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all shocked when they saw this scene. This is impossible? Broadcaster, are you cheating? Broadcaster, are you using your life to draw? It seems that today is the broadcaster's lucky day. With the down payment, it's 80 pieces. I asked you to believe me, but you didn't. Is the viewers who cheated for food and drink just now still here? It's time to fulfill your promise. At this time, Lin Yixuan still remembered what a friend who was cheating in the live broadcast room said just now. But of course, the other party might not be able to fulfill it, so the matter was dropped. Sometimes you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. People should know how to be responsible for their own actions. You've already drawn the Impure World Itachi. Why don't you play a few games? That Izanami is so handsome. Yes, that Izanami is really handsome and has invincible defense and counterattack. The surface data of this ninja is pretty good. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan immediately started the match, starting with the Impure World Itachi and bringing the exclusive secret scroll Izanami. To be honest, he was still looking forward to it. The special effects of that Izanami were explosive, but he didn't know how it would be in actual combat. After 10 minutes, see, what kind of ninja is this? The skill has such a long backswing and the normal attack is not only slow but also very fancy. Especially that Izanami, it's harder than suicide to trigger it? Planner, can you be a ninja? After watching the Impure World Itachi, he controlled give up again. Lin Yixuan finally couldn't help but break his defense. This ninja has no damage and no flexibility. It can barely kill one person in the whole game. After finally beating him to low health, he met the Impure World 3rd generation and used the Cage Fire skills to pat his head. It was really infuriating. Okay, this planner doesn't know how to make games. Other anchors have already broken their defenses. This ninja looks pretty fancy, and the damage is comparable to that of a master. The 3rd generation of the Impure World next door wants to laugh when seeing it. In the end, Lin Yixuan played a few Impure World Itachi games without exception, but without exception, he was autistic, so that he was shamed to leave the broadcast in advance. A young man on the chair was leaning quietly on the chair behind him, closing his eyes and thinking about life. Lin Yixuan really resisted the urge to smash the keyboard and tried to calm himself down. Immortal cultivators pay attention to calmness and remain unmoved when Mount Tai collapses in front of them. Although he thinks so on the surface, he has already greeted the whole family of the planner in his heart. The planner, will you? Do you have a horse? In just 2 short sentences, the amount of mother content is too much. This is the greeting that Lin Yixuan wants to say to the planner. This is even more infuriating than encountering the Shaman King and being superior to him. If you can't be a ninja, don't do it. The Susanoo element of the Impure World Itachi is as pitiful as your hair. The ultimate move has no time stop, and it is impossible to make up for the damage. What use is there for me? Xiao Xuanxuan, what's wrong with you? Arya, who had been concentrating on creating, noticed Lin Yixuan's abnormality and asked with a worried tone. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan picked up the pulse on the table and drank it all. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "It's okay, Miss Arya. It's getting late now. It's time to go to bed." After saying that, he got up, left the studio in Arya's confused eyes, and went back to the bedroom to lie on the bed, thinking in his heart, "Sure enough, my mentality is still not good. I made a fool of myself in front of Arya. I swear I'm stupid to touch the Impure World Itachi again in the future." After saying that, he closed his eyes and his mind was full of the tragic experience of the game just now. Xiao Xuanxuan is so weird. After saying that, Arya also put down the pen and notebook in his hand, and then came to the bedroom. Chapter 53. Uploading music. Host, I'm sorry to bother you at this time, but you seem to have forgotten something? Lin Yixuan, who couldn't fall asleep with his eyes closed, suddenly heard the system's voice in his head. What? Is there anything else I need to do? That's right! After the system's reminder, Lin Yixuan reacted even if his brain was slow and got up and went to the computer. He turned on the power and waited for the computer to start up. Your computer boot time is 4 seconds, beating 99% of users nationwide. Too lazy to read these messes, Lin Yixuan's eyes went straight to the software on the desktop. Network Yiyun Music Internal Version, Network Music External Version. These two softwares with identical icons almost confused Lin Yixuan. Wow, they really made it for me. This robot is good and worth buying. Yesterday, we only developed basic data, but today we have finished the software. The technological products of the first-level universe are really amazing. The internal version should be equivalent to the official version, and the other should be the ordinary version. When you open the internal version, you don't need an account and password to enter the interface directly. It is exactly the same as the interface of NetEase Cloud Music in the previous life, and it is copied perfectly. Let's take a look at the external version login interface. There are 4 ways to log in: Penguin, mobile phone number, visitor, and WeChat. Well, you can upload music in the upper right corner. First save some songs and then upload them to the App Store. As he said, Lin Yixuan took out a USB flash drive from the drawer and inserted it into the computer. It contained most of the classic songs in various languages in the previous life. It took a total of 2 hours to upload the software classification music category confirmed. I'm tired. Lin Yixuan twisted his stiff neck and then relaxed his shins appropriately. Although tired, I finally saved all the songs in the external version and uploaded them to the App Store. I can promote them to the public when the time comes. After stretching, Lin Yixuan turned off the computer, returned to bed, and had a good sleep. Little did he know that a new storm was about to hit. Chapter 54 Net Yun's Storm. The lone brave man challenged the world. In a valuable villa in Wanqian City, a boy was lying on the bed and browsing his phone boredly, and suddenly an advertisement popped up above the phone. His name is Zhang Liwer, and he is the owner of this villa worth 100 million RMB. His parents work abroad all year round and rarely return home, so there are only him and a few housekeepers in the huge villa. I wanted to just delete it, but I don't know why this advertisement is stuck there and can't be deleted. It's weird. There is no way. Zhang Liwer had to click in to see who this is. Is this a music software? He clicked on it and found a link to a music software he had never seen before. He was originally not interested in it, but his curiosity was aroused. It was nothing else, just because the quotes of this software deeply attracted him. Net Yixuan Music. Some people say that you can see deer when the forest is deep, whales when the sea is blue, and you when you wake up from a dream. But for me, fog rises when the trees are deep, waves surge when the sea is deep, and the night continues when I wake up from a dream. I can't see deer, whales, or you. All departures have signs. Your suspicions are true, and he has never let you down in the things he should disappoint you. I'm sorry for being born as a human being. The emo quotes hit the boy's heart directly. Touched, he clicked to download without hesitation, and then the mobile phone page was transferred to the application store. After downloading, he couldn't wait to click on the login interface Q, mobile phone number, WeChat, and visitors selected QQ login to enter the interface. Why haven't I seen these songs before? As soon as he entered, he saw many song titles that he had never seen before appeared in front of him in various languages. The strangest thing is that the author of these songs is all a person named Yixuan the Great. This is very strange. Curious, he played the song that was ranked first on the homepage, No VIP. The Lone Brave Man. Great. Lyrics, music, Yixuan the Great Prelude. You are all brave. The wound on your forehead, your differences do not need to be hidden. It sounds pretty good. Who is the author? Zhang Liwer was attracted by the magnetic singing voice and lyrics after only listening to a few sentences. He became more and more curious about the author called Yixuan the Great. At this time, the song has also reached its climax. I love you walking alone in the dark alley. I love your appearance of not kneeling. I love you confronting despair and refusing to cry. Do you deserve to go? Do you fight with this ragged cloak? Fight with the most humble dream to the sobbing and roaring in the dark night. Who said that only those who stand in the light are heroes? After the song, the boys' tears have been wet. The first reaction after listening to this song is those drug enforcement police who have silently contributed. They can only be in the dark and cannot show their true faces, but they have been silently contributing and being heroes of the people. Just like the lyrics, who said that only those who stand in the light are heroes? Pay tribute to those unknown heroes. This song is so beautiful, I will repeat it tonight. Jiang Liwer's heart was deeply touched by this song, and the whole person was full of unknown fighting spirit. Clicking on the comment section below, the comments inside are even more heavyweight. Today is my birthday. My father passed away 40 days ago. There are still 45 days before the postgraduate entrance examination begins. I hope I can continue to be proud and let my father look at me happily. I believe I will not give up. I love these two lines the most. Love you walking alone in the dark alley. Love you the way you don't kneel. Love you the way you confront despair and refuse to cry. After listening to the whole song, I was full of fighting spirit. It is worthy of being called a war song. Isn't it because we love the passionate battles in this game? Never surrender, make a comeback, and fight. Why are there so few comments on such a good song? Jiang Liwer didn't understand why there were so few comments under such a good song, but then he went to the App Store to check the download volume and felt relieved. No, we can't let good songs be buried. He was very righteous in his heart and would never allow any perfect song to be treated unequally. With a wide network of contacts, he instantly said to Jiang Liwer in a QQ group, "Brothers, look what precious software I found. It contains songs that absolutely beat the current popular songs. Go download it." Really? Don't lie to me. Really, I'll lie to you and you'll have no eyes for having children. Hearing what Liwer said, I'll go download it and have a look. Wow, it's amazing, brothers. These songs are so good. How come I haven't heard of these songs and this author before? I'm afraid the world will suddenly be quiet. Yes, it's as if they appeared out of thin air. The most important thing is that the songs in the top 100 of the hot searches will definitely beat any plagiarized song by a popular internet celebrity if they are put out there. The most affectionate person in Guangxi province, I like the song Lone Warrior the most. My whole DNA is awakened. Wu Yanzu from Hubei province. Brothers, there are other treasure songs waiting for us to explore. We can't let others get there first. Not only here, but also in various parts of China, this scene was played out at the same time. After being spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100, the download volume of Net Yixuan music, which had just been uploaded for a short time, instantly exceeded 1 million. Of course, the mastermind behind all this, Lin Yixuan, was still in his sleep and had no idea. Thank you, Mengdian Meek and Koloried, 2 readers, for your recommendation votes. This song is really nice. I have been listening to Eason Chan's songs for a long time, and I have long wanted to substitute these 3-dimensional elements into this article. Whether you like it or not, this will be the direction of my future writing. Occasionally, I will waste a few chapters, but the main plot will still go on. Chapter 55. The cosplay is very good. The next day in the morning, Xiao Xuanxuan got up for breakfast. On the bed, Arya was pulling Lin Yixuan's quilt vigorously, as if he wanted to wake her up. "Miss Arya, stop making trouble. You can't make breakfast." Lin Yixuan knew what kind of person Arya was. That breakfast was no different from dark cuisine, so he just took her words as a joke. Seeing this, Arya put down his hand movements, crossed his hands on his chest and said, "It was made by Xiao Kuang." As soon as these words came out, the guy who was lying on the bed immediately turned into a breeze. When Arya looked at the original position again, he saw that the latter had disappeared out of thin air. At the dining table, "It's delicious. Sansan's food is great." After tasting a bite of Kwang-san's egg bacon, Lin Yixuan couldn't help but exclaimed. He never thought that Kwang-san could cook, and it was so delicious. As soon as these words came out, Kwang-san on the other side couldn't help but smile, and then picked up another egg and put it in the other side's bowl. Really, Xiao Area called you to get up, but you didn't get up. Why did you wake up when Xiao Kwang called you? Opposite Lin Yixuan, Area was looking at him with a reproachful look at the moment, and the rice in his hand didn't taste good anymore. There is a reason for this. Humph, Area and Xiao will break up for an hour. As he said that, Area looked up and swallowed the rice in his hand, cleaned up the dishes, and returned to his comic book house. In this situation, Lin Yixuan didn't know what to say. He could only look at Area's back and smiled helplessly. Sansan, today is the weekend. Do you have any plans? Picking up his mobile phone and looking at the calendar for a while, Lin Yixuan found that today was the weekend, so he asked Kwang-san beside him. Hearing this, Kwang-san was also thinking about what to do today. The main body didn't assign any tasks to herself, so for now, she has nothing to do. How about I spend the weekend with Yixuan-kun? Huh? Sansan doesn't have any plans today? Well, not at the moment. Seeing this, Lin Yixuan didn't say much, and then he finished the rice in his hand and returned to the workroom. Who knows that every grain of rice on the plate is hard-earned? Lin Yixuan still understands this truth. As an authentic Chinese, thrift and diligence are good qualities that must be cultivated in one's personal life. Not long after, Lin Yixuan had debugged the equipment in the workroom, and then Kwang-san pushed open the door and walked in. Yixuan-kun, what is this? Perhaps because she had never heard of live broadcasting, Kwang-san looked at the various electronic devices in front of her and felt a little confused. These are the things I use for work. You just watch for a while. As he said, Lin Yixuan had already turned on the computer, ready to start a new round of live broadcasts today. Kwang-san also obediently found a stool and sat next to Lin Yixuan, staring blankly at the former's series of operations. My wife's other small accounts. What? The sun is rising from the west today? The anchor starts the broadcast so early. The newcomer upstairs, the anchor is usually very punctual on weekends. According to custom, the anchor should show his face quickly. Not long after the broadcast started, several fans were discussing some topics, but Lin Yixuan didn't say much when it came to showing his face. Turning on the camera, a handsome face suddenly appeared in front of the live broadcast room. Okay, let's play MC today. After turning on the camera, Lin Yixuan didn't say much nonsense and went straight to today's live broadcast content. MC was the most popular sandbox game in the previous life. As a 6-year veteran player, Lin Yixuan loves this game very much. He is not a redstone master. On the contrary, he has his own unique skills and methods in PvP and PvE. The friends in the live broadcast room all love to watch him play Bed Wars. Have you found that the anchor has really become handsome? Yeah. Did you go to Thailand for plastic surgery? As a man, I feel inferior. Okay, who would go to Thailand for plastic surgery? Although he is very handsome, he has never been to a place like Thailand where there are transvestite girls everywhere. Maybe it's because of the system. Lin Yixuan's current appearance is indeed very handsome. If he were in the entertainment industry, he would definitely beat the current traffic stars, but he still chooses to be an unknown game anchor. Hey, what game is this, Xiao? Suddenly, Kwang-san, who was sitting aside and watching, saw a game he had never seen before, and his curiosity was instantly aroused, so he asked aloud, San, this is called Minecraft. Do you want to play it? Can I? Sure. As he said that, Lin Yixuan stood up and gave his seat to Kwang-san. WC, who is this anchor? This little sister is very beautiful, huh? Why does she look more and more like my Kwang-san's wife? Hearing you say that, I also discovered that your girlfriend is a pretty good cosplayer. When Kwang-san's stunning face was displayed in front of everyone, the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. You know, Lin Yixuan did not use filters to make her face thinner or anything like that. Under the camera, Kwang-san was the ceiling of pure makeup. Ah, thank you for your compliments. Kwang-san also saw the rolling barrage of comments and responded with a smile covering her mouth. This small move instantly captured the hearts of all the viewers. Without looking at the barrage of comments, Kwang-san's thoughts returned to the game in front of her. Yixuan, what is this green monster? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that the monster on Kwangsan's mouth had exploded, killing her directly. This is called a creeper. You have to stay away from it. The damage from the explosion is very painful. As he said that, Lin Yixuan taught Kwangsan to recognize some basic items plus creatures. The latter's learning ability was also very fast, and she had mastered it all after a short period of teaching. Let's stop the live broadcast today. The host has to go to lunch. Lin Yixuan glanced at the time and said to the fans when he saw that it was time for lunch, "You go, just leave my wife Kwangsan behind." Kwangsan's wife is so cute, silly, and adorable. Little cutie, don't just take the damage, outsmart her. One comment after another came flooding in, but without exception, they were all about Kwangsan and not about themselves. Extremely disappointed, Lin Yixuan had no choice but to let Kwangsan continue playing while he prepared lunch. So the last chapter of The Watering will enter the 4-series plot. Chapter 56. The Lightning Dancing on Your Fingertips. One day, a handsome boy wearing pink headphones came to Raisin High School and listened to the song leisurely. The lightning dancing on your finger is my unchanging belief in this life, and my railgun will last forever. This song was a hit song that was conquered by many fans after he uploaded it to NetEon Music yesterday. Some music companies have tried to contact him to get the copyright of this song, but he refused all of them except Kamachi Kippo, the original author of the TV version of the song with the same name. The song A Certain Scientific Railgun, with this exclusive explosive BGM, instantly became popular on the internet, and his name was once again known to the world. The number of his fans on Weibo has already exceeded 200 million and is heading towards the goal of 300 million. But more people are very curious about his real gender, whether it is a man or a woman. The Emperor's songs are so beautiful. Sometimes it's a magnetic and healing male voice, and sometimes it's a female voice with a heavenly sound. Is it a man or a woman? The electric light dancing on your fingertips is my unchanging belief in this life. A certain scientific railgun. The Emperor's songs are so popular. Whether it's Japanese, Chinese, English, or Korean, these songs in different fields can have their own place. His nationality and gender are unknown. If possible, I really want to go to his concert once. Hello, Emperor Yixuan. Are you interested in discussing the copyright of the album? Is Emperor Yixuan interested in participating in our variety show? These are a series of events triggered by the battle world. As the person involved, he knows about it, but will not respond to it. Now he really looks at money like numbers. Even the cold goddess Yui Miku is now his crazy fan. It is conceivable that his current influence, if he really wants to hold a concert, the tickets will definitely be a bloody fight. He knew very well that he should be low-key in life and work, so he should go through the battle plot carefully before thinking about other things. Back to the topic. Don't think that he can listen to music in the classroom without restraint, and it's during class. After a national knowledge competition, his personal score has reached the first place in the country. He succeeded in becoming a god with a genius score of full marks in liberal arts plus science plus specialties, which has never been seen before. Now students all over the country have heard of his name. Needless to say, the students in Laizen High School, the Ryudanji Girls' College next door, are now full of his crazy fans. The student with blue hair over there, that's you! Come and solve this problem. Now it's a math class. The bald math teacher saw Shidao sleeping leisurely under the stage, so he asked him to come up and solve a very simple quadratic function. Hearing the voice, seeing the person, and looking at the question, well, I can't. Teacher, I can't. This kind of advanced math question violated his knowledge blind spot. After standing up, he said to the math teacher without thinking that he couldn't solve it. What? You dare to sleep when you can't solve it? Get your book and stand at the back. Hearing this, the math teacher on the stage suddenly became angry. He hated those students who dared to do other things in class when they couldn't solve the questions. So the humble student Shidao picked up his spotless math book and stood helplessly in the garbage area at the back under the gaze of his deskmate Shishiang and Origami. Teacher, let me answer this question. At this time, Lin Yixuan, who had been listening to music leisurely and doing nothing, took the initiative to ask to go up to solve the problem. The math teacher was very happy to see this hard-won opportunity and quickly gave up his seat to let Lin Yixuan go forward to answer the question. Wow, is this the different treatment for top students, student gods, and poor students, student scum? This question is actually very simple. Just do this. Move the terms, remove the brackets, simplify, and merge like terms, and you're done. The whole process was smooth, and in less than 10 seconds, a complete and correct answer was obtained. The female students in the audience and the teacher on the stage were all little fans at this moment, and they admired Lin Yixuan's operation just now. Wow, my husband is so handsome, he can solve such a difficult question like drinking water. Really so handsome. Fortunately, Yixuan's husband is in our class, otherwise we can't see him. Girls in other classes envy us. Someone spent a lot of money to change classes with me, but I won't change. As long as there is Yixuan's husband, there will be me. The girls discussed tirelessly, and this scene made many boys feel the same way. Sour, too sour. Why are you so outstanding even though you are also a boy? Some boys are so conceited that they think they are not much different from others, but they just live in their own world, like a clown. Teacher, I'm going down. Okay. Since the questions have been answered, Lin Yixuan still wants to go back to his seat and listen to the music. Everyone likes to show off, and Lin Yixuan is no exception. It feels really good to be the center of attention. Some people say that the environment is the most important factor affecting a person's character, and Lin Yixuan agrees with this. There are not so many honest people in the world, but they are all forbearing for their dreams. Even the most honest people will become corrupt with the evil capitalists after experiencing the wind, rain, and sun of the world. It is not easy to do what you want to do at the best age, so cherish it. Back to his seat, Lin thought about the plot that was going to happen next. According to the timeline, Origami has already expressed doubts about Toka's identity, which will lead to... Thinking of this, as Lin Yixuan expected, Origami's eyes were fixed on Toka beside her, and there was an instrument for detecting spiritual power in her hand. If Toka's spiritual power had not accidentally leaked a little during her date with Shidao, Origami might really have no way to deal with Toka. It's almost time for me to take action again. Yixuan-kun, what are you going to eat for lunch today? I won't be watering down after this chapter, and I'll officially enter the plot. Finally, I'll give you a poem. Only my railgun will last forever. My heart is still the railgun. The extraordinary and holy gun sister can fight again. Lightning and thunder, my gun conquers the world. The strongest electric user in the Railgun Academy. The gun sister is unprecedented in history, and my gun is the best. The endless gun party is above the blue sky. Everyone knows that I am only Bilibili. I will drive straight into the strongest electric princess. I will never regret entering the gun in the second dimension. Chapter 57, Our Future Lunch Break. Lin Yixuan and Kwang San went to the rooftop to enjoy a delicious lunch as usual. The two of them took turns to eat, and the loving scene made the singles watching envious. They wondered when they could have a girlfriend who was so loving. At this moment, a girl with short white hair walked straight towards Lin Yixuan not far away. Elementalist, I want to spar with you. The girl said expressionlessly, or perhaps it could be said that this was her only expression. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan also saw that the person coming was Origami and asked curiously, why? I want to see the gap between us. If that's all, then I think it's totally unnecessary. As he said that, Lin Yixuan's eyes turned to Kwang San, who was chewing rice beside him. After seeing that the other party didn't have any other emotions, he thought about it and continued to say, in fact, your strength is already very good. There is no need to do this. You can beat many elves besides me. Including me? Strictly speaking, yes. Because your angel is really not suitable for fighting, it's still okay to deal with the rear. Kwang San heard Lin Yixuan's words. You can beat many elves besides me, and couldn't help but wonder if she was included. Lin Yixuan's answer was heartbreaking. Ami could indeed defeat Kwang San in the later stage, but it was unknown whether he could kill her. Although Kwang San's fighting ability is not very strong, her powerful ability to escape also makes it possible for only a handful of people to kill her. Except for Alan, Mana, Kotori, Mio's mother, there is no one else. Hearing that, Kwang-san's mood suddenly became a little lonely. Is it my fault that I am not born to fight? This kind of thing is not something I can decide. Noticing that Kwang-san was a little angry, Lin Yixuan touched the other's head with his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay. I'm on the front battlefield, and there's nothing bad in the back." Ah, that's true? After seeing that the other party's emotions recovered, his eyes turned back to Origami and continued, "Origami classmate, what you lack now is an opportunity to strengthen yourself. In other words, it is equivalent to encountering a bottleneck period. Thank you." Hearing this, Origami's expressionless face began to react, but then quickly returned to normal. After saying thank you, he left without looking back. Looking at the back of the person who came, I believe many people know what the opportunity that Lin Yixuan said is. As for how the other party knew his and Kwang-san's identities, it has to start from the afternoon when Mana dealt with Kwang-san. Origami thought she was hiding well, but how could she escape from Lin Yixuan, who has the perception of Madara? Seeing through but not saying it, this is his principle of life. Well, why did Yixuan-kun say that to her? Kwang-san had a question in her mind. Obviously, both parties are enemies. Why did she still have to enlighten each other without getting it? Perhaps she had expected Kwang-san to say this after hearing it. Lin Yixuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Sometimes, enemies can become friends." This sentence is not difficult to understand. Kwang-san naturally understood the truth of this sentence, and a sick smile began to appear on her face. However, Lin Yixuan liked her more as a person. Whether it was the concept she thought was correct or herself, on the other hand, she would always be the Tobichi Origami that Lin Yixuan liked. This is also the main reason why Lin Yixuan said these words today. I wonder what Yixuan-kun thinks of her? After the smile, Kwang-san's other seemingly simple but actually hidden trap followed. "Goodbye, San-san. I dare not have any thoughts about other girls. I only love you." Lin Yixuan responded without blushing or beating his heart. Of course, love and like cannot be confused. A person can like many people in his life, but can only love one. Those who say they like but don't love in their hearts are all scumbags. Oh, really? Kwang-san's face reappeared with a cold smile, staring straight at the boy in front of him, and asked again, "It must be true. If half of what I said just now is false, I will be bitten by a dog when I go out." Sometimes girls are so worried and detail-oriented, and any small action will arouse the other party's suspicion, so it is more difficult for men during the relationship period. Kurumi was not being unreasonable. After seeing the sincerity in the other person's eyes, she stopped talking and turned her head to look into the distance with a dull look. "San-san, what are you looking at?" "Our future. P.S. There are still 5 days before school starts. Don't worry, I will keep updating after I return to school, but generally I will update twice a day. Please understand that students have limited time. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Even if everyone goes back to school in the future, it doesn't matter." End of this chapter. Chapter 58. Are you using this to test the cadres? On the day of Shidao's house, Shidao, Toka wants to go on a date with you again. Toka, who had a silly face, looked at Shidao, who had a slightly higher forehead than her, with eager eyes, wanting him to take her on a date. What bad intentions could Toka have? She was just looking for an excuse because she was hungry. People are made of iron and rice is made of steel. For Toka, a date is equal to having food to eat. Toka, wait a minute. Shido thought about it and decided to ask Kotori's opinion first. It would be bad if there was a conflict in the schedule. "Kotori, do we have any other plans today?" After returning to his room, Shido picked up the wireless headset placed beside the bed and asked. Kotori, who was sitting in the commander's seat, naturally understood the question Shido wanted to ask. After her eyes narrowed slightly, she looked at the calendar beside her and suddenly said, "Shido, today is Valentine's Day. I approve you." "What?" Shido was stunned. "Today is Valentine's Day?" He was so scared that he ran to check the calendar hanging on the wall. Sure enough, today is the 14th of Valentine's Day, and the 15th is the Lantern Festival. Oh my God, 2 consecutive holidays? He left the room silently. I wonder where Toka wants to go. After returning to Toka, Shido happily agreed to her date request, regardless of whether there was a holiday or not. There are only a few places you can go on Valentine's Day, such as amusement parks, restaurants, parks, shopping streets. In China, many couples will transfer 520 or 1314 to each other, the woman, to show their love. This practice is hateful and makes a lot of money. However, Shido and his friends celebrate a more traditional Valentine's Day, just going out to play for a whole day without too many fancy moves. Well, I don't know. Hearing this, Shido knocked his head helplessly. He actually asked the other party where they wanted to go. For the single-celled Toka, asking her such a question is undoubtedly nonsense. It is better for her to make the decision herself. Kotori, do you have any good suggestions? Why do you ask me for your couple's affairs? A limited edition double good lollipop. Are you using this to test the cadres? 3, no more. Dear, here we recommend you to visit the amusement park, fountain waterfall, open-air high-end restaurant, encyclopedia zoo, and other entertainment venues under our organization. Kotori's 360-degree attitude change caught Shido off guard. As expected, no matter what time, material things are still a lot of things. There is no way. It's not that Kotori is greedy for lollipops, but Shido gave too much and she couldn't do anything. Then let's go to the amusement park. Please help me arrange it. Okay, big boss. So, Kotori organized and mobilized to arrange the amusement park under the temptation of 3 limited edition double good lollipops. Kanatsuki, listen to my orders! Hi! I now order you to be the commander of Shido Toka's Valentine's Day date. Get things done for me. Do you hear me? Hi, Wagata. B.S. Thank you for the 6 recommendation votes from Brother Lirenchu. I wanted to treat everyone equally, but Brother gave too much. I wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day. The following chapters are all Valentine's Day extras, so I won't put them in the extra chapters as it's too much trouble. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Toka and Shido's Date. Special. It was noon near a busy station in Tiangong City. The sun was shining and there were a constant stream of pedestrians. The road was busy and you could smell a hint of exhaust gas even when walking on the sidewalk. Shido first brought Toka here, not for anything else but because the infrastructure here is very complete. There are not only large commercial plazas, but also clothing stores, drugstores, coffee shops, and high-end restaurants. There are also izakayas, yakitori restaurants, etc. There are all kinds of shops lined up. The only drawback is that there are relatively few independent houses, but after all, it makes sense since it is in a busy area. On that wide road, countless men, women, young and old were shoulder to shoulder, bustling with people. The same is true for the lanes. Almost all the empty spaces except the sidewalks are occupied by vehicles. The two walked and walked without noticing that they had visited all the places they could visit, and then walked into a small convenience store. Shido, what is this? Can I eat it? Toka held a yellow can in her hand and asked curiously in front of Shido. Jagibir. The can, which was only 20 centimeters high, had the brand of the product printed on the front. According to the introduction at the back, this should be a bottle of beer. Toka, this is beer. It's for drinking, not for eating. Huh? How does it taste? How does it taste? This question really stumped Shido. It was impossible to say that he had never drunk alcohol, but generally speaking, the taste of alcohol is always bitter. But it does not rule out some weird types, such as bitter with sweet, bitter with sour. The bottle of beer in front of him is obviously that type. If you want a drink, I'll buy you soda when you get back. You're still young and can't drink alcohol now. Huh? But she's much older than Shidao? Shidao was afraid that the air would suddenly become awkward. After hearing this, he was petrified. So the clown was actually himself? Ahem. You can't drink that either. Alcohol is harmful to your health. It's better to avoid it. He coughed softly to resolve the embarrassment. Although he seldom drank, Shidao knew the series of problems that alcohol brought. He kept away from alcohol and cigarettes. Since he couldn't drink alcohol, it was okay to drink cocktails or sodas with lower alcohol content. Shixiang didn't say much when she saw this. After returning the beer in her hand to its original place, she tiptoed to other areas to stroll around. When she saw the goods and food she liked, she threw them all to the tool people. Thank you for your patronage. Your total consumption is 98,625 yen. Welcome to visit next time. Walking out of the store, Shidao's face was as if he had eaten shit, and he could not suppress it. Looking at the empty wallet in his hand, he silently shed manly tears. He no longer had money to continue squandering on Toka. Originally, the budget was enough, but he had spent most of the money to bribe Katori, and the things he bought in the store just now had spent all the remaining money. Now he has no money but a life. Although sad, he was still very happy to see Toka's face stuffed with food. At least the money was worth it. Seeing the person you like happy or sad, you will also feel the same. This is the tacit understanding that both parties will have during love. Hey Shidao, what do you think that is? P.S. Thank you to all the readers who voted. Although this chapter is short, it took Sayuri 2 hours to think about it. Please forgive me. Chapter 60, Toka and Shido's Date, Special Part 2. As the two of them went deeper, 10 minutes before the second stop of this date, they arrived at the central square of a busy street. At this time, the center of the square was crowded with people. A banner hung in the air 5 meters above the ground. The first Big Eater competition. Come if you think you have a big appetite. There was also a very small text below that could not be seen without a magnifying glass. Hey, fake eating and waste will be fined doubled. Under the banner were 10 tables that were 4 meters long. There were only some appetizers on the top of the tables. The real highlight had not yet begun. Shido, let's go over and take a look. Huh? Without giving Shido a chance to speak, Toka pulled him to the Big Eater competition venue. Although there were many people here, the internal competition space was not small at all. It seemed that the organizers had put a lot of effort into preparing for this competition. Shido, Toka wants to play too. Toka, who couldn't stand the loneliness when she saw food, looked at Shido with eager eyes. She has always had a strong interest in novel things. What's more, this is related to food. Let me ask for you. Helplessly, Shido had to agree to Toka's request. Hearing this, Toka jumped up with joy and the passers-by around were stunned. Hello, is your friend going to participate in the competition? Just when Shido was thinking about asking the staff about the situation, the other party actually came to him by himself, which saved the time of looking for him. The one who spoke was a tall female lady who asked with a smile on her face, Yes, may I ask, what are the requirements for participating in this competition? Since our competition is held for the first time, any interested friends can participate for free. The requirement of the competition is to eat all the food. After saying that, the young lady, staff member, took out a flyer from the table next to her and continued. The first place will have a reward of 200,000 yen, the second place 150,000, the third place 100,000, and so on. Even if you don't get ranked, you will get a prize from our organizer. It can be said that it is a sure win. Indeed, this kind of sure win is something that everyone is tempted by, and Shido is no exception. When he heard that the prize for the first place was 200,000 yen, his eyes immediately looked at Toka on the side with an evil look. Sensing the former's malicious gaze, Toka tilted her little head in confusion, with a big question mark above her head. What happened? Back here. Thank you for your explanation. My friend wants to participate. As he said this, Shidao pulled Toka to the front of the young lady. Staff, Toka still didn't know what happened. This little sister is really cute. No problem. Please follow me. After saying this, she turned and left. Seeing this, Shidao hurriedly asked Toka to follow her. If she couldn't find her, her 200,000 yen would be gone. Toka, follow that young lady. You can eat delicious food. There's food? Toka will go right away. As expected, when Toka heard that there was food, her IQ immediately dropped to negative numbers, and she stood on tiptoe to catch up with the young lady. A few words are not as good as a sentence of food. In this situation, Shidao felt that it would be more convenient to talk about food when getting along with Toka in the future. Standing there and looking at the back of the purple-haired girl, Shido's face showed an evil and vulgar smile. Hey, 200,000 yen. Sorry for the late update. I will update it later. Chapter 61, Toka and Shido's Date, Special Chapter 3. At the same time, Toka followed the steps of the young lady to the contestant area backstage. Toka looked around with a puzzled look. In addition to her and the guide, there were other contestants here. Most of these people were men, but there were also a few girls among them. They were talking and laughing, and they didn't seem to be participating in the competition seriously, but more like the kind who came to fish. Contestant Lounge. Little sister, here we are. This is the Contestant Lounge. When the competition starts, there will be a broadcast announcement. Please stay inside for now. As the journey deepened, the two came to a door with a sign saying, Contestant Lounge. The leading lady turned around and said with a smile, Okay, thank you, big sister. You're welcome. After that, under Toka's gaze, the staff lady slowly disappeared from here, and her whereabouts were unknown. Outside, ladies and gentlemen, our first Big Eater competition is about to begin. Now, please invite the contestants to come on stage. In front of everyone, the host lady on the stage took the microphone and began to explain the competition process and rules to the audience. The competition adopts a point-round system. In each round, the first place can get 10 points, the second place can get 9 points, the third place can get 8 points, and so on. The final ranking will receive a bonus from the organizer. This is described in detail in the brochure, so I won't go into details. Following the host's order, a path was automatically made on the other side, and then 10 contestants came out. Xixiang was the last to appear and ranked 10th, but this did not prevent everyone from cheering for her cute appearance. Come on, little sister. Little sister, smash them all. Uncle will buy you candy. Various voices came one after another. Although Xixiang did not understand what these people were saying, she still waved her hand politely in response. After the contestants took their seats, the game would start in 3 minutes. There were 5 rounds in total. The time limit for each round was 30 minutes. The first round of food was rich in fat and calories. Those girls who were slacking off automatically gave up before it started. Although everyone despised this, the organizer still gave them consolation prizes, 2 teddy bears. Shidao's position was very good. He could clearly see Xixiang in the first row, and the same was true for the other party. Shidao, I'm here. Xixiang, come on. The two looked at each other at the same time, and then waved their right hands to say hello. The first round of the competition begins now. After the host announced the start of the competition, the contestants showed their talents. Some of them stuffed their mouths full and swallowed until they couldn't put more food in. Some of them took shortcuts and cleverly used the body's current ability to choose the order of food consumption so that they wouldn't be too full in the next competition. But Xixiang was not so slow. She ate 1 piece of food in almost 3 seconds and madly swept the dishes on the table in less than 5 minutes. It took others at least 20 minutes to finish the high-calorie food, but she only took 1/6 of the competition time. This terrifying speed stunned the crowd of onlookers and the contestants next to her, and they were speechless. I didn't expect this little sister to look so weak. It turns out that she has such a big appetite. I really misjudged her. Don't judge a person by his appearance. I think this little sister has a chance to win the first place. Let's wait and see. The host on the side was also very confused. Seeing that Xixiang had emptied the food on the table, but her stomach was not bulging at all, he was also speechless. The latter's face was still filled with a happy smile. He patted his belly, which was not bulging, and hiccuped in satisfaction. The first place in this round is Yatagami Toka. After a while, the host recovered and raised the microphone to announce, P.S. Thank you for the recommendation votes from readers such as Qianduan, Feng from Another World, Fanhua Shengxi, and Koletari. Chapter 62. Toka and Shido's Date, Special End. The competition time seemed to be very long, but in fact, it was only a few hours. During this period, To won the first place with an overwhelming speed and appetite, and all 5 rounds were completed within 10 minutes. The other contestants were speechless and convinced. They didn't expect that the girl who seemed to be cute on the outside was so scary inside. It was not unfair for such a big appetite to lose. Great, Shido. It's fun. Toka will continue next time. Holding the doll awarded by the competition in her hand, Toka happily told Shido about her feelings. However, Shidao, who was still immersed in the huge sum of 200,000 yen, did not listen to what Toka said just now. He counted the money in his hand like a money slave. It's not his fault. He is usually poor. If it were someone else, he would do the same thing as him. Toka, I'm sorry, what did you say just now? After counting all the prize money in his hand and putting it into his wallet, Shidao said with a puzzled look, well, 200,000 is not less. The free thing is xiang, sure. Next time there is such an event, I will bring Toka. It is simply my little lucky star, a tool for making money. Humph, Shidao, you bad guy, I won't play with you anymore. Uh-huh. Seeing Toka running away without looking back, Shidao didn't know what happened, so he could only chase after the girl. Sorry, Toka. As compensation, how about buying you a few more soybean flour breads? Finally catching up with the girl's pace, Shidao breathed out. He couldn't understand why Toka could run so fast. This was the level of a third-level athlete in China. Hearing that there was her favorite soybean flour bread, Toka's face was full of happiness. But then she turned around and said proudly, Really? How could Toka not believe it? Really, how could I lie to you? Red bean paste? A real liar is a puppy. Okay, Toka forgives Shidao, but don't do it again. Toka turned around and smiled at Shidao in front of her. In her heart, she had already forgiven the other party's rude behavior just now. Seeing this, Shidao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was fooled. If Toka got angry and used the Aoshigong to split herself in half, she would die with regret. At the same time, Kotori's voice came into Shido's ears. Shidao, it's about time. Take her to the amusement park. Okay. After hanging up, Shidao looked at Toka and said the last stop of their date today. The amusement park. Toka, have you heard of the amusement park? Amusement park? I seem to have heard from Hayashi and Tokisaki Kurumi. As expected, Toka in front of him had never been to an amusement park and didn't even know much about it. It seemed that it would be a happy journey in the near future. Shidao took out the map of the amusement park provided by Kotori from his pocket and asked Toka to follow him to prevent her from getting lost. About 13 minutes later, this is it. Shidao put down the map in his hand and looked at a large entertainment venue called Kabega Amusement Park. Hello, do you need a guide? Just as Shidao was sighing at the huge amusement park that Kotori prepared for Kanazuki, a staff member walked towards the two of them and asked. The staff member had dark circles under his eyes and wore a pair of rimless glasses with unknown degrees. All these characteristics made Shidao instantly think of Amemura Reine. Ling, Itsuka. Shidao withdrew a message. Ahem, we are new here. We are not familiar with how to play. Can you please lead the way? Okay, this is our job. After saying that, Lingjin asked the staff responsible for ticket checking to pass Shidao and Toka behind for free, and then called them to follow. It is better to see it up close than to see it from a distance. As soon as Toka entered, her mouth was so shocked by the scene in front of her that she could eat Shidao's head. Although it is exaggerated, Toka, who is not good at expressing herself, can only interpret the shock in her heart in this way. Shidao, what is that? Toka pointed to a circular facility that rotated 360 degrees in the air and asked curiously. Hearing this, Shidao looked at the direction of Toka's finger and explained with a smile. That's called a Ferris wheel. Do you want to go and have a try? So it's called a Ferris wheel? Toka really wants to have a try? Sorry, I'll have to put aside our conversation. The Ferris wheel will be more enjoyable to watch at sunset. The guide Ling Yin interrupted, and Toka had to suppress her excitement and follow her next arrangements. This is called a carousel. Are you interested in playing it for a while? Does Toka want to play it? Yes, I do. So, Toka and Shidao joined the long queue and used their privileges to get on the carousel in less than a minute. As the carousel slowly started, "Hey Shidao, this is so fun!" Toka shouted happily. Although Shidao wanted her to speak more quietly, he was too embarrassed to say it out loud when he saw the genuine happiness on her face, so he gave up in the end. The passers-by around felt sympathy for Toka's happy look. There are not many girls who can keep the innocence in their hearts without being baptized by the world. Toka, slow down, be careful. Seeing that Toka's movements were a bit exaggerated, Shidao behind her hurriedly reminded her. Wow, the carousel is so fun! However, Toka, who was having a great time, did not hear his words at all. She was still immersed in the novelty and could not extricate herself. After 5 minutes, excuse me everyone. Shidao, what's wrong with you? Shidao resisted the urge to vomit and went to the bathroom. After coming out, he looked listless. Who would have thought that the fearless Gokawa Shido would actually get scared by the Trojan horse? It's hard to believe if you say it out loud. Lingjin thought darkly in her heart, but then she said, "Since Mr. Gokawa has taken care of it, let's go play another facility." Great, we can continue playing again. Only Toka was enjoying this. Her energy had not stopped since morning. Shido looked so hopeless that Toka was very confused. Was he sick? "Shido, are you okay?" "No, go ahead." Then the three of them played other facilities one after another, and some interesting episodes were born. Bumper car. "Shido, come and hit me." "Toka, don't be complacent, I'll be here soon. Be careful, both of you." Haunted house. "Ah, Shido, save me." "Toka, don't be afraid, I'm behind you." Roller coaster. "Wow, faster." Pirate ship. "Hey, wow, bungee jumping machine. Ah, so exciting." "Help, I'm afraid of heights." After 2 hours of baptism, the three of them came to the rest area and ordered some food and drinks to rest. Toka's stomach is really a bottomless pit. She had just eaten so many high-calorie and high-fat foods not long ago, but now she is hungry again so quickly. Shidao's wallet balance, 8,963. Remaining 191037. "Shidao, thank you for bringing Toka here to play. Toka is so happy today." Toka stuffed food in her mouth and didn't thank Shidao for his efforts today. As long as you are happy. In this regard, Shidao was also happy to see this result. Although the expenses were a bit painful, the ending was still pretty good. "Miss Toka, there is still one last Ferris wheel to play." Lingjin interrupted while drinking coffee. "Oh right, when can Shidao go to play the Ferris wheel?" This has to wait until the sun sets at 5 p.m. Well, there is still so much time. There is nothing I can do about it. Although it will take some time to play the project she is most looking forward to, Toka is not in a hurry. What is coming will always come, and she knows that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. 5:15 p.m. Ferris wheel ticket office. "Okay, everyone, this is the last stop for today's tour. Take your 2 tickets. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." "Yes, thank you, guide sister." After getting the ticket, Toka responded politely, and then prepared to ride the Ferris wheel under the guidance of Shidao. Yixuan-kun, look, is that Shidao and Toka? Huh, it seems so. They are here too, what a coincidence. Do you want to say hello? As you wish. Not long after Shidao and Toka checked their tickets, Lin Yixuan and Kurumi followed and saw the two. "Hello, Toka, how are you?" "This voice is Yixuan-san." Toka, who had already stepped on the Ferris wheel, heard someone calling her name from behind, and turned around to see 2 familiar figures. "Hello, Yixuan-san and Tokisaki-san." Seeing the newcomers, Toka greeted them in a friendly manner, and Lin Yixuan also waved. "Are you guys on a date?" Kwang-san asked curiously, looking at the 2 people who were a little shy in front of her. Shidao and Toka nodded at the same time. "Sansan, stop teasing them. Let's play our own games. Really, Yixuan-kun is so boring. Okay, the people behind us can't wait any longer. Let's go." As he said that, Lin Yixuan pointed at the passers-by behind him who were already impatient. In this situation, Kwang-san was embarrassed to continue blocking the road, so she took Lin Yixuan's hand and stepped onto the Ferris wheel that she had not seen for a long time. On the Ferris wheel, Shidao looked at the Ferris wheel that was getting higher and higher from the ground, and he couldn't help feeling a little scared. "Toka, aren't you afraid?" "Huh? It's very interesting. Why should I be afraid?" That's right, there are really few things that can scare Toka, and fear of heights is obviously not one of them. However, Shidao didn't expect to meet Lin Yixuan and Kwang-san. The other party's date location actually included this place. "Kotori, what's going on?" This. On the other side, Kotori, who was sitting in the commander's seat with a rare double jam lollipop in her mouth, responded with a guilty conscience. "Although yours is good, his is much better than yours. The limited edition can never be better than the rare edition." Hearing the tone, he knew that there was something hidden. Shido didn't want to ask too much. Anyway, it didn't affect his date with Toka. In the sunset, Toka's whole face was pressed against the glass, staring at the distance. Although Shido was afraid of heights, he temporarily overcame his fear and sat next to Toka to watch together. "Is it beautiful?" "It's beautiful. Toka rarely sees." In the eyes of the two, the horizon was dyed blood red by the sunset. The sun had already set, and only half of its head was exposed. The whole scene was quite poetic. No wonder many lovers who are dating like to play on the Ferris wheel. Now it seems that there is indeed a reason. After a long time, Toka's face slowly separated from the glass, and it seemed that she was still a little reluctant. Toka, are you happy with your date today? Yes, Toka is very happy. Shido is so nice to me. Toka responded with a smile. Her eyes narrowed, and the words that came out of her seductive lips were a true reflection of her inner heart. Really? As long as you are happy. At this time, if it were an ordinary couple, they might make some intimate movements, but Shido held back. It's not that he didn't dare, but it was a little embarrassing for him. However, his embarrassment does not mean that Toka is embarrassed. Suddenly, Shido's lips were blocked by something soft, making him unable to speak. After a while, face had turned red like a little apple, and she turned away and dared not look at the other person. Shido's situation was not much better either, and his whole brain had not yet reacted to what happened. Toka? Thank you, Shido. A few words could not match the true feelings. The emotion in Toka's eyes when she turned around made Shido instantly relieved, and his expression when looking at the other person was no longer shy. After snuggling for a while, Shishang said, "Let's go back." Okay. On the other side, Sansan spying on other couples is not what a lady should do. Although the scenery in the distance is indeed beautiful, gossip is obviously more attractive to Kwang-san. Hearing this, Kwang-san's thoughts returned to reality. Oh, I'm a little curious. That can't be the case. Isn't it nice to see the scenery? The moment this sentence came out, Lin Yixuan felt that his lips were also blocked by something soft. Good guy, taking advantage of the unexpected. After a long time, the two lips reluctantly separated. Well, compared to the scenery, I'm more interested in Yixuan-kun. Hey, woman. Tsundere turned his head away, which was equivalent to shyness in Kwang-san's eyes. He covered his mouth with his hands and smiled evilly. The sunset portrayed countless couples like them, and the beautiful scenery of the autumn water and the sky was particularly poetic. In the evening, liberation, will the dream engraved in the heart? Lin Yixuan and Kwang-san came to the lake, and suddenly someone's cell phone rang. Hello? Xiao, you forgot about me. Isn't it your fault that you had too much fun last night and couldn't get up? Arya doesn't care. Xiao must compensate him. Tell me, what do you want? Is it okay to give Arya one of Xiao collection? I'll give it to you because I'm happy today. Okay, Xiao is the best. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yixuan sighed helplessly. Although he was generous, he was still very distressed in his heart. After all, he would lose another figurine of his wife. What's wrong? Nothing, Arya. This little girl suddenly called me and had something to do. Hearing this, Kwang-san didn't say much, and his eyes returned to the pleasant scenery in front of him. By the small lake, Shidao and Toka accidentally came here, and they were not far from Lin Yixuan and Kwang-san. There were also other couples cuddling intimately. The four of them simultaneously looked toward the distant water surface, where the sky and water merged into one, and the calm water surface without a single ripple seemed particularly meaningful under the moonlight. Our future should also be so beautiful, right? P.S. The ending is a little sloppy. This chapter of 4,000 words is for everyone. It took me 3 hours to write it. Please bear with it, as my writing is not good. If there are any friends who have been missed, please thank them together next time. I won't waste words. Chapter 63. Lin Yixuan wants to open a store? The miserable Arya said that one day at Lin Yixuan's house, Xiao, are you sure you want to do this? For the future of Miss Arya, I think this is very necessary. But there is no but. Miss Arya should find a way out for herself. That's true, but Arya can obviously support herself by creating. Huh? Really? In the living room, Lin Yixuan was discussing something with Arya, but there was no result. Since Arya and Lin Yixuan lived together, they were either eating or playing. If they continued like this, they would degenerate. It would not be good to continue like this. Lin Yixuan wanted to open a store for Arya to run, not for anything else, just to let the other party support herself. But Arya wanted to rely on her own creations and rejected Lin Yixuan's kindness several times. This matter is finalized. Come with me to the store in the afternoon. Seeing that the other party finally agreed, Lin Yixuan finally felt a little relieved. There were many things to do in normal times, and dealing with Aria's private affairs was more troublesome than dealing with his own affairs. In the afternoon, a busy commercial street in Tiangong City. In this area where the land price is generally ridiculously high, Lin Yixuan paid in full for a 40-square-meter store in the most prosperous area, Yixuan Dessert Shop. This is it. In Aria's eyes, the store in front of him was already crowded with people. Lin Yixuan walked around the crowd, opened the door, and walked in. There are so many customers even before the store opens. I will be so busy in the future. Aria wanted to die now. How can he find time to create when he is so busy? Busy here means busy all day long. You know, this is the most prosperous area in Tiangong City. There is a constant stream of pedestrians coming and going. Store is small, but the store manager and food are attractive. After one wave of customers leave, another wave of customers comes one after another. It is no wonder that Aria thinks so. Don't be so reluctant. All the sales of this dessert shop are yours. Isn't this faster than making money by doing nothing all day? But Aria's original intention is to create. Sometimes, personal hobbies have to bow to life. Then, Lin Yixuan told Aria how to run this store. If you feel that there are not enough people, you can bring a few people. Hey, I asked Sansan's clone to help you. Is it okay now? I saw that Lin Yixuan tricked Kwangsan's clone from somewhere, and Aria didn't say much after seeing it. No, go away quickly. Ah, Yixuan-kun is like this. What about the person who is responsible for playing the saxophone when the main body appears? I think Sansan will find a way to do this, and don't you like this job? Hearing this, Kwangsan smiled evilly and changed into the store uniform. Each of Kwangsan's clones is equivalent to an independent individual, with its own 7 emotions and 6 desires. Although it is usually mainly responsible for executing the tasks of the main body, it can also do what it wants to do in its spare time. The clone in front of him likes to work as a waiter, so Lin Yixuan intends to help every dream by bringing her to his dessert shop to help Aria solve the problem of manpower. The dessert shop's products are made by hand or purely mechanically. If Aria dares to say that there is not enough manpower again, Lin Yixuan will give her a big slap in the face. Can you use all the machines? Yes. Do you know the prices of the products? Yes. As a store manager, you can't be a hands-off boss, understand? Yes. From now on, I will give you 1 day off every week to complete your creation. If Sansan sees you slacking off during work hours during this period, Sansan, remember to supervise her. Ah! Yixuan-kun really cares about Miss Aria. I know. Xiaoshunshuan is really nagging. Go to school quickly. I'm not doing this for you? Lin Yixuan didn't want to waste time talking. Since there was no problem with the general situation, the remaining small details had been written into a text and placed on the front desk. Aria could read it if she didn't understand. Although he is the other person's brother, his original intention is for the other person's good, so he doesn't care even if the other person blames him for it. So on the afternoon of February 16th, Yixuan Dessert Shop was popular all over the street as soon as it opened. It's not that the products are so attractive, but the dress of the store manager and the staff inside is really eye-catching. Kwangsan in maid clothes, Nia cosplaying as Setsuna from the Rising of the Stick Heroes. Every day, there are new innovations in products and staff. There is a saying that goes, innovation is the first driving force for development. Miss Nia, take a photo for us. Miss Tokisaki, change your pose. Wow, no regrets in this life. In this way, most customers who come to the store will ask to take pictures or something after buying desserts, but most of the requests are not excessive and they are happy to accept them. Nia and Kwangsan, who smelled the business opportunity, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The sign outside the door reads, 1 purchases of goods with a cumulative value of 10,000 yen can take a photo with the store manager. 2 purchases of goods with a cumulative value of 20,000 yen can take a photo with the store clerk. VIP customers with a cumulative value of 100,000 yen can take a photo with the store manager, clerk. SVIP customers with a cumulative value of 200,000 yen can ask the store manager plus clerk for cosplay costumes, poses that do not violate the bottom line, times x3. The thing that is most in short supply in this world is rich people. P.S. I originally wanted to write a special chapter for the Lantern Festival, but my brain was too stupid to think of it. In the end, I thought about it and decided to forget it and return to my old business. This chapter is over. Chapter 64. Notice plot outline. Ahem. I originally planned to update twice in the early morning today, but I was too sleepy after the first update, so I thought I would make up for it later when I had time. I delayed it from morning to noon, from noon to afternoon, and from afternoon to night. It's not that I'm lazy. I just have a lot of things to do today. First, I slept until the afternoon, then I went to the hairdresser at about 7 o'clock and got a fireworks perm which cost more than 300 yuan. After the perm, I sold the cat. It took until 11 o'clock to finish it. My hands and feet are so numb that I can't update anymore. I can only update 3 more chapters tomorrow. I hope you understand. Plot outline. I have written more than 50 chapters in the first and second chapters of Toka. It's time for the 4 elements to appear. I'm not saying that I'm writing a watered-down article. I just wrote some 3-dimensional elements that other authors didn't add in a few chapters. Can this be called watered down? When I went to bed last night, I decided on the following plot, which is roughly as follows. Toka chapter, Shikino chapter, Yamai chapter, Miku chapter, Mayuri Judgment Nanashi chapter, Data Battle with Kurumi Gaiden. Here comes the key point. The Miku chapter is written together with Tenyo Festival. If it is not a watered-down article, it will be finished in about 20 chapters. The others will be about 10 chapters, including the extras, and the encounter with Miku will be more special at that time. I won't spoil it here. In summary, this book will travel to other anime worlds later. Just like the name of my system, the Data Battle World will be finished in about 150 chapters. The plot will be even more exciting later. The other worlds after the battle are not determined yet. If you are looking forward to it, you can follow Yuriko's steps to witness this moment together. Remember, a lovely reader said that he might not see the ending of this book in his lifetime. Yuriko wanted to say, "It's impossible, absolutely impossible." I will try to substitute a lot of 3-dimensional elements, including some articles from other regions, into this book. So don't think I'm watering down. It's fun to read more articles, right? Finally, Yuriko is asking for recommendation votes and collections. School is about to start, and these 2 things will decline. I know this very well, but I don't want the data to be too ugly, and I will be in trouble. There is a saying, behind every hard work, there must be a double reward. No matter which platform you are a reader of, as long as you vote plus comment, Yuriko will remember your name and will arrange a guest appearance later. P.S. Thank you for your continued support from old readers such as Chianduanji Kogura-san Loi Kuhai Jiji Feisheng. By the way, if the update is on a holiday, such as the Spring Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, National Day, etc., a special episode will be arranged. If this world is finished, it will also be made up. Chapter 65, Lin Yixuan's 1,000-layer routine. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Arya gets up early and returns late every day, causing his dark circles to get bigger and bigger, even comparable to Lingyan. As the perpetrator, Lin Yixuan certainly couldn't treat the other party unfairly. Every time he had free time after school, he would bring Kwangsan's real body to his store for a secret visit. When the split body and the real body met, no other conflicts occurred. Arya, I think your innovation can be improved a bit. Looking at the billboard at the door of the store, Lin Yixuan thought for a while and said to Arya beside him, Isn't it good enough? Our store's reputation has spread to other regions, and even many food critics have come to review it. My peers are so angry when they see it. Arya said this for a reason. You know, if a dessert shop wants to be popular, it will not work without the 3 elements of time, place, and people. The most important thing is the accumulation of time and brand promotion. Arya's achievement in self-innovation is already very good. She can't figure out where else she can improve. I wonder if Arya knows Emperor Yixuan? Nonsense, let alone the whole world. Who in Asia doesn't know the name of Emperor Yixuan? Are you thinking? As you wish. After saying this, Lin Yixuan picked up a marker and added another sentence on the billboard. 4. Our store has a business cooperation with Emperor Yixuan. The Emperor's songs can be enjoyed for free in the store without VIP membership, including some songs that have not been released yet. This sentence has been published, making the already popular dessert shop even more out of control. With only area and Kwangsan, they are getting busier and busier, and the scale of the shop has also expanded from the initial 40 to 100. OMG, I love this song, Wake. After listening to it, I feel like I have regained confidence. That's why the usually mysterious Emperor Yixuan is related to this store. Is it his own company? Brothers, listen quickly. There are songs you haven't heard of before. Emperor Yixuan's songs on Wanqian are too expensive to charge with VIP membership. It's better to get them for free. At this time, after the divine song Wake was played, the speakers played Lin Yixuan's songs that were not released on Wanqian, Forbidden Boundary Line, Lemon, Fireworks, and Jealous, and other songs instantly captured the hearts of many netizens and customers once they were played. Among them, Lemon and Fireworks won numerous awards. Fireworks was selected as the theme song of the upcoming animated film Fireworks, and Forbidden Border was also selected as the theme song of the anime Macross. Jealous was adapted into the Chinese version of The Wind Rises, and once it was released in China, it instantly healed the hearts of countless people. Do you miss that summer or that person? This is what people generally thought at the time. Brothers, I have no regrets in this life. Isn't such a healing song better than those LJ Internet celebrity songs? Yeah, something like Poor XX can actually become popular. I really don't understand what made it popular. Or is it that Emperor Yixuan's songs are good, but it's a bit painful to have to be a VIP? Now we can only listen to them offline. I look forward to when it is released. This girl will definitely buy it as soon as possible. P.S. Here I come, brothers. Sorry for the late update. End of this chapter. Chapter 66, Lolita Girl in the Rain. One night, huh? Finally done. Arya and Xiao Kuang are so tired. Ah la la, actually if I call a few more me's it won't be so busy. Fortunately, Xiao Kuang has this special ability. Otherwise, Arya might have died of exhaustion. Well, it's not that important, Miss Arya. Let's go, have a delicious meal to reward ourselves. Okay. After closing the store, Arya complained to Kwang-san about what had happened during this period. It was drizzling tonight, so there were not many customers. As the store manager, he closed the store on time. After changing out of the store uniform and putting on other clothes, the two walked towards the nearby snack street to see if there was anything delicious. The sound of the raindrops dripping gently on the umbrella. Suddenly there was a rhythmic beat, which seemed particularly healing against the backdrop of the surrounding environment. As they walked, Arya and Kwang-san saw a young girl who looked only 13 years old sitting on the steps not far ahead. Kwang-san squatted down and asked softly, "Little sister, why are you here? It's so late and it's raining. Did you get separated from your family?" With the help of the faint moonlight and the street lights, the two could barely see the appearance of the girl sitting on the steps in front of them. She was wearing a green long skirt and coat covering her body, with a rabbit ear hat on her head and a long blue waist-length hair under the hat. She was about 144 centimeters tall, and she looked like a Lolita. Hearing this, the girl's eyes slowly turned to Kwang-san, who spoke, and after confirming that the person in front of her had no ill intentions, she slowly said, "She is gone." The girl's tone was paused, and her weak appearance made Kwang-san and Arya feel a little moved and wanted to help each other. After the two looked at each other, Kwang-san then asked, "Little sister, is the Shishina you mentioned your family member?" "Shishina is the hero of Shishina." "Then can you please describe its specific appearance, and I and this big sister, old aunt next to me, can help you find it." Hearing this, a glimmer of light reappeared in the girl's lifeless eyes, and her tone became a little excited, but it was still so ups and downs. "Really, really? Thank you, big sister. It doesn't matter anyway. We are not in a hurry now. Just help you find it." "Well, Shishina is a doll." "Doll?" Kwang-san and Nia, who got the news, looked at each other again, and then in the girl's eyes, two other people who looked exactly like themselves slowly emerged from under Kwang-san in front of her. "Okay, let's go look for it." When we are needed, there are always some trivial things. Last time, we were doing odd jobs in the store. What are you doing this time? Well, I'm really sorry. This time, we need to help find a doll. Doll? What does it look like? Rabbit. As she said that, Kwang-san looked at the rabbit ear hat on the girl and instantly thought of a rabbit doll. So the clones 3 plus Kwang-san, also a clone, Nia, a total of 5 people searched separately. Because it was rainy and dark, the search progress was a bit slow, but fortunately there were still benefits of having more people. After about 10 minutes, there was a little progress. Ah, is this the little sister's doll? Hearing this, the girl looked at the doll in the hands of the clone Kwang-san, and then suddenly became excited. Seeing this, the other people smiled knowingly. Finally found it. Fortunately, this doll is relatively large. If it was smaller, I don't know when to find it. After returning the doll to the girl, the clones returned to Kwang-san's shadow. Remember to give us some rewards next time you look for us. Okay, got it. After the interlude, Kwang-san and Nia couldn't help but feel happy when they saw the sincere and happy look on the girl's face after she got what she wanted. Although her body was soaked, Kwang-san could use her ability of Kakedi to restore it to its original state. Thank you, big sisters. Shishina is very grateful. Huh? The voice was obviously not the same accent as before. When the two looked at the source of the sound, they saw the rabbit doll in the girl's hand speaking. Formally introduce myself. My name is Shishina, and this is Shixino. I accidentally lost it just now. I really troubled you. It's okay, it's okay. I found it. You can go back now. It's not good to stay outside now. Just as Nia said this, he could clearly feel the change in Shixino's mood in front of him, but it was a lonely mood. What's wrong? Actually, we don't have a home. Ah! Upon hearing the news, the two were surprised for a while. After coming to their senses, Arya said, "How about you come to my shop to help? The kind with food and lodging provided." Is it okay, big sister? Of course. Let me introduce myself. My name is Honjo Arya, and the lady next to me is Tokisaki Kurumi. You can just call us by our names from now on. Thank you, Arya and Kurumi. Everyone loves a loli, and Kurumi and Arya are no exception. They even enjoy it, and the few of them soon started fighting. Okay, let's go eat something first. Shixino probably hasn't eaten yet, right? No. That's perfect. Let's go. Hehe. Another mascot has appeared. P.S. The third update will be released soon. End of this chapter. Chapter 67. This area is just lame. House of Colettery. As he walked, Arya was attracted by a unique billboard on the right side of Shixino. Looking at the other signs next to it, it should be a barbecue restaurant. Let's go eat skewers. Arya took the lead and walked into the store. The boss at the front desk greeted him warmly after seeing him. How many guests are there? 3. Okay, please take your seats here. After saying that, the boss then took out the menu from the drawer and handed it to Arya and others who had already found a seat. 1 mutton skewers, 30 yuan for 10 skewers. 2 beef skewers, 35 yuan for 10 skewers. 3 set meal, 198 yuan equals beef skewers, 20 yuan plus mutton skewers, 20 yuan plus other vegetarian dishes, plus 1 pure draft beer. Arya took the menu and carefully pondered. Since he had money, he must have a good meal to reward himself. Without much hesitation, Arya closed the menu and looked at the boss and said generously, "Boss, give me a copy of everything on your menu." Hey? Are you sure, sir? The boss suspected that Arya in front of him had said something wrong, so he asked again, and the result was still the same. Don't you believe in my financial resources? Arya was so angry that he took out a stack of Japanese yen with a face value of 10,000 yuan from his pocket, which almost scared the boss. No, sorry, sir. I will go to the kitchen to prepare it right away. He quickly shook his hand to express his denial. The boss ran to the kitchen without looking back. It turned out that it was convenient to talk about money at any time. Back then, Arya was still worrying about whether to eat 1 or 2 meals a day, instant noodles or cabbage. Unexpectedly, not long after, the dragon-slaying girl eventually became a demon. The Benjo Arya, who once despised those who made big mistakes, is now classified as one of them. What Xiaoshuan said makes sense. Sometimes personal hobbies have to bow to life. If you rely solely on your own creation, it may take 3 lifetimes to make so much money. Arya was thinking, and her eyes inadvertently caught a familiar back. Eh? Is that Xiao Xuan? It's better to see from a distance than to see it up close. Arya walked behind the back and looked at the other person's face. He found that this was the person he knew in his mind. When Arya's eyes met Lin Yixuan's, both said in surprise, "Why are you here? X2? Haha, see, I told you, there's nothing wrong with admitting it. Personal hobbies can't beat life after all. I didn't expect that I could run into Arya and others when I went out to eat barbecue with Kwang San." Lin Yixuan didn't know if he had the charm to attract women. The four of them sat around a 3-meter-long table. The previous table was too small, so the boss changed it. They were currently sharing the table to eat barbecue and chat. Hiccup. Okay, Xiao Xuan, stop talking. This sentence seemed to have touched Arya's sore spot. He swallowed the beer in his hand and told the other party to shut up. Of course, Lin Yixuan knew what was good and didn't touch other people's sore spots again. He just sighed a little. The money he made in a month was almost more than what I made. It was really fucked up. By the way, who is this little sister? Lin Yixuan scanned everyone and recognized Shishino at first sight, but in order to maintain the mystery, he did not say it immediately, but asked Kwang San, who was standing beside him. Yixuan-kun, this little sister is called Shino, and the one in your hand is Shixina. Hello, big brother, nice to meet you. The one who spoke was not Shixino. At this moment, she looked at the seemingly kind boy in front of her with some fear, and the one who answered was Shixina in her hand. Me too. As he said that, Lin Yixuan's hand couldn't help but hold Shixina's hand together. This scene made Arya and Kwang San want to laugh. Why did it look so weird? At this time, the dishes that Arya ordered just now were also served. The barbecue is here. Please enjoy it slowly, guests. I won't disturb you. Eat quickly. After the boss took the barbecue and left, everyone's eyes stayed on the delicious food in front of them. Eating barbecue is a wonderful thing, right? As he said that, Lin Yixuan roughly stuffed 5 lamb skewers into his mouth and chewed them, and kept saying words of praise. Hearing this, Kwang San covered her mouth and smiled slightly, then elegantly picked up a beef skewer and ate it bit by bit. This ladylike way of eating was soon ridiculed by Arya. I say, little Kwang, why are you still so ladylike when you come out to eat barbecue? I say you should do it this way. In front of everyone's eyes, Arya learned on the spot and stuffed 10 lamb skewers into his mouth by some unknown method. My goodness, whose general is so brave? Lin Yixuan couldn't help but give Arya a thumbs up in his heart. It turned out that the old ones are the best. Little sister Shixino, don't you like meat? Arya chewed the barbecue in her mouth and looked at Shixino, who was eating vegetables next to her. She thought that she didn't like meat. No, Shixino wants to lose weight. What's that? You are so thin and you still want to lose weight. What do you think of people like us who weigh over 90 kilograms? Although they complained in their hearts, Arya and Kwang San still enthusiastically picked up a few skewers of barbecued meat and put them in Shishino's bowl. Shishino, finish it for your sister. Don't refuse, okay? Okay? Seeing that the two people's original intention was for her own good, Shishino didn't say much. After eating the cabbage in her hand, she picked up the barbecued meat that the two had just put on the table and ate it all in one go. Oh, that's right. Seeing this, Arya smiled happily, then turned to look at Lin Yixuan, who was playing with his mobile phone in his hand. Come on, Xiao Xuan, stop playing with your mobile phone and come drink with Arya. Huh? Are you sure? Arya is very sure. Okay, just don't make it too ugly then. So the author's words, the following content requires full recitation. Look at this Arya. She is lame. She got drunk after just a few drinks. This Miss Arya is lame. So Six and I is very brave? Just kidding. Six and I is super brave, okay? I'm a super drinker. Super brave. Super drinker? Come and show. Bang! Sound of Slan-kun. Why are you slapping my calves? Sorry, Sansan. I slapped the wrong one. Please imagine the above scenes yourself. Since I can't put illustrations, I can only do this. Chapter 68. Arya, who is blacked out after drinking. Hey, Arya, get up quickly. Stop pretending to be dead and pay the bill. Arya, who had fallen asleep on the table at some point, was awakened by a voice. After waking up, she looked around in confusion. Blacked out? Looking at Arya's confused look, Lin Yixuan helplessly put his hand on his head and sighed. I should have known that I shouldn't have accompanied her to drink anyway. Not only is she not good at drinking, but she also has a bad memory. The key is that she likes to get drunk and go crazy. Private Marseille area, go pay the bill now. Area, who came to her senses, ran to the front desk to pay the bill under the gaze of Lin Yixuan and others. Lin Yixuan wanted to pay for it himself, but Area insisted on paying after drinking. Lin Yixuan didn't say much about this. Since the other party wanted to pay, he would pay for her. Front desk. This customer, together with Mr. Lin, the total consumption is 194,650 yen. You need to pay 190,000 yen to make a change. No problem, this is 200,000 yen. No need to change. Area put 20 10,000 yen notes on the table, which shocked the boss. He was surprised and happy. Huh? But just consider it as a reward for your hard work. Are you okay? I will accept it. The boss smiled and put the money into the cash register. There are not many wealthy customers like Area. Ordinary customers always have to haggle over a few thousand yen. This time, she gave him 10,000 yen. After paying the bill, Lin Yixuan and others left the store and discussed what to do next. Lin Yixuan and Area discussed some minor issues alone, while Kwang-san was teasing Shikishino. You mean to let Shikishino live in our house temporarily? Well, don't we have a lot of vacancies in our villa? And it's not safe for a child to live alone. That's true. Okay then, Shikishino has no objection, right? I asked her and she said it's okay. Just like that, Lin Yixuan's family had one more member, little Lolita. Chapter 69. That year, Shikishino learned to act cute. The next morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, at the door of Yixuan dessert shop, does Shikishino understand everything? Yes, Shikishino understands everything. Yeah, don't we have Miss Area and Miss Kwang-san to help us work? What Shikishino said was true. If Shikishino had any problems at work, she could indeed come to ask him in Kwang. Area was a little worried. But why does Shino have to wear this kind of clothes? Shino raised her little hand and was very confused about the small-sized maid outfit on her body. Why? Were her clothes different from those of her sister Kurumi? Of course, this is to make Shishino work better. Really? When has Area ever lied to Shishino? Area squatted down and gently stroked Shishino's little head with his hand, responding with a smile. Hearing this, Shishino believed Area's lies without much hesitation. After all, what bad intentions could Area have? With such a petite and cute mascot, are you afraid that sales will not go up a level? This scene was seen by Kwang-san, who had already changed into an attractive cosplay costume. At first, she was also resistant in her heart, but after wearing it for a long time, she was not so resistant. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the prosperous commercial street began a new round of operation. Various shops opened one after another, but there seemed to be fewer colleagues around Lin Yixuan's shop. Some shops even posted, "Wonderful shop for sale, interested in private chat." The boss ran away with the goods, and the employees sold the shop at a low price in tears. After all, with such a bottom-line-less area stealing business, it would be difficult for them not to go bankrupt. Hey, boss! Who is this? After the store opened, the first customer came up and saw Shikino standing at the door in a maid outfit holding a welcome card. That's our new mascot. Mascot, can I take a photo? Of course, just spend 5,000 yen, the old rules. In this way, 90% of the customers asked to take a photo with Shikino after they finished spending, and the remaining 10% were just the kind who came with their girlfriends and didn't allow photos to be taken. During this period, due to the lack of work content, Kwang-san and Nia seemed to be much more relaxed. In their free time, they could drink milk tea and watch videos. It seems that bringing Shikino here is a smart choice. I'm so smart. Nia sat at the front desk with a wicked smile on her face, very satisfied with her decision. Kwang-san also had a smile of approval on her face, but this made little sister Shikino suffer. Those customers always asked her to pose in a very cute pose, which made the shy Shishikino learn to act cute and coquettishly. The Shishikino in her hand also looked brand new under her influence. Yes, this is the pose. Our Shishikino is so cute. Another one. Change your pose, little sister. It's really kawaii this way. I can go back and shoot again. Brother, you are not right. I am not right either. Thank you. Li Rensui Kong Liu Bugi, Kagura Kwangsan, Shenlong Saiyuan, Koladeri, Yulong, Queen Krulu, my wife, and other readers for your recommendation votes. Chapter 70 AST without any progress. In the spiritual power detection room of the AST Peacekeeping Force Base in Tiangong City, sitting in the command chair, Kusakabe Ryoko looked at the detection report submitted by a team member and his face suddenly became ugly. Are you sure that the hermit has not appeared since then? Yes, Captain. The news brought back by Sergeant Tabichi Origami and Captain Takamiya Mana in the past few days is all in vain. This is strange. Did this new spirit suddenly disappear? It turned out that the rain at night was caused by the loss of control of Shiono's spiritual power after losing Shiona. The AST troops detected the fluctuation of spiritual power, but because the leakage was not much, the approximate location could not be accurately located. Then Shiono was taken away by Nia, and her spiritual power has not been leaked since then. This also led to the AST not being able to detect any fluctuations in her spiritual power. The current progress is confusing. Sending Origami and Mana to the previous area to search also found nothing. At present, the information they have obtained about Shiono is limited to the spirit identification code and general appearance. As for the ability and danger level of the angel, they know nothing. After a while, Kusakabe Ryoko put down the information in her hand and looked away with a melancholy face. I don't know what she is thinking about. Keep tracking and report back to me as soon as you have any news. Yes, Captain. After saying that, Kusakabe Ryoko left the spiritual power detection room and returned to the combat command room. Since you can't find it, it's my turn to take action. I don't believe that this cooked duck can grow wings and fly away. Putting on the display device, Kusakabe Ryoko picked up a map of Tiangong City, located the area near the detected Shikishinai, and prepared to go there in person. Captain, where are you going? Carrying out a secret mission. Her appearance was seen by a passing AST team member, who asked in a puzzled tone what she was going to do, and the answer she got was indeed to carry out a secret mission. Hearing this, the teammate didn't say anything else, but just asked again if he needed manpower or something like that, but Kusakabe Ryoko certainly accepted this proposal. There is strength in numbers. The power of an individual can never match the power of a team. Kusakabe Ryoko knew this very well. The two of them were ready to go. Code name for this mission: Find the Missing Hermit. Mission level: None. Mission duration 7 days. Failure penalty: do not eat or drink for 3 days. Only success, no failure. Yes! Just like that, Kusakabe Ryoko and one of her little brothers set out on a journey to find the 4 seasons. End of this chapter. Chapter 71, the Whole Life Chapter. Lin Yixuan's Self-Introduction. 1. Before reading this chapter, readers who are not fans of JoJo or have not learned about JoJo, please go to the small broken station, B Station, to search for Kira Yoshikage's self-introduction to avoid embarrassment. 2. From time to time in the future, Yuriko will recommend some popular memes, a separate update, and not a spam, and some shows that she personally thinks are good, including Pure Love, to everyone in the comment area, so you can look forward to it. 3. Warning: the style of this chapter may scare children. It is recommended not to let 2-year-old children watch it, and please be accompanied by parents and consume it with caution. No malice. You can only choose one between childhood and JoJo. 5. If you do not belong to the Situation 1, then Yuriko requires you to recite the following content in full. The main text begins with a handsome young man with short yellow hair and a petite and cute girl with long blue hair looking at each other on the side of the road. You can watch the beginning of the original video here. The novel is not easy to describe. The camera zooms in and gives a close-up of the handsome but very strangely painted JoJo face of the young man. 3 seconds later, the young man opens his mouth and recites one of the classics of the Bible. Wadakushi Lin Yixuan, age 393, 20. Lives in a luxurious villa in the wealthy area of Tiangong City. Unmarried, has a girlfriend named Tokisaki Kurumi. At this time, the picture is given to the little girl Shisina, who has a dull look and some fear, no snot, holding the equally frightened Shisina in her arms, not knowing what to do. However, Lin Yixuan didn't care whether these things scared the child or not, and continued to read the Bible in his mouth. I go to Lichen High School. Sometimes I will go to the next-door Longdan Temple Girls' College to pick up girls. I will go home before 8 o'clock every day at the latest. Although I might be caught by Sansan and have my legs broken, this is my way of entertainment." The scene returned to the terrified Sishinai. At this time, the fear in her eyes became more and more intense. She held Sishinai in her hands more and more tightly, making Sishinai almost gasp. Although terrified, she still had to listen to the Bible word by word. "I don't smoke, and I only drink alcohol when I am with friends. I don't know what time to go to bed at night, but I will make sure to get enough sleep for 8 hours. Before going to bed, I will drink a glass of telunsu milk, do 20 minutes of aerobic exercise, and then talk to Arya and Sansan for a few words before going to bed. This way I can basically sleep soundly until dawn." Huh? Shinai's big eyes were filled with little doubts. What on earth is he talking about? Sleep through the night like a baby, and never leave fatigue and stress until the next day. The doctor said I'm normal. Hey, Brother Yixuan, what's wrong with you? What are you talking about? Shino finally couldn't help asking at this time, but the answer she got was still a confused look on her face. I'm just saying that I'm a person who pursues a stable state of mind at all times. Lin Yixuan opened his hands and replied in a steady tone, I won't be bothered by the drawer full of love letters from girls. I won't be discovered by Sansan that I'm chatting with other girls, and I will never appear in front of Miku in women's clothing. This is my attitude towards life. As he was talking, the camera gave a close-up to Lin Yixuan's slowly raised fingers, and one could vaguely feel the golden aura emanating from it. The picture zoomed out. I also know that this is the happiness of my life. Zooming in again, the camera gave half of Lin Yixuan's face, and the golden aura on his body became more and more obvious. The painting style is very scary. Having said that, even if we have to fight, I won't lose to anyone except Kwang-san. In this situation, Shishino was almost frightened to death, but her reason told her that she had to cooperate with Lin Yixuan's strange and confusing behavior at this time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. In other words, Shishino, as the only person with two personalities, you must be strong on your own. At this time, as soon as the words fell, Shishino saw a golden hedgehog head suddenly appear beside Lin Yixuan in front of her. The man with golden flames flowing around his body had a dark face and red eyes, which made people tremble with fear. What is this? In Shishino's fearful tone, Lin Yixuan said its name, 18 Saiyan Gold Super Saiyan. This is the name I gave it. At this point, the Bible is over. After the scene, really, Brother Yixuan is so mean. He suddenly did this. Shishino and Shishino were almost scared to death. Ha ha! I'm so sorry, Shishino. I'll buy you ice cream later. One is not enough, too. It doesn't matter how many Shishino there are, as long as you don't get angry. In this way, a farce ended with both parties holding hands and smiling on their cheeks. The passers-by around looked at this scene and thought in their hearts, do you think this person is sick? How can a handsome guy be so second-rate? Poor little girl, forced to cooperate with the performance, haha. Although it's quite funny, I don't know why I feel a little bit overwhelmed. Brother, you are not right. It's just a live entertainment. Thank you, Li Rensui, Shenlong Sayun, Chianduan, Kagura Sansan, my wife Krulu, and other readers for your recommendation votes. Chapter 72, An Unprepared Encounter. At the same time, in a relatively remote barbecue restaurant in a snack street in Tiangong City. Looking closely, two young girls were sitting around a table enjoying the delicacies in their hands. They ate voraciously, which formed a strong contrast with their appearance. Passers-by and the boss around them couldn't help but think in their hearts when they saw this scene. How can such a beautiful girl eat so rudely? But it's quite pleasing to the eye. At this time, one of the girls with short white hair said, Really? Is it really okay for us to slack off and not go to work like this? It turned out that the girl who spoke was Origami. The two of them had abandoned their tasks and ran to slack off and eat barbecue, which made Origami, who put the task first, feel a deep sense of guilt. However, Mana, who was sitting in front of her and still enjoying his meal, didn't think so. After swallowing the barbecue in his mouth, he said, Don't worry. Haven't we been looking for several days without any results? If we keep looking like this, we won't be able to find it unless the other party reveals their flaws. We might as well take this opportunity to do something we have wanted to do for a long time. What Mana said was that although the AST troops were usually free, once you had a mission, you had to execute it immediately, no matter what you were doing at the moment. And the results of the mission were only three: success, failure, and progress. The difficulty of their mission to find the traces of the missing elves can be imagined. After searching for several days without any results, Mana decisively chose to give up and dragged Origami into the water with her. That's what I said, but if someone sees us, stop it. Origami, don't be such a pessimist. I don't believe that we can meet our troops in such a remote place. Oh? Really? Just as Mana was solemnly promising that no one would find them, a familiar voice came from not far away. The two turned around and saw Kusakabe Ryoko looking at them with a gloomy face. There was also an AST team member standing there with a terrified face and dared not say a word. Usually, Kusakabe Ryoko was too tolerant of her subordinates, which led to this situation. Therefore, their efficiency in completing the task was generally not high, except for Origami and Mana. Kusakabe Ryoko should bear the main responsibility for this result. Captain, why are you here? Mana was slapped in the face and the kebab in his hand also stopped in the air. He looked like a villain just now, but in the blink of an eye he looked like he had eaten shit. It seems that I am too tolerant of you. Should I change my way? No, Captain. Mana promises that I won't dare to do it next time. Origami is the same. Please calm down, Captain. Mana and Origami stood up and bowed 90 degrees to Kusakabe Ryoko in front of them, begging for forgiveness. The two of them suddenly made such a move. If it were normal, Kusakabe Ryoko might let it go, but now it is a special period. She is currently angry, and the pressure from her superiors is so great that she is a little breathless. As the saying goes, we share happiness and difficulties. Since I am not having a good time, then you can't expect to have a good time. Typical villainism, Kusakabe Ryoko's attitude made Mana, Origami, and the melon-eating team members beside her feel a little strange. Is this still the usual captain? The gentle and sunny captain? Without giving the two a good look, Kusakabe Ryoko left with her little brother after saying, "After completing the mission, you will be confined for 3 days." Originally, they wanted to punish him for a week, but they changed it to 3 days because they thought that might give a bad impression to other team members. The most important thing was that they didn't want to destroy the relationship between the three. Got it, Captain. Oh, I didn't expect that he would be so handsome for only 3 seconds. Mana sighed helplessly, and Origami turned around and stared at her, as if saying, "It's all your fault. Now you're confined for 3 days. At this point, there is no point in saying more. Let's hurry up and do the task." After responding to Origami with a look, Mana hurriedly left the place. Origami saw it and hurriedly followed. "Hey, the 2 guests haven't paid yet." Seeing the 2 people leave without saying a word, the barbecue restaurant owner hurriedly called them, but it was too late. The 2 people had eaten a free meal in vain. Woo. Didn't pay yet? The barbecue restaurant owner knelt on the ground and slapped the floor with his hands in tears. It was originally a small business. The 2 people just ate a full 120,000 yen of barbecue, which was equivalent to the turnover of his small shop for 2 days. But the 2 people didn't know about this. It took them less than 3 minutes to move their position to another place. Snack Street, Dessert Street. P.S. Sorry for the late update. I was busy from morning to night because of class. Now I have time to update. End of this chapter. Chapter 73. The big account was blocked. System upgrade. After school in the afternoon at Lin Yixuan's home. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the cumulative 100-day school mission. Ding. The system is distributing rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. System Experience 1000, Personal Experience 500, System Points 1000. Ding! Because the System Experience has reached the upgrade conditions, the system will automatically upgrade to version 2.0, which will be executed in half an hour. The upgrade time is unknown. What? Not long after arriving home, Lin Yixuan, who put down his school bag and prepared to take a shower, suddenly heard the voice of the system in his mind. What's going on? What is System version 2.0? Ding! Answer the host. As the name suggests, it is the new generation version of the system, currently version 1.0. Here is a reminder to the host that the system will be in a dormant state during the upgrade period. Personal items cannot be used during this period, so if the host has any doubts, try to solve them within half an hour. After a long time, Lin Yixuan returned to the bedroom and began to confront the system. At present, he still has many doubts in his heart that have not been answered. Why is it that my own strength has reached the peak of this world? Why is the actual combat effect not so obvious? This question has troubled Lin Yixuan for a long time. It was the same when dealing with Alan before, and it was the same with mana origami later. It feels like I can't use my strength, and the strength I exert is less than half of my own strength. Ding! Answer the host's words. The host's current strength has indeed reached the top of the world, but it has also exceeded the limit that this world can bear. So the heaven of this world and this system have unanimously decided to reduce the host's strength to 1/10 of the original. Hearing this, in simple terms, you are too strong, and this world can't bear it, so I will help you suppress it to the range that it can bear. The host's strength has been improved much faster than others. I think you are also very clear about this. Listening to the two sentences of the system, Lin Yixuan gradually closed his eyes and thought. It was not wrong. Lin Yixuan himself had doubts about the speed of his strength improvement and the system rewards. He was also very clear that he was not the only owner of the system. When he saw his identity on the panel, he knew it all at a glance. As a supreme VIP, it was understandable that the system rewards were outrageous, and he could also understand that the strength was suppressed to prevent this world from collapsing. So according to what you mean, my current strength is only 1/10 of what it was before. Yes, according to the combat power of this world, the host can only beat Alan, Origami, and others now, but not the original elves Takamiya Mio. What if they fight in a group? Then he would probably be defeated. The current host is only good at single combat. In a group fight, he can never beat Alan, Mana, Origami, and others. So why didn't you tell me when you were working together to weaken my strength? When did you weaken it? I'm really sorry about this, host. As for the time of the hidden weakening, it was probably when you and Tokisaki Kurumi had your first date. Then can my Madara cosplay still be used? Items with 2 abnormal attributes cannot be used. The host can only use physical skills and ninjutsu level and the eternal Manjiki Sharingan at present. Like Madara cosplay, middle-aged, and Super Saiyan, they were weakened appropriately before being replaced by the host. If they were not weakened, this world would have collapsed long ago. What about my teleportation? Absolutely! I'm afraid that the air will suddenly become quiet. Oh! The tough guy sighed. I didn't expect that being too invincible would not work. My main account was banned without a word. Do I have to start training my secondary account? Although the other ones cannot be used, the news that the Sharingan can still be used is like timely help. At least I will not be without any trump cards. Host, don't sigh. If you are not satisfied with this result, the system can mobilize its own power to increase the energy barrier of this world so that it can withstand the power of all the items you own. Forget it. It's good to do this. It's better to slowly settle down and become a strong person than to ascend to the sky without any effort. The system is very pleased that the host thinks so. Let's leave this topic alone. When will you upgrade? The system is not very clear about this. It may take dozens of days or several months. Ding! Hearing this, Lin Yixuan's face suddenly sank. To let him, who had just obtained the system not long ago, lose it again is no less than killing his wife. The long wait is exchanged for an unknown surprise. The host does not need to be sad about this. Okay, go and upgrade yours. Okay, look forward to meeting the host next time. After that, the system's voice no longer sounded in Lin Yixuan's mind, and suddenly there was a strange feeling in his mind that he had lost something important. After clearing his mind and calming down, Lin Yixuan stopped thinking about the system. He turned around and fiddled with his phone, thinking, isn't it just that the system has been gone for a while? Could it be that you, Lin Yixuan, are dead? Spoiler alert, he didn't die, but he was half dead once. P.S. It took me a long time to properly modify the combat power, and I'll leave it at that for now. I believe that fans of the game like to watch daily life rather than battles, so the writing direction of this book will focus on daily life. End of this chapter. Chapter 74. Ike's Ambition, a New Casual Field. On the other side, the chairman's office of the DM Society's UK headquarters experienced the last failure. Ike was silent for a while and stretched out his claws again. The devil will not be defeated, but will only be reborn. After several rounds of changes, Ike's position as chairman was still saved. At this time, he was sitting upright in his office chair with a document in his hand. After reading the first page carefully, he couldn't suppress the incredible smile on his face. I really didn't expect that the second and third elves would do such a thing. There are few things that can interest Ike, except the destruction caused by the elves appearing in the world. But the things recorded in the document in his hand are beyond his expectations. He really couldn't imagine that the main purpose of being an elf wearing such attractive cosplay costumes was to make a living. Even if you are short of money, you shouldn't make money in this way, right? Although it is difficult to talk about it, it has to be said that this is a feasible way to make a lot of money in a short period of time. Turning to the next page, the shock in his heart was more and more reflected on his face. Even the hermits are involved? Ike looked at the four Seino wearing a cute maid outfit and appeared at the door of the store. There were many passers-by who took out their mobile phones or cameras and kept taking pictures. You know, it hasn't been long since the four Seino appeared in the world, and the AST group is not very familiar with her. Ike doesn't understand how Arya and Kwangson found each other and let each other stay in their store to work. Although both of these things were extremely outrageous, Ike had to make some appropriate countermeasures even if he found it unbelievable. Alan, do you have any good countermeasures? After reading it, Ike put down the file and asked Alan in front of him what he thought. Hearing this, Alan thought for a while and then said, "You can try to contact her first, and if it doesn't work, then use force." Oh, you don't usually see such a cautious Alan. If it were a normal Alan, he wouldn't care who the other party was. As long as it didn't involve Lin Yixuan, he would just take a weapon and beat her up. Hearing Alan's answer, Ike's surprise turned into words, and Alan smiled mysteriously. "Ake, don't forget who opened this store." "Huh? Who opened it?" Seeing Alan mention the owner, Ike's curiosity was aroused. He reopened the file on the desktop and read it again, until his eyes fell on the names of the stores where Arya, Kwangson, and Sishinai were. Yixuan Desert Shop. Yixuan? What is this? Wait, Lin Yixuan. He is currently recognized as the strongest elf besides the origin elves. Could it be that this store is? As Ike looked at him in shock, Alan assisted him and said, "As you think, if I hadn't considered this, I would have solved everything with a knife." Alan shrugged again, and the helplessness on his face was displayed in front of Ike without any defense. "You said it would be fine to deal with other elves, even if the opponent had 3, but as long as Lin Yixuan was involved, Alan had to act cautiously. The fear of Lin Yixuan has been deeply engraved in Alan's heart. He can't sleep well and have nightmares every night, and it has even developed into a mental illness. The only way to solve this problem is to defeat the opponent. But this is easier said than done. Alan knows that he can't beat the opponent, so he can only try his best to improve himself in order to improve even a little bit. Ha ha ha, Alan, you don't have to do this." Seeing Alan's abnormal behavior, Ike, as a veteran, was prepared for it. Hearing this, Alan couldn't suppress the doubt on his face and asked curiously, "Do you have a solution?" "I've asked the staff of the research department to increase the power of the random field to a higher level. Although it can't 100% eat the elementalist, your chance of winning the next battle with him can be increased by 50%. As he said this, Ike also made a 5 gesture with his hand to the confused Alan in front of him, and the smile on his face made the other party feel unbelievable. If Alan and Lin Yixuan had a 28 to 50 chance before, then after Ike's words, it would at least become 54 to 50. This sudden and unbelievable news was completely unbelievable in Alan's eyes. Just a random field can increase the chance of winning by so much. Then what are my previous defeats? Are you so confident? Haha, follow me. Seeing the distrust on the other party's face, perhaps he had expected this to happen, and Ike smiled knowingly. Then he stood up and walked out of the office. Seeing this, Alan behind him hurriedly followed. P.S. Thank you for the recommendation votes from my old friends. It's not easy now that school has started. Sayuri's updates can only be made in the evening. Chapter 75. Kotori with a headache. On the other side, Flaxenus Kotori, who was sitting in the main seat, was currently overwhelmed by a series of confusing events that had happened recently. Shocked. The strongest elf opened a dessert shop and it became very popular? Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Shocked. The clerks are all elves, and there are as many as 3 of them? Shocked. You said that the elves all wear attractive cosplay costumes to do business? And they change one every day? Shocked. You said you have a photo of Kurumi in a coffee-maid costume, Nia in a sailor costume, and Shiseno in a JK uniform. Shiseno also has one. Good brother, give me a picture. Ha! Beep. One by one, things that sound out of the ordinary are placed in front of Kotori, forcing her to solve them one by one. But there is no good way to deal with such things. If you are not careful, you may lose everything. What's more, they don't even have their own things to deal with, so why bother with others? Here refers to Toka and Shido. Kanazuki Kyohei. Think of a solution for me quickly. Although, sitting in the main seat, Kotori looks decadent and dazed at the moment. It is obvious that she didn't sleep well at night because of the strange things in the past few days and temporarily lost the ability to think normally. Hearing this, the deputy commander Kanatsuki standing behind her also began to seriously think about how to solve the problem. Fortunately, Kanatsuki can be trusted at the critical moment. Although he is usually very wretched and thick-skinned, he quickly thought of several solutions for Kotori. How about we go to their store and be customers? Are you stupid? Why should we contact them for no reason? Then let Shido go? That won't work. Currently, Toka and Shido are having some troubles. If Toka runs into them, the consequences will be disastrous. Our efforts for so long will be in vain. Commander, you are a little too worried. How can there be such a coincidence? Although similar things have happened before, probability is so small that it can be completely ignored. Kanazuki doesn't believe in these tiny probabilities. He only believes in facts, science. Haven't you heard of an old Chinese saying? Please tell me. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be prepared for 1. As she said that, Kotori couldn't help but hit Kanazuki with her head, which was painful and comfortable. Could this be the legendary ice and fire? For a moment, Kanazuki thought pervertedly, touched the non-existent small bump on his head, and the improper smile on his face made Kotori add fuel to the fire. Commander, is your head made of iron? Can you do it again? Kanazuki was still frantically testing the edge of death, not knowing that a disaster was about to come, and the whole person was completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. Go to hell! After hearing this, Kotori finally couldn't help but explode. A certain Chinese soldier said it well, there is no need to endure it anymore. He kicked Kanazuki directly on the spot and flew to the wall behind him and fainted. The whole person looked very miserable. After the incident, Kotori clapped her hands in dissatisfaction, thinking to herself, I really can't rely on him. Is the solution he came up with a solution? He can do nothing but make me angry all day long. Kotori's domestic violence was seen by all the members of Ratatosk. Everyone was thinking that the deputy commander could do anything, so why did he have to mess with the commander who was angry? Wouldn't it be better to live a good life? Chief Analyst Yukon Lingjin watched the whole process quietly in a corner, without any fluctuations in her heart. After so long, I still got nothing in the end. What am I doing? Maybe those few minutes just now were exchanged for a more energetic self, but what Kotori wanted most at the moment was to solve the problems of Nia, Kurumi, and Shikeno. Slapping the table hard, a can on the table accidentally fell down due to excessive force, and then slowly rolled to the feet of a person. Her eyes slowly moved upwards. Kotori took a look. Isn't this my chief analyst? Why didn't she count her in? Oh, Miss Lingyan, why didn't you tell me you were here? Come, come, sit down." Although the other party remained silent, Kotori was already used to it. She flattered and invited the other party to sit in her seat. The reason why Kotori took such good care of her was nothing more than 2 points. First, the other party was the one she trusted the most and the most capable person in Ratatosk. Second, whenever she had any difficult problems that could not be solved temporarily, she would help solve them. The title of the most powerful brain was not for nothing. "That Lingjin, what can you do?" "Yes, Commander, I came here for this." "Really? That's great." Hearing this, Kotori's eyes sparkled as if there were countless stars in them. At this time, looking at Lingjin was like looking at her own biological mother. "Sure enough, I had to rely on you at the critical moment, Lingjin. My plan is this. P.S. Update time of the underworld, end of this chapter. Chapter 77. The Great Tao quotes, Yetiandi, Yandi, Great Lord. A vast and silent dark void space filled with the breath of chaos and nothingness, with lightning and thunder all around and no one living. Suddenly, a raging purple thunder struck down, smashing an intruder who overestimated his own strength to pieces. If the intruder's strength is not at the level of a high-level god, he will definitely not be able to survive here. Even the supreme god can only barely adapt to this world. Suddenly, a small hole was torn open somewhere in the space by some kind of sacred power. As time passed, the space crack became larger and larger until it could accommodate an adult, and then it gradually stopped. In the crack, a girl with long white hair in a pure white dress slowly stepped out. When the first step landed, the surrounding dark space was instantly expelled by a pure light and gradually revealed the original body belonging to this space. It was different from the harsh environment of thunder and lightning. In a blink of an eye, the stars twinkled around, and the blue starlight was like an aurora imprinted in the sky. The Big Dipper could be seen gathering here. Unlike the myths, these were real, not fictional. When the darkness dissipated until the light illuminated the entire space. At some point, a magnificent palace stood tall not far from the girl. Without thinking much, the girl flashed to the bottom of the palace, raised her head slightly, and looked up at the endless stairs with her beautiful eyes without any hesitation. The girl gently raised her feet and stepped on the stairs step by step. I don't know how long it took. When the girl took the last step, the door that was usually closed suddenly opened. Entering the interior, the decoration in my eyes was even more luxurious and gorgeous. The floor was made of god-level spiritual stones, and countless heaven-level skills, elixirs, weapons, and armor were casually discarded in the corner without anyone paying attention. There are also several verses carved on the golden pillars around that can exempt countless immortal cultivators from practicing and become great saints in one step. The Tao that can be said is not the real Tao. The Tao follows nature. The Book of Changes has Taiji, which gives birth to the two opposites. The two opposites give birth to the 4 images. The 4 images give birth to the 8 trigrams. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. One thought of the Dalua Jinxian, one thought of the great Tao Saint, all are in the heart. In addition, if you look closely, there are many very familiar, famous sayings under the golden pillars, and even the names of the authors are marked. If I am invincible in the world, what am I afraid of? The illusory god is the sustenance of the weak. I don't believe he exists. If someone stops me, I can only blow him up with one punch. Signed, Yitiandi, Ye Fan. The young eagle has grown up and dances in the sky. If you are not young and arrogant, you are in vain. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young. Signed, Yandi Xiaoyan. Between heaven and earth, dragons and phoenixes sing together, just like the ruler of heaven and earth. Even if there are thousands of hardships ahead, I will face them head-on with a big smile, not caring too much about cause and effect. Signed, Great Ruler, Muchin. Just as the girl looked at the surrounding environment, suddenly, a light and ethereal sound of nature came from a distance at least tens of thousands of meters away from the girl, and instantly echoed in the vast surroundings. Don't waste time walking anymore. Just be simple. After the words fell, the girl didn't know what happened. Suddenly, her eyes flickered, and everything around her was moving backwards at a speed faster than light. In the blink of an eye, the girl came to a completely unfamiliar but very familiar place. This place is different from the deserted outside. It is full of fireworks everywhere. There are pedestrians on the streets in an endless stream, and merchants are shouting hard. There is little of the simple artistic conception of the ancient Chinese folk. In the distance, beside a stream with a slow flow, a girl who looked like a fairy sat upright. Although she used a plain white veil to hide her gorgeous face, the noble temperament that emanated from the girl made ordinary people think of her even without looking at her face. Black hair that reached her waist, goddess-like height, white and tender skin, and a beautiful face on her oval face. After layers of analysis, it was finally concluded that she was a fairy. Looking closely, the fairy was wearing an ancient costume with a willow green and white flower color scheme, and her slender and beautiful fingers with golden proportions were playing the Chinese zither, which has been passed down for thousands of years with an elegant demeanor. Noticing the arrival of the girl in a pure white dress, the fairy gradually stopped her movements. Then she waved her hand. A flash of white light flashed past the zither, and it instantly disappeared from the spot. As for where it went, no one knew. After doing all this, the fairy looked at the girl who was kneeling on one knee in front of her. "Mother, are you looking for me?" The girl knelt on one knee, her pink fist flat on her knee, lowered her head and asked, quietly waiting for a reply. Hearing this, the fairy slowly took off her peerless face covered by the veil, and then spoke in a voice that was enough to make people's ears pregnant. "Don't be so formal. Just call me by my name or call me sister when it's just the two of us." The girl listened to this but did not reply immediately. She felt as if her ears were about to get pregnant, and the whole person was immersed in the echo. An ordinary sentence is enough to kill 1,000,000 tuners in seconds. In the face of absolute strength, even technology is not enough. After coming to her senses, the girl stammered, "But." "There's no but. Do you think you want to go against my will as a mother?" "Nimeng dare not." Sister Lin Yixuan. Although the other party emphasized that it was okay to call the other party by name when she was alone with her, Nimeng dared not really do so. If she was discovered by others, she would be severely punished. It was not until then that the identities of the two were revealed. It turned out that the girl kneeling on the ground was Nimeng, and the fairy in front of her, who was intimidating without anger, was Lin Yixuan, the mother who created Nimeng. Yes, you read that right. Creation. How is your brother's matter being handled? To reply to my elder sister, Brother Yixuan's matter is currently easing, and everything is going in a good direction. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan's beautiful and evil mouth slightly raised. If a passerby saw this scene, he would definitely be stunned and even fall in love with the other person on the spot, as if he was shot by Cupid's arrow. Although she was happy in her heart, she still had to show her dignity to others. So Lin Yixuan replied, "Thank you for your hard work, Nimeng. What reward do you want?" Nimeng dare not ask for any reward. "I just hope that Sister Yixuan will let Nimeng continue to stay with Brother Yixuan. I will be satisfied." It turned out that Nimeng had been staying in Lin Yixuan's mind as a system for this period of time. The foolish Lin Yixuan thought that the other party was just an emotionless robot. It was no wonder that Lin Yixuan thought so. Nimeng's tone in answering his questions was really no different from that of ordinary systems. Sometimes her attitude was gentle and sometimes bad, which made people confused. "Oh, is this your original wish?" The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Nimeng thought this was a test from Lin Yixuan, so she responded again with an unwavering tone. "Yes, Sister Yixuan, Nimeng wants to stay with Brother Yixuan for the rest of her life." Hearing this, Lin Yixuan looked at this scene with her beautiful eyes. At this moment, I don't know what she was thinking in her heart, and then she suddenly opened her arms and hugged the other party gently. The incident happened suddenly, and Nimeng was hugged without any preparation. The doubt in her eyes turned into words, but before she could ask, Lin Yixuan continued. "Silly child, have you fallen in love with my cute brother?" No, Nimeng just wants to fulfill her duty. When she heard the word love, Nimeng's little face, which seemed to be carefully carved by a top sculptor, suddenly appeared a sunset red. It seemed to say something, but it also seemed to say nothing. Looking at this funny scene, Lin Yixuan couldn't help but laugh out loud, which was completely inconsistent with her own image. She looked more like a little girl who was suffocated. Laughing is laughing, making noise is making noise. After laughing, Lin Yixuan pretended to be serious and said, "Ahem. No matter who you like, as long as the other party is not a scumbag, Mom supports you. Your 7 emotions and 6 desires are born because of this." After a pause, she continued, "There is nothing to call you here this time. I just want to know about my brother's recent situation. And by the way, take a look at how my little kid who looks cute, cold on the outside, and shy on the inside is doing outside. That's all." Humph, Nimeng is not a little kid. Nimeng is 1022 years old this year. The more she talked, the more excited she became. Nimeng also used her hands to show her age to Lin Yixuan in front of her. Finally, Lin Yixuan couldn't help laughing again. Why is her child so funny? 2,000 years old seems to be very old, but it is nothing in the world. It is smaller than a newborn baby in this top plane. Any grass on the roadside has a base of 10,000 years old. In Lin Yixuan's eyes, 1,000 years old is really not enough. Ignoring her mother's ridicule, Nimeng changed the subject and asked worriedly, "Well, Sister Yixuan, are you going to keep this a secret from Brother Yixuan?" Hearing this, Lin Yixuan began to seriously think about the seriousness of this sentence. After all, the truth will come out, lies will eventually be exposed, and even Lin Yixuan herself doesn't know how many days she can hide it from her brother. Her identity is not simple. On the surface, she is the sister of ordinary college student Lin Yixuan. But behind the scenes, she is the Holy Mother who controls the life and death of all living beings in the world. Her parents are not simple either. One is the first elder of the Chaos Temple, and the other is the manager of the Origin Fairy Altar. On the surface, the family is ordinary earthlings, but any of their identities behind the scenes is enough to shake the world of immortal cultivation. As for the true identity of Lin Yixuan himself, hey, let's not talk about it for now, I'll reveal it later. Well, let it be. When the time comes, the truth will come out naturally. Fate is something very illusory and has touched upon the laws of origin. Although one can change it at will, wouldn't it be more mysterious and unknown if it was allowed to develop freely? Seeing her mother answering her questions in a nonsensical manner, Nimeng proudly broke free from the slender little hand that was hugging her. Sister Yixuan is so boring. Nimeng wants to go back. After saying that, Nimeng left without looking back. Looking at this scene, Lin Yixuan said to herself nonchalantly, "Oh, how dare this little girl talk back to her mother when she is in love? I must teach her a lesson next time." Then her mind suddenly recalled that scene, and her ears turned red. Something was wrong. Lin Yixuan, how could you think of such obscene things? It's not in line with your identity. I think so in my heart, but my actions on the surface are another matter. My words and actions are completely out of line. It's like you can never guess what a goddess who looks cool on the surface is like behind the scenes. At least, she looks cool on the surface. P.S. I spent 2 hours thinking about this chapter, turning it from a manuscript into an electronic manuscript, and finally spent 2.5 hours coding it out. There are some details that I'm too lazy to change, mainly because of my poor writing skills. I never thought that I would use the common writing techniques of Xuxian literature to describe the protagonist's system and family like this, right? There is no doubt that Lin Yixuan's family are all top forces, but Lin Yixuan as the protagonist is stupid and doesn't know it. The previous pits have finally been filled in. There should be no pits now. Since there are no pits, I must create them, right? Don't worry that I will write about Xuxian. I just wrote it this way in this chapter. It is mainly based on urban daily life. The content of the articles after this chapter may be very different from the previous ones. Please be mentally prepared. Chapter 78, An Unexpected Encounter. Continuing from the last time, Mana and Origami ran to the dessert street not far from the Yixuan dessert shop in a daze. Origami, do you think elves might appear in a place like this? Not sure. Well, asking is the same as not asking. Mana also felt a headache. Finding an unknown elf without any information is harder than climbing to the sky. Otherwise, the two would not have found nothing after searching for several days. At present, the two stood on a high platform and looked around. They found that there were only people and people. Finding the four elements was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After a long time, the two jumped off the high platform. Mana was sure that there was no trace of elves here. Ahem, Origami? I'm hungry again. How about going to buy something to eat? No way, didn't you just eat so much barbecue? Origami looked at Mana, who was scratching his head with his little hand, speechlessly, and his words were full of disbelief. Is this person a pig? I can't even eat enough. I just had a barbecue worth tens of thousands of yuan not long ago, and I'm hungry again not long after. Hearing this, Mana's face turned red and turned her head away and said proudly, I'm a glutton, okay? Good guy, you dare to be so self-righteous? Origami also felt that there was no one else. She couldn't do anything about her best friend. She could only obey her command. Who told you that your military rank is higher than mine, so I listened to you? Seeing that Origami seemed to agree, Mana happily took the other's hand and ran to the door of the dessert shop in front of him. Yixuan Desert Shop. The two felt very spectacular when they arrived here. Although the dessert shop is relatively large, the queue of people can be lined up from one street to another. Mana was curious because of this. Is the dessert in this shop really delicious? Although this factor is indeed involved, the most important thing is that the boss knows how to do business. Using a little special trick, the two successfully skipped the long queue and lined up at the door. Welcome! As soon as they entered the door, Kong-san, who was wearing a cat-girl cosplay costume, welcomed them warmly. The old customers around were used to it, but for the two newcomers it was still a nightmare of surprise. Why was she here? Isn't this a sinful elf? Why was she dressed like this? Can I dress like this for Shidao next time? The two of them thought about it at the same time, and were obviously curious about the strangely dressed Kwang-san in front of them. Tokisaki Kwang-san, why are you here? Because Kwang-san had her eyes closed just now. She didn't see what was in front of her. When she heard the familiar person calling her name, she slowly opened her eyes. Ah, aha! Aren't these Miss Mana and Miss Origami? What brings you here? Hearing this, Mana and Origami looked at each other, and then Mana asked, Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Why are you here? And why are you dressed like this? As the most evil spirit, she was actually wearing such obscene clothes. As Mana, who hated Kwang-san the most, couldn't help but hate the girl in front of her even more. Kwang-san didn't answer Mana's question and replied nonchalantly, If you two don't come to the store to buy things, please don't delay the precious time of other customers. Otherwise, I will call the security guard. As Kwang-san said, the customers behind the two of them also felt a little impatient. The security guard standing at the door stared at the two men with a fierce look. This situation made the two feel very unfavorable. Seeing this, they had to go shopping around the surrounding goods obediently, and then they would react to whatever happened. Two guests, what kind of desserts do you want to buy? Sorry for the late update. I have been busy lately. School will start tomorrow. I may only update once a day. Chapter 79. What does your arrest of Lu Xun have to do with me, Zhou Shiren? Just as the two were thinking seriously about what dessert to eat, suddenly, a voice that sounded very young came from the side of the two. Looking in the direction of the voice, a little loli appeared beside her. The loli was wearing a maid outfit and holding a rabbit doll that was also dressed in a maid outfit. Because of her short stature, she raised her head and looked at the two people with confusion. Eh? Why does she look so familiar? The first impression in the minds of the two was that they felt very familiar with the loli in front of them, but they didn't remember having seen each other. Looking carefully at the Shisino in front of them, Mana and Origami were sure that they had never seen each other, but that inexplicable sense of familiarity was unmiscustomer. Seeing that the other party did not reply to her, Shisino thought that her voice was too soft, so she raised her voice and asked again. Hearing this, the two had to turn their thoughts back to reality. Before Origami could answer, Mana on the side had already answered for her. This little sister, are you a waitress in this store? Yes. Why did the customer ask this? No, I'm just a little curious. Can you recommend me some desserts that can fill my stomach? Sure enough, as she guessed, the petite lowly in front of the two was a waitress in this abnormal dessert shop. This also made Mana more and more curious. What kind of boss would hire Kwang-san at the door and Shixino inside? And he also asked the other party to change into improper clothes. Although I don't know how old Shixino is in front of me, looking at her figure, I boldly guessed that she is definitely a minor. If she dared to hire child labor in China, it would be illegal. Breaking the law? John, an outlaw, called him an expert. Upon hearing this, Shishino turned around and switched his personality to Shishino mode, then said 2 guests follow Shishino. Shishino walked towards another area, and Mana and Origami hurried to follow. As they walked, they began to think again. Is it Shishino? It seems that she is not our target. Our target is Shishino. Since it has been confirmed, the 2 of them don't need to worry about anything. Thinking about it made Origami hungry. She didn't eat much at the barbecue restaurant just now. Are you kidding me? What does arresting Lucien have to do with me, Joe Shiren? After walking for about half a minute, the 3 of them walked from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. In fact, they didn't need to walk so long. The main reason was that Shishino walked too slowly, which slowed down the pace of the entire team. 2 guests. This is our large dessert area. Shishino is going to greet other guests. The store manager will hand over to you later. Shishino turned around and went down to the 1st floor again. It turned out that her identity was a receptionist, and Kwang-san at the door was a receptionist. Just after Shishino left, the 2 were left out for about 10 seconds. Not far away, the 3rd girl in a sailor suit came towards them. Hello, 2 guests. I am the store manager of this store, on the surface. I will serve you 2 next. The person who came was the store manager Nia. After a series of reforms, the division of labor among the 3 was in order. The store currently receives a maximum of 4 customers at a time, but this solves the pressure of insufficient manpower. Origami looked at Nia expressionlessly, but Mana's eyes kept wandering on Nia, as if she wanted to understand her thoroughly. After a while, Mana looked around but couldn't figure out what it was. No one knew the identity of Arya except Alan, Ike, Lin Yixuan, and others. But as a store manager, he must be different from ordinary people. Otherwise, how could he recruit the most evil elves to work for him? Without any doubt, Mana and Origami Mihu went their separate ways and bought whatever desserts they saw with beautiful packaging and presentation. It was so generous. About 20 minutes later, the 2 were still choosing aimlessly. Arya, who was standing at the front desk, was already a little impatient. Can you hurry up? I'm in a hurry. I have to say that girls are really picky. Something that can be done in a few minutes actually took so long. Now Origami has finished picking out her things and brought them to the front desk to ask Arya to pay. There is still 1 left. Mana is holding 2 breads not far away and is struggling to decide which one to choose. Is that French bread delicious or this German bread more durable? She is still struggling. If she didn't bring enough money, Mana would really like to buy both. After thinking about it, Mana finally bought the exclusive bread of the fighting nation on the other side. She happily took her things to the front desk to pay. Arya had been waiting impatiently. My guest, your total consumption is 85,360 yen. Do you want a bag? Yes, help me pack it together with Origami's. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to come next time. Kwang-san said to Mana, who was leaving the store. Finally, Mana and Origami took a big photo with Arya, Kwang-san and Shishino, because their consumption reached the standard before ending this trip. Walking on the road, Mana asked Origami curiously, "Why are you so rich and buy so much?" You know, although the AST troops' salaries are indeed very high, the prices of the things sold in Yixuan dessert shop are generally very high. Mana's wallet was already empty after buying only a few. Hearing this, Origami opened her mouth expressionlessly and stuffed the bread in her hand, chewing and replying, "Shido gave it to me." Chapter 80, Pushin is really scary. Not long after the 2 left, in front of one of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 2nd floor of Yixuan Desert Shop, Arya stared at the other person blankly, with a slight smile on her lips. The famous Takamiya Mana and the top combat force of the FAP AST troops actually visited our shop today. It seems that there will be a storm soon. Arya used her angel ability to briefly predict the future, so she said this. Seeing that Shisei had already led other customers up, Arya turned around and continued to work. On the other side, at the gate of Lichon High School, Lin Yixuan was carrying his school bag to and from school as usual, and as always, he rode his own means of transportation, a shared bicycle, in the eyes of the surrounding fans. Yes, you read it right, it is a shared bicycle. Even though he is now a rich man, Lin Yixuan still adheres to his good virtue of thriftiness, but even if he rides a bicycle to and from school, his fans are still not reduced, but more and more. As Lin Yixuan left in style, several fans murmured infatuatedly, "Lord Lin is still so handsome today. I really want to sit behind him and hug him and be his Snow White." Oh, what's so great about that guy? He even rides a broken bicycle to school. He looks so poor. What did you say? You want to get beaten? Why? Did I say something wrong? I don't understand why he is so popular. I'm not bad either. The one who confronted Lin Yixuan was a fat boy with a big belly. He wore glasses and stared at the direction where Lin Yixuan left, his eyes full of ridicule and disdain. The girls were too embarrassed to respond to him when they saw him like this. They turned around and tried to hold back their laughter. They all thought in their hearts, "Where does this guy get the courage to say that? Did Fish Liang give it to him?" Seeing that the girls ignored him, the fat guy thought that they recognized his words. The smile on his face became more obscene, and the tricks in his mouth became more and more severe. Finally, the other passers-by girls couldn't help it and went up to beat him up. "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being compared with Lin Nanshan? You are such a fat guy, but you dare to talk so shamelessly. Have you not experienced the beatings of society? Go back and take a piss and see what kind of virtue you have. Is it a big deal to be rich?" The girls talked while beating him. The other classmates couldn't help but cheer when they saw this. Good fight. Normally, such ordinary people should be beaten, otherwise their self-confidence will always harm others, whether it is a boy or a girl. What is ordinary? As the name suggests, it is an ordinary and confident person. There are many such people in daily life. Skuldery, 8110. Although his strength was greatly reduced, he still had the basic perception of a ninja. Who would have nothing to do to follow him at this time? Thinking in his heart, Lin Yixuan was usually popular in school and had no enemies. He really couldn't figure out who would follow him. He turned the car 360 degrees and turned into a dead end in front. After parking the car, he said, "Come out, aren't you tired of following for so long?" After that, dozens of figures really appeared from different directions. The most conspicuous one was the girl with long golden hair and exposed display device walking straight in front of him. "It's you. What do you want to see me for?" It turned out that the person in front of him was Alan, the strongest magician in the human race. Behind her were dozens of elite members of the DEM Club. At this moment, they all raised their weapons and pointed them at the boy in front of them. The scene rarely showed a trend of being on the verge of breaking out. In this situation, Lin Yixuan had to take it seriously. Now he had no confidence that he could deal with so many people at once, so he should act cautiously. Hearing this, Alan did not hesitate and directly stated his purpose. "I want to end things with you." "End things? Aren't you afraid of my beating yet?" "That's why I'm here in front of you." Seeing this, Lin Yixuan also knew Alan's intention. He rejected the other party's request without thinking. "You asked me to fight you? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me to do that?" What? Verbal digging. Just as Lin Yixuan said this, Alan seemed to have expected that the other party would directly reject her. She raised her mouth slightly and continued, "Don't rush to refuse. Listen to my conditions first. You won't refuse." Hearing Alan say that there were still conditions, Lin Yixuan's curiosity was also aroused. You know, during the mission, Alan would do anything to achieve his goal, which is quite similar to Ike. If the other party tore his face and fought to the death after a disagreement, Lin Yixuan's confidence in escaping was no more than 40%, and being able to negotiate was the best result. So he had no choice but to listen to what conditions the strongest magician in front of him would offer that he could not refuse. It's up to you. Seeing this, Alan's smile did not diminish and he opened his mouth and said his conditions. First, if you win this battle, I promise that I will never harass you again. Second, I have ordered your shop to be surrounded. You don't want the 3 elves inside to get hurt, do you? After saying the second condition, he took out 2 photos and showed them to Lin Yixuan. The content of the photos was exactly the dessert shop surrounded by a group of DM members. What do you think? Do you refuse or accept? After Alan finished speaking, he looked at Lin Yixuan, who was frowning in front of him quietly, with a playful attitude in his heart. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan calmly thought about the 2 conditions proposed by Alan. If he won the next battle, his future life would be less troublesome. This was good, but it was not enough for Lin Yixuan to accept. But the second one was more hateful. He actually dared to threaten him with his wife and sister, but this also grasped his only weakness. Thinking of this, Yixuan's eyes towards Alan suddenly added a bit of resentment. The latter noticed that the former's eyes were also smug and put on a victorious expression to the other party. How about it? Even the strongest elves have weaknesses, and emotions are the first taboo of people. Okay, I promise you. Helplessly, Lin Yixuan sighed that Alan was too despicable. Only people from the DM society could come up with such a vicious method. Hearing this, Alan asked 2 subordinates to come forward with a black blindfold to cover Lin Yixuan's eyes, and explained that this was to take the other party to the competition venue. In this regard, Lin Yixuan expressed his understanding. After all, fighting in a residential area would cause very serious social security problems, but blindfolding does not require others to serve. You can do it yourself. 1 second to put on the blindfold. Okay, take me there. In this way, Lin Yixuan was made unable to go home to cook for Arya and Kwang San clone at noon by this sudden incident, which also led to the loss of another member of his collection. P.S. The following chapters will be more exciting fights. This chapter is over. Chapter 82 Nirvana. I am very sorry for going back on my word twice, but after many reflections, I finally decided to delete a few chapters of bad writing and rewrite them. Although this book was written for fun, I can't stand it if I keep writing like a novice, and I don't want to give up, so I have to rethink the outline and plot ideas of this book and the optimization of the writing style in the next few days, so I will stop updating for a few days. I am sorry again for letting down many readers' recommendation votes. Yuriko's inner thoughts. Actually, I strained my arm during physical education class today, and I have to rest for a few days recently. I am really sorry. I am sorry to everyone. I really have no power, and I really don't understand why I have to go to the horizontal bar in the last physical education class. I really have no power. Yuriko kowtows to all the readers here. If you are interested in the author's women's clothing as compensation, I will post a few cosplay photos of myself at the comic exhibition in the comment area. It's a mess. Chapter 83, A Strange Yet Familiar Place. I don't know how long it has passed. When Lin Yixuan took off his blindfold and regained his sight, he came to a strange yet familiar place. It's strange because there was no one around, and he was the only one standing there alone, which made him look a bit out of place. It's familiar because the theme of the scene layout here is quite similar to the appearance of primitive areas in Asia tens of thousands of years ago. There are not only tall mountains, but also towering trees hundreds of meters high. If you look closely, you will find that the flow of a river with a length of 1 kilometer is extremely fast, which can wash an adult from upstream to downstream in an instant. It's a pity that there are no primitive animals. Otherwise, it really gives people a feeling of going back tens of thousands of years. But why did Alan bring himself here? He really didn't understand this. Just as he was still looking at the surrounding environment, an ethereal mechanical sound interrupted his thoughts. This is our DEM's actual combat training ground. Through the great DM's top science and technology, we can easily simulate any desired environment in the world. Our combat field has a total length of 30,000 meters, a width of 20,000 meters, and a height of 3,000 meters. So you don't have to worry about the terrain causing you to be unable to perform your fists and feet. Next, You will have 30 minutes to familiarize yourself with the layout of the field. Lord Allen will bring you an unexpected surprise after that. Small science. Once a person reaches a height of 3,000 meters from the horizon, he will begin to lack oxygen and eventually suffocate to death. The artificial electronic sound did not make a second sound after it was finished. It was obvious that someone had specially played it on the radio station to warn himself. A mere training ground is so luxurious. Could it be that Alan's combat strength was improved here? Although he was confused, he still had to focus on getting familiar with the surrounding environment. If he started a war without knowing the environment, it would easily cause some irreparable losses, or even his life. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger. Effectively utilizing all the natural things around you can greatly increase your chances of winning in battle. Lin Yixuan, who is familiar with Chinese military books, naturally understands these principles. After about 10 minutes of observation, Lin Yixuan slowly summed up a sentence. There are 3 types of combat methods here: land combat, air combat, and guerrilla warfare. Why do you say that? After observation, Lin Yixuan found that this place was roughly divided into 3 areas. Connecting these 3 areas will form an irregular trapezoid. The first area is mainly located at the bottom of the trapezoid. It is basically composed of complex terrain and tall obstructions such as trees, which creates a natural condition for guerrilla warfare. The second area is mainly located in the center of the trapezoid. It is roughly composed of flat land and basins. Apart from this, it has no other characteristics and is more suitable for land warfare. The third area is the mountainous area at the top of the trapezoid. The lowest sea level reaches 1,500 meters and the highest is 3,000 meters as mentioned in the broadcast just now. Moreover, the most important thing is that the higher you go, the fewer obstacles there are. Combining all these factors, it is known that choosing air combat here is undoubtedly the best choice. Just when Lin Yixuan finished analyzing the environment, there was a loud applause and praise from behind him. As expected, he is the strongest elf with both wisdom and strength. His ability to analyze is strong. Following the sound, Lin Yixuan turned around and saw Alan, who was wearing a revealing display device, saying and clapping, "What's your surprise?" Even after a long period of thinking, Lin Yixuan still remembers the surprise in the broadcast. The other party must have done something. As expected, when Lin Yixuan asked, Alan did not hide anything. After conveying it to the other party through the headset, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yixuan's eyes. The content on the screen was that several girls were tied up and locked in an unknown room. When the camera gradually pulled in, they could barely see the beautiful faces of the locked girls. Isn't this Nia, Kwangsan, and Shikshino? How could they be here? Lin Yixuan couldn't believe what he saw. He hoped that the content of the picture in front of him was virtual and not real. But if he looked carefully, there was no trace of PS, which made Lin Yixuan have to believe it. Seeing this, Lin Yixuan couldn't suppress his inner restlessness. He clenched his fists and tried to calm himself down. Kwangsan and the others will be fine. Lin Yixuan, you have to believe in yourself. They will be fine. After gradually calming down his restless emotions, Lin Yixuan turned his attention back to Alan in front of him and asked loudly, "What do you mean? Didn't you say that as long as I agree I won't touch them again?" "Oh, did I say that? I think I just took out a photo." "You?" Facing Lin Yixuan's angry questioning, Alan responded without caring. For her, only children would obey the rules, and only people who are not firm in their hearts would believe the lies that lied to children. The facts prove that Lin Yixuan was too young and believed Alan's lies so easily. He now regretted agreeing to Alan's solo. But what's the use of regretting now? There are all kinds of medicines in the world, except for regret medicine. Let's not waste any more time. Let's start fighting. Chapter 84, The Battle of the End Eye, the most difficult battle in the second area. Swish, whoosh, clang. The two figures shuttled back and forth in the primitive jungle non-stop, and they fought dozens of rounds in just a few minutes. On the surface, Alan seemed to have an absolute upper hand. If you look closely, you can see that Alan was almost the attacker in every round, while Lin Yixuan was on passive defense. What's going on? How did her speed increase so much compared to last time, and none of my ninjutsu actually worked? This Alan was like turning on the acceleration and damage invalidation plugin. No matter what kind of attack worked, Lin Yixuan wanted to curse and couldn't help but burst out a Chinese quintessence. WCNM? I eat lemons. The more he thought about it, the more surprised he was. Lin Yixuan had tried to attack before, but no matter whether it was the ninjutsu or physical skills that he was proud of, they all had no effect on the opponent. All kinds of ninjutsu that hit the random field, no matter what level, were easily offset. The most important thing was that the random field did not have any cracks after each offset. This was what he thought was the most fatal. Not only the random field, but the surprise brought to him on the display device was even more amazing. Alan's speed on flat ground has reached Mach 2. That is to say, her speed reached a terrifying 3,900 hour, while my own speed was at most Mach 1, so it was easy for the other party to catch up with me. The speed crushing cannot be compensated by reaction alone. The heavy beating of the panel attributes in all aspects made Lin Yixuan feel more and more uneasy. This was the most difficult time he had felt since his first battle. Fortunately, Lin Yixuan used the kaleidoscope to barely see the other party's figure and made a series of dodges at such a terrifying speed. Otherwise, he would have been chopped into a sieve. No, I have to think of a way to break the situation. If this goes on, something will happen sooner or later. As he was thinking this in his heart, suddenly a small flaw of Lin Yixuan was caught by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Alan. The other party flashed in front of him and chopped him down with a knife containing 50% of his own strength without saying a word. It is a taboo to be distracted in the battle. Swish! Suddenly, a bloody wound appeared on Lin Yixuan's right shoulder. He fell to the ground in pain and fainted instantly. The touch of the flesh made Alan sure that the blow had hit. Even if the opponent didn't die, he would be disabled. Just when Alan thought he had succeeded, bang! Then a burst of white smoke dissipated, and Lin Yixuan's figure suddenly disappeared like a magic trick, leaving only a piece of wood in place. What? What's going on? This time it was Alan's turn to be confused. This was the first time she had seen such a magical method. At this time, Lin Yixuan relied on the body substitution technique to hide behind a bunker when Alan didn't notice it, and the blood on his shoulder was still gushing out like a fountain. Seeing this, Lin Yixuan had to tear off his clothes and use them as a bandage to simply treat the wound. At the same time, his mind was working at a high speed to think about how to deal with it. If he had reacted a little slower to Alan's attack just now, the entire part below the shoulder might have been gone. The body substitution technique still saved his arm at the critical moment. Alan was too fast. He didn't have enough time and space to react. He couldn't use the substitute technique. Should he try that? A bold and crazy idea suddenly came to Lin Yixuan's mind. Since ninjutsu and physical techniques didn't work, what about illusion? Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. If physical attacks don't work, then we can only take risks and try mental attacks. Just after thinking of a countermeasure, Alan had already found Lin Yixuan's hiding place by following the bloodstains. Swish! As the swordlight flew, the cover was chopped into slag. His figure was exposed to Alan's eyes without any expression, just like you were seen naked by others without noticing when you were taking a shower. The two looked at each other, and the scene suddenly seemed to be still. Neither of them moved. They just looked at each other quietly. There was an awkward smell in the air. What are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? As the saying goes, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. I am Zhao, the king of Akalanatha. The sound of the telegraph is off. Topic. But at this moment, we can't make such a low-level mistake. Suddenly, Lin Yixuan took the lead in reacting. He turned around and made his next decision. Run. This was Lin Yixuan's first thought after reacting. In other words, it should be a tactical retreat. While retreating, he still continued to think about countermeasures, but this time the time was even more embarrassing. Because he did not have the blood of the Uchiha family, the eternal kaleidoscope in his eyes could not exert half of its original power, and the way to cast the spell was much more difficult. Usually, the illusion that only needed to be activated by looking at the opponent now required looking at the opponent and touching the opponent at the same time to be activated. But for the current situation, getting close meant risks, and he had to make a choice in this short time. Chapter 85, The Battle of the End, 2. Foolish people fall into the world of Tsukuyomi. In the sky of the first area, sonic booms roared and deafened the ears. Lin Yixuan resisted Alan's strong offensive while luring the opponent to switch battlefields. In the second area, there were too many obstacles. Although you can effectively hide your position, it will also bring you some unnecessary troubles. Different choices need to be made in different situations. Because any slight movement will alert Alan, Lin Yixuan has no chance to touch the opponent in close combat. He had no choice but to resort to this bad plan. What's wrong? The strongest elf can only passively defend and not attack? Gradually, Alan felt a little tired. Although he enjoyed this kind of revenge battle without pressure, the opponent's real strength did not meet his psychological expectations. He couldn't help but feel disappointed when he thought of this. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan just gave the other party a mysterious look and continued to dodge. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Do you think I don't want to take the initiative? How abnormal are your random domain and display device?" Of course, such words can only rot in the stomach. Lin Yixuan has the intention but not the power. If it weren't for his big account being blocked, he could only fight with the small account. The two sentences took only 2 seconds in the outside world. You can't be distracted in the battle. The bloody lesson just now is still engraved in your heart. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, Alan switched the blade in his hand to the heavy artillery form again, and after condensing enough energy, he shot in the direction of Lin Yixuan. The opportunity is here. Seeing this scene, Lin Yixuan was ecstatic. The smoke caused by the explosion could temporarily blind a person. These few seconds were his only chance. To be on the safe side, Lin Yixuan planned to make a double insurance. He performed 2 ninjutsu in front of Alan when the shells were about to arrive. Seeing that one of them was a familiar way of making hand seals, Alan simply disdained it. As for the unknown ninjutsu behind, she didn't take it seriously at all. However, it was the ninjutsu she ignored that made her feel suffocated. That's right, the 2 ninjutsu that Lin Yixuan performed were Earth Escape, Earth Flowing Wall, and Illusion, Darkness Walking Technique. He completed all the seals with both hands at the speed of light in 0.5 seconds, and finished performing them just in the last second before the shells arrived. Wei, Hai, Si, Shu, Mao, Si, Yu. Earth Escape, Earth Flowing Wall. I don't know how to make hand seals for Darkness Walking, so I won't write it here. Illusion, Darkness Walking Technique. The shells first exploded on the Earth Flow Wall, producing white smoke, and then the Darkness Technique blocked all light within a 10-foot radius. The white smoke and the pitch-black environment around gave people a very terrifying atmosphere. It's dark. Please close your eyes. After doing it in one go, Alan became alert because he lost his sight, and then launched a directional random field to protect himself and guard against any disturbances around him. 1 second passed. The smoke was still everywhere. 2 seconds passed. The smoke began to dissipate. 5 seconds passed. When the smoke completely dissipated in the 5th second, Alan noticed a slight movement behind him, so he quickly aimed the artillery fire at the back and fired a few shots. But after waiting for a few seconds, she didn't find anything there, and then she realized that she was in trouble. But it was too late. She had no time to defend herself. "You are too naive, Alan. That was just my trick." A male voice that matched the trend of the scene came from behind Alan. Yes, the noise Alan heard was Lin Yixuan's tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. He had already appeared behind Alan the moment she turned her head. Alan was immediately frightened by this scene, and even the most basic on-the-spot reaction was forgotten at this time. While you are sick, you will die. Just when Alan was stunned, Lin Yixuan had already placed his hand on her cheek. At the same time, the blood-red eternal kaleidoscope in his eyes was spinning madly. The illusion of Tsukuyomi. Foolish mortal, fall into the world of Tsukuyomi. In an instant, after the 4 eyes met, Alan's golden eyes suddenly became dull, and her consciousness began to gradually blur. until at the last moment she saw Lin Yixuan's triumphant smile, and her weapon and hands naturally fell vertically at this time. Finally, I succeeded. Until this moment, the battle between the two that lasted for about 90 minutes finally came to an end. After performing the Tsukuyomi, Lin Yixuan began to pant heavily, with cold sweat running down his cheeks and scarlet tears of blood in his eyes. Anyone familiar with Naruto knows that each use of the power of the Manjiki consumes a lot of chakra and vision, but for the eternal Manjiki, it will not cause blindness. After doing all this, he fell to the ground in a relaxed manner, slowly closing his eyes to rest. His own spiritual power had been exhausted by Alan before, and the Tsukuyomi just now overdrew his physical strength to barely perform it. Although the whole process was very frustrating, at least the result was satisfactory. Thinking with relief in his heart, Lin Yixuan had fainted due to excessive exhaustion. It's a mess. End of this chapter. Chapter 86, The Battle of the End. End Alan's past in the Tsukuyomi world. Where am I? In a daze, when Alan opened her eyes again, the surrounding scene was no longer the same as when she fought with Lin Yixuan before. She returned to the headquarters of DEM UK without noticing. What made her stunned and surprised was that in front of her stood Woodman, whom she loved and hated in her heart, and her sister Karen. Woodman, is that you? Alan, who was usually calm and decisive, could not escape the magic of love when he saw his lover. He temporarily lost his ability to think and spoke out of his body's instinct. However, Elliot in front of him seemed not to hear her words. He took Karen's hand and turned away. Not long after, the figures of the two gradually disappeared from Alan's sight. No, Woodman, why is this? Karen, all this is because of you. Why do you want me to face this again? Why? You want to abandon me alone. Don't I love you enough? When the lover and the enemy parted hands again, Alan was frantically destroying everything around him to declare his anger and regret. His hatred for the two of them became more and more intense until everything around him was destroyed into ruins. Alan's bloodshot eyes gradually returned to their original appearance. After the madness, Alan calmed down and realized that all this should be false, but even so, she didn't want to reveal the scars in her heart again. I must kill you. Secretly making up her mind again, Alan also began to think about how to escape from this illusory land. Everything here is unusual because it is too real. The extreme of reality is false. There is a strange atmosphere everywhere. However, just as Alan was thinking calmly, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a very short figure in a dark corner. He had two long braids swaying slowly and wings on his body. He was crawling on the ground. All the signs indicated, Masaka? This is a cockroach! Stay away from me! Alan fainted immediately after saying this in fear. Apart from this incident, she was most afraid of cockroaches. She would faint immediately after seeing them. The scene at this moment was quite funny. When the little thing in the corner revealed its true face, it was indeed a cockroach, as Alan expected. Why did this human suddenly faint just now? Forget it. Let's go home. The cockroach stared at Alan, who was lying on the ground, and fainted for a few seconds before turning around and escaping into the darkness again. On the other side, Lin Yixuan's situation worsened again. He vaguely heard a few familiar voices in his confusion. Ice Puppet! Absolute Zero! Keke Emperor! Bullet 1! I don't seem to have much fighting power. I can only play as an auxiliary. Chapter 87. Three People's Joint Rescue. I don't know how long it took. When Lin Yixuan opened his eyes again in a half-awake state, he saw three girls standing in front of him. Close up, the girl on the left has short dark green hair. From the back profile, we can guess that she wears glasses and wears a black nun's uniform. In front of her floats an angel magic book called Whispering Chapter. The girl in the middle has two ponytails of different lengths and wears a red and black gothic rose outfit. The most eye-catching thing is the tempting black silk on her calf. On her back floats a huge clock called Keke Emperor, and in her hand is a medieval flintlock pointing forward. Note, the Kwangsan here is the real body, not the clone. The clone is staying at home now. The one on the right is more like a loli than a girl. She has blue waist-length hair, a green cape with rabbit ears, a rabbit doll in her right hand, and is currently lying on a huge doll. Close-up ends. Combining the scene in front of him and his own personal guesses, Lin Yixuan quickly realized that the three people in front of him were Nia, Guangsan, and Shixino. As for why these three people appeared here, he still didn't know. He only knew that he could open his eyes but couldn't speak or move. Because of overdrawing his physical strength, as a punishment, Lin Yixuan's eyes and limbs were stiff and weak, and he couldn't move at all. Like a vegetable, he could only stare blankly and do nothing. But then the Guangsan in front of him suddenly said, "Ah, the little girls just want to save someone, that's all. Do you have to do it so thoroughly, ladies?" In front of Guangsan, a group of DM club members wearing display devices, as well as Artemisia, Takamiya Mana, Tobichi Origami, and others surrounded the four people. Hearing this, Mana didn't listen to Guangsan's words at all, and sneered on her petite cheeks. "It's really ridiculous. I have to say, Tokisaki Guangsan, should I say you are naive or stupid? Dare to create the DM club with so few people? You don't take us seriously, right?" It turned out that Arya had already anticipated what would happen today, so when the dessert shop was surrounded by them, she had already placed the simulation dolls in the store, so that the DM club and the AST members were empty-handed. After Lin Yixuan was taken away by Alan, the three of them secretly followed him from behind, and finally sneaked into the DM club safely, and it was not until now that they were exposed. Of course, Lin Yixuan didn't know about Arya's plan. The latter was still lying on the ground, confused and thinking about the ins and outs of the matter. "Ah la la, in this case, then the little girl will no longer force you ladies to show mercy." After saying this, a familiar saxophone melody suddenly came from everyone's ears. This also means that the Battle of the Elves has officially begun. Guangsan faces Mana and Origami Area alone, and the four series are one auxiliary and one attack, responsible for dealing with Artemisia, the second combat force of the DEM club, and the remaining members of each club. Say the battle has begun. With Guangsan's evil declaration of war, the battle to protect Lin Yixuan lying on the ground officially kicked off. P.S. This chapter is still a transition. You want to ask where Alan went? I won't tell you that she was sent to the infirmary by the medical staff who came in later. Chapter 88, The Duel of Fate. Guangsan Manas Origami, Kekekedi, 1 bullet. After saying that, Guangsan placed the flintlock rifle on the scale with the Roman numeral 1 on the huge clock, floating behind her. Then a dark red energy emerged from the scale and condensed on the muzzle. Not long after, Guangsan fired this enhanced bullet at her forehead, and her speed was like a shadow. Seeing this, Mana and Origami calmly deployed their formations, one in front and one behind to prevent each other's attacks. Humph, you really overestimate your own abilities. You dare to challenge both of us at once. You are brave. Ah, I will accept the compliment from Miss Mana. After Guangsan launched an attack, targeting Origami behind her. Bang! A bullet was accurately fired at the opponent. Origami was a little surprised by this sudden action, and even forgot to open the random field to block it. Fortunately, Mana, who was standing next to her, reacted quickly enough and deployed a directional random field to protect Origami at the critical moment when the bullet arrived. What's wrong? Why are you distracted in the battle? Sorry, I promise it won't happen again. Hearing this, Mana couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, she knew Origami better. She didn't seem like someone who would be distracted in the battle. If that was the case, then she must be hiding something from herself. But Mana didn't intend to continue asking. After all, everyone has their own secrets, right? There has to be some privacy. Miss Mana's reaction speed is still as fast as ever. Humph, stop talking nonsense. Take it. After that, the two figures immediately wrestled together. Origami wanted to step forward to intervene, but was stopped by Mana, who said, "This is a long-standing grudge between Nightmare and me. There is no need for outsiders to intervene. Origami, you just need to cover for me." Okay, since it was a personal grudge, Origami didn't say much about it. During the wrestling between the two, she fired a few shells at Guangsan when she saw the right opportunity. Although Guangsan defended herself at the last moment, she just used her body to withstand the blow because of the suddenness of the incident. The whole person immediately flew 10 meters away and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Cough, cough. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Kwang-san climbed up and looked at the duo in front of her with a serious face, raised the corner of her mouth and smirked. Ah, Miss Origami suddenly inserted into the battle between me and Miss Mana to attack. Isn't it a bit too despicable? There is no such thing as despicable on the battlefield. Origami remained calm, without a trace of expression on her face. Although her behavior was indeed shameful, for her, as long as she could defeat the elves, she would use any method, even if it was not glorious. Hearing this, Kwang-san also agreed with what Origami said. There is indeed no such thing as despicable on the battlefield. There are only winners and losers. After all, when it comes to despicable things, I admit that I am second to none, but no one dares to admit that I'm first. Keiki Emperor. 4 bullets. Popular science, the function of the 4 bullets. The time of the target hit will flow backwards, and the state will jump to a certain time before. In simple terms, it is to restore blood. After using the 4 bullets to recover from her injuries, Kwang-san began to analyze the tactics based on the situation on the field. It didn't take long for her to determine her action target. According to her current strength, she was definitely not enough to defeat the 2 people in front of her, so there was only one way, to defeat them all. First, kill Origami, who was playing with the cannon, then fight with Mana while retreating, and finally fight with Nia and Shikano. I'll start with you, Miss Origami. Try if you dare. Nightmare, don't forget that I'm here. Don't underestimate me. In an instant, the battlefield changed from the original 2-person solo to a 3-person melee. Kwang-san's feet split into several clones to drag Mana out, and she personally prepared to get rid of Origami. The effect was very obvious. Mana currently needed to deal with a large number of clones before she dared to support Origami. The gap in this gap was the time for Kwang-san to take action. Of course, Origami couldn't just sit there and wait for death. She activated the display device and flew into the air to prepare for a roundabout battle with Kwang-san. Ha ha! What a naive idea, Miss Origami! What? Origami felt bad immediately. Did she think she had me defeated? Sure enough, when Kwang-san said that, a special bullet once again condensed in the gun and rushed towards Origami. Bang, bang! Origami did not sit still and wait for death. She immediately used the random field to resist the random field. The random field was deployed. Suddenly, a green light shield surrounded her whole body, and all the bullets rushing forward were blocked. Is this the mysterious confidence of the most evil elf? Origami couldn't help but sneer. It seems that she was too afraid of the opponent's strength. In fact, it seems that this is not the case. It is just that she is worrying too much. Hearing this, Kwang-san stood there and looked at Origami in front of her quietly, but then a sick smile appeared on her lips. Miss Origami, you've been fooled. Is it hard to get away? Just when Origami was surprised, she suddenly felt something within 5 centimeters behind her aiming at her. Years of experience allowed her to quickly guess that it was a bullet behind her. Could it be? It's bad. Origami reacted and wanted to deploy the random field again to protect herself. But how could Kwang-san let the other party do as she wished? The evil smile on her lips became more and more intense. The first bullet was just a feint. The real killer is coming later. The bullet easily passed through Origami's petite body. The latter looked unbelievable. She didn't expect that she would be solved so easily. In an instant, Origami didn't fall to the ground after being hit, but the world fell into a gray and white. It was obvious that time was frozen in this way, and the bullet that hit her was Kekite 7 bullet. Popular science 7 bullet function. The time of the target hit is frozen. At the same time that Kwang-san solved Mana, Mana's side was also solved. So they were all clones, which can be said to be very simultaneous. When Mana saw Origami lying on the ground, she couldn't help but yelled angrily, What did you do to Origami? How did you make her like that? I just stopped Miss Origami's time, temporarily. Do you want to do the same to Miss Mana? Hearing this, the expression on Mana's face showed that she was very angry now. She would never allow her best friend to be defeated so easily by the person she hated the most. She adjusted the bit rate of her blue and white crewnet Muramoku display device to the limit and rushed towards Kwang San in front of her like crazy. Die! At this moment, Mana could no longer suppress her hatred for Kwang San. She rushed forward and slashed the weapon in her hand, wiring suit like crazy. The speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Faced with this situation, Kwang San quickly thought of a way to deal with it in her mind. Kekete, one bullet. Facing such a crazy mana, Kwang San can only use the one bullet to keep up with the opponent's speed, dodging and luring the opponent to move towards the target area. At the same time, not far from Kwang San, the temperature here is extremely low, reaching the lowest temperature of human life. Absolute zero. Chapter 89. Fight together. Let's go back to 10 minutes ago and return to Arya's side. On the scene, a group of DEM club members surrounded the two people in front of them, forming a two bread and cheese, two bread sandwich. Seeing this, Arya, who usually has a very funny personality, couldn't help but start to calmly analyze the current situation. First of all, the opponent has a large number of people, and it is not advisable to fight alone. The only thing we can do now is to keep warm together. And there is also Artemisia on the opposite side, who is said to be the second strongest person in the world, whose hard power is only lower than Alan, but whose soft power is far higher than Alan. P.S. Artemisia was originally the chief ace magician of the British anti-elf force SSS. She had a gentle personality and later accepted Ike's invitation to join the DM club. When Alan swam to the middle of the lane with a float, Artemisia had already swam 8 rounds in the lane. When the elevator power was out, she held Alan in a princess hug and climbed several floors, causing Alan to recall a shameful experience. Click! Although I have never seen the other party take action, I can know that his strength is extraordinary just by the title given by the world, so I must be cautious. Don't be afraid, Sister Shiseno. Sister Nia is with you. While Nia was analyzing the situation, she noticed that Shiseno was trembling beside her, and then realized that she was a little scared, so she touched her little head and comforted her softly. Hearing this, Shishin's somewhat tense mood also eased a little, but he still curled up in his hat and dared not look at the outside world. The command of his body had been completely handed over to Shishin in his hand. After switching personalities, Shishin in Shishin's hand said, "Well, Big Sister Nia, what should we do now?" It must be said that although it is just a hand puppet, Shishin has wisdom that is no less than that of humans, and has the same thinking ability as humans. Just like Shishin thought, Nia's next answer was to improvise. After all, she couldn't think of any good way to break the deadlock. At this time, a discordant voice came from in front of the two people. Looking in the direction of the voice, the owner of the voice was the opponent that the two people needed to solve the most at the moment, Artemisia. "Hey, have you talked enough? You have been chatting non-stop from just now until now. Are you ready to die?" Now she is obviously a little impatient. I don't know why. She always has a feeling in her heart that this is not her original appearance, but she can't remember what it is. She is currently in a bad mood, decisive in killing, and impatient in doing things. "Excuse me, Miss Artemisia, we have finished talking. Ladies, you can start now." After saying that, Nia jumped onto the giant puppet of Shisino and found a protective environment for her angel. There is no doubt that Nia's angel is very powerful, but due to the improper use of the user, its power has not been demonstrated. Now is the time. The Angel of Books Ratziel is a huge book with a cross similar to the Bible. The angel itself includes information search pages and blank pages. The ability is the omniscience ability to obtain information. As long as it is things outside the future, things happening from now on, who is doing what, etc., you can get the information you want on the information search page. Although the panel attributes are not very good, the combat power is also very low, and any random AST member can defeat her. If you think so, you are wrong. If you look at the ability, you will find that this is a very abnormal auxiliary angel, and the strength has even reached S level. Please do not associate the strength of an angel with the user's personal strength. They are completely unrelated. P.S. At this time, Nia has not yet reversed, and the current spirit crystal is intact. Shisei, are you ready to go? Yoshi, Shisei can't wait to join hands with Sister Nia? Then use Shisei's ice puppet and Nia's whispering chapter to start the big battle. As soon as the words fell, Artemisia and a group of DEM members in front of the two of them rushed up at the same time as if they had colluded. P.S. This chapter is a bit too much nonsense, and the next chapter will enter the battle text. Chapter 90. The two-person battle shows their power. All members of DM are destroyed. I don't know how long it took on the field. If you have a thermometer in your trouser pocket at this time and take it out and test it for a while, you will be surprised to find that the temperature in a radius of 15 meters suddenly dropped to 0 degrees and continued to drop at a considerable speed. And all the DM members on the scene were either injured or disabled, and they all fell to the ground wailing and screaming in the cold, and the culprit for all this was your cute Sixinai. Some of the nonsense in the above text has been verified. Area recorded all the things that will happen in the future in the whispering volume and kept coming up with countermeasures through calculations. At 60 north of the west, there is an old Six hiding in the dark and secretly firing a shell. Sixinai, get out of the way. Received. At 12 o'clock in the east, 3 people are rushing towards you. Sixinai, be careful. Okay. Sixinai, now. Use the absolute zero field. Got it. Absolute zero field. In an instant, pieces of snowflakes with a temperature of absolute zero splashed on the field, and in the blink of an eye, a snow blue field was formed to wrap up the people inside. Seeing this, the DM members had a short brain circuit for a while. You can't afford to play with low temperatures. Snowflakes flew, vision was blurred, and the temperature was extremely cold. This phenomenon, which usually only occurs in extremely cold areas, actually happened here. In the field, Artemisia, who had reacted, quickly commanded and shouted to everyone to quickly open the random field to resist. The cold air was pressing, and the cold wind that flew over collided with the random field and was surprisingly blocked. But it was only a temporary solution. Even if the random field was as strong as the one that isolated the snowflakes on the shield, it could not withstand the drop in temperature. The cold wind that passed through the random field blew everyone like a cold shower in winter, and they were deeply withered. It didn't take long for the members of the Dem Club in the field to fall to the ground one after another, and they were so cold that they lost their fighting power. One is a military strategist, the other is a soldier in a meat shield. They keep coming up with countermeasures and making corresponding choices. Apart from other things, even a strong person like Artemisia feels very difficult. What she hates most is Aria's calculations. Every time, she can accurately predict her route of action and react accordingly. Her ideas and actions are completely ineffective. The stalemate has become more and more unfavorable to her side. Several other members of the DEM Club have lost their combat effectiveness and fainted due to the low temperature and severe cold. The advantage of numbers on the scene no longer exists. Only a few are still holding on. Aria has long anticipated the current situation. The real strength of the 4 Series Angels is that they can reduce the temperature of the surrounding area to the forbidden zone of human life, and they are also immune to the influence of temperature. This is also an important reason why she can make calculations in succession under the siege of many people. In this situation, she can't help but start to be nervous again. You can be as strong as you want, as long as you are still human. Aren't you still afraid of cold and heat? What do you think, Miss Artemisia? Don't underestimate the combination of Nia and Shishino. Don't get too complacent. Her strength was not fully demonstrated, and even the weapon in her hand was too cold to lift and fell to the ground. She was groggy and easily knocked over. Although she said so strongly, Artemisia felt that her consciousness suddenly became very confused. She also realized that this was a normal phenomenon caused by low temperature. She had to escape from the absolute zero area first. But then she found that she couldn't get out. The area covering the surroundings was covered with a thick layer of ice. If it were her normal self, she would definitely be able to break it easily, but now she was no longer able to lift the sword. I won't accept it. After saying that, Artemisia couldn't hold on any longer, and fell heavily to the ground and fainted, which also indicated that the battle ended with the destruction of all members of DEM. Okay, Sixinai, you can take back the 0-degree domain. Oh, okay. After saying that, Six and I took back the absolute zero-degree domain. After all, it takes a lot of spiritual energy to maintain such a large domain. At present, her limit is 10 minutes, which is just in time. Now let's calculate the time. Xiao Kuang Kuang is almost done with him, Sixinai's sister. Let's go and fight Xiao Kuang Kuang. Listen to Sister Area. So this seemingly unsuspenseful battle ended in an unexpected way. Even Area herself felt a little incredible during the deduction process at that time, but the fact happened miraculously. P.S. Some people say that I don't have a good time. Now the good time is here. End of this chapter. Chapter 91. The dust has settled. I'm late, sorry for being late. I took a 2-hour bus this afternoon and almost vomited on the bus. I went back to the dormitory and ate my first meal of the day despite feeling nauseous. Then I slept for an hour, then got up and went to the classroom and kept busy until now. I have time to write? I wonder if you get carsick when you take the bus? After this chapter is finished, it means that the 4 Elements chapter is officially over, and the next chapter will be the 8 Dances chapter. Text: I really don't know if Area's mouth is blessed. What he said is true. Just after he finished speaking the second before, Cao Cao was in front of the two people's sight, and the figures of Kuang San and Mana gradually came into view, and it seemed that one was defending and retreating, and the other was approaching and attacking. The camera came to this side. Ah la la, Miss Mana, didn't you notice anything? Kuang San used various means to resist Mana's continuous attacks, and took the time to speak. The meaning of the words was that you should take a good look around. You have fallen into my trap now. Hearing this, Mana suddenly paused, and then her mind was working quickly in a short 0.5 seconds. She also realized the problem with Kuang San's words. Looking away, the grass was covered with thick layers of white snow at this time, and there were many small bumps on the snow. If you look carefully, you can find that this is a person buried in the snow. When he thought of this, Mana's face suddenly showed fear, and he quickly stopped the attack in his hand, and his mind was working at high speed again. First, this is another battlefield. That is the area where the second and fourth members are located. Second, why are there so many players lying around, and why is the temperature around so low? Third, even a strong person like Artemisia could actually... Suddenly, when Mana thought of the above questions in her mind, she couldn't help but be shocked. After she came to her senses, she said to Kuang San in front of her, I didn't expect that even such an elite force as DM Club couldn't kill them. This is really surprising. But Nightmare, your plan is to lure me here and then join them to besiege me together, right? Mana stated her views in an orderly manner. Kuang San nodded without denying it. Then she gave Mana in front of her a standard lady's salute and responded, Ah, that's it, Miss Mana. In this case, are you still going to fight with me? Seeing this, Mana put down the weapon in her hand and fell silent. What Kuang San said was not unreasonable. She herself did not have the confidence that she could deal with 3 elves at a time. If she continued like this, she would only die. However, she didn't want to let the 3 people in front of her go so easily. After all, this battle consumed a lot of manpower and material resources. Returning empty-handed would be a loss of face, and for the proud Mana, this is absolutely unacceptable. What a joke, Mana hadn't finished speaking when Nia, who was far away, suddenly interrupted. Oh my, Miss Mana, don't you want these people to live? What did you say? Mana looked puzzled, and Nia didn't know when all the members of the Nem Club who fell to the ground and fainted gathered around her. She picked up the body of Artemisia, the leader, and spoke to Mana. It turned out that Nia had already calculated through the Whispering chapter that these things would happen next, and had already prepared a backup plan. Although it was very simple to deal with Mana in front of her, at this moment, the spiritual power of her, Shishino and Kurumi, had been almost depleted through their respective battles. Area wanted to save the last bit of spiritual power for emergency use, so she resorted to this desperate measure. What do you want to do? Nothing, but Miss Mana, don't you care about these dozen lives? Hearing this, Mana gritted her teeth unwillingly, and her whole aura instantly dropped to negative numbers. In front of life, face and other things can only be temporarily put aside, not to mention dozens of lives. Damn, it turns out that elves are not good things. After a complicated final struggle in her heart, Mana compromised and said, "Okay, I'll let you go this time." Until the last moment, Mana didn't forget to find a way out for herself, and Arya and others were also tactful and didn't disrupt it. People all like to save face. "Well, Miss Mana, goodbye." After saying goodbye, San's figure gradually disappeared into the shadow under her feet and appeared next to Arya in an instant. "Miss Arya, let's go find Yixuan-kun." "Oh, we're finally done after all this busy work. Arya is so exhausted. I must ask Xiao Xuan to compensate him later." "Hey, so where is brother Yixuan?" "Huh?" The sudden question from Shixino made the relieved expressions of Kwang-san and Arya freeze on their faces. At this moment, they both said at the same time in their hearts, "Yes, where did Yixuan-kun go? I saw him during the battle just now. How come he disappeared in the blink of an eye?" At the same time, in a very hidden bush, a young man's body lay quietly on the ground, with his eyes and mouth open, and he uttered a few words with difficulty. Chapter 92, Peaceful Life. It has been nearly a month since the end of the war. During this period, the DEM Club has never appeared again. The AST troops only occasionally go out when the space earthquake occurs. The rest of the time, they are basically idle and playing badly. P.S. For example, the hot spring trips organized by Kusukabe Ryoko in the original work. Since there was no harassment from the enemy, the elves had a relatively leisurely life in this month. I don't know if it was fate, but Shido and Shiseno met by destiny. They were in the same place and in the same weather. The difference was that there were other people who met her, such as Lin Yixuan and Kurumi. Later, with the efforts of Kotori and Ratosker, Shido finally conquered Shiseno. However, Shiseno did not stay in the elf apartment, but lived in Lin Yixuan's house. Don't ask. If you ask, he doesn't want to let her go. The dessert shop is still as popular as before. After a month of continuous innovation and reform, the current scale of the store has become popular throughout Japan, and even to the neighboring Korean country and China. "Hey, look, that's the boss lady. Go up and spend money." That's right, the boss lady and Miss Kwang-san are not often seen here now, so hurry up and seize the opportunity. Hehe, you are still sighing as a wise man. I have already taken the initiative. WC brother, you have no martial ethics. Arya, who used to be unwilling to work in the store even if he died, made a fortune that he could not make in 10 lifetimes, just by writing, and then he said the law that everyone was familiar with in his previous life. Emma is really delicious. One day, in the backyard of Lin Yixuan's villa, the light of Sirius is shining brightly, and you are about to die. A sentence with the tone of a young scholar came from the mobile phone of a yellow, short-haired boy. The camera zoomed in and saw that he seemed to be playing a card game. In fact, the boy was playing a Three Kingdoms-type card strategy game, developed by the Parallel World China on his mobile phone, Three Kingdoms Killing. This is one of the games he transplanted using the entertainment editor, and he just played it casually when he had nothing to do recently. Wow, this limited skin of Sima Yi is so cool. I must get it. Playing the National War mode and seeing others have drawn Sima Yi's new skin that was just released yesterday, Lin Yixuan was so envious that he almost burst out with laughter. After all, this is one of his favorite characters. Now that a new legendary skin has been released, he must get it. Skin name Wolfguarding Genius, Sima Yi, Legend. Listen to this voice, feel this special effect, look at this style, love it. Action is worse than impulse. After this round of National War Mode ended, he immediately clicked on the game's recharge interface, and his eyes slowly looked at the highest amount among the recharge amounts, 648 RMB. Not long after, ding, your game account was recharged with 648 amounts won at XX on XX day of XXXX. Let's try 648 for a try first. Yuka Three Kingdoms Kill is different from the mobile game Three Kingdoms Kill. The skins in it are generally obtained by opening skin card packs, which are divided into single packs, 3 packs, and 5 packs. If you are lucky, you can get 1-2 red skins, Legendary Limited, from a skin pack bought for 648, but if you are unlucky, you may not get any. Fortunately, Lin Yixuan, who usually has a black face, was temporarily blessed by the goddess of luck at this time. In addition to the skin he wanted, Wolf Gu Ghost, he unexpectedly got Guojia's legendary skin, Master the World, a total of 2 red skins. This wave can be regarded as a fair break-even. After Lin Yixuan got the desired skin and Guojia's Master the World, he immediately ran to play a few national wars. This voice and animation are so cool. Here is another point to add. Normal red skins need to spend thousands of cinnabar to activate. Otherwise, it is just a better-looking photo. Krypton Gold is indispensable for a good game experience. For 3 Kingdoms Kill, you can spend less Krypton Gold, but you can't not spend Krypton Gold, otherwise you can't get some more fun and powerful characters. After turning off his phone, Lin Yixuan closed his eyes and rested his mind. After all, he had just played with his phone for several hours and needed a proper rest. It was 12 noon. I don't know how much time had passed. In his dream, Lin Yixuan vaguely felt someone patting him gently, so his consciousness slowly returned to reality from the dream. What's wrong, Shishinao? He opened his eyes and saw that the person who came was his godsister Shishinao. Lin Yixuan asked in confusion. After all, Shishinao would not take the initiative to approach others, except for close people. Well, Brother Yixuan, Shishinao is hungry. Gurgle. Shishinao had just finished speaking when her stomach responded as if it had come true. This cute and funny look immediately amused Lin Yixuan. Then he stood up and gently put his hand on the bunny nun's dress on Shixino's forehead and rubbed it. While rubbing, he said, "Aren't Sister Kuang-san and Sister Nia resting at home today? Aren't they at home?" Well, they said they went shopping. How long have they been out? 8 o'clock in the morning? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It seems 4 hours. As she said that, Shixino cutely counted with her little finger and answered after confirming that it was 4 hours. WC? So long? Hearing this, it was not as expected by Lin Yixuan himself. The two of them were usually not at home, so they must have gone shopping, and it was almost always Arya who dragged Kuang-san to go. The most important thing was that it took a long time. Are all girls like this? P.S. Yuriko and her bestie often go shopping for 5 hours. Can all girls shop like this? Or are they only energetic when they are shopping? The most important thing is that every time I go shopping, the things I buy are very strange. Sometimes it's strange food that I've never seen before. Sometimes it's big bags and small bags that are thrown directly into the room and no one knows what they are. And then there are several sets of very tempting cosplay costumes. Forget it. It looks like he won't be back before the afternoon. So I'd better cook something for Shixino. Looking at Shixino's pale face, Lin Yixuan guessed that he must have not eaten a single meal today. When Arya comes back, he must teach her a lesson. Don't you know that growing children need to keep up with nutrition? Of course, except for elves. Chapter 93, Peaceful Life, Part 2. Theme of this chapter. So you also play Genshin Impact, Part 1. Text 6:30 p.m. China time. At the dinner table. Hey thank you, Reborn. No problem, you're welcome. P.S. This is the first time I use this kind of emoticon in this article. If it looks a bit strange, I won't add it later. Sitting at the table, Shixino's eager eyes swept across the delicious food in front of her. For her who hadn't eaten for a day, it was undoubtedly a temptation that she could not refuse. Gurgle! Gurgle! Shixino's stomach cried again, but out of politeness, Shixino was still prepared to wait for Arya and Kuang-san to come back before eating. This was also one of the pre-meal etiquette taught by Lin Yixuan. Taking off his apron, Lin Yixuan sat directly opposite Shixino. He was very happy with Shixino's thanks. After all, who would not like to get praise from a cute loli? Brother Yixuan, when will Arya and Kuang-san come back? Shixino is hungry. Shixino gently stroked her belly. No one could stand not eating for half a day, let alone for her who was growing up sure and hadn't eaten for a day. Nutrition is a must. No hurry, I'll call and ask. As he said, Lin Yixuan took out his mobile phone from his pocket, dialed a number, and put it to his ear to answer. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the entrance of the villa, little Kuang is so tired. Arya swears that she will never buy so many things again. Arya is holding the fruits of a day's shopping in her hand, and is now exhausted like a long hook. Kuang-san's situation is not much better. In general, there is one word, tired. Ah la la, is this true? I think so. Hearing this, Arya looked at the half-smile on Kuang-san's face beside her, and was embarrassed to confirm what she had just said. Believe me, this is really the last billionth time. At this time, liberation, The dream engraved in my heart? Huh? Who would call me at this time? Aria's mobile phone in the messenger bag hanging behind her suddenly rang loudly. Listening to this exclusive phone ringtone, it should be someone calling her. Miss Aria, let me help you get it. It's important to answer the phone first. Well, thank you for your trouble, Kwang Kwang. As Aria said this, she handed the bag in her hand to Kwang-san beside her. The latter immediately released 2 clones from the shadow to take over. When they saw the large and small bags in front of them, they couldn't help but start to complain. Really? Didn't I tell you not to call us out when there's nothing wrong? Are you doing hard labor again this time? Ah la la, how many times has this happened? Smith, this is the last time. Looking at the expression of the original body saying, the last time, the 2 clones didn't say much about it. Anyway, they have done this kind of thing many times and are more used to it. The perspective returns to Aria's side. Hello? What's wrong with Xiao Xuan? Aria took out her mobile phone and saw that it was Lin Yixuan calling. After answering the call, she asked in confusion. Generally, the other party would not call her easily, unless it was a big problem. Nothing, just asking when you will be back. The meal is ready and we just need you to. That's perfect. Aria and Xiao Kwang have just arrived at the door. Xiao Xuan, please come out and take over. Yeah, verbal advice, but I refuse. What? Why? Aria was very surprised at this moment. Lin Yixuan, who usually obeyed her in everything, actually refused her without hesitation this time, and he was so straightforward. But the next words he said made her feel a little embarrassed. Because you must have a lot of bags in your hands and you can't carry them all, so you want me to be your free labor, right? Hearing this, Aria blushed like a red apple with shyness. It was obvious that Lin Yixuan had guessed her inner thoughts. What? Xiao Xuan, don't people have even the most basic trust? The person on the other end of the phone paused and then responded, Sorry, you are not a human. Beep, beep, beep. After that, there were only 3 beeps and the phone was hung up by Lin Yixuan. Boom! Aria was like being struck by lightning, and she stood there stiffly. The phone in her hand fell to the ground because it lost its support. Ding! I felt sorry for the phone worth 5,400 RMB for a second. What's wrong, Miss Aria? Seeing the other party's doubtful look, Kwang-san asked worriedly. Xiao Xuan said that I am not a human. Woo. I'm so sad. He dared to say that to me. Hearing this, the embarrassment on Kwang-san's face was also seen by Aria, as if to say you seem to be not a human, right? Little Kwang, you must speak well of him when you go back. It's too much. Okay, Miss Aria, let's go back first. Okay. Then 3 Kwang-san and 1 Aria who was currently doubting her life opened the door of the villa, ending the long journey of the day. Peace, I always felt that something was missing after typing these days. I lay in bed thinking about it and couldn't sleep at night. It turned out that I forgot to thank all the readers for their recommendation votes. Sorry. Chapter 94, Peaceful Life, Part 3. Theme of this article. So you also play Genshin Impact. Text click. Sound of door opening. Are you back? Aria pushed open the door of the entrance and saw Lin Yixuan standing straight in front of her with his hands folded, as if he was waiting for her. The fact is indeed so. Lin Yixuan came to wait for Aria and Kwang-san. As for the reason, it is very simple. First, he did not return home at night. He came back from morning to night. This has seriously violated Article 6 of the house rules. Second, I didn't cook for the growing Shishino on time or forgot to cook for her. This is something I should say. Third, this is the most annoying thing. Every time I come back, I always have to buy a lot of things. It's hard for me and the room. The poor storage room can't even hold anything. This is something I should say. Xuan, can you listen to Aria's excuses? What else do you want to say now? But there is no but. Come down to eat right after you put the things down. Lin Yixuan didn't give Aria any chance to explain. His tough attitude made Aria realize that the other party seemed to be really angry. Okay. After saying that, Aria planned to call Kwang-san to go to the storage room on the 2nd floor to put things down, but was immediately stopped by Lin Yixuan. Wait a minute, San, you stay here. Let Aria go by himself. Huh? Why? Xiao Xuan, how long will it take Aria to carry so many things? It's none of my business, and I didn't buy them. Hearing this, Arya gritted his teeth and planned to endure it this time. After all, he was indeed at fault in this matter, but Lin Yixuan's expression, which showed that he should be punished for doing something wrong, made Arya very unhappy. Okay, Xiao, wait for me, Arya. After complaining in his heart, Arya started to move the things one by one without looking back. Who is afraid of who? Isn't it just a problem that can be solved in half an hour? Seeing this scene, Lin Yixuan wanted to laugh very much in his heart, but he couldn't laugh. This feeling was really strange. Huangsan stood beside Lin Yixuan. Her eyes kept moving up and down on Arya, and then she said with some concern, "Ahahaha, Yixuan-kun, isn't this too harsh?" "Sansan, don't worry at all. If you don't teach this little girl Arya a lesson, she won't learn her lesson. Arya is playful, mischievous by nature. If she continues to let it go, something will happen sooner or later. Instead of yelling at others to hurt his sister, it is better for Lin Yixuan to be the bad guy. All this is for Arya. That's it. Okay, take your time to move the things for Arya. Sansan, let's go eat first. Shixino can't wait any longer." Hearing this, a hint of amusement flashed across Huangsan's eyes, and without saying anything else, she followed Lin Yixuan to the dining table. "Great! Sister Huangsan and Sister Arya are finally back. Shishino can't wait any longer, right? We can start eating now." "Ah, I'm so sorry to have kept Shishino waiting for so long." "It's okay, Sister Huangsan. As long as you're back, Shishino won't say anything." After saying that, Shishino put her hands together, said, "I'm eating," as the Japanese would say before a meal, and then picked up the chopsticks on the table and began to eat all the delicious food on the table. Due to Lin Yixuan's occasional fire escape to keep the food warm, the dishes were still steaming even after an hour, and they looked very appetizing. Half an hour later, I'm full. After Huangsan and Shishinuo finished talking, the former cleared the dishes on the table and took them to the kitchen to wash, because it was Huangsan's turn to do housework today. Shishinuo returned to her room and said she was going to feed the rabbits. Lin Yixuan wanted to go see how Arya was doing, but when he saw the look in her eyes that seemed to want to kill him, he backed off. He couldn't afford to offend her, so he slipped away. After returning to his room, Lin Yixuan remembered that today seemed to be the up pool for Thunder General and Coral Palace Shinhai, so he quickly opened his phone and went forward to check. "Yoshi, I've waited so long and finally got you, my wife." Lin Yixuan started playing Genshin Impact last month. He is currently only level 31. He has saved enough original stones for 60 draws. The reason he didn't draw before was to wait for Thunder God. Let me see how many draws it will take to get a Thunder Wife. Unable to bear the restlessness in his heart, Lin Yixuan did not hesitate to click on the first 10 pull. He didn't hit it, but a 4-star black girl and a weapon appeared, which was not a loss. Then the second shot didn't hit it. The third shot didn't hit it. The fifth shot didn't hit it. WC, you can help me. 50 shots and still not hit it? He only had the last shot left. If he didn't hit it again, he would have to pay for it. But Lin Yixuan, who always adhered to thriftiness, would never allow himself to spend a dime on the game. Please, please, the last 10 pull must hit it. After clicking on the last 10 pull, Lin Yixuan immediately turned his phone over, and at the same time, he kept praying in his heart that the demons and monsters would leave quickly, and Thor's wife would come quickly. He didn't want the guaranteed bottom line, and it didn't matter if it was crooked. Good luck, good luck. Turning the phone over again, Lin Yixuan was stunned. At this time, the phone screen showed the 5-star Chin Captain and 2 4-star weapons, and the rest were 3-star. Forget it. If it's crooked, it's crooked. At worst, I can continue to draw the guaranteed minimum. There are still 30 rounds left to the guaranteed minimum, and Lin Yixuan is fully confident that he can get 30 rounds in the next half-month. Just when Lin Yixuan finished drawing, Arya's figure suddenly appeared beside him at some point, and he almost scared him to death. Yo, it turns out that Xiao Xuan also plays Genshin Impact? Let me see. WC Arya, can you stop being so scary? When did you come in? Hearing this, Arya took out a key from his crotch without caring. He didn't say anything, but it seemed like he said everything. Xiao Xuan, this is not good. You haven't gotten 60 rounds and you've got the guaranteed minimum. Ha ha ha! What are you laughing at? Ignorant mortal, tremble. As soon as Arya finished his second-year words, he took out the mobile phone that had just fallen to the ground not long ago, opened Genshin Impact at the speed of light, switched to the character interface, and handed it to the puzzled Lin Yixuan to watch. Wow, Arya, when did you get it? How many draws did it take? Lin Yixuan was shocked because she found that Arya not only had all characters at level 90, but also had basically all the 5-star characters, including the original god that she wanted but didn't draw. Clicking on the constellation of the Thunder God, Lin Yixuan's eyes almost popped out in surprise. Is this the Thunder God with a 6th constellation? Unconvinced, he switched to the constellations of other 5-star characters to check, and the results were that all of them had 6th constellations without exception. Seeing the other party's inexperienced look, Arya proudly said, "Hey, there's no need to be so surprised, Xiao Xuan. Arya is just lucky, not worth mentioning." "Ah la la, Miss Arya, didn't you get it through Krypton? This voice is Kong-san?" Hearing this, Lin Yixuan and Arya turned around at the same time and looked behind them, and found that Kwang-san was watching them without anyone noticing. "San-san, how did you get in?" Lin Yixuan was very confused. If Arya had just used the key to turn the door, it would be fine if he didn't notice it. But how did Kwang-san get in without anyone noticing? "Hey!" Kwang-san took out another key from the shadow that was exactly the same as the one in Arya's hand just now. She said nothing, but it seemed like she said everything. "Why do you each have a key of mine?" "This is a reason." Can't I have a key to Yichuan-kun's room?" Hearing this, Arya's answer can be basically ignored. She must have sneaked in while he was sleeping and took it away. No wonder he couldn't find the key these days. Kwang-san's reason made Lin Yixuan unable to find a place to refute. Is there a problem with his wife holding the key to his room? No problem. Let's not talk about this. Don't you, Kwang, also play Genshin Impact? Yes, I do play it when I'm free. As she said that, Kwang-san took out her mobile phone and opened Genshin Impact. At a glance, it can be seen that it is a big boss account. World level 8, player level 59, one level away from the full level 60. The main thing is the combination of the holy relics. Basically, every attribute is the top gold configuration, and the most outrageous thing is that like Arya, it has all 5-star characters, and they all have 6 lives. Seeing this, Arya couldn't help say, "Little Kwang, you must have spent money to get 6 lives like me, right?" I don't have it." As she said that, Kwang-san opened the recharge interface, and she could see that there was a double first recharge sign on it. It seemed that she didn't recharge a cent. "Then what on earth did you?" Before she finished speaking, Arya and Lin Yixuan thought in tacit understanding that this was really good luck. Then Kwang-san's smiling answer made the two of them want to kneel down and lick immediately, greedily sucking each other's luck. Alas, I just have good luck. I got Thor in the first single draw, and then I got 5 in the subsequent 10 consecutive draws. The other 5-star full-life cards are basically like this. The ones that are almost gone are drawn after 20 draws. It's no big deal. When Kwang-san said this, Arya and Lin Yixuan's faces became darker and darker. The former was relatively dark, the latter was African black, and the third was heavenly white. "Good guy, you are using your life to draw cards here? Is the gap between people really that big? San-san, since you are so lucky, I just have one last single draw left. Please help me click it." Hearing this, Kwang-san did not hesitate to click the single draw directly. When Arya and Lin Yixuan stared at the screen intently and saw the golden moment, they almost fainted. The character on the screen at this time was Shadow Silence World People, Thunder General. Gradually coming back to his senses, Lin Yixuan patted Kwang-san's petite and tender shoulders earnestly and said, "San-san, I will leave my card drawing to you in the future. Please agree." "Hey, and I, Arya, also want it. Please, Xiaohuanshuan." After the two finished speaking, they bowed 90 degrees to Kwang-san at the same time, which made Kwang-san a little embarrassed. Isn't it just drawing a card? Is it so difficult? Of course, for Kwang-san, who draws cards as simple as drinking water, she doesn't understand the feelings of Lin Yixuan and Arya, 2 Africans. "Okay, now that Thor has been drawn, shouldn't you go out, Arya?" "Hey, why is Arya going out? Where's Xiao, Kwang?" San is my girlfriend. It's only natural for her to stay in my room. But where's Arya? Huh, that's not fair. Arya is obviously Xiao Xuanxuan's sister. Ah la la, Miss Arya, just go out for a while. Yixuan Jun may have something to say to her. Hearing this, Arya looked at Lin Yixuan, and after getting the affirmation on the latter's face, she didn't tremble at all and left the room in her slippers. San, take me to brush the holy relics. Hey, wouldn't it be better to call Miss Arya in that case? Goodbye, isn't it good for the two of us to live in a world of two people? Ah la, Yixuan Jun is really bad. As the saying goes, women don't love men who are not bad, don't you think, San? Well, so two loyal players of the original god, a newbie and a big guy, embarked on the road of brushing holy relics, but one of them had to do chores because of his low attack power, and the other was a pure tool man. Meeting in another world, enjoying the smoothness. Thank you for the recommendation votes from readers. Momowan Sleep, Shiki Siueng, Jindong Hedong, and Koletteridang. Chapter 95, The Three People's Journey to China. The next day, China time 11:30, knock knock knock. Xiao Xuanxuan, are you still not ready? Time is almost up, hurry up. Outside Lin Xuan's door, Arya was banging on the door anxiously, and it seemed that he was in a hurry. However, Lin Yixuan inside the door was still slowly putting on his clothes. It was not that he was so slow on purpose, but the main reason was that the procedure was too complicated and divided into the following steps. Makeup, select, try on clothes, and put on 4 processes. If a more experienced boss can complete it within half an hour, but for the newbie Lin Yixuan, it was completely confusing. Hey, where do I button this? Where is my belt? Why are my shoes missing too? Damn it. Missing here, missing there, and all kinds of factors caused Lin Yixuan's speed to be extremely slow, even comparable to a woman who was preparing to go out and put on makeup. 11:40 China time. Unable to bear it, Arya, who was waiting anxiously outside the door, took out a golden key from his pocket, pointed it at the keyhole in front of him and operated it. Don't ask where the key came from. Even if you ask, I won't tell you that Arya made it with Angel. Click! Just a click! The door opened. Bang! When the door opened, Arya pushed it aside with brute force and then saw in her beautiful eyes a scene that she might need a long time to forget. Why? Are you not wearing clothes? In front of the girl, a promising young man with a naked upper body was facing her. After speaking incoherently, Arya's face immediately turned red like a ripe apple. She turned around abruptly, covering her face and not daring to look at the boy in front of her. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan was speechless. Didn't you open the door without permission? Bah, you rascal, stay away from Arya. Okay, it's my fault, okay? Not long after Arya turned around, Lin Yixuan found a short-sleeved shirt and put it on, then said, Okay, you can turn around, I'm dressed. However, Arya in front of him seemed not to have heard it, and the whole person was still standing there stupidly. If you get closer and look at the expression on her face, you will find that she seems to be excited. I was interested in Xiao Xuanxuan's figure before, but I didn't expect that his figure is so good. What should I do? Arya feels like she is going to fall in love. At this moment, the scene just now lingered in Arya's mind for a long time. The bronze skin, the sturdy and upright figure, the 8 abdominal muscles that make people feel safe, and the handsome and suave cheeks. Ha! Ha! Ah! I suddenly believe in love again. What should I do? Hey, Arya, did you hear me? Ah! Ah! When Arya came back to her senses, Lin Yixuan, who was behind her just now, suddenly squatted in front of her, waving her hands constantly. What's wrong with her? Why is her face so red all of a sudden? Weird. Seeing that the other party didn't answer him for a long time, Lin Yixuan said again, Arya? Arya? What's wrong with you? Arya, nothing. It's just that Xiao Xuanxuan, what are you doing? Nothing. I'm just curious about what happened to you just now. Why is your face so red? No, nothing. I just suddenly remembered something happy. Yes, that's right, that's it. Arya was so sure in his heart when he heard this, and Lin Yixuan didn't ask any more questions about it, but then asked, How long is it before departure? Well, there's still half an hour, so Xiao Xuanxuan, hurry up. Arya took out his mobile phone and glanced at the time on it, then returned to his previous appearance and urged. But at this time, it was obvious that only half an hour was not enough to change clothes again. Lin Yixuan thought about it and said, "How about we go to the place first and then change clothes?" "Oh, what about Xiao Kuang and Area?" "Just take it off. What else can I do?" "You? Okay." Arya was speechless at the boy with short yellow hair and a white shirt in front of him, but he couldn't do anything about him. "Who told you to be the boss and you have the final say?" "I have to say here that sometimes family status is very important." Lin Yixuan attaches great importance to it. After unremitting efforts, he has changed from a coolie to a decent head of the family. After Arya turned around and left, Lin Yixuan closed the door again and continued to immerse himself in his own world of dressing up. "So I'm very curious. Which kid took my props and costumes? Don't let me catch you. Otherwise I will beat your ass." After Lin Yixuan secretly swore in his heart, he decided to change his strategy. Since Plan A didn't work, he had to implement Plan B. P.S. We won't tell you what the plan is here. Just keep it a secret. Heh. At the same time, on the other side, in the bedroom of Wanqian Area, a short-haired girl was holding various props that were obviously used for cosplay and kept showing them off to the long-haired girl next to her, her words full of cunning. "Hey, it's Xiao Xuan's fault for always dragging your time. I'll see if Arya is going to teach you a lesson." Short-haired Arya had just finished speaking when Kwang San, who was standing beside her, covered her mouth with her hands and said worriedly, "Ah la la, Miss Arya, maybe it's not appropriate for you to do this? But if you don't do this, Xiao Xuan won't learn her lesson." "Well, I hope Miss Arya won't go too far." "Don't worry, Xiao Kwang, Arya knows her limits." After saying that, the corners of Arya's mouth suddenly raised evilly, as if she had achieved her goal. Back to the topic, so which bastard took my props? P.S. Those who have read this far and still don't know what the theme of this chapter is, face the wall consciously. End of this chapter. Chapter 97. The Three People's Journey to China, Part 2. Afternoon, Beijing time, 2:35 China Modu City Modu International Airport. Dear passengers, the flight 1086 you are on has arrived at the destination. Please get off the bus in an orderly manner under the guidance of the flight attendants. Dear passengers, please follow the instructions and get off the bus in a good order. Thank you for your cooperation. On the plane, dozens of beautiful and charming stewardesses were directing the passengers to get off the bus in an orderly manner. Seeing that the stewardesses were so beautiful and had such a perfect service attitude, all the male and female passengers cooperated with their work. As the saying goes, everyone loves beautiful women, and this has nothing to do with gender. On the other side, in cabin A, seats 11-13. "Hey, Xiao Xuan, get up and stop sleeping. We're here." Really? It's okay if you're dawdling at home, but why are you still so dawdling here?" Arya, who was sitting in seat 13, gently patted Lin Yixuan, who was sitting in the middle, seat 12, with a Ganyu eye patch on his face. After waiting for 5 seconds and seeing that the other party ignored him, he said another sentence angrily, thinking to himself that he was really convinced. He asked him not to play so late and stay up all night last night. He agreed so readily, but in the end, thinking of this, Arya couldn't help but put his hands on his face helplessly and sighed. "Why did I do this?" I actually believed his lies. At this time, Kwang San, who was sitting by the window at seat 11, noticed the movement of the two and smiled softly. Under the gaze of Arya, she gently took off Lin Yixuan's blindfold and then said, "Yixuan-kun has arrived at the Merc destination. It's time to get up." "Well, okay." Sure enough, Arya's words didn't work. At the critical moment, she still had to rely on Kwang San to rescue her. Seeing this scene, Arya couldn't help but squeeze her little pink fist hard. Why can't he get up when I call him, but he gets up when Xiao Kuang calls him? Is Arya's charm really not as great as Xiao Kuang's? Or is Xiao Xuan's favorite type? When he thought of this, Arya suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Of course, there is no special criminal law for this bold idea in Japan. Click. Perspective switch. Wow! After Lin Yixuan lazily stretched, he also noticed Arya's abnormality. However, he did not think much about it. The consequence of making the other party angry is at most to make some annoying little movements. Just get used to it. Then he stood up and took down 3 pieces of luggage of different colors and sizes from the top of the seat, under the gaze of the two. The sizes from left to right are 384846. The colors from left to right are blue, green, red. The owners correspond to Lin Yixuan, Area, and Guangsan respectively. The dividing line between the main text and the secondary text. The following is the question-answering water text section. Some readers will be confused when they see this. Reader A: aren't they here to travel? Why is Lin Yixuan's suitcase so small and the other two's so big? I think for this question, I think it's better for the dear protagonist to answer Lin Yixuan. Huh? Why do I have to answer? Why can't it be you? Hurry up and explain to the readers. I will never admit that I don't know. Okay, ahem. First of all, let me explain the connection between the previous article and this article and the theme of this article. Otherwise, I'm afraid that all the readers will not understand what I'm writing about. Thank you so much, Ghost. I said before that the theme of this book will tend to be daily style. As for what is daily style? As the name suggests, ordinary urban fun, and the daily life of the characters can all be said to be daily life. Why is it written like this? These few days, Yuriko went to review some comics, thinking of putting some new inspiration into this chapter, so there is the following article. Hey, you're off topic. Ahem, I'm sorry, when reading the previous article, readers can probably think of what the three people are going to do by looking at the content of the article. Yes, it's the comic exhibition. Actually, I wrote this because I often go to comic conventions. The one who proposed it was Nia, the one who led the way was me, and Sanzan was the one who ran with me. As for Shishino, I left her to Shido to take care of her. The people from AS team also guessed what we were going to do by monitoring our lives. In order to reduce trouble, I was forced to use some special means so that they had to give up this great opportunity temporarily. Both of them are currently recuperating. Now let's talk about the size of the suitcase. I personally think that since you are going to a comic convention, there is no need to bring too many things, which will seem redundant. Just bring some daily necessities and clothes for comic convention cosplay, so a 38-inch suitcase is enough. As for Nia and Sansan, their suitcases are filled with either cosmetics or clothes and other miscellaneous things. A 40-inch suitcase is not enough for them. If I hadn't said a few words, they might have packed more useless things. This is one of the common problems of women. Those who understand this will understand. Okay, the question about size has been answered. Now there is nothing for me to do, right? You've overthought. I still have a few more questions, but you only need to answer one more. I finally answered the question once, but you asked me to answer it again. What's the matter? Want to fight? Nothing. Then the next reader will appear. Applause. Thank you and welcome. My question is, when will Nimeng system appear again? You should ask the author this question. I am also confused myself. Ahem. For this question, I can only tell you that she will appear in a mysterious way in a few chapters. As the saying goes, the secret of heaven cannot be revealed. Okay, I am looking forward to it. So when will my Nimeng appear? I said the secret of heaven cannot be revealed. So how long are you going to talk about it? You have already written 1,000 words. Is it over? Ah, if you keep going on like this chapter will soon be over. Ah, click. Back to the main text. Colettery 5-star hotel in Magic City. You didn't expect that. Barbecuing is just my side job. Not long after getting off the plane, Lin Yixuan took the lead in finding a hotel and booked a 3-person presidential suite as their place to stay. Since this is a 5-star hotel and a presidential suite, Lin Yixuan did not deliberately check the cameras. He simply looked in the corner to see if there were any red dots, and then let the other 2 people move in with peace of mind. Originally, they wanted to book a 2-person room and a single room, but Area insisted on having a 3-person room. There was no other way. A 3-person room is a 3-person room. It didn't matter anyway. After packing up the luggage and tidying up the room for a long time, Area took out her mobile phone in her spare time to check in at the time and said to the 2 people beside her, Xiao Xuanxuan and Xiao Kuang, today's comic exhibition is over. There will be another one at the convention center tomorrow. We can't be late this time. Also, everyone must go to bed before 11 o'clock tonight. If anyone dares to exceed this time, the consequences will be at their own risk. After that, Arya's gaze turned to the young man who was wearing wired headphones and looking down at his mobile phone. Although she didn't mention any names, Kwang-san and Lin Yixuan could tell who she was talking about. It's just that the owner didn't care about it. Just kidding. You want me to go to bed before 11? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. But it's impossible to go to bed at 12 o'clock. Okay, everyone must be hungry after working for so long, right? After she finished speaking, Arya touched her stomach and could faintly hear a gurgling sound. Hearing this, Kwang-san and Lin Yixuan looked at each other and said, Aha, I'm a little hungry too. Miss Arya's suggestion is very good. It just so happens that I know a good restaurant nearby. Let's have lunch there. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Chapter 98. Encountering a prosperous street in Meiju Magic City. Looking at the crowds of people around and the hustle and bustle of traffic, women and children on the street chatting and laughing, all kinds of scenes formed a prosperous light, which gave people a wonderful artistic conception. Facing such a scene, Lin Yixuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart that even though he was used to it as a Chinese in his previous life, but, after all, he was reborn as an islander. When he stepped into this vast but familiar homeland again, the blood of Yanhuang flowing in his body made Lin Yixuan feel very proud. I was born in China, and I am proud of being a Chinese. We were born in a peaceful country, which was not easy to come by. Some parts of the world are still suffering from the ravages of war. Peaceful life is not easy to come by, so cherish it. Every resource you enjoy is filled by others with their lives. Somewhere in the restaurant Xiaoyuer food stall, with a full atmosphere, the three people walked here through the navigation. It was not to save money, but Lin Yixuan wanted to walk more in this homeland to enrich his heart. In this regard, Kwang-san and Arya had no objection, and they were also very curious about China. After all, it was their first time here, and in their impression, Lin Yixuan was an elf from China. After entering the store, the three of them walked straight to the front desk. Welcome. How many guests are there? The receptionist at the front desk was very enthusiastic when she saw the guests coming. The most important thing is that the appearance of the guests is absolutely better than that of the young handsome men and young models in the entertainment industry. Handsome men are loved by everyone, and beautiful women are loved by everyone. This is an eternal principle. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan responded with a smile. Hello, there are three of us. Do you have a private room? Okay, there is just one private room left. The three guests, please go to the Qing Pavilion at the end of the second floor for dinner. Seeing this, Lin Yixuan winked at Kwang-san and Arya, meaning that you go up first, I will handle the next matters. So he was the only one left on the scene, and there was also a cashier. The most important reason for his doing this was that when the three of them just stepped into the store, Lin Yixuan's sharp eyes immediately locked on the girl who was sitting in a very inconspicuous corner. Although he was standing far away, he could still see the basic appearance of the girl. He saw that she was wearing a fisherman's hat on her head, and her face was decorated with sunglasses and a black mask. If this kind of dress was put on normally, it would at most make people look at it more. But the most different thing was her hair color and the waves on her chest. The silver-purple long hair, the size of the waves can be guessed at just a glance, and the elegant behavior at the dinner table. All these signs made Lin Yixuan 100% sure that this girl was Yu Xiao Meiju, whose real name was Xiao Shiyuena. So the scene just now happened. But at this time, Lin Yixuan was wondering in his heart, isn't that Meiju? Why did she appear in China? According to the timeline, Meiju should not have left the country at this time, which means that she should be staying in Tiangong City, Japan. However, since she is here, there must be a corresponding reason. Existence is reasonable. Lin Yixuan firmly believes in this reason. He did not delve into it too much, because there is no need to meet Meiju now. When he thought of this, Lin Yixuan stopped thinking, turned around, paid the money, and strode up to the second floor to meet up with Kwang-san and Arya. What he didn't know was that when Lin Yixuan was observing her, She was also observing him and the two people who came with him. Her eyes kept wandering over Kwangsun and Erya, and a special emotion kept rising in her heart. When she saw Lin Yixuan, she immediately became angry and wanted to cut him into pieces. No matter if you are handsome or ugly, tall or short, as long as you are a man, you will be on her permanent blacklist. When he left, Meiju took off the sunglasses that covered her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, her big silver-purple eyes were exposed to the public. When the men saw them, their blood boiled immediately, and many of them even walked up to her to ask for her WeChat. However, Meiju smiled and rejected them one by one. Seeing that they were rejected in a good attitude, the frustrated people didn't say much, and their love for her went up to a higher level. What they didn't know was that although Meiju had a sincere smile on her face, her heart was completely different. Damn stinky men, why are they so disgusting? I want to vomit just by looking at them. Why are there such creatures as men in the world? They should die like the stinky cockroaches in the sewer. Deep in her heart, she deeply believed that there were only and should be women in this world, and men should not appear in this world. Not only did they pollute the air, but they also had no effect on society. They were like termites, greedily sucking up the few social resources. This is what Yuyomiku really thinks. P.S. Some people say that my writing is watered down. I admit that, but these watered-down words are different from those other ones. They are just to fill in the holes I wrote before. So don't say that I'm watered down anymore. Grievance. Chapter 99. There was a bright moon in ancient times, and there is a cool breeze today. After Lin Yixuan followed the signs to the door, he looked up at the door made of rosewood and thought to himself, I thought it wouldn't be that expensive to open a private room, but I still underestimated the financial resources of a medium-sized store owner in this city where every inch of land is worth a lot. Although the price of this private room is not much, it has reached the 3-month salary of an ordinary office worker in a third-tier city. It is a territory that only rich people can enter. So, if you are going out to treat others to a meal and your budget is not very big, then don't pretend to be rich. You are not that rich to begin with, and you still go to a private room to treat people. Your wallet is already in deficit, and you still do this. This is something that only a fool would do. P.S. Yuriko here refers to some people around me. I wrote this chapter because I don't like this kind of behavior. After gently pushing open the door, Lin Yixuan was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him, and at the same time he said rudely in his heart, WC, this money is worth it. The theme of the surroundings in the boy's eyes basically pointed out the name of the private room. There were 2 potted plants about 1.7 meters high and worth a lot of money planted next to the door. Lin Yixuan recognized it as a pine and cypress potted plant based on his knowledge. Although he didn't know what kind it was, the price would definitely not be less than 5 figures just by looking at the appearance. The camera pulled into the door. Dry ice, which is commonly made of carbon dioxide, was flowing on the ground in the atrium. It flowed under people's feet and gave people a feeling of stepping into the air of immortals. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would naturally sigh. As expected, the quality of life of rich people is very high. When can I live so luxuriously? Looking at the innermost part, the decoration here is equally luxurious. There are rockery, running water, and various plants and trees next to the dining table. There is a small hole in the wall with a small white moon hanging on it, giving people a feeling that it is night time. If you come here in ancient costumes, you will definitely think that this is simply a tailor-made fairyland. At this time, the breeze blowing from nowhere quietly entered the boy's heart. It was not until then that Lin Yixuan, who was standing there thinking, understood why this place was called Qingfeng Pavilion. Suddenly, he wanted to recite a poem impromptu. In ancient times, there was a breeze, and now there is a bright moon. The bright moon and breeze, the green cup and the red sleeves are broken in the moon palace, and the slanting branches are called the companions of the Yaoqi. P.S. My writing is not good. I have enough imagination, but I can't write that kind of effect at all. Just treat it as me writing randomly. After a long time, 2 light and familiar voices interrupted the boy's thoughts. Xiao Xuan, why did you come just now? Come here quickly. Allah Allah, Yixuanjun is fascinated by the surrounding environment. Following the voice, he saw a girl with light green short hair and glasses waving at him with a smile. And another girl with long black hair looked at him with big eyes of Kazilan. A rough estimate is that the distance between the three people was only about 16 feet. The boy was so absorbed in the scene that he didn't even notice that there were people around him. After he came to his senses and sat down next to the green-haired girl, he touched his head embarrassedly and said, "I'm sorry, Arya and Sansan. I was indeed absent-minded just now." Hearing this, Arya and Kwangsan smiled at each other, and then said at the same time in tacit understanding, "It's okay. When we two came in just now, we were also surprised by the scene in front of us. Thank you for your praise, guests. Now please prepare for your meal." A staff member suddenly appeared next to the three of them and suddenly said. Seeing this, the three people who had calmed down were also ready to wait for the arrival of the food. After all, they hadn't eaten for a day and had been active for so long, their stomachs had long been hungry. After a while, "Hey, here's the chicken soup." "I'm sorry for breaking my promise last night. I was a little upset, so I didn't update. I'll make up for it today. The chicken soup is here. Why are you all looking at me? Drink it while it's hot." The waiter, the person who is in charge of the death, felt a little strange after he brought the steaming chicken soup to the pot, because the three people in front of him were not looking at the food in front of him, but were looking at him all the time. This puzzled him. "Is there rice on my face? Or are you interested in me?" But imagination is beautiful, and reality is skinny. After a short silence, Lin Yixuan was the first to break the silence. "You can't leave? Little boy, do you have a lot of questions?" Why? This made the person who is in charge of the death even more confused. "I have brought you the chicken soup, but you still don't let me go. What do you want?" However, Lin Yixuan's answer made him suddenly realize, "You still have to show my two Japanese friends how to drink chicken soup." After saying that, the boy pointed at the two people who were looking at the chicken soup in front of them but did not speak. The reason was very simple. Because this is China, not Japan. Lin Yixuan did not tell Kwangsan and Nia about the etiquette before dining in China, so someone was needed to demonstrate. What a coincidence! This person, lucky person, was the cook who was called. If you want to ask why Lin Yixuan was not the one to demonstrate, Yuriko, then I can only tell you that the secret cannot be leaked. Huh? Hearing this, the cook closed his eyes and took a deep breath, thinking in his heart, "It turned out to be a false alarm, and I thought my identity was exposed. But then I thought about it, this was unlikely, and I didn't know the three people in front of me. As the saying goes, if you don't do something wrong, you don't need to be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. The most important thing is that I didn't poison the chicken soup, so why should I be so nervous?" Thinking of this, combined with Lin Yixuan's words just now, he was sure that the three people in front of him did not know his true identity. So he picked up a bowl full of chicken soup and drank it in one gulp. So refreshing, crunchy chicken flavor. This is chicken soup made from pure natural chickens. It's delicious, fat but not greasy. Come and taste it, guests. Wiping off the remaining juice from the corner of his mouth, the cook put down the bowl and spoke. Just as he turned around and prepared to leave, Lin Yixuan stopped him again. "Wait, you still can't leave. My guest, you see I drank this chicken soup too. I'm just a small cook. Why are you making things so difficult for me?" Hearing this,